Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 95, Why Am I Always Fighting Armies? Prime Minister Yalol did not hesitate when he saw Rigger free from the chains. With a cautious gaze, he began to leave the place without even waiting for a single word from the beast warrior. Even as a North Saint, he wasn't going to stay and help in any battle. But then, a roar, more like a living thunderclap, shook the very foundations of the hall. A devastating shockwave, created by howling magic, swept through everything around. Many warriors had prepared for this technique. After all, they knew they would be fighting Rigger. But something was wrong. It was stronger, far stronger than usual. Rigger had used this magic at a level even he had never reached before. Even with their ears covered, the sound pierced into their minds and shook their brains. Even the most experienced warriors were thrown into the air like rag dolls, some foaming at the mouth, some passing out before they even hit the ground. The hall trembled. Rigger lifted his gaze to the top of the staircase. He was in the lower part of the hall. He didn't know where this place was. These strange magical chains had seemed to pull him from the magic tower, and he felt he was no longer there. Amid the chaos and the muffled sounds of bodies hitting the floor, he looked toward those behind the trap. Prime Minister Yalol Wisebond. And the court mage, whom Rigger assumed to be the king's brother, Livandre Kingdragon. He did not wait a moment longer and advanced. The wooden floor behind him cracked like paper under the explosion of his speed. Each step shattered the ground. Each movement was a blur of speed and fury. His swords were unsheathed in an instant, Tsukikage in his right hand and Nighthunter in his left. But then, a red flash. A thin blade flew straight for his eye. Rigger leaped backward, surprised that he hadn't noticed the enemy's approach, dodging with a flash step. A knight in red armor blocked his path, as Julian, the North King. He shouted, "Block him here. Protect the Prime Minister and Lord Livandre." After saying that, he ran into the midst of the other warriors, and his presence grew fainter as he blended into the crowd. The warriors regained their momentum, throwing themselves at Rigger like a tidal wave of blades and steel. The mages in the back began chanting spells, their incantations echoing through the hall amid the confusion. Furious spirit of flames, bastard of hell. Rise to the land of men and swing your fist. Strike down my sworn enemy and consum. Answer my call, God of darkness, and destroy my enemy. Stone cannon. Rigger only sighed. The leader's decapitation technique was his favorite since it ended fights almost instantly. But if this was how it was going to be, so be it. He activated his magic eye and vanished with a flash step. In the blink of an eye, he was between two swordsmen leading the vanguard. He used the longsword of light. One strike. One's head flew off, his body collapsing lifelessly. The second tried to react, but Rigger had already pierced his heart with the black blade before he could even comprehend his own death. Blood sprayed in a macabre arc. The moment they realized he was in their midst, he jumped. Spells crashed against the ground where he had been just moments before. Explosions tore through the air, the heat scorching the edges of his pants. He floated among his enemies, spinning through the air like a swift and merciless demon. The moment he touched the ground again, it cracked, and hardened earth spikes erupted around him, impaling at least 3 nearby warriors. One enemy warrior dashed through his allies with extreme speed, executing the familiar longsword of light with masterful precision, a sword saint from the Dragon King Kingdom. But Rigger was no easy target. Another leap, another burst of speed, and he evaded the saint. He was a lethal blur, cutting through the battlefield like an invisible reaper. His movements were too fast to follow with the naked eye. Longsword of light gleamed, sweeping the air with cuts so fast they seemed to tear through reality itself. Tsukikage danced in flames, and with a single arc, he cleaved an enemy in half. The body exploded in fire, the wave of heat setting everything around ablaze and throwing the next warriors back with its shockwave. The battlefield was thrown into chaos by a single enemy. Some warriors panicked. The power gap was undeniable. With every step, Rigger devastated entire ranks, his fierce smile never wavering. One of the knights turned to flee, only to be split in half by a wind blade before he could take 3 steps. Another fell to his knees, begging for his life, only for his head to roll across the floor as Rigger blurred past. Stone cannons fired in his direction. Fireballs tore through the air. Pillars of flame rose in a desperate attempt to stop him. But nothing could halt his advance. He sliced through the spells midair using flow, cutting the magic apart as if they were mere fruits. The mages fell into despair. Some tried to retreat, others continued casting, only to be engulfed by their own explosions when Rigger split their incantations in two. The hall was left in ruins. Pillars collapsed, bodies were flung against walls from the force of battle. Fire danced around Rigger, but he only continued forward, faster, fiercer. He was hunting. The Prime Minister had already left the hall, but Liv Andre remained, leading and commanding the mages and warriors. Only because of him did the group not dissolve into chaos and flee from Rigger's slaughter. As for the Prime Minister, he wasn't too worried, he already knew his scent. How far could he go before Rigger finished here and found him? Even being a North Saint, he wouldn't get far. This was the perfect case of, you can run, but you can't hide. Rigger would find him. With a wild smile, Rigger charged forward. The massacre continued. The energy in the hall churned like a storm on the verge of erupting. Linvandrii was chanting the incantation of a saint-class spell unknown to Rigger. Rigger could see the buildup of mana with his magic eye and prepared to interrupt it with a faster spell when a chill ran down his spine. A sharpened instinct warned him, something was approaching. With an almost unconscious movement, Rigger twisted his body and unleashed a flame slice, a blazing wave of fire cutting through the air behind him, destroying everything in its path. The flare revealed a crimson silhouette, Julian, swift as a spectre, dodging at the last instant. His feet barely touched the ground, and before Rigger could pursue him, other magical attacks rained down. Once again, Rigger wondered, how had Julian gotten so close without triggering his senses? He had only felt him through instinct. Mages completed their incantations, spewing fiery explosions and stone projectiles from the top of the staircase. Swordsmen advanced, forming a circle to restrict his mobility. But containing Rigger was nothing more than a distant dream for them. The ground gave way beneath his feet as he shot forward like an arrow, flash step and burst step combined, turning him into a silver and crimson blur. Wielding the long sword of light, wreathed in flames, he cleaved a warrior in half, his body swallowed by the intense glow. With Tsukikage, he delivered a horizontal slash bathed in fire, reducing 3 soldiers to ashes in an instant. One of the mages shouted a prayer as he conjured an earth fortress, but it was useless. Rigger tore through the barrier like a furious spear, his blade piercing the mage's skull before he could complete his next invocation. Explosions shook the hall as magic collided with walls, pillars, and unfortunate warriors caught in the crossfire. Stone cannons shattered the floor, turning the battlefield into a chaotic inferno. Some warriors hesitated, stepping back. But the more experienced ones, the Sword Saints and North Saints, held their ground, their sharp eyes analyzing Rigger's every move. Julian, who had been waiting for an opening, struck again. He emerged from the shadows like a snake, his razor-thin blade seeking to slice through the side of Rigger's neck. But this time, the beast warrior was ready. Without looking, Rigger moved Tsukikage to intercept, and their blades clashed in a burst of sparks. Julian retreated, perplexed. His technique, the legendary formless sword of the North God style, was being neutralized by his opponent. Rigger didn't need to predict the attack. He simply felt it. This was a technique well known on the central continent. Julian had already slain 2 king-class opponents with it, all because it revolved around completely erasing one's presence, being formless, in constant flux, before killing the enemy with a single strike. But Rigger simply felt when an attack was meant to kill him and avoided it. The next assault came from all sides. The Sword Saint and the 2 North Saints advanced together, their swords gleaming with the power of their Tuki. Rigger didn't hesitate, he dashed straight at the Sword Saint, clashing in pure technique. The Sword Saint struck with equal ferocity using the long sword of light, but Rigger was faster, slicing his blade into the man's heart before he could react. The ground cracked beneath the weight of their confrontation. One of the North Saint withdrew, but with a flash step, Rigger cut diagonally with Tsukikage. The warrior barely managed to block, but the blue blade was wreathed in lightning, slicing his sword in half without resistance, cleaving him in 2. A fire explosion launched by Linvandrii struck Rigger and the already dead warrior, spreading flames everywhere and sending shockwaves through the surroundings. The 3rd Saint was alert, but he only had time to see Rigger emerging from the cloud of fire, his long sword of light severing his head in a clean strike. Julian watched the carnage, suppressing a shiver. Every one of Rigger's strikes distorted the space around him, such was the raw force behind them. He was more than a warrior, he was a walking natural disaster. Above, at the top of the staircase, Linvandrii finished his saint-class spell. The mana in the hall converged toward him, ice swirling around his body. He looked down, locking eyes with Rigger. And pierce my enemies with the icy dagger. Ice spear. A massive ice spear exploded forward at blinding speed, freezing everything in its path. It struck with full force, but contrary to expectations, Rigger didn't dodge. Instead, he took the classic stance of the water god style. He took a deep breath as Tsukikage was engulfed in flames, and slashed. The impact of the ice spear made the ground around Rigger crack, and he was slightly pushed back due to the sheer force. The ice spear erupted into frigid energy as it was completely cleaved in 2, steam rising from the collision. The fragments crashed into the floor, utterly devastating the area around Rigger, showcasing the power of a saint-class spell. His arm and everything around him were frozen, but he was smiling. At that moment, Julian appeared again, this time without warning, and landed his first hit. A thin, almost imperceptible cut across Rigger's abdomen. On instinct, Rigger unleashed a lightning spell at random, striking Julian and slamming him against the wall with brutal force. Realizing he had landed a hit, Rigger prepared to finish him. But then he felt it, poison. His body, conditioned to resist lethal substances, began to falter. A wave of dizziness threatened to topple him. What poison is this? With no time to hesitate, he decisively incinerated the infected portion of his abdomen with fire magic. The pain was excruciating, a roar of agony escaped his throat. Blood gushed, but he remained in control, healing himself as quickly as possible. Even so, the delay nearly cost him. A fireball roared toward him, accompanied by the deadly glint of a blade. He launched himself to the side with flash step, but not entirely in time, the strike tore through his shoulder. His eyes burned with fury. His regeneration was taking effect, but Julian was still alive and had once again vanished using that strange technique, recovering somewhere from the lightning Rigger had struck him with. Even so, the priority was to move forward. He turned to the last remaining mages. Focusing his mana, he advanced. A warrior blocked his path, but Rigger didn't even need to put in any effort, he decapitated him in a single strike. Some mages tried to cast last-minute spells, but Rigger was already prepared. He raised an arm, aimed, and fired supersonic wind bullets. The mages' heads exploded with a deafening crack. Their bodies collapsed like puppets without strings. And the path to his final target was opening. The remaining enemies froze when he looked at them, all recognizing their fate just from Rigger's gaze. He walked lightly as another lone warrior tried to attack him, only to be blasted into the wall by a bolt of lightning. Finally, he stopped in front of the court mage, Livandre Kingdragon, the king's brother. The figure dressed in luxurious robes panted, sweating cold. His eyes, once full of confidence, were now a mix of denial and determination. Behind him, the last standing saint-level warrior trembled visibly. The Night Hunter's poison was slowly petrifying his body, making each breath an agonizing struggle. His muscles were failing, his organs shutting down one by one. With a final, hoarse gasp, he collapsed forward, dead before hitting the ground. The other remaining warriors gripped their swords with trembling hands, unable to hide their growing fear. Rigger observed silently, his sharp eyes locked onto the figure of Livandre Kingdragon, the king's brother. The mage was impassive, unafraid of his impending death. His gaze was serene, as if he had already accepted his fate. Rigger tilted his head slightly and sneered. Your friend, the minister, was smarter. He ran when he had the chance. Not that he can escape me anyway, of course. A fierce smile formed on his face. His eyes gleamed with a mix of excitement and predatory certainty. Perhaps Julian, the Red Death, might escape, he added thoughtfully. I haven't met anyone who could hide from me in years. But speaking of which, it seems he abandoned you here, didn't he? Livandre remained impassive. His voice was calm, without resentment. The moment you weren't trapped by the ceiling chains, I had already lost. The rest was just an attempt, assuming fate was on my side. Rigger smiled. He could tell the mage wasn't lying. His cards had run out. The only remaining obstacle now was that minister. Once he was eliminated, the lingering sense of threat would finally disappear. I never thought of using barrier magic that way. Livandre murmured. But then again, no one but you could use it without an incantation, and no one has as much mana. The mage sighed, seeming resigned. His once determined gaze now showed exhaustion. I hit an iron wall this time. My last gambit is, would you kill the king's brother after making an alliance with him? It may not seem like it, but my brother is quite fond of me. Rigger stared at him, his expression unchanged. Yes. I would. Livandre chuckled lightly and sighed again. All right. I know you can sense danger and all, but still, be careful with Yelol. He may only be a saint, but he has some very dangerous items and plenty of allies in other kingdoms. Rigger's eyes glowed in response. And please, Livandre added, his tone now filled with pride, give me the honor of dying to that magnificent magic you created, the lightning. Rigger smiled. A spark flickered in his eyes before a devastating bolt of lightning erupted from his hand, tearing through the air with a deafening roar. The lightning struck Livandre head-on, hurling him violently through two walls. His body convulsed uncontrollably, electricity consuming him entirely. And then, silence. He was already dead before his body even hit the ground. The remaining guards trembled, watching Rigger in absolute shock. Those who still had the will to fight didn't even have time to react, he eliminated them without hesitation, his blades cutting through their pathetic resistance like leaves in the wind. The last three guards, pale, could barely hold their swords steady in their trembling hands. Rigger stared at them, his overwhelming presence suffocating the air around them. Leave, he ordered, his voice low but carrying undeniable menace. Report what happened here, exactly as it happened. The invisible pressure of his killing intent made them freeze in place. This may be your only chance to live. If I arrive and the king already knows everything about the ambush, perhaps I'll forget your faces. The guards exchanged glances and, without hesitation, ran away. Rigor didn't stop them. He then looked back at the bodies and the destruction left behind. He thought, why am I always fighting multiple people at the same time? And entire armies on top of that. He pushed those thoughts aside and used his wind magic. There was no way he would leave that magical chain behind. It had such mysterious powers that he hadn't even begun to decipher them yet, even after being trapped by it. He coiled the chain and fastened it to his waist. Leaving the shattered hall, he took a deep breath and lifted his face to the sky. They were still inside the kingdom, but at its very edge. His nose picked up a distinct scent in the air. His eyes narrowed, locking onto a precise direction. Running out of the city, he murmured, his tone dripping with contempt. You're sealing your fate, minister. Then, he shot forward like a lightning bolt, his silhouette vanishing in a blur of speed. The hunt had begun. Yelol wouldn't escape. Chapter 96, Embers and Ashes. The wind cut across Rigger's face as he shot through the forest, moving like a blur between the trees. The closer he got, the more the uncomfortable feeling in his chest grew, an ominous premonition that his body warned him about. But he smiled. To him, this only confirmed that the Northern King, as Julian, had followed the Prime Minister. That would justify the unsettling sensation in his chest. Even so, he remained vigilant of his surroundings, alert to any sign of someone else nearby. Meanwhile, he thought that after this, he would finally have time to study new magic. He could challenge Ornthorn and, perhaps, finally obtain the title of Sword King, and challenge Ghislaine. His blood boiled at the thought, but he didn't allow himself to be distracted. There was still an enemy ahead, and he wouldn't make the mistake of relaxing before the final victory. He truly believed that the sense of danger he had felt since arriving in the city was due to the Prime Minister's surveillance. He theorized in his mind that they had probably been contacted by Mealy's, and with enough benefits, anyone would accept. He had been theorizing this ever since he saw the minister and sensed his intentions. The thought process made sense, and when things that are about to go wrong actually go exactly as a person predicted, they tend to unconsciously relax. Things that would normally make him more cautious began to seem like logical explanations for the situations he had theorized. His sense of danger attributed to the minister and his knight. His senses detecting no one for miles. The real feeling of danger that he had just rationalized. In fact, Hidegami's advice not to kill Minister Yelol only reinforced his desire to do the opposite, to defy the human god directly. That would be satisfying. He had been cautious of the emperor who challenged Ornthorn a month ago, but in the end, the real dangers were the minister and Livandre, the king's brother. And if he hadn't been careful, those sealing chains would have been a huge problem. Now, only has Julian remained in uncertainty, but according to Livandri's words, he was loyal to the minister. If that was true, they would be together. And that was exactly what Rigger needed. The forest began to change. The dense trees and vegetation gave way to dry, rocky terrain, surrounded by mountains. He didn't slow down, automatically adjusting his body to the new unstable ground. His sharp eyes detected movement in the distance. There they were. The minister and Has Julian ran side by side, their cloaks billowing in the wind. Rigger wasted no time. He increased his speed, each step leaving small cracks due to the sheer force, propelled by his magic. The ominous feeling of danger intensified, pressing against his mind like an insistent alarm. His eyebrows furrowed for a brief moment as he felt his danger sense growing stronger. Was it because of that lethal poison? Whatever the case, he would be careful. His feet struck the ground even harder, and in an instant, he was close enough to see the fugitives' tensed muscles, hear their heavy breathing. The minister turned back, his eyes widening as he realized Rigger had caught up to them. Has Julian, on the other hand, showed no surprise. He simply maintained his pace, as if he had already expected this. Rigger smiled, predatory. As he ran, lightning began forming around him, using Tsukikage as his arcane focus, the electricity pulsing violently, growing in intensity. The energy vibrated in the air, crackling as a storm of lightning gathered in his hand. As Julian and the minister realized the imminent threat and, in a synchronized movement, split in opposite directions. Rigger hesitated for a fraction of a second. His primary target should be the minister. As Julian, even if he was a threat, was loyal to him. If the minister fell, As Julian would have no more reason to keep running. With that decision made, Rigger unleashed the chain lightning. The same attack he had been developing since his fight against the Kraken, chain lightning. The thunder roared like a monster unleashed from its cage. The lightning expanded into a brilliant web, dancing across the field, blasting the ground, pulverizing the surrounding rocks, and carving fissures into the earth. The violent impact raised a curtain of dust and debris, turning the landscape into chaos illuminated by electricity. Even as a North Saint, the minister couldn't evade the assault forever. One of the bolts struck him, and he was hurled backward, his body dragged across the rough ground as he screamed in pain. Rigor closed in, his silhouette outlined by the lingering sparks in the air. He didn't want to waste time. In his hand, a blazing explosion was already forming, swirling with a fiery glow. The minister lay on the ground, still convulsing from the electrical discharge. As Rigor was about to deliver the final blow, the man, still trembling, reached into his pocket and pulled out a small glass bottle. His eyes widened in desperation and fury as he shouted, "Die!" He removed the cap in a single motion, and immediately, a bolt of lightning burst from the bottle, shooting toward Rigor at an insane speed. Rigor only had time to think, lightning. The impact was brutal. The electricity coursed through his body like invisible claws, burning his skin and launching him backward. The pain was intense, but Rigor had no time to hesitate. Instinctively, he gathered mana and activated his healing magic, feeling his body partially regenerate as he fell. At the last moment, without thinking, he unleashed the fire magic he had gathered in his hand behind him, to kill the minister. The ground trembled and shattered as the flames expanded violently, consuming everything around them. The fiery explosion missed by mere inches the thin poison blade aimed at his throat. As Julian was caught directly, the shockwave and fire flung him away, burning almost his entire body as the explosion hurled him to one side and Rigor to the other. For a moment, the battlefield fell silent again. Rigor healed his wounds and cautiously looked toward Julian. He was still standing. His rapier, still gleaming with the lethal poison, trembled in his hand. He was limping, his once impeccable posture now showing signs of exhaustion. He wasn't an exceptional close-quarters combatant, at best, he was on par with a North Saint. His confidence lay in his formless sword technique. But Rigor countered it directly. Even so, he did not try to run again. He merely sighed, his cold gaze meeting Rigor's. "This is the end," murmured Julian, resigned, as the crackling of flames and the snapping of lightning still echoed across the battlefield. Rigor felt his skin tingle as a sensation of danger swelled in his chest. His instincts screamed, but he still didn't know where the threat was coming from. He had fully healed from the lightning, his muscles relaxing for an instant, and then, without hesitation, he raised his hand and fired a high-speed stone bullet straight at the minister's head. The projectile shot forward like a bullet, but at the last moment, a magical barrier shimmered around the minister. A sharp crack followed, then the sound of shattering glass. One of the rings the minister wore crumbled, and to Rigor's surprise, the men began laughing. A loud, hysterical, almost maniacal laugh. Julian, kneeling and gasping beside him, had half his body burned, his skin blackened and twisted by the previous explosion. Yet he showed no pain, only unwavering loyalty. Still laughing, the minister raised his eyes to Rigor and said, "Do you have any last questions before death, O great red wolf?" Ha 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 ha. Rigor frowned. His discomfort grew. Something was wrong. He remained on guard and asked, firmly, "Do you have another trick up your sleeve?" The minister smiled strangely. His voice turned almost melancholic as he replied, "I don't. I had two plans. Ideally, you would have been trapped in the chains and seal of the Mad Dragon King. The second best outcome was you dying from Hasholian's poison, which comes from a basilisk extinct for 400 years. It's extremely lethal and petrifies the body upon entering the bloodstream." He sighed before continuing. "I was certain the chain plan would work. But if it didn't, I at least believed they could hold you off long enough for me to escape. Now, I can't even run anymore. We're in the middle of nowhere. A fitting grave for two northern kings and a minister. I don't know, but it's what we have." That sentence sent a chill down Rigor's spine. He looked around. His trained eyes scanned for any detail in the environment. His ears opened up for any sound. But there was nothing. No strange movement. Only the wind blowing over the rocks and sand. The feeling worsened when he asked, his voice heavy with suspicion. "What do you mean, a grave for the three of us? Only you two will die today." He needed information. The minister knew something. He knew the source of this ominous feeling. Then, the men laughed again, loud and uncontrolled, his head tilting slightly back. "That was the deal. You could have followed us here, or not followed us here. If you hadn't, the two of us would have continued our lives in another kingdom. Never mind that, I would have hunted you down, ha ha ha. But if you came, none of us would survive this day. Ha 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 ha." Rigor felt a shiver crawl up his spine. "Who made this deal with you?" The minister stopped laughing, his eyes now eerily empty. His voice came out in a disturbingly calm tone. "Have you ever heard of the false positive strategy? Well, I hadn't. My entire plan, All my dedication to killing you with 90% certainty was nothing but someone else's clown show. Ha 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 ha. A bitter taste filled Rigger's mouth. His instincts now screamed. The minister looked at Has Julian, his tone becoming gentle for the first time. I'm sorry, Has Julian. You weren't supposed to be here with me. The Red Knight, his face partially melted, answered without hesitation. I am your sword, my lord. And I will die as one. It was at that moment that Rigger felt the true threat. A shadow of pure terror fell upon him. His heart pounded. His breath quickened. He didn't know where it was coming from, but he knew it was real. That it was here. The minister, seeing his expression, simply smirked. He's always been there, flaming beast. Always watching. Then, slowly, he raised his arm and pointed toward a distant mountain. Rigger followed his finger with his eyes. The distance was absurd. There was no way to see or hear anything from there. But now, an enormous purple light had appeared. He launched himself into the air and activated his magic vision. And then he saw it. What was revealed before his eyes made his spine tremble. Never in his entire life had he seen such an absurd concentration of mana in a single attack. His eyes widened. His entire body tensed, his fur standing on end. He shot forward at full speed, fleeing like never before. His body burned mana, burst step exploding from his feet as he tore through the air. And then, he felt it. He felt the attack being launched, like a small sun coming toward him. An unbearable, overwhelming heat. A simple fireball had been cast. But it was no ordinary fireball. This was no ordinary magic. The fireball grew in his vision at an absurd speed, crossing kilometers in seconds, scorching the very air around it. A flaming spear sent by the gods. Rigger clenched his teeth and began raising every barrier he knew against flames. Resistant spells, layer upon layer of protection. He summoned water around himself, cloaked himself in Tuki, forcing every fiber of his being to resist. And then, it happened. The world exploded. The fireball detonated in the air, and the impact was indescribable. The light blinded everything for an instant. The sound came afterward, a shockwave so strong it shattered rocks kilometers away. The ground trembled. The surrounding mountains were swallowed by a sea of flames. Has Julian and the minister were obliterated instantly. Their bodies didn't even have a chance to burn, they were vaporized. The explosion consumed Rigger. His world became an absolute hell. The heat surpassed anything he had ever experienced. His body burned. His Tuki roared in defiance. The water around him evaporated in an instant. And then, silence. Nothing remained but embers and ashes. Chapter 97, The False Positive. POV, Rudeus Greyrat. We were on a mountain far from the capital. From up here we could see almost everything, but we had to hunt our food and sleep in the cold of the cave. Actually, Sylphie and I warmed the cave with magic, but that's not the point. What squalid conditions to leave your group in. Irresponsible leader. The location of our leader, Larix, was unknown to the group. We stayed in the capital for a while, but then, just a few days ago, Larix suddenly told us to leave the city and head for the mountain. Ever since we arrived, I questioned Larix about why we had to be so far from the capital, but he just replied without taking it seriously. Glass cannon. You haven't even encountered him yet, what do you want to argue? You don't understand. He'll know everything as soon as you look at him. And it will be impossible to catch him in this ambush if he knows about us. Once we try to kill that guy, we can't let him get away alive on the first attempt. Even so, I remained skeptical. Larix even forbade us from getting close to the capital after Rigger's group, our target, entered the city. Only he went there, insisting that if we met him directly, he would discern our intentions with just one glance, thanks to his sharp instincts. But how could anyone do that? After all, no matter how good an instinct is, it's merely the body's reaction to danger, it can't see the future, can it? Yet Larix was the leader, and he wouldn't let me question him any further. After all, I only had 2 jobs, use my magic and devise strategies. Everyone in the group, except Larix, was gathered at the top of the mountain. A blazing bonfire illuminated Mortan, Hector, Vedette, Ygritte, and Sylphie, who were laughing and chatting about various things. Sigh. Weren't they even a little nervous? How could they act so normally in the face of what was to come? Even my adorable Sylphie. I looked into the distance again. A vast mountainous landscape stretched out below us, covered by a sea of clouds. My eyes rested on the stone helmet I'd fashioned with earth magic. The visor obscured my eyes from onlookers, and with the leather armor I wore, I could easily be mistaken for a gnome or a dwarf when I donned it. As I touched the helmet, I remembered my journey here. On the way, I had decided to follow Hidegami's advice, and indeed, I randomly encountered a blue-haired man at the port of Bigarret, and he was exactly the one we were looking for. He knew quite a bit about our target. He was aware of his skills and the supernatural instincts that allowed him to evade every ambush. It seemed that a friend of that blue-haired guy, a fellow with a monkey-like face, had once traveled with our target. Rigor Adoldia. He was incredible, skilled in absolutely everything he did, and possessed an exceptional ferocity. His organization was currently in conflict with Mealy's, but I didn't know why until we reached the kingdom of the Dragon King. It was there that Larix discovered an attack on a noble house, where Rigor had invaded alone and massacred the entire household, including several innocents. This only added credibility to Hidegami's words that he was a ruthless and cruel murderer. Not that I had much choice, of course. Larix had already decided to kill him. Apparently, the payment was something he said could not be bought, not even with all the gold in the world. From what I understood of the story, Larix had been hired before to kill Rigor's mentor, Verdia Solarion, and even Rigor himself, but he had refused at the time because Rigor was just a child. According to him, anyone under 10 was still considered a child, and he never harmed anyone below that age. That didn't make sense to me, but it seemed to be one of his personal rules. Rigor's group seemed to have gained 2 new members recently. One of them was a small child, but we didn't know who they were for now. Glass Cannon. Stop staring at the horizon looking for answers. Morton's boisterous voice yanked me from my thoughts. The red-skinned demon, over 2 meters tall, laughed while holding a jug of drink. I turned and retorted, "It's better than drinking before it becomes your last day alive." Mortan laughed even louder, slapping Hector hard, who was also laughing. The others didn't seem as worried as I was, but something told me we should be. Yet everyone here had immense trust in Larix, something he had never given any reason to doubt. At that moment, a man with dark skin, long curly hair, and a scimitar strapped at his waist leaped down the mountain with superhuman strength, landing near the group. His smile was wide and provocative. "The minister has made his move," he announced, with a dangerous gleam in his eyes. It was Larix. Silence fell over the group for a moment. Then Mortan laughed, finally. Everyone else was tense, but no one showed fear, only readiness for the imminent battle. Vidette, the demon mage, crossed her arms and addressed Larix directly, her expression skeptical. "Are you sure that this minister won't succeed in his assassination attempt?" she asked, her voice full of distrust. "If he succeeds, we'd theoretically fail our mission and waste our time coming here, since we wouldn't get any payment from Mealy's." Larix threw his head back and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. How can a target I took such care of be killed by them?" His voice brimmed with incredulity. Hector, the oldest and most experienced of us, turned to Larix, his gaze piercing. "Why are you so sure?" he asked, leaning forward slightly. Larix stared deeply at Hector, his single visible eye shining in the half-light. "You haven't seen him in person." He paused, a wild smile crossing his face, his tone tinged with anticipation. "I only caught a glimpse of him from kilometers away, and he noticed me." He paused again. "I don't know if anything in the world can catch him by surprise. But that minister still wants to fool him with nothing but his silver tongue. Ha ha ha. Good luck to him." Sylphie, who had been silent until then, leaned forward, her expression showing more curiosity than worry. "Why is the kingdom of the Dragon King trying to kill him in the first place?" The girl's voice was serious, yet more curious than accusatory. Larix spoke disinterestedly while cleaning his ear with his finger and brushing off the dirt. "Mealy's also contacted the kingdom of the Dragon King and offered many benefits if they ambushed Rigor when he appeared. Of course, King Leonard declined, since he planned to make Rigor an ally, but then Mealy secretly reached out to his brother, Livandre King Dragon, and the Prime Minister, and they were tempted by the benefits." Vidette sighed, running her hand through her dark hair. "I hope everything works out," she murmured. Her gaze fell on me, Rudeus, who seemed lost in my own thoughts. "I hope your false positive strategy works." I forced a somewhat bitter smile. "Me too." I stared into the bonfire for a moment, watching the flames dance as if trying to say something. The plan was risky and heavily depended on the target acting as we intended, but it made sense. When I learned of Rigor's troublesome ability to sense danger, and because of that, never having been ambushed, I immediately began devising a way to circumvent it. The false positive was a tactic used by criminals and military forces on Earth to mislead police investigations or enemy armies. A situation was engineered in which the enemy believed they had discovered the location and objective of their opponent, when in reality, it was all manipulation. Each party would go further than the other, some would sacrifice an entire troop to make the distraction even more convincing, or pay people to take the blame and get arrested in their place. Many would even create a new objective that made sense for that troop, and the troop would truly believe they were on an important mission. But in truth, they were the false positive, designed so the enemy thought they already knew everything about our intentions. Yet the true strategy remained hidden. When Hector heard about this tactic, he quickly suggested that we use the minister and the king's brother as our false positive, to give Rigor the impression that the enemies were truly dangerous. That way, even if his instincts warned him, he would still be caught in the trap. Well, it's great that the Prime Minister assumed that role. I don't think anyone else could have deceived him so well. He was really intent on and confident about either killing or capturing Rigger. Hector shrugged, a cheeky smile appearing on his face. Actually, from what I heard when I spoke with the minister, that guy was almost certain of success. In exchange for selling all the information they had on Rigger to the minister, he agreed that if his plan failed, he would flee the capital by a specific route. Of course, he had already planned to escape if his scheme went awry. But the fact was, he was extremely confident. He seemed to place all his trust in a certain ceiling item. Rigger was not known for being lenient, and the Prime Minister knew that failure would mean nothing short of death for him. Yet he still negotiated that he would flee along the designated route, but if Rigger didn't pursue him, the deal would be off and he'd simply run off to another kingdom and continue his life. The strategy assumed that, given Rigger's personality, he would strive to tie up loose ends. If the Prime Minister tried to escape, Rigger would chase him. In that moment, he would sense the danger, yet deem it relatively normal. That's when the storm of tyranny would come into play. Then Lerix pulled off his eye patch, revealing his eye of clairvoyance. The bonfire's light reflected off his iris, which shone with a supernatural hue. The vision unfolding before him was for his eyes alone, but the firm opening of his jaw indicated that something was happening. "Stand ready," Lerix said with a smile laden with authority. His eyes glowed intensely. "Glass cannon." He addressed me directly. "This will be the strongest spell you have ever cast in your life." A chill ran down my spine. My heart began to pound, but I did not hesitate. I grabbed my staff and readied myself. This was no time for doubts. I was determined. Lerix gazed at the horizon, his eyes half closed as the cold mountain breeze whipped against his face. Everyone was at the ready, and the heavy silence filled the air. I could feel sweat trickling down my neck, my breathing quickening as I asked, "Are you sure he can't sense our presence here?" Lerix laughed, a low sound full of amusement. "I don't think so." Before I could ask another question, Lerix widened his eyes and grinned wildly. "He's there." "Ha ha ha ha." He pointed with his chin to a distant spot. "The minister and his subordinate are running towards the mountains, and Rigger has just appeared and is chasing them." The excitement in Lerix's voice was palpable. He spun on his heels and clapped me hard on the shoulder. "Come on, glass cannon. Now you're going to be like those snipers you always talk about. Start charging." The rest of the group stepped back a little, keeping their distance. I took a deep breath, steadying my breathing to maintain concentration. Gripping my staff, the scaled king of the desert of fire, I raised it. I closed one eye and aimed at the horizon. Lerix was using his eye of clairvoyance, watching carefully where Rigger moved. A little more to the left. Lerix guided. A bit higher. There. Stop there. I felt a surge of nervousness. My target wasn't just anyone. He was the Red Wolf, the flaming beast. I needed to gather more mana than ever if I was to hurt him. Even if I couldn't kill him in one shot, Lerix and Mortan would immediately set off to finish the job. I began channeling my mana, drawing every drop of power from within. A fireball emerged at the tip of my staff, growing rapidly, first orange, then yellow, then blue. The seething energy compressed tighter and tighter. Finally, the fire turned into an extremely light purple, almost whitish, pulsating with overwhelming intensity. Lerix, who was watching Rigger from afar, seeing him finally defeat Julian, the Red Death, with a fire explosion, noticed that Rigger still remained alert to his surroundings. He could tell the young, feral one was scanning frantically for the threat that surrounded him. Then Lerix laughed, "Mortan. With me. Ha 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 ha." And with that, he leapt down the mountain, his steps so swift and fierce they resembled those of a beast on the hunt. The red demon, Mortan, laughed excitedly and followed, brandishing his enormous cleavers. My heart pounded as my hand sweated around the staff's handle. I knew this would be the strongest spell I had ever conjured. I felt the weight of the decision on my shoulders, but I did not hesitate. I adjusted my aim, felt my mana flow reach its peak, and then I unleashed it. POV, Rigger Adoldia. I was dreaming. I was floating in the sky, my arms outstretched, feeling the gentle wind caress my skin. I looked around, awestruck by the vastness above the clouds, as if I were completely weightless. The sun was setting in the distance, painting the sky in golden and orange hues that seemed to melt softly over the clouds. I felt that everything was under my control, the winds, the direction, the very sense of freedom. As if the sky were my home, my sanctuary, my domain. But then, control slipped from my hands. A sudden, strange tightness gripped my chest. The pain emerged like a hot blade, cutting deeply and freezing time for an instant. I gasped, trying to breathe, but the air seemed to escape from my lungs. The pain only grew, as if my body were being torn from the inside out. Suddenly, I began to fall. My vision distorted, and I was hurled downward in a free fall. The cutting wind on my face became a whirlwind. I tried to react, reaching for my swords, but my hands trembled, as if my very arms no longer obeyed my commands. I attempted to conjure magic, but the words came out as mere whispers, distorted, as if I were lost in a reality where nothing functioned anymore. My feet no longer touched the ground, and the world around me spun in spirals, faster and faster. Just when the earth seemed poised to catch me, a sudden clarity struck. Is this a dream? And then, the world turned upside down. It felt as if the sea were in the sky, and the sky in the sea. I plunged into the ocean, yet I didn't feel the water invading my lungs, as if being in the water were perfectly natural. I looked down and saw nothing but a black abyss, as if the ocean's depths were endless. The silence was profound, and the waters were dark and calm. There was no haste, no fear, only an unsettling sensation that something was watching me. I looked down again and, at an unimaginable distance, saw two gigantic eyes, red as blood, fixed on me. They were at the bottom of the abyss, still, unmoving. No body could be seen in the darkness, only those piercing eyes, as if they were drawing me into that dark void. I stood motionless, those eyes never leaving me, my vision beginning to spin as if reality were melting around me. It was a dream, wasn't it? But the eyes, those red eyes. Suddenly, like an explosion of light in my mind, memories began to scatter, vague and fragmented. I saw myself as a small child, running joyfully through a clearing in the great forest. I remembered the feel of the soil under my hands, the moist scent of wet earth, the wind slicing through my hair as I chased a rabbit. I saw myself leaping from stone to stone, hunting with agility, feeling my heart pounding fiercely in my small, wild form. The memories of hunting during the rainy season, swimming in turbulent rivers, catching fish with my bare hands, all felt real, yet so distant. And then, everything changed again. I found myself before a dark cell, a stone cell, in a cave that seemed endless. Broken chains lay scattered on the ground, bearing deep marks of immense force. Inside the cell, a figure was enveloped in a wild aura, a primal glow, as if a beast were slumbering there. A predatory energy radiated from that prison. I looked, felt the weight of its presence, but couldn't move. Something held me back, as if I were trapped in the very essence of the dream. With great effort, I extended my hand toward the cell, touching the cold stone. The moment my fingers made contact, the cell burst open with a roar, and the figure within was revealed. A ferocious smile appeared as the sound of a mighty roar echoed, reverberating through the void. The creature expanded impossibly, growing to unimaginable proportions, like a shadow formed of pure silvery energy, a wolf silhouette that engulfed my entire field of vision. Before I could react, the shadow lunged at me, swallowing me in a single bite. I woke up. When I, Rigor, opened my single intact golden eye, the whole dream seemed illusory, and all I could see was the sky, thick with billowing smoke. Air rushed into my lungs, and the feeling of being trapped in a dream vanished, as if I'd been ripped out of it by something. But what came next was even stranger. I was lying down, my body pressed against the hot ground, as if I had fallen from an immense height. The heat enveloped me. The earth around was broken and cracked, and a sense of devastation hung in the air. I looked up, trying to understand what was happening, and saw something that left me speechless. I was at the bottom of a huge crater. The sky above roiled with smoke and fire, as if the world had been struck by a colossal explosion. The impact seemed to have shaken the very earth, and the crater around me was a deep, vast scar on the landscape. I felt the scorching heat on my skin, yet my senses were numb. I could barely feel my own body. I tried to move, only to discover that my flesh was a mess of charred, wounded fragments, though I felt nothing. I scanned my surroundings for any point of reference, but all I saw was the vastness of destruction, as if I were at the center of a cataclysm. The crater seemed endless, an open fissure in the heart of the earth, and I was just a tiny dot amid it all. Then, suddenly, the memories of recent events hit me with full force, a surge of urgency, accompanied by the excruciating pain and burning sensation that coursed through my entire being. And I began healing as fast as I could. I was in an extremely dire situation. Chapter 98, I have everything under control. Rigor felt enormous pressure, as if with every passing second he were closer to death, a huge pressure upon himself. He quickly analyzed his situation as the most mortal wounds gradually began to heal. Even with his fire barrier, his Tuki reinforcing him, the stone wall, and the large amount of water, nothing had protected him from the devastating explosion. This meant that either the mage who cast it was extremely powerful, or it was a gathering of several mages joining forces to cast it. It was as if the very earth had been torn from its foundations, as if he had been struck by something as powerful as a nuclear bomb, and he had barely managed to escape with all his defenses. He no longer saw that northern king or the minister, which meant that they were probably reduced to ashes by the attack. His body was unrecognizable. Both legs, burned to ashes, the charred flesh disintegrating with every breath, only his resilient bones remained, also charred. His left arm was no better, the skin ruined, the bones visible and cracked, his hair, clothes, and everything else he was carrying had melted or turned to ashes. Among the items that remained were Tsukikage, Night Hunter, and that sealing chain of the Mad Dragon King that he had taken with him after massacring the ambushing army. All his personal items, the necklace his mother gave him when he was 5, the wooden amulet that Rufus gave him when he left, any trace of them had melted or turned to ashes. He was partially blinded, his right eye rendered useless, closed by a deep burn, but fortunately it had not been completely destroyed, so it could still be healed with saint-level healing magic. Overall, he was in a truly miserable situation. He forced his mana to the maximum in his healing magic. He felt the cells of his body rebuilding, the cracked bones fusing together again. The pain was unbearable, as if he were being torn apart from the inside, but he persevered, concentrating on the process. Gradually, the flames of pain diminished, but his reflexes and movements were still weakened, and his tendons and muscles had not yet fully regenerated. He also fashioned an improvised stone armor from the waist down so as not to be left naked. The sense of danger, the pressure in the air, did not dissipate. Rigger could hear something. No, he could feel what was approaching, with an overwhelming presence, an unstoppable force. And then he heard the sound. Quick footsteps, like the sound of a predator approaching, the earth moving with each step, speed like a lightning bolt. His heart raced, and he forced himself to stand up. He was still not fully recovered. His vision was blurred, and the damage to his nose, ears, and eyes made it difficult for him to fully perceive the dangers around him. He used flash step without hesitation, distancing himself with staggering speed, moving to safety. He felt agonizing pain in his body from executing this technique in his condition. But it was not enough. Suddenly, something cut through the air, a movement so fast it seemed like an afterimage. The blade of the scimitar, gleaming and sharp, sliced through the ground where he stood with fatal precision, creating a smooth, curved scar in the earth, as if it had been carved by nature. Rigger barely had time to dodge to avoid the fatal blow. He felt a blade slicing his flesh with a lightness so soft, yet at the same time, so deadly. The cut on his neck was superficial, thanks to his hasty use of flash step. He turned to face his attacker. The man before him was an imposing figure, with dark skin, and a black eye patch covering one eye, while the other shone with fierce intensity. He wore ragged clothes and had various jewels and weapons on his body, including the scimitar, still stained with his blood, which spun in his right hand. He laughed, a strange and animated laugh, almost one of pleasure. And the sound reverberated in the empty crater, echoing like a wild growl. He licked the blood off his blade with a smile of satisfaction, as if Rigger's blood were a delicious feast. Larix. No more introductions. Larix said, his voice resonating in the air, full of disdain and pleasure. He slightly leaned forward, his smile never leaving his face. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Red Wolf. With a movement as fast as the blink of an eye, Larix advanced. The speed with which he moved was absurd, as if he were part of the wind itself, faster than Rigger could process. The ground beneath their feet collapsed after each step, and the sense of danger intensified with every moment. Rigger was still struggling to recover, his body exhausted and injured, yet he managed to remain standing. He had no time to hesitate. In the very next instant, he raised a wall of earth in front of him, attempting to block Larix's charge. At the same time, he leaped onto the wall, running straight at that man. In his current condition would have been like stepping into a firing line and waiting to be slaughtered. He needed a confused environment to have a chance. The earth compressed and formed quickly, creating a solid wall that he knew would not last long against the enemy's force. But he needed time, enough time to react. However, Larix did not retreat. Instead of slicing through the wall with his sharp blade, the mercenary leader simply leaped onto the still-forming wall. Rigger forced his exhausted muscles to move, propelling himself upward with burst step, still battling the searing pain that consumed his body. He leaped, but his acceleration was slow, the movement more difficult than usual. He began to use the colossal fortress to create several stone structures with the stone wall as a base, and as the magic surged, various walls, towers, and pillars grew, giving him the opportunity to block the enemy repeatedly, managing to evade him even while injured. Larix did not stop. He was right behind him, cutting through the stone and earth walls, leaping and dodging other obstacles as fast as a pursuing predator. At the moment Rigger leaped off the wall, hoping to confuse his pursuer, he heard the metallic sound of something slicing through the wind around him. Before he could react, a chain with a curved, razor-sharp scythe wrapped around his ankle with lethal precision. The chain's pull violently dragged Rigger backward, and with a deafening crash, his body was hurled against the fortress, breaking bones and creating deep cracks in the wall before he crashed to the ground again. Rigger felt as if he were being crushed by an entire mountain. He barely had time to react. Larix descended from the wall with immense speed, laughing maniacally as if savoring the hunt. In the very next moment, Rigger forced himself to rise, feeling his broken bones beginning to regenerate, though the pain paralyzed him. He needed to act quickly. With difficulty, he grabbed Tsukikage, but the movement was slower than normal, his arms could not move with the desired agility. His flesh, ligaments, and tendons had not fully regenerated, but he had no choice. In one final effort, he launched a flame slice as powerfully as he could, a wave of fire slicing through the air toward Larix. But the mercenary ignored it and moved straight through the flames, suffering only a few burns. Instinctively, Rigger drew Night Hunter and blocked the lethal attack aimed at his heart. The scimitar's blade penetrated Rigger's tuki like a hot knife through butter, creating a deep puncture in his lung. Rigger fought to breathe, a sense of impending death overwhelming him, when Larix's laughter echoed in his ears. Ah ha ha ha. You're fighting just like my mage, ha ha ha, you're too injured for a fencing duel. That won't work for you, Red Wolf. Larix said, with a sadistic laugh. But Rigger did not give up. He used that moment, when Larix had become minimally confident. Until then, he had pressed him relentlessly, not allowing him to use his magic efficiently. Especially lightning, which he couldn't cast as quickly as his other spells. But now, with those few exchanged words, he had the minimum time needed. He unleashed a close-range lightning bolt, causing Larix to be thrown far away with an explosion of energy. The terrain around him was devastated, with stones and earth flying in every direction, while Rigger was thrown backward and the scimitar left his chest, causing blood to gush out. He felt dazed, but still alive. He coughed up blood, and his lung, although pierced and once again reducing his combat capacity, was slowly regenerating. He could barely remain standing. His vision was blurred, and his senses were out of control. He needed to do something, but his body was swaying to one side. Even so, Rigger gathered the remaining mana he could feel and, focusing his concentration, launched a stone cannon toward Larix. But his aim was imprecise due to his still impaired senses, and the attack passed by, missing the target by a few meters. His hand tensed as he refocused to cast another spell while Larix staggered to his feet, trying to finish the fight once and for all, but then he heard a strange sound behind him. A red demon appeared out of nowhere, laughing macabrely. Ha ha ha. Look at that, you got hit even though you were so well prepared, Larix. Ah ha ha ha. With a monstrous cleaver in hand, Morten advanced like a runaway truck. The blade sliced through the air, preparing to crush Rigger as he once again hurriedly used Flash Step to escape the attack's reach. Larix also rose with a demonic smile, saying with irony. Watch out, don't die. This guy is a wounded beast, he'll do anything to take someone with him. Both enemies advanced, as if Rigger's fate were already sealed. The wounds, the pain, and the extreme exhaustion made every movement harder than he could imagine. But he had no choice. He had to fight, or die trying. Rigger endured with everything he had, like a flame struggling to stay lit amid a violent storm, despite the burns that scorched his body. He knew that any mistake would be fatal, there was no room for hesitation. But even in such a state, with his body on the brink of collapse, he continued to resist. He could feel something different since waking up. Even with his body destroyed, he felt that he was in control. Larix and Morten advanced simultaneously, doing everything in their power to kill Rigger at any opportunity. The pressure of the battle crushed the terrain around them, and the earth beneath their feet trembled. With every strike, the ground shuddered under the force of their colossal blows. Rigger did not hold back. Engaged in a battle against himself, he advanced, executing the long sword of light. Larix, with his scimitar, blocked Rigger's strike with a tremendous crash, the blue, flame-enshrouded blade colliding with the magical scimitar with a metallic ring. The impact reverberated, and Rigger felt his hand throb from the shock. But he did not stop. With agility, he stepped on the ground and caused hardened earth spikes to emerge from the surface in an instant, striking Larix and forcing him to leap backward. Rigger had no time to be distracted, the red demon was right behind him. The monster leaped toward Rigger with two raised cleavers. At the last moment, Rigger raised his hand and thought, sonic explosion. A crushing wind was unleashed toward Morten. The demonic warrior was blasted in the opposite direction with brutal force, rolling across the ground as he struggled to stand up. He dragged himself for meters until he came to a halt, but Rigger was already far away. He was holding on, but fighting on the brink of death was not his fetish. His focus now was to escape this ambush. He's healing slowly. We have to kill him before that happens. Larix shouted as he fired in pursuit. Rigger felt the wounds in his body pulsate, but he forced himself to move, advancing toward the capital. But then, far ahead, he saw a gigantic stone wall rising. Rigger looked up, his eyes fixed on a small man standing atop the wall, holding a red and gold staff with a huge red magical stone. The man's identity was concealed by a stone helmet, but Rigger could sense that this guy was afraid of him, and moreover, with his magical power eye, he could see. He saw the greatest amount of mana he had ever witnessed. This guy visibly had far more mana than him, perhaps twice as much, or even more. Far more than his master, far more than anyone he had ever encountered. Next to the mage were an old warrior, a warrior woman, and a demonkin mage. And then, a silver-haired elven child, who also possessed an enormous amount of mana, almost as much as God Bard, and she was conjuring several ice cannons aimed directly at him. He halted his advance for a moment and dodged, feeling the ice cannons firing around him. Dozens of projectiles sliced through the air like a machine gun, and he barely had time to react. But his evasion was enough to dodge most of them. Before he could launch a lightning bolt toward that group, Larix arrived, faster than Rigger had imagined. With a clean move, he hurled his scimitar in a deadly spin, the metal slicing through the air with a hissing sound. "Watch your head," he shouted, laughing, and Rigger tried to dodge. But his leg, still regenerating, failed at that moment, and that failure was fatal. The cut was swift and precise, severing his left arm before he could fully react. Rigger did not have the luxury to mourn. With a move of pure willpower, he bit his own arm and reattached it, ignoring the excruciating pain. But that was enough time for Mortan and Larix to surround him once more. Rigger was in a bad situation. Two very strong warriors, two mages capable of using unchanneled magic on an as-yet unknown scale, a demonkin mage with unknown powers, and two seemingly weaker warriors, a veteran and a woman. And he was alone. Injured. How could he get out of this? It was a question for which he had no answer. Chapter 99, Blood, Thunder and Blades. In the midst of the battle frenzy, Rigger absorbed every fragment of information in milliseconds. His severed arm was already functional, though fragile, after he had reattached it in a hurry. There was no time for hesitation. The silver-haired elf and the mage with the stone helmet had to die. He was almost certain that the one who cast that devastating fire explosion was the mage with the helmet, only someone with so much mana could cast a spell of that level and continue fighting. And the silver-haired elven child, who could cast magic without incantations, was dangerous depending on the spells she knew. But between him and these targets were Larix and the red demon, blocking any direct assault. His thoughts unfolded in a fleeting instant. His reasoning was much faster than normal, though he hadn't yet realized it. The desert warrior advanced with his scimitar glistening, while the red demon flanked him with enormous cleavers. Flash step and burst step were his only salvation, yet even so, he could barely dodge the storm of blows. The terrain around him exploded with fury, cracks opening in the ground under the violent impacts of the warriors, as well as the spells that constantly altered the battlefield. With each exchange of blows, his situation worsened. The wounds piled up, and hot blood flowed down his skin. Larix and Mortan kept him cornered, preventing him from freely casting spells. If it weren't for his enormous affinity with elemental and healing magic, which allowed him to use them even under immense pressure, he would have already fallen. The ground yielded under the absurd pressure of the fight, with debris of rock flying everywhere with each sword and magic impact. He had no solution to his situation, he needed a change, or else he wouldn't last much longer. Then, he heard a familiar sound. Footsteps, four paws moving at increasing speed. A huge beast was approaching. Rigger smiled. Howling magic. A devastating howl resounded, forcing his enemies to retreat for a brief moment as Rigger had hastily used the spell. Just an instant, but enough for him to gain space and escape the siege. He ran toward a cliff without hesitation. Larix laughed, deeming him cornered, and launched into pursuit with his scimitar ready to tear him apart. Rigger leaped. For a second, his body vanished in free fall, no longer visible to the group's members. Larix was about to leap as well. But then, from the same abyss that Rigger had just jumped from, a huge beast of about 4 meters leaped. It growled fiercely as it charged toward Larix. Skull, the ebony wolf, burst forth from the cliff, a 4-meter colossus with sharp fangs and eyes blazing with ferocity. In a thundering roar, it attacked Larix with fury. The ground trembled as Skull landed, causing the earth to crack under its weight. Larix spun at the last moment, narrowly escaping the titan jaws by a hair's breadth. The opposing group instinctively retreated, caught by surprise by the sudden turnaround. The Storm of Tyranny was a group with excellent strength, but they lacked in scouting. Their only source of information was the clairvoyant eye of their leader. The small elf reacted first, conjuring cutting shards of ice that streaked through the air toward the fleeing Rigger. Skull spun on its hind legs, its tail lashing the air like a war hammer. The shards hit its lower back and tail, only to shatter into insignificant particles against its reinforced fur. Skull growled and leaped, returning to the point from which it had emerged. At the same moment, Rigger, who was running, leaped toward the wolf midair, grabbing its fur with one hand and landing on the back of his beast. A fierce smile appeared on his face as Skull galloped at full speed, its ebony body a blur of shadows under the fragmented light of the battlefield. The air around them trembled with the force of its sprint, generating brutal gusts of wind that swept dust and rubble away. The sudden change surprised the group. But Larix would not let him escape. "It's his ebony wolf. Don't let it get away." And they resumed the pursuit. Rigger laughed, his eyes sparking with a mix of adrenaline and relief as he felt the cutting wind sway his hair while Skull ran ferociously across the rocky landscape. The dense, black fur of the beast rippled with speed. The wounds that once threatened his life were slowly closing, but he knew the truce would be brief. "Ha ha ha ha. Why are you here, boy?" Rigger shouted, his voice laden with exhaustion and emotion. Even as he questioned the presence of the giant wolf, he couldn't deny the fierce joy that overtook him. Skull's presence was both a relief and a new chance. However, he had no time to get lost in those feelings. Raising his gaze, he noticed the mage with the stone helmet positioned atop a distant rocky formation. The enemy was preparing another devastating spell, a condensed stone cannon, its energy vibrating in the air as it spun. Rigger felt the murderous intent in the spell, but at the same time, he knew what he needed to do. With a wild smile, he turned and stood upon Skoll in full motion. Larix and the Red Demon were rapidly approaching, their presences pressing in like blood-sniffing predators, yet Rigger still had time. He channeled a massive amount of electrical energy, sparks dancing on Tsukikage as the electricity condensed, forming an immense, destructive lightning bolt. At the moment the mage cast the stone cannon, Rigger fired his lightning bolt with full force. The impact was a spectacle of pure destruction. The stone cannon disintegrated mid-air when the lightning hit it, its particles scattering into brilliant shards before the electricity continued relentlessly, enveloping the enemy mage in a storm of energy. The sky shone with the electrical discharge, and for a brief moment, Rigger felt relief, until something inside him screamed an alert. The danger came before he could react. The lightning that should have obliterated the mage was deflected. As if it had struck an invisible barrier, the energy reflected back in a fraction of a second. Rigger's eyes widened, and he leaped from Skoll at the last instant. Even with the barrier he hastily conjured in the air, the bolt hit him directly. His body was launched like a projectile, ripping through the ground with violence. He rolled over the rocky terrain, opening a deep fissure as his skin burned and his body trembled from the impact. The pain was excruciating, muscles contracting involuntarily from the lingering remnants of electricity coursing through his nerves. He had grabbed Tsukikage tightly, but his short sword, Night Hunter, had been lost in the impact. His body was momentarily paralyzed, and he knew that this was a death sentence in front of that man. Larix's cruel laughter resonated across the battlefield, his scimitar gleaming with a lethal reflection as he advanced, relentless. Ha 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 ha. You thought our mage was an easy target, mocked the warrior, moving with barely contained anticipation. Skoll tried to interfere, leaping to protect Rigger, but the Red Demon intercepted him. The warrior's cleavers plunged into the ebony fur, and the two engaged in a fierce battle, growls, punches, and impacts of force mixing in the air as the giant wolf struggled to break free. Rigger tried to stand up, he was recovering from the lightning faster thanks to his healing magic, but his body still did not fully respond. He saw Larix approaching, the scimitar slicing through the air with a deadly gleam. The enemy warrior was fast, too fast. Time seemed to slow as the blade descended toward him, his death seemingly inevitable. It was then that a dark and fierce figure appeared at the last moment. A thunderous impact reverberated across the battlefield as a crimson blade intercepted Larix's scimitar, interrupting its trajectory. The clash between the weapons was like a thunderclap, cracking the ground beneath them. Larix's eyes widened in surprise. Before him stood a slender, menacing figure rising from the dust and debris thrown up by the impact. A red sword shone under the combat light, firmly held by the silver-haired warrior with a single piercing red eye. The other eye was covered by an eye patch. Ghislaine de Dolbia. The look on her face was furious and fierce. Rigger felt the paralysis dissipate as his healing magic continued to work. He clenched his fists, feeling the blood boiling in his veins once again. Then Ghislaine attacked again, and Larix cautiously retreated in the face of this new, unknown enemy. Larix began to look around, his eye analyzing every corner of the battlefield. In a thundering shout, his voice echoed through the mountains. Glass cannon. Look around and see if there are more reinforcements. The rest of the group had been left behind due to Skoll's high speed during the last run. The mage with the stone helmet heard the command from afar and quickly began to raise a stone tower to gain a better view. Skoll was a black blur fighting with fierce intensity, his muscles tensed and claws cracking the ground with every strike. Beside the mage with the stone helmet were the silver-haired elf, the old warrior, and the demonkin mage. The warrior woman was already running toward the battle. Ghislaine retreated to Rigger's side when Larix backed off from his attack, assessing his condition, clearly concerned. Without questioning why she was there, Rigger simply said, "Hold them off for just a moment." He warned, urgency in his voice. "Until I finish regenerating. Watch out for the elf and the mage with the helmet. They can cast chantless magic." Ghislaine only nodded, assuming the classic posture of the sword god style and attacking aggressively. Rigger took a deep breath and began to focus his healing magic, with both minor and major wounds slowly closing as his energy was restored. Meanwhile, Skoll and the Red Demon exchanged brutal blows. Claws and blades tore at flesh, teeth sank into muscles, and the impact of punches shook the battlefield. The roars of the combatants and the crash of shockwaves mixed in the air, turning that battlefield into a wild inferno of destruction and chaos. POV Rudeus Greyrat. I was shocked. I really had no idea that I was capable of causing this kind of destruction. I poured so much mana into that spell that, at one point, I could barely control it. I kept channeling it for several good minutes, accumulating as much mana as I could. But what followed surpassed any expectation I had. The impact was overwhelming, and for a moment, the The scene before my eyes reminded me of images of nuclear bombs in my previous world. However, I had no time to be surprised. Hector and the others were already mounted on their horses, descending the mountain at high speed. Sylphie was on Agreed the warrior's saddle, while Hector grabbed my arm as he passed by on his horse, and Vedette rode alone. Mortan and Larix were far ahead because their speed and mobility exceeded that of the horses. The horses we rode were a gift from the minister of the Dragon King's realm, trained for speed and endurance, even in the mountains. We gradually approached, and meanwhile, I kept thinking more and more. What would we find when we caught up to him? If he survived that spell, what else could he withstand? What could kill him? It wasn't long before we began to hear the fight. Larix and Mortan were already battling him. When we finally caught sight of him, an unconscious fear ran down my spine. There he was, a feral young man, covered in deep wounds. More than half of his body was burned, cut, and bloodied. The damage from the battle with Larix and Mortan was visible, yet instead of appearing defeated, he seemed even more bestial. Like a cornered, furious beast. His murderous intent was suffocating. He managed to create distance from the two warriors and began to flee, so we stopped, and I raised a massive stone wall to block his escape. Meanwhile, Sylphie conjured a burst of ice shards, the magic in which she was most proficient. I avoided looking directly into his eyes as much as possible. Hitagami said I'd regret it if he looked into my eyes. But even without that advice, I wouldn't let him look into mine if that ability to see memories with a glance were true. What would he do knowing that I am a reincarnate? We stayed true to the planned battle strategy. The pressure on him was incessant. Larix and Mortan suffocated him in close combat, while Sylphie, Vedette, and I continuously attacked from a distance whenever the opportunity arose. Agreed and Hector blocked his escape routes but did not engage in direct combat. The longer the fight went on, the more I realized how monstrous this guy was. He moved as if he had eyes on the back of his head, anticipating blows and reacting with instinctive precision. Every blow from Larix sliced through the air at superhuman speeds, and yet he kept up with them. His body regenerated wounds that would have killed any other warrior multiple times. But even the fiercest of beasts weakens when too injured. He was reaching his limit. However, when it seemed that we would finally bring him down, a bestial roar exploded from his throat. It was a beastman magic, and even with our ears blocked, the impact hit us briefly. My senses were stunned, and he took advantage of that moment to run. That's when everything started to fall apart. A colossal ebony wolf emerged out of nowhere and attacked Larix with brutal force. It was his wolf. This was bad, this was a rank A wolf. He quickly mounted the wolf with natural ease and galloped away. We couldn't let him escape. The pursuit continued, and I climbed a stone tower, preparing a supercharged stone cannon, the spell I was most familiar with. I condensed an enormous amount of mana into a stone cannon. He saw me. That look made me freeze inside. It was as if he was promising that, if he got close enough, he would tear my throat apart. Despite a slight apprehension, I had been in many battles, so I managed to compose myself. Luckily, my reactions were hidden by my helmet. I was convinced that this was the perfect chance to eliminate him, since he did not know about the amulet I carried with me. This was the magic reflector amulet we found in a labyrinth thanks to Hitagami's advice. He began charging a lightning bolt, and I did not hesitate. We fired simultaneously. The stone cannon tore through the air, and its lightning bolt launched toward me. But the necklace on my neck shone with a silvery light. A barrier formed and absorbed all the energy, reflecting it back instantly. He realized this at the last moment and leaped from the wolf to avoid the animal being hit. The lightning struck him with brutal force, hurling him to the ground. Larix laughed, mocking the fallen adversary. In the blink of an eye, he advanced to finish him off. But then, something unexpected happened. A female swordsman blocked Larix at the last moment. The impact between the two blades cracked the ground. My eyes widened. Damn, it's the Sword King who rides with him. That was very bad. Larix shouted for me to check if there were more reinforcements. I began raising a stone tower to get a better view. But at that moment of distraction, it was when I saw her. The woman who would become a nightmare in my life for a long time. A red figure slicing through the air in my direction at an absurd speed. Before I realized it, a long, silver sword was headed straight for my neck. I barely had time to glimpse the long red hair of my assassin before I heard. Sonic explosion. Sylphie's voice. The spell was conjured instantly, separating the swordsman from me and throwing us each in opposite directions. I rolled awkwardly on the ground due to the impact, but the girl quickly regained her balance. After tumbling through the air, she landed on her feet and continued her run. She dodged all the wind spells Sylphie cast as support with absurd agility before taking cover behind a stone. Still dazed by what had just happened, I heard Hector shout. Focus. Larix is fighting against the Sword King. Agreed is almost reaching the target. You and she must kill the target while he regenerates. Hector was already engaged in combat against the red-haired swordswoman, while Sylphie and Vedette provided magical support. Even though she was outnumbered, the girl fought ferociously without giving an inch. My eyes returned to our target. Hector was right. The feralman was standing with his eyes closed, holding only one of his swords. His wounds were closing rapidly. Ygritte was running across the battlefield alone. She was slower, but still proficient in the Northern God style, and rigor was nearly within her reach. He needed to die now. If he healed, we'd be in trouble. I grabbed my staff and advanced. Chapter 100, The Golden Eyes and a New Sword King. POV, Rigor Adoldia. Since I woke up from that explosion, I felt my body was different. My eyes saw the world in a new way, as if a new perspective had been revealed. My body was in shambles, covered in deep lacerations, violent burns, and fractures that made every movement a torment. But, curiously, even on the brink of death, I had never felt so in control as I did in this fight. As I exchanged blows with Larix and Mortan, I noticed something new. I only needed to think about how I wanted to make a move, and it became real. It was an almost intoxicating sensation, as if my mind and body had finally aligned into a single existence. Since reincarnating in this world, I had never experienced anything like it. I had vague memories of some dream I had while unconscious, but I couldn't recall the details. I felt my body pulsing with energy, a new form of awareness that transcended mere motor control. I think in my previous world, some monks called this the unification of body and mind, but this was something much greater. However, I had no time to fully internalize this feeling. My bones were broken, ligaments torn, nerves charred. The relentless attack of an unknown group, determined to take my head no matter what. The simple fact that I had lasted this long was a miracle. When Ghislaine arrived, I knew I could trust her to protect me. As long as I could heal myself and understand this feeling, I could get out of this situation. With no reserves, no safety, no extra protection, I focused all my power on healing myself. The outside world became distant, irrelevant. My only goal was to restore my body, fast enough so that Ghislaine wouldn't be overwhelmed while protecting me. And then, I felt it. My Tuki. But not like before. It was different. I had always had a talent for controlling it, but I had never truly understood it. Now, however, it flowed through me like blood in my veins, like the very essence of my existence. I didn't manipulate it as an external force, I felt it as an extension of myself. My body regenerated as this energy expanded, filling every cell, every muscle, every broken bone. My heartbeat became steady, my breathing deepened. It was as if I was about to explode with energy. I felt like I could do anything. I felt like everything was within my reach. The strength to impose my will upon the world. My golden eyes opened. And then, there it was. A stone cannonball, fired at supersonic speeds, roaring toward me. If it hit me, my head would likely be blown to pieces. Ghislaine was about to step in front of the projectile to protect me, but she stopped the moment she saw I was lucid. My body reacted before I could even think. Tsukikage gleamed in an upward slash, and the world seemed to slow around me. The blade cut the cannonball in two, spinning with inhuman precision. It was a perfect movement, an absolute flow, the essence of the water god style's mastery. The halves of the cannonball veered off to the sides. One struck the ground, creating an impact that sent rocks and dust flying like a wild storm. The other collided with a distant mountain, making it tremble as if struck by a siege weapon. I took a deep breath. Something was approaching from my flank. Ghislaine had been blocking Larix, the warrior, and that helmeted mage, but she refocused entirely on Larix when she saw I was about to join the fight. She was already heavily wounded. The enemy warrior advanced. Her broadsword descended in a brutal arc, a strike carrying all the experience and power she had acquired throughout her life. But to me, she seemed so slow. Larix shouted, "Ygritte, get out of there." My stance lowered. The blade passed over my head, cutting only strands of my hair. My eyes followed every micro-adjustment in her musculature, every nuance of her movement. Tsukikage was in an Iato stance. In an instant beyond human perception, it gleamed in an attack. Ygritte, as Larix had called her, continued her advance, her mouth still open in a battle cry. But her body had already been split in two. Time seemed to stop as her halves slowly drifted apart. The light of life in her eyes began to fade. Dust rose around her. And then, the warrior fell. Everything after Rigor woke up had happened in mere seconds. The helmeted mage, who was still at a distance preparing another spell, screamed. "Freezing Nova." His voice echoed across the battlefield as, in front of his staff, a sphere of ice energy hovered. Simultaneously, ice spread all around him, and then, a freezing storm surged toward Rigor as the mage unleashed his spell. But he didn't retreat. On the contrary. His golden eyes shone with magic power, scanning the battlefield in a fraction of a second, his mind operating at a level of reasoning and speed he had never fully realized before. Everything around him seemed slower, clearer, as if time itself was on his side. He saw Eris fighting 3 opponents at once but dominating the rhythm of battle. The redhead moved like a bird in flight, using the rubble as footholds to dodge spells cast by the 2 enemy mages, one a silver-haired elf, the other of a demonic race, while fiercely engaging the old warrior. Her magic-enhanced items made her extremely light, allowing her to practically dance among the debris. Her aggression and speed allowed her to constantly pressure her opponents. However, Rigor knew this wouldn't last forever. Her opponents would eventually adapt to her ferocity, and her advantage would cease. Then, Skull engaged in a brutal, bloody fight against the red demon. Sharp cleavers tore through Skull's flesh, while his fangs and claws ripped into the enemy in retaliation. But the Black Wolf was severely injured. Rigor could tell from the blood loss that his movements were becoming slightly heavier. If this continued, Skull would fall first. And finally, Ghislaine. She was on the brink of defeat. He hadn't seen the earlier battle, he had been completely immersed in healing himself, trusting Ghislaine completely. But he knew that, somehow, Ghislaine had held off Larix, the helmeted mage, and the warrior. And looking at her now, he deduced that she had probably blocked the spells with her own body, as she couldn't afford to take her focus off Larix for even a moment. Larix was as fast as she was, but he was stronger and more cunning. In their fight, it was obvious that Larix had absolute advantage, both due to Ghislaine's accumulated injuries and his naturally superior strength. The beast woman gritted her teeth, sweaty and wounded, resisting with everything she had. But she could no longer fight against Larix. After analyzing the entire battle situation, the Frost Nova still hadn't reached him. He wanted to kill that mage, but Ghislaine was more important, and he didn't know if that amulet of his could reflect magic indefinitely. In an instant, Rigor used a flash step. But this time, it was different. His control over Tuki elevated his technique to a new level. But it wasn't a loss of control over his speed. He felt every tiny adjustment of his body, every muscle contraction, every drop of mana flowing along with the impulse. His movement was perfect. And in the blink of an eye, he was there. Tsukaki's blue blade gleamed as he used the long sword of light. Flames erupted violently around the sword, blazing like a comet. The attack fell with immense destructive power, a ruthless and fatal strike against Larix. But he was a North Emperor, and he reacted. With superhuman reflexes, he drew a purple dagger. A strange glow surrounded it. At the last moment, he raised it to block Tsukaki. The impact was devastating. Even with the defense, Larix was thrown dozens of meters, his silhouette cutting through the air like a runaway projectile before crashing into the ground, dragging through dirt and debris, but he landed on his feet in the end. Ghislaine gasped, surprised. Before she could say anything, Rigor raised his hand and placed it on her face. A comforting warmth emanated from his palm as he channeled his healing magic, quickly sealing her most severe wounds. He smiled at her, his golden eyes shining intensely. "Now I can finally challenge you," he said, half-jokingly. Ghislaine was momentarily confused, but then she understood. Her lips curled into a smile. Rigor turned to Larix, who was rising, laughing like a madman. "Help Eris and Skull," he told Ghislaine. She nodded and dashed toward Skull, while Rigor advanced against Larix. The desertman wiped a trickle of blood from his lips and burst into laughter, his eyes injected with hatred. "Ha ha ha ha. So you killed Agreed." His teeth ground together in pure fury. His body trembled with rage, his aura boiling like a volcano about to erupt. But his eyes, there was something in them beyond fury. A bestial cruelty. He licked his lips and spat on the ground before raising his scimitar, pointing it at Rigor. "I'm going to get you, Red Wolf." His voice became a sadistic growl. "Then I'll shit and piss on your corpse, and drag it all the way to the great forest while you rot." Larix's words fell onto the battlefield like thunder. But Rigor was unfazed. His body was hotter than ever. His blood pulsed like liquid fire. His Tuki roared like a starving wolf, eager for battle. He felt Tsukaki's blade vibrating in his hands, responding to his thirst for combat. He also searched for Night Hunter, which he had lost when he was struck by his own lightning. Then, they charged at each other. Their swords met in a cataclysmic clash. Larix's scimitar moved like an extension of his arm, striking like a snake, but Rigor responded with comparable speed. The metallic impact exploded into sparks, shockwaves rippling through the ground around them. The figures of the two warriors were barely discernible due to their speed. The pressure of their clash shook the air. Meanwhile, Ghislaine rushed to aid the Ebony Wolf, who was on the verge of collapse after his brutal duel. However, the moment she accelerated, something forced her to halt abruptly. A stone bullet, fired with devastating force, whizzed past her face, slicing strands of her silver hair before exploding against a nearby rock. The impact created a deafening crash, and stone fragments flew in all directions like razors. Her eyes turned toward the attack, and then she saw the one responsible. The stone-helmed mage, the same one who had attacked Rigger, stood ready to strike, though he remained at a distance. At the tip of his staff, a bluish light began to concentrate, and in an instant, Ghislaine understood the imminent danger. A frost nova was about to be unleashed. Without hesitation, she shouted to Skoll. Skoll! Help Eris! The great wounded wolf growled, his muscles tense with pain, but obeyed without hesitation. The exact moment Skoll broke away from the fight and rushed toward Eris, the magic was unleashed. The explosion of ice spread like a voracious tide, swallowing everything in its path, trees, rocks, and debris consumed by the frost. Ghislaine ignored the magic, relying only on her Tuki and the cover of debris to protect herself, escaping the spell's range while advancing toward the red demon pursuing Skoll. Her determination was greater than her pain. She clenched her teeth, forcing her body to endure, and charged without hesitation. The red demon tried to chase after Skoll, his blade slicing through the air like a guillotine, but Ghislaine got in his way. His attack was deflected by a fierce strike from the swordswoman, forcing him to retreat and assume a defensive stance. Their battle began immediately. Rigger had healed her most severe wounds, but only to the point that she wouldn't die from blood loss. She still bore several wounds across her body, yet she moved with the overwhelming speed characteristic of the sword god style. The red demon responded with brutality and sharp instincts, his colossal strength being put to the test against the relentless blade of the silver-haired beast. He was only able to hold his ground because the stone-helmed mage continuously provided support against the warrior. Meanwhile, Skoll, despite being covered in deep cuts and bleeding profusely, lunged at the small silver-haired elf. She, noticing the wolf's advance, quickly conjured a sonic blast, successfully escaping his attack. Without wasting time, she summoned several ice shards around her and launched them at the wolf. But this breach in the trio's cooperation was all Eris needed. She seized the moment to break free from her close combat with the old men. With Skoll supporting her, she no longer had to worry about dealing with all the attacks at once. Together, the two turned the tide against their opponents, forcing them into a more defensive stance. A little farther away, Rigger and Larix exchanged blows at insane speed, each impact reshaping the landscape around them. The battlefield was a living organism, mutating with every spell cast, every strike delivered, every retreat and advance. Rocks shattered, the ground cracked, and the air vibrated with the pressure of their blades clashing. The scene was pure war. And in one moment, Rigger finally spotted his short sword, Night Hunter, lying several dozen meters away. He smiled. This battle was about to change. Chapter 101, A Slow and Silent Poison. The clash between Rigger and Larix transformed the battlefield into a chaotic and brutal scene. Every blow exchanged between them left deep marks on the ground, cracks spread like spider webs with each impact. Lightning and flames crackled around Tsukikage, and Larix's scimitar vibrated with increasing clarity, magically sharpening with each collision. It wasn't long before Rigger realized why Ornthorn's sword had been cut in half. The scimitar of Larix had a peculiar ability. It seemed to become sharper with every strike, as if it were adapting to what it was meant to cut. Thinking about it, he wondered, how did Ornthorn still have his sword intact when he encountered him? Could there be a great blacksmith in the Dragon King's realm? But he couldn't indulge in random thoughts now. He was fighting against a North Emperor, and as the fight advanced, he increasingly realized that even though he had made great progress with his Tuki, he was still weaker in a frontal battle, even with magic. He needed a change. If the combat continued like this, he would be the one dead in the end. Then he suddenly used Burst Step and charged toward Night Hunter, who had fallen when he was struck by lightning. Larix pursued him relentlessly, but he managed to recover Night Hunter. His enhanced Flash Step was proving extremely useful, impossible to track with the naked eye. His body reacted with absolute precision, both because he was now in perfect sync with it and due to his eyes, which seemed to have undergone a significant change. Before, he only saw mana as indistinct blurs. Now, he saw detailed streams of energy enveloping Larix and his weapons. And there was also another feeling, one he still hadn't fully understood about his eyes. Larix, on the other hand, compensated with his brute strength and overwhelming experience. Every swing of his scimitar was laden with murderous intent, seeking the smallest opening to tear Rigger apart. He only used his hidden weapons when they would have a lethal effect. He had already shredded tendons and deeply cut Rigger, but Rigger managed to stay on his feet with healing magic. The exchange of blows resounded like thunder, each collision generating shockwaves that destroyed the remnants of the surrounding landscape. Cut trees would block the path, the very ground was obliterated by Rigger's spells, and the terrain seemed to bow under the fury of the two warriors. But now, Rigger knew that with every small cut, every wound he inflicted with the black blade, he was getting closer to victory. It was like with the Kraken, like with the North King Lewis, and it would be the same with Larix, for the poison was slow and silent, but it had never failed until now. Lewis had only saved his life because of his race's innate regeneration, and Rigger healed him with specific detoxification magic. At some point during the fight, perhaps because he noticed something strange, or simply to end the combat more quickly, Larix made another move. Larix retreated, spinning in the air with feline dexterity as he pulled an annulus from his pocket. Before Rigor could react, the desert warrior fired a dozen daggers in his direction. Instinctively, Rigor unleashed a sonic blast, dispersing the blades in the air. He could see that these blades were not ordinary. Rigor thought, what foolishness, retreating was a mistake, a single lightning bolt will give me the opportunity to kill him. He was already preparing a lightning bolt for attack when he noticed something strange. The daggers did not hit the ground. Larix's ring shone in a sinister purple hue, and in an instant, all the blades hovered in the air as if they were invisible marionettes. With a snap of his fingers, Larix ordered them to fly back toward Rigor, shooting at high speed like guided projectiles. Rigor covered his body with Tuki, fortifying himself against the imminent impact. Simultaneously, he conjured a physical barrier around him and retreated, dodging some of the daggers. The others were blocked by his Tuki and barrier. Taking advantage of the moment of distraction, Larix advanced, his scimitar carving a slicing arc through the air. Rigor leaped backward at the last second, escaping the deadly blow. Now, he was being hunted. Larix and his daggers pursued him relentlessly, forcing him to remain in constant motion, dodging and blocking at a frenetic pace. Internally, Rigor grew increasingly anxious. I need to end this fight soon. Everyone else is already injured. On the other side of the battlefield, Eris charged with ferocity, her eyes fixed on the small silver-haired elf. The mage had already used her sonic blast several times to keep Eris at bay, always launching shards of ice to prevent Eris from getting closer afterward. But this time, Eris did not hesitate. Ignoring the sharp ice fragments, she advanced straight ahead, cutting down those she could, including the deadliest ones, and enduring deep cuts to her skin and clothes. The mage had no time to reinforce her spells, as Skoll and Eris continuously pressured her, so despite the cuts, Eris emerged relatively unscathed. The silver-haired elf's eyes lit up with surprise when Eris exploded in speed using the long sword of silence. She barely had time to react and unleashed a rushed wind explosion, but a large cut was made, running from her chest to her shoulder. The elf cried out in pain before finishing the conjuring of the sonic blast, separating them once more. Eris retreated and hid behind a stone, but she was pleased. And then, she watched as the elf distanced herself and began quickly healing with non-incantation healing magic. A curse escaped Eris's lips. Damn. She can do that too. Her mood worsened, but her determination only grew. She needed to eliminate that opponent first. Meanwhile, Ghislaine was at a disadvantage. If she were fighting only the red demon, she could defeat it in time. If it were only the mage with the stone helmet, she could kill him in one blow. But both together. They were pressuring her, mainly because she was injured. Their swords sliced the air, intercepting the brutal attacks of the demon, while she dodged the mage's spells, which were extremely destructive, or very cunning, like mud swamps and a mist cloud. When he used the mist, in particular, the mage peppered the area with stone bullets, aggravating and causing several new wounds. And whenever she advanced to kill him, the demon blocked her. But then, in one moment, the mage withdrew. Mortan. Hold her. If that guy is killed, the victory is ours, the mage shouted. Ghislaine furrowed her brow. Her eyes turned to where Rigor and Larix were fighting, exchanging blows at high speed. The mage ran to a high point and began to concentrate. She then saw the mage raising his staff and beginning to conjure a fireball. The red demon roared and attacked with brutality, trying to keep her locked in combat. Ghislaine blocked his strike, feeling the sheer force tremble through her body. She looked at Rigor again. He'll notice, he's fast enough to dodge, right? But, he's probably been wounded by this magic before. He might not escape unscathed this time. The mage poured more and more mana into the spell, and the fireball reached increasingly higher temperatures. Both Rigor and Larix seemed to have noticed, and Rigor was trying to distance himself from the fight, but Larix only laughed and chased after him even more fiercely. The mage also didn't seem worried about hitting his own ally, meaning he probably had a way to escape the blast radius. Making a split-second decision, Ghislaine spun on her heels and ran. The red demon roared upon seeing his opponent retreat, slashing at her and cutting deep into her back, blood splattering everywhere. But Ghislaine ignored the pain. She feared that if she hesitated, Rigor might end up charred once again. Every second counted. Glass cannon. Watch out, the demon shouted. The mage, lost in concentration, looked up and saw Ghislaine charging toward him at an absurd speed. His heart pounded as he realized he wouldn't have time to escape. The fireball in his hands had already turned blue, pulsating with terrifying power. Is she going to kill me? Driven by survival instinct, he turned and hurled the fireball directly at Ghislaine. The impact was devastating. A massive explosion engulfed Ghislaine completely, the shockwave echoing across the battlefield. The red demon who had been chasing her was also thrown far away. For a moment, everything fell silent. Eris, Skoll, Rigor, Larix, the helmeted mage, everyone stopped, feeling the overwhelming wave of heat and seeing the intense glow consuming everything around it. But then, something emerged from the flames. Ghislaine appeared, her body smoldering, her left arm, used to block the explosion, completely charred, the skin and flesh destroyed by the impact. But she pushed forward, and the crimson sword pierced the mage's chest with a dry sound. Blood gushed out, and a choking gasp escaped the lips of the helmeted mage. But Ghislaine collapsed right after, half-conscious, breathing weakly. The accumulated wounds from the battle had taken their toll. Pain and exhaustion caught up to her, and her vision blurred. After all, she didn't have Rigger's regeneration. Fighting Larix and the mage simultaneously at the start, then battling the red demon and the mage, had inflicted numerous severe injuries, and she had already lost a lot of blood, staying in combat purely through sheer determination. The battlefield, which had been chaotic moments ago, was now at an impasse. Rigger and Larix immediately halted their fight. And Rigger shot forward at extreme speed, with Larix right behind him. His body erupted with a fusion of Tuki, his monstrous physical strength, and an enhanced burst step. The world around him blurred as he sped toward Ghislaine. The helmeted mage was in shock, blood pouring from his chest where Hiramion had been plunged. His gaze now reflected pure terror and agony. He grasped the sword, pulling it out with a pained grunt, and blood spilled profusely. At that moment, the small silver-haired elf broke away from her fight with Eris and desperately ran toward the mage. Rigger and Larix were fighting at a distance, but the others were closer. She quickly cast her spell as soon as she entered range. Her face was frantic, eyes wide with fear. She raised her voice in a sharp cry. Sonic explosion. The shockwave burst between Rudeus and Ghislaine, hurling the wounded beast warrior far to one side and the mage to the other. The elf kept running, ignoring everything around her, focused solely on reaching the mage. Rigger saw everything with fury-filled eyes. His instinct screamed to unleash a storm of lightning and reduce both enemies to ashes, but a movement caught his attention. The red demon, Mortan, was sprinting toward Ghislaine, his mouth opening in a ferocious grin. Ha 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 ha. Behind Rigger, an enraged voice echoed, it was Larix. Mortan. Fall back now. But it was too late. Rigger had already marked him for death the moment he showed intent to finish off Ghislaine. His expression turned ice-cold. He propelled his body with another burst-step explosion, his presence electrifying the air. Tsukikage gleamed, sharper and clearer than ever, wrapped in lightning of unprecedented intensity. In an instant, he became a blur, closing the distance between him and the demon. Time seemed to slow. Mortan crossed his two cleavers in a desperate block. But Tsukikage, saturated with electricity, slid through the enemy blades like a scythe cutting through the wind. The slash was brutal and inescapable. The blue blade tore through his face, severing the entire upper part of his skull. His body remained in motion for a few more seconds, carried by the inertia of his leap, before crashing heavily to the ground, rolling across the terrain, lifeless. Rigger landed beside Ghislaine and, without hesitation, invoked healing magic. The flow of mana shone in his hands, sealing wounds, stabilizing her breathing. Ghislaine coughed, still not regaining consciousness, while Eris finally reached them, positioning herself between them and their enemies, her sword raised in defiance. Larix, seeing the outcome of the fight, threw his head back and let out a maniacal laugh. Ha 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 ha. You're so dead, man. The mage, still in shock, remained on the ground while the small elf hurriedly healed him. Rigger, having stabilized Ghislaine, stood up and turned once more toward Larix. Larix shot forward like a runaway train. Rigger did not retreat. With the same resolve, he prepared to collide with him. Larix seemed ready to kill him even at the cost of his own life, and Rigger decided to bet on his superior vitality. Rigger advanced with only Night Hunter in his hand. The ground beneath his feet cracked under the overwhelming pressure of his Tuki. A thunderous sound roared across the battlefield as Rigger and Larix charged, without hesitation, without fear. Each aiming for a fatal strike. Larix's eyes burned with insane hatred, and a crazed smile stretched across his face. His scimitar gleamed, slicing through the air with no intent to defend, just a direct strike, aiming for Rigger's heart. He cared for nothing but killing him. And Rigger, with a determined gaze, did not dodge. Holding only Night Hunter, wrapped in wild lightning, he felt the blade tremble in his hands. It wouldn't withstand the lightning for much longer. It would break. But that didn't matter. The moment lasted a blink of an eye. Then, the impact came. Rigger's black blade pierced Larix's stomach, lightning searing his flesh and cauterizing the wound the instant the steel tore through it. But at the same time, Larix's scimitar stabbed into Rigger's chest, sinking into his heart with a brutal thud. A shockwave erupted around them, lifting dirt, shattering stones, bending trees. The air distorted under the force of the collision. Larix laughed. A crazed, maddened laughter. Ah ha 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 ha, he screamed, his body trembling with euphoria, even with the sword buried inside him. You lost, Red Wolf. His eyes gleamed with triumph as he twisted the scimitar inside Rigger's chest, widening the cut, tearing his enemy's heart apart even further. But at that moment, the fight was interrupted. A golden sword, 3 meters long, came crashing down between them, striking the ground with absurd force. Lerix hastily withdrew his sword and retreated, but Rigor, he left Nighthunter embedded in his opponent. The wound was cauterized, and the sword now seemed like a part of Lerix's body. But he didn't seem to care about anything else, his eyes burned with murderous fury. The impact unleashed a devastating shockwave, as if a meteor had struck. Both fighters were forced back. Dust rose like a wall of smoke, but when it cleared, the figure of Ornthorn emerged. The man, who looked more like a child, was easily recognizable from afar due to his long green hair. He lifted his golden sword with an unsettling ease. His expression was serious, unwavering. Rigor narrowed his eyes. That physical strength. Is he like me? Otherwise, how could someone with such a small body have this level of destructive power? Ornthorn scanned the battlefield with his sharp gaze and then declared. This battle is over. Anyone who shows intent to continue this fight will become my enemy. Chapter 102, 102, Arguing with a Dead Man. At that moment, not far away, there was a noise. Everyone turned their heads just in time to see a knight in blue armor grabbing Skull by the tail and hurling him away, effortlessly separating the fight between the two sides. The old warrior and the demon race mage didn't even bother to chase after him, as they were panting and struggling to survive every second. Skull first growled at this new knight, but then he looked around and realized that everyone had stopped fighting. He then looked at Rigor, who called him with a glance, so he ran to Rigor's side. The knight then slowly walked to Ornthorn's side. He was a demon with black skin, an overwhelming presence, and a massive sword on his back. He was the North King, the immortal warrior, Rudeus. With the arrival of these two, the situation took a new turn. An emperor-level combatant and a king-level combatant. Whichever side they chose to support would be the winner of this battle. Especially now that Ghislaine was gravely injured and Morten was dead. For a moment, only the sound of the wind echoed across the battlefield. The silence was overwhelming. Rigor was calm. That actually surprised him. In these situations, he would normally be furious and uncontrollable, consumed by the heat of battle. And indeed, the fury burned inside him. But instead of being blinded by it, he was thinking. Evaluating. Continuing the battle now would be suicide. Ornthorn had made it clear that he would help whichever side attacked first, which meant he wouldn't directly support either side. The balance was fragile, and any wrong move could be fatal. He activated his magic eyes and began analyzing everyone present, especially Lerix and that mage with the stone helmet. On the other side, Lerix was visibly more furious than he was. The desert warrior trembled with contained rage, his fists clenched and his eyes locked onto Rigor like daggers. Rigor smiled. Maybe he could still get Ornthorn's help and kill them all because of this guy's stupidity. Ha ha ha. What's wrong? When you tried to kill me, did you not consider that I might massacre your group of clowns? Lerix's eyes widened in pure rage. His entire body tensed, and for a moment, it seemed like he would lunge at Rigor, ready to slit his throat. However, Vedette, bloodied and visibly exhausted, stepped beside him and grabbed his arm tightly. Enough, Lerix. We failed. Mortan and Agreed are already dead today. Her voice was deep, almost a growl. If you attack now, you'll be dooming all of us. Lerix slowly turned his face to her, his expression twisting in fury and madness. For a moment, he seemed torn between obeying and giving into his murderous impulse. But then, something inside him snapped. He started laughing. Ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. His insane laughter echoed across the battlefield. His shoulders trembled, his head thrown back. Then, as if regaining part of his reason, he looked at Ornthorn and pointed a finger. All right, Ornthorn. Ha ha ha. Then, he turned to Rigor, his eyes gleaming with a sick desire for revenge. You have an organization in Melees, don't you, kid? Rigor remained silent for a moment. He understood Lerix's intent. It was provocation, a veiled threat. But Rigor, who was currently assessing Lerix with his magic eye, only smiled. That's right. You got me this time. I don't know who came up with the strategy, but giving me a false sense of security was a clever move. And I really appreciate it. Because that was the last time it will ever happen. Lerix grinned widely, savagely. Don't thank me just yet, kid. I'm going to your homeland. And I'll massacre everyone I find there who dares to call themselves members of the Iron Legion. The rage and fury radiating from him were clear to everyone. I'm going to the great forest and painting that green landscape red with the blood of your entire tribe until my rage is satisfied. I'll find your master and torture her in your honor. He then placed his hand on the hilt of Nighthunter, which was cauterized in his stomach, and yanked it out forcefully, causing blood to gush from the wound in his mouth. He groaned in pain but ignored the injury. I'll take this as a souvenir, so I never forget this moment until the day I die. Rigger kept a smirk on his face, amused. He observed Lerix's inner self with his magic eye and decided there was no point in arguing with him. Eris seemed ready to shout and respond, but Rigger stopped her. Lerix continued, I know you think that the next time we meet, you'll be much stronger than me. And maybe that's true. But there are many ways to make a person suffer beyond physical pain. Then, Lerix turned to Ornthorn and pointed his scimitar at him. I won't forget this, Ornthorn. You owed me this. I'll come back to settle the score with you later. Finally, he looked at his 4 remaining members, the old warrior, the demon race mage, the silver-haired elf, and the mage with the stone helmet. The helmeted mage was still in shock. Lerix shouted at him. Glass cannon. Snap out of it, what a weak mind. Even your little girlfriend is doing better than you. The warrior's thunderous voice made the mage tremble and regain some of his awareness. He gritted his teeth, swallowed his pain and horror, and mounted his horse. Rigger interrupted him, Hey! Glass cannon, right? And you, do you want revenge on me? Rigger had a grin on his face, and the mage opened his mouth, then looked at his group, looked at Rigger, and said nothing. Rigger smiled even more fiercely. The elf followed in silence, her eyes lowered, avoiding looking at anyone. Lerix's group began their retreat. They went to their horses and rode off, galloping quickly away from the battlefield after the elf healed their wounds. The small silver-haired elf mage, Sylphie, never took her eyes off Rigger's group. Her gaze was full of hatred, especially toward Ghislaine, who had stabbed Rudeus. Her face seemed to be memorizing every feature of her enemies, engraving them in her mind for the future. Vedette had the same cold and grim expression. The mage with the stone helmet, Rudeus, remained silent, his shock visible in his rigid posture. When they finally disappeared over the horizon, Rigger sighed. The battle was over. Honestly, he wanted to kill them all right there, but Ghislaine was gravely injured, and Skoll was badly hurt as well. Added to the fact that Ornthorn was still there watching, he wouldn't take the risk. After all, the greatest danger already had one foot in the grave. He smiled at the thought. He also had a way to track Nighthunter later, so they were effectively carrying a tracker with them. He immediately turned his attention to Ghislaine and began using his healing magic more extensively. After ensuring she was no longer in mortal danger or at risk of lasting injuries, he turned his attention to the others. He healed Skoll and Eris's most serious wounds. Incredibly, Eris was the one with the fewest injuries. Someone might say she had faced the weakest opponents, but she had also fought the greatest number of enemies. He was very proud of her performance in this battle. Especially considering that he usually wouldn't even allow her to participate in such a battle. He then lifted Ghislaine onto an improvised stone stretcher and began healing her wounds more extensively. The beast woman had truly pushed herself beyond her limits this time. She had several burns, cuts, and bruises scattered across her body. She was almost as injured as Rigger had been when he fought the entire mercenary group alone. But it was important to remember that while Ghislaine might be stronger than average, she didn't have Rigger's special constitution, let alone his extensive healing and regeneration magic. He spent some time healing Ghislaine's wounds. Meanwhile, Eris stood on guard, staring intently at Louis and Ornthorn. After a while, he finally finished treating all of Ghislaine's wounds, and now she could wake up at any moment. Only then did he raise his gaze and stare at Ornthorn and Louis from the North God-style headquarters. When Louis finally noticed Rigger turning his attention to them, he greeted him in a friendly manner. Hello, everyone. Louis smiled as he approached, raising a hand in greeting. Despite his intimidating aura, his approach was always gentle and friendly, which contrasted with his appearance. Hello, Louis. Rigger smiled and shook Louis's hand. This guy was truly pleasant. The air around them was still filled with the scent of blood and dust, the ground marked by the scars of battle. Ornthorn crossed his arms and observed Rigger with a keen gaze before commenting. I thought you would react more violently. Rigger smiled, a sharp glint in his eyes. Why didn't you help either side? Ornthorn looked away toward the horizon, his expression laden with memories. I owe Lerix a lot. A long time ago, he was hired to kill the disciples of my school by a noble from Azura whom I had offended. But instead, he told me who had hired him. I went there and wiped out that entire family, and back then, he said I owed him for that. He paused before adding, and also, about a month ago, he spared me in a duel for the Emperor title. Rigger watched Ornthorn with a curious look, pondering his words. Meanwhile, Eris stood beside Skoll, gently running her hand over the giant wolf's wounds, stroking him. The animal let out a satisfied grunt, slowly wagging his tail. Louis approached her and extended a hand toward the wolf as well. Sorry for throwing you earlier, buddy. His voice was casual but sincere. Skoll stared at him for a moment, then just snorted and turned away, seeming to accept the apology. Rigger resumed his conversation with Ornthorn. If you owed him so much, why didn't you help him kill me? The two of you certainly would have succeeded. With those mages, I might not have even been able to escape into the air. Ornthorn turned to him with an unreadable expression and said, "It would be a shame to see such talent die before reaching its full potential. Besides, the king asked me to save your life. Between one or the other, I decided to support whoever struck first. If no one attacked, I would only stand to gain." At that moment, Ghislaine began to stir. Her eyes slowly opened, her wounds were almost completely healed, leaving only extreme exhaustion in her body. Rigger looked at her and smiled, relieved. She blinked a few times, slightly confused, but soon understood. Their red and green eyes met, and for a moment, they exchanged a knowing glance full of understanding. Then, without warning, Rigger leaned in and kissed her. A long kiss, enough for Ghislaine's eyes to widen in complete shock. When Rigger pulled away, a slight blush spread across the beast woman's face, and she averted her gaze, clearly embarrassed. Seeing this, Rigger thought, so, it's true. No matter how assertive a woman is, they can all get embarrassed. Meanwhile, Eris, who had witnessed everything up close, was in complete shock. Her face turned completely red, her eyes wide with pure astonishment. She clenched her fists at her sides, her mouth opening and closing a few times without being able to form a sentence. Rigger, trying to suppress the amused grin threatening to appear, spoke naturally. "Eris and Skoll, please search the battlefield for an emerald green chain. It has dragon engravings." Eris didn't respond. She simply turned, almost robotically, and ran off to look for the object, her face still burning with embarrassment, and perhaps, a little jealousy. Rigger helped Ghislaine to her feet. She was practically healed but still needed rest. He then turned to Ornthorn and casually asked, "If I were to leave now in pursuit of Lerix and his group, would you stop me?" Ornthorn furrowed his brows and replied firmly, "Yes." Rigger let out a short laugh. "Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding." But Ornthorn saw in his eyes that it wasn't true, he didn't even try to hide it. Ghislaine frowned. "What happened?" Rigger said, "I'll explain everything when we get back to the capital." Ghislaine nodded and went to look for her sword, Hiramyun, which had been thrown away by the demon mage's sonic explosion. She tried hard to hide her excitement as she walked, but her tail betrayed her, wagging from side to side animatedly, showing she wasn't as calm and serious as she wanted to appear. Rigger smiled when he saw that. He then began testing his eyes, they felt different after all this. He still hadn't fully understood what had changed. A little later, Ghislaine returned with her sword at her waist, and Eris followed shortly after, holding the green sealing chains that had been lost in the battle. Her face was still red, and she avoided looking at Rigger and Ghislaine. With everything settled, they organized themselves and set off back toward the capital. The wind was cold, but the heat of battle still burned inside each of them. As they advanced along the path toward the capital, Ornthorn, who had remained silent until then, could no longer contain his curiosity. He looked at Rigger with an intrigued expression and finally asked, "Aren't you worried about Lerix's threat to go to Meles and kill your family?" Rigger, walking at a calm pace, looked toward the horizon, the smile still present on his face. "Did you know that I have very good eyes?" he said enigmatically, not directly answering Ornthorn's question. Ornthorn abruptly stopped and gave Rigger a piercing look. "What does that have to do with anything?" Rigger's smile grew even more mysterious, as if it was a truth only he could understand. "The only ones who truly hated me were the demon mage and the old swordsman, and you should understand that they are no threat to me or my people." He paused before continuing. The little silver-haired elf was furious at Ghislaine only because she had hurt that helmeted mage and didn't seem particularly affected by the deaths of the other two. And the mage himself was more afraid of me than angry, ha 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 ha. He then looked at the sky. "So, let's say I want to kill them, especially the helmeted mage, but it's not as if it's extremely important." With those words, Rigger continued walking, his tone suggesting the matter was closed. Ornthorn watched him, frowning in confusion, but then the North Emperor interrupted with a direct question. "But what about Lerix?" he insisted. Without even looking back, Rigger gave a relaxed smile and answered nonchalantly. "There's no need to talk about the threat a dead man can offer." Ha ha ha. Ornthorn stood still for a moment, processing Rigger's words. A chill ran down his spine as he considered the implications of those words. Then, his frown deepened with growing concern, and he gave a firm order. "Luis, return to headquarters and use the mark to contact Lerix, now." Chapter 103, 103, Towards the Demon Continent. POV, Rudeus Greyrat. We were already far from the capital. We didn't go back there because the king was on Rigger's side, and Lerix didn't want to risk another ambush. After Sylphie healed everyone's most serious wounds, we kept galloping almost without pause. However, Lerix always seemed exhausted, even while mounted and moving forward. Shortly after, the rain began to fall. At least the rain helped erase many of our tracks, but even so, we made an effort to eliminate any sign that could give us away. We were dealing with someone who was likely an expert tracker. Everything seemed normal during the journey, but then Larix suddenly fell from his horse. The dull thud of his body hitting the muddy ground was muffled by the rain. The horses neighed, and we all stopped immediately. We jumped off our mounts and gathered around him. Vedette quickly approached and saw that he was breathing heavily, then removed his shirt. That revealed something sinister. Much of Larix's chest was petrified. Raindrops slid down the hardened surface as if they were the storm's own tears. Vedette knelt beside him, analyzing his condition. She ran a few tests, pressing different points on Larix's body, trying to detect any reaction. Her expression grew heavier with each passing second. Then, she clenched her fist, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. A large portion of his internal organs has already turned to stone. A heavy silence fell over the group. Larix, lying on the ground, struggled to breathe. His mind worked quickly, connecting the dots. His eyes widened slightly as he realized the truth. The black blade. He murmured, his voice hoarse and low. The sword that pierced me was poisoned, or has some kind of magical effect like this. Vedette nodded, but the tears didn't stop, and a silent fury burned in her eyes. I don't know a detoxification spell that can reverse this, she admitted. But even if I did, it would already be too late. Larix's breathing grew even more erratic. A bitter laugh escaped his lips. Rigor already knew. He had known from the moment he drove that blade into him. That's why he remained so calm in the face of Larix's threats. He didn't need to react because the man's fate was already sealed. The poison was relentless. Even if Larix fled, even if he hid, his death was only a matter of time. Rudeus thought, is that why Rigor asked if I would seek revenge? If I had known his situation, I would have said no. I looked at Larix, and despite the gravity of the situation, I couldn't feel much sorrow for him. I was sad about Egride's and Morton's deaths, but not that much. We were never that close. And Larix. He might have treated them well in some way, but in the end, they were just tools to him. He forced them to fight at every moment. They never had a choice. They were prisoners, not allies. If it were Hector. If Hector had died, then I would have been truly angry. The old man helped us a lot over these past 2 years. He treated us like a loving grandfather, trying to find ways to get us back home, taking care of us in every way possible. He genuinely cared. I turned my gaze to Sylphie. Her face was calm. She didn't seem too affected by Larix's impending death. In fact, she seemed happy, in a way. But at the same time, I saw a trace of sadness for Egrid. She, like me, was closer to Hector, but she also had a good relationship with the women in the group. The rain kept falling, drenching us completely, while Larix lay before us, on the brink of death, consumed by Rigor's poison blade. Hector knelt beside Larix, his wrinkled face marked with pain. His hands trembled as he held his lord's, as if trying to keep life from escaping his body. He had served Larix's father to repay a debt, and when the man died, he continued serving the son since he was just 5 years old. He raised him, protected him, endured his difficult temper. He knew Larix was walking a dangerous path and that his death was only a matter of time, but he never imagined it would be so soon. Deep down, he expected to be the first to go. Vedette, on the other hand, stood rigid, her body tense, her eyes burning with hatred and suffering. Larix was her lover. Mortan and Egrid were her closest friends. Everything had been taken from her in a matter of hours. Her clenched fist trembled, but she said nothing. She just stared at Larix, waiting. The dying man let out a hoarse chuckle, mixed with coughing. The petrification had already consumed much of his chest and was spreading rapidly. He had already accepted his fate. Well. I'm going to die here, ha 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 ha. His voice sounded strangely light, almost carefree. After a moment, his expression turned serious, and he murmured. Glass cannon, you're free. Go your own way. Go home, or find your family, whatever it is. Sylphie gave a faint smile, while I felt a strange tightness in my chest. Something deeply unsettled me about this scene. Then Larix looked directly at me, something rare. He almost never called me by name, but this time, he did clearly. Rudeus. I held my breath, waiting for his words. You're too soft, you've gotten a bit tougher these past 2 years, but you need to be firmer. That guy saw your weakness, and don't think he'll be merciful. He wouldn't let a mage of your caliber roam free knowing you could be an enemy. You need to be careful. He let me go because he didn't care, because he thought I was too much of a coward to go against him again. In a way, that was good, but it ate away at me. Larix continued, his breathing growing heavier. I won't ask you to avenge me or Mortan and Egrid. His eyes then found Sylphie. But protect your girl, she's the most important thing you need to keep in mind. I kept looking at him in silence, absorbing his words. He had lived life the way he wanted, with no regrets, and now he spoke as if passing on some important lesson. He seemed satisfied with his life, even in the face of imminent death. He turned to Vedette and smiled. I lived like a madman for almost 40 years, and I expected to die on the battlefield, but I don't have that luxury, ha ha ha. His laughter was weak now, the petrification advancing further. Then, he looked at me again, his expression turning serious once more. I know I wasn't a good leader, but I want to ask a favor. Sylphie frowned, suspicious, and I asked hesitantly. Depends on the favor. Larix gave a tired smile. It's my last request, please, take Vedette and my child that she's carrying back to her tribe in the demon continent. My body went rigid. My eyes widened, and my gaze immediately turned to Vedette. She was crying, her eyes filled with pain and fury. Rudeus knew what this meant. Agreed second wife, who died in battle, was sterile and could not have children. But Vedette, she and Larix were from different races, and it was extremely difficult for such couples to conceive a child. Yet, after so long, it had happened. And now, in this moment of tragedy, that truth came to light. I looked at Sylphie, who seemed just as shocked, and then at Hector. Unlike us, he remained unshaken. There was no surprise on his face. He already knew. My mind started spinning. I fell into a deep silence, lost in my own thoughts. And the rain kept falling as Larix took his last breath. His chest, now almost entirely petrified, rose and fell slowly until finally stopping. For a moment, no one spoke. Only the sound of the rain mixed with the heavy breathing of some present. Hector closed Larix's eyes with an expression of sorrow, but not surprise. He had served Larix's family long enough to know that this moment would come sooner or later. Vedette, on the other hand, clenched her fists, pain written all over her contorted face. Her eyes, red from crying so much, carried a deep hatred, but there was no one left to direct it at. She couldn't do anything against Rigor, after all. Before passing, Larix muttered, Rigor planned all of this. He must have a way to track that sword. His voice was hoarse, weak. Leave the sword with me. Don't give him such an easy path. He also requested that all of his belongings, including his scimitar, remain with Hector. And so it was done. A grave was dug under the rain, and his body was placed there, along with the black blade that had taken his life. A moment of silence was held before they covered the hole. No one prayed, no one spoke kind words. Larix was not one for touching speeches, nor did he worship any gods. Larix's journey had come to an end, and it was up to the living to move forward. With the skies still overcast, they kept riding. The group was silent. Hector held the reins firmly, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. Vedette did not exchange words with anyone. Rudeus was lost in thought, and Sylphie stayed close to him, occasionally glancing at him with concern. When they finally set up camp, exhaustion weighed on them. Rudeus lay beside Sylphie and, before he could reflect too much, sleep overtook him. Then, the white void filled his vision. Yo, Rudeus. The annoyingly carefree voice of Hitagami echoed through the nothingness. Rudeus's mood sank instantly. He crossed his arms, narrowing his eyes. Come on, not even a response. Hitagami feigned disappointment. And here I am, bringing good news. Rudeus's eyes narrowed. Good news? Your last advice didn't work out too well, did it? Half of our group is dead. Hitagami raised his hands, as if defending himself. And I stopped all of you from dying. After all, aren't you and your little elf friend still alive? Rudeus clenched his fists. If you had told me how dangerous he really was, we would never have gotten involved in the first place. Hitagami sighed, shaking his head as if Rudeus were being stubborn. Well then, forget the good news. He turned dramatically, as if about to leave. Rudeus gritted his teeth and scratched his head. Just say it already. What's the good news? Hitagami grinned. I know where your parents are. Rudeus's heart pounded. He took a step forward. My parents? And Lilia? My sisters? Hitagami tilted his head, thoughtful. I only saw your parents. I didn't see your sisters or the maid. Like I said, I can't see everything, I only see what is shown to me. But still, isn't that great news? Rudeus's gaze darkened. Your powers are very convenient. Oh, don't say that. Hitagami smiled. How many times do I have to help you before you stop being so paranoid? Rudeus didn't answer. Hitagami sighed dramatically and, with a mischievous smile, continued. Your parents are currently in a very difficult situation and can't leave where they are. Well, here's my advice. Take Vedette to her tribe on the demon continent. Once there, speak to the demon with 6 eyes. That way, you'll find your parents. Before Rudeus could question him, the dream began to dissolve. He woke up slightly startled, feeling his heart race. The fresh night air filled his lungs, and he noticed Sylphie stirring beside him. Rudy. Her sleepy voice carried a hint of concern. She partially sat up, rubbing her eyes. What is it? Rudeus remained silent for a moment, digesting Hitagami's words. He felt a whirlwind of emotions: hope, suspicion, frustration. Sylphie, he said hesitantly. I believe my parents are on the demon continent. Before he could continue, Sylphie's eyes widened, and she grabbed his hand. They are. That's great. We finally have news about someone. How are they? Her excitement made Rudeus's chest tighten. He swallowed hard. I'm not sure. It's just a lead. Sylphie frowned, noticing his hesitation. But how do you know that? She asked, suspicious. Rudeus avoided her gaze. I just feel it. Sylphie watched him for a moment, but soon her expression softened. Rudeus asked, are you sure you want to follow me there? I'm going with you. Rudy would do the same for me. Rudeus's heart warmed. He looked at Sylphie with admiration and affection. This elf held an almost irreplaceable place in his heart. He smiled. Then, let's go to the demon continent. Chapter 104, 104, Good News, It's All About Science. POV, Paul Greyrat. I opened my eyes again, the familiar sensation of pain and burning permeating my tired body. The ceiling and walls of that ancient castle were already familiar to my eyes. Beside me was my wife, Zenith Greyrat. She looked worried. After all, it wasn't the first, nor the second time she had to heal me extensively after I returned covered in wounds. For the past 2 years, this scene had repeated itself hundreds of times. And every time, she was there. She healed me, took care of me, even though I was absolute trash, even though I disappointed her every single time. Even though I was an incompetent fool who couldn't even go out to search for my own daughters because of my own weakness, she always supported me silently. I could see her suffering, I could feel the crushing weight of responsibility. I never once thought about resting. I was exhausted, physically and mentally. But so what? I couldn't stop. Just thinking that my daughters might be in a similar or even worse place, I knew I couldn't stop. I stood up hastily, my wounds burned, and some reopened. Zenith immediately exclaimed. Dear, you need to rest. I was furious and responded instantly. How could I rest? Aisha and Norn might be alone somewhere. Rudeus and Lilia could fend for themselves, but those two are just babies. How could I rest knowing they need me? The moment the words left my mouth, I regretted them. None of this was her fault. In fact, she was just worried, thinking about my well-being, and yet, this was how I reacted. I really am trash. Zenith lowered her head. Her eyes were sunken, surrounded by dark circles, and tears fell down her face as she whispered. I know. I know. But you're not well. You'll end up dying like this. You won't defeat that demon woman if you don't rest. She stood up and looked at me, her eyes filled with tears. I clenched my teeth, the words stuck in my throat, a truly uncomfortable feeling. I thought about the last 2 years, in which I had trained relentlessly to defeat that woman. After 2 years, I trained until my blood flowed, until my hands bled, and the blood hardened around the sword. I trained like never before, because after searching tirelessly for other solutions, another way to escape, we discovered that we had no other way out. The only viable option was to defeat her. I had grown stronger and stronger. I defeated almost all of her guards, only 5 still surpassed me, and barely. But even so, whenever I faced her directly, I felt that insurmountable barrier between us. She was on another level. A knock sounded at the door of our room. Zenith wiped her tears and said, Come in. And then, he appeared. It was Moore, the chief of the castle guards. Moore was an immortal demon who resembled an imposing middle-aged man with white hair and beard and reddish-brown eyes. He spoke in his affable voice. Rodari has just left for his 2-year vacation. As promised, since you defeated him in combat, Paul Greyrat, he said he will deliver your letters to the Adventurers Guild and pay for them. For the first time in a long while, I felt a flicker of hope. I had asked Rodari to send 3 letters, one to the Boreas Greyrat mansion, asking for Ghislaine's help, another to my father, the head of the Nodos family, and one last to the Latria family, Zenith's relatives. Additionally, a notice would be left at the main Adventurers Guilds along the way, informing where I was and asking for help from everyone I knew to find my family, including Rudeus, wherever he might be. Rodari was a North Saint and one of the fortress guards. But since he was a demon, he didn't care much about the passage of time, and his tribe lived outside the fortress. He could use his wife's and children's money to send the letters, and all I had to do was defeat him in combat. That was our bet. He was the closest thing to a friend I could consider in this place. I quickly stood up and thanked Moore, who was one of the 5 combatants here I had yet to defeat. He was always very helpful, but also annoyingly loyal to that crazy demon woman. Thank you, Moore. Moore simply nodded and left. I looked at Zenith, feeling my mood lift a little. I walked over to the window, and Zenith followed me. Before us, the immense dark walls of the fortress loomed. Further in the distance, an arid and cruel landscape stretched out, desolate and inhospitable. It had already been 2 years. 2 years since the teleportation. 2 years since we were brought to the Demon Continent, near the Necros Fortress. And since then, we had become members of the Imperial Guard, enslaved servants of the immortal Demon King, Atafrato Ryback. We couldn't leave before our vacation period, which would only occur in 10 years. Unless I defeated her. My only goal was to defeat her. No matter the cost. POV, Rigor Adoldia. I was running through a dense forest, the vegetation blurring past me as my feet struck firmly against the ground. The sound of branches snapping beneath me echoed amid the singing birds and growling beasts. It had only been 2 days since the ambush by the Prime Minister and the King's brother, which ended in a bloodbath, with all of them being killed. Right after that came the ambush by the mercenary group that I now knew was called the Tyranny Storm. Led by Larix, they seemed to be quite famous in Begarit. He assumed that Melis had hired them, and I couldn't help but admire such determination to eliminate their enemies. It was rare to find such a dedicated group. Ghislaine and Skoll were seriously injured, especially Ghislaine. That's why I didn't go after Nighthunter immediately. Instead, I waited for her recovery before taking action. Even so, during that time, there were 3 pieces of good news and one that was neither good nor bad. The first good news, I had advanced in my path as a swordsman. Now, even if not officially, I was a sword god-style king and a water god-style saint. This advancement elevated my strength to a new level, expanding both my offensive and defensive capabilities. The second good news, my eyes had awakened to a new power. In truth, it seems more accurate to say that I could finally access their power, as they had always been there, but I simply hadn't used them efficiently. I quickly tested some of these abilities, but I had yet to fully explore them, as I spent most of my time taking care of Ghislaine and focusing on the third good news. The third good news was about King Leonard. After hearing about the ambush and my near-death experience, he made an extremely risky political move. Through investigations, it was discovered that Melis was indeed involved in the plans for my death. The Kingdom of Melis supported a coup d'état in which Liv-Andre King Dragon, the brother of King Leonard, would take the throne of the Dragon King Kingdom as soon as I was eliminated. In practice, my survival and the subsequent massacre of almost all their forces dismantled the plan and exposed the conspiracy before it could be realized. With the deaths of 2 of his main political rivals and the destruction of a large part of their military forces, Leonard seized the opportunity to consolidate his power. He declared me a hero who had prevented a rebellion in the kingdom and hired us officially to contain a rebellion, a pretext to eradicate the remaining forces of the conspirators and absorb their followers into his faction. Leonard wanted to exterminate them completely, including their families and descendants, but I was against it. After all, just because I had accepted my wild personality didn't mean I would go around massacring innocents for no reason. I convinced him to offer surrender to the survivors, which, besides being more lenient, was also a smart political move. Those who accepted would be grateful that the king spared their lives and, consequently, would be more loyal to Leonard. With my strength and the presence of the Black Lion, the chief of the royal guard, any resistance was crushed effortlessly. The king asked me about the Mad Dragon King's sealing chain, saying it was an invaluable treasure for the Dragon King Kingdom, but I merely feigned ignorance and said I didn't know where it was. That chain was too valuable, and he was almost caught by it. It was his to research. That said, as a reward, Leonard granted me unrestricted access to the royal library and the magical records of the Dragon King Kingdom, along with various benefits for the Iron Legion in gratitude for assisting in the containment of the rebellion. In exchange, the kingdom would also benefit from an alliance with me. Although the full transition of power would take months to stabilize, Leonard was now in near absolute control of the kingdom. For the first time, I felt that this king truly considered me a long-term ally, and that mutual trust was valuable. However, with all this movement, I still hadn't had time to properly talk to my group. Honestly, something else was troubling me. Hidegami had told me not to kill the minister, and that would have, in a way, prevented the ambush, as they wouldn't have attacked in the city. This made him constantly question what the goal of this strange god was he really helping him? Was he truly doing it because he would need him in the future? But after thinking for a while, he had survived and even grown stronger because of it. Probably, Larix wouldn't have given up if he didn't get him this time, so it was better that he solved this problem now. Regardless, he would never let his guard down when dealing with Hidegami. Now, with unlimited access to the kingdom's magic library, one of his objectives was to search for mental barriers. Hidegami always gave him a bad feeling when they spoke, and his instincts had never betrayed him. As an example, the one time recently when he ignored his danger instincts because he thought he had the situation under control, a nuclear explosion hit him not long after. Either way, Hidegami's goal remained a mystery. Now, there was one last piece of news, neither good nor bad. My sword, Nighthunter, had stopped moving. Before losing it, I had prepared a small magic circle, invisible to the naked eye, programmed to release a small amount of mana every 12 hours. This allowed me to track its location with my mana sense and keen sixth sense. The good news was that I wouldn't have to hunt down the group for long and might not have to cross the continent to recover it. The bad news was that the enemies had probably noticed this tracking and gotten rid of the sword. The helmeted mage and the silver-haired mage were still alive and well, and I knew they were dangerous. Especially the helmeted mage. Deducing from the way he reacted during combat, I was almost certain he was a child, which would explain his fear. In other words, both were just children. He didn't know why they were in such a group, but that didn't change their danger. They might be afraid now, but that fear wouldn't last forever. When it disappeared, it could be replaced by hatred and a desire for revenge. That's why I sent a letter to Tinaver, warning them about the situation. I ordered them to avoid direct confrontations with anyone matching their description unless they had a clear advantage. I also asked them to look for any information about their location, in case they were already in melees, and, if possible, to contain them. In the letter, I highlighted the abilities of these enemies and possible strategies to combat them. As I thought about this, I was getting closer to recovering my sword. Finally, a scent of blood and the familiar trace of Night Hunter reached my sharpened senses. The whole way there, my perception and my magic eyes hadn't detected anything, as if a void surrounded that place. But now, there it was, a lone gravestone, embedded in the ground. I approached with slow, cautious steps, allowing myself to read the inscription on the stone. Larix, the Tyrant of the Desert. Leader of the mercenary group Storm of Tyranny. Emperor of the North. The Eye of 1,000 Miles. The Scorpion of Begarit. Died in battle against the Red Wolf. I looked at the titles and couldn't help but think, that's a lot. With a controlled movement, I manipulated the earth around the gravestone, shifting it effortlessly. The soil gave way to my will, revealing an improvised stone coffin. The lid moved heavily until, finally, I saw what was inside. There was Night Hunter, resting beside Larix's body. But what truly surprised me was the expression of the deceased, a mocking smile, his fingers stiffened in death, forming an obscene gesture. Even in death, he seemed to be mocking me. I remained silent for a moment, evaluating my next action. First, I recovered Night Hunter, sliding my fingers along the blade to ensure nothing had changed. It was still the same sword, lethal and loyal. A sigh of relief escaped my lips. Then, I looked at Larix once more. This is for science. I murmured to myself. Defiling a dead man isn't so bad. He's already dead, he won't need this. With careful movements, I reached for Larix's face. My fingers moved with surgical precision, opening his eye socket. Seconds later, I removed Larix's demon eye, the clairvoyant eye. It was similar to my own eyes, an eye with immense power. With a touch of magic, I froze the eyeball and stored it inside a small stone box, sealing it with a magic barrier. It was a shame he didn't have the pharaoh's custom of being buried with his treasures. I would have liked that sword and that gravity ring. Well, at least I got the sealing chain. Now that I had everything I needed, I took a moment to examine Larix's body. His chest was almost completely turned to stone. The venom had stopped spreading when his blood ceased to circulate. Then, I lowered my head slightly and murmured. Thank you. I'll make sure you are the last person to successfully ambush me in this life. That, I promise, Tyrant of the Desert. I replaced the gravestone, sealing Larix's tomb. With Night Hunter in my possession and the clairvoyant eye secured, I turned on my heels and began running back to the capital at a fast pace. The wind cut against my face, adrenaline still coursing through my veins, and this time, it was for an imminent battle. But this time, there was something else waiting for me. A slow smile spread across my face as I thought. Now that Ghislaine is fully recovered, it's time to challenge her to a fight. It's time to make her my first wife. Deep down, I thought Verdia would be the first, but who could predict this ever-changing world, right? Chapter 105, 105, The Matrimonial Duel. Once again, the capital appeared on the horizon, a cluster of imposing buildings surrounded by high walls and bustling with people of different races and occupations. Rigger felt a tightening in his chest, a mixture of anticipation and excitement. The mating season was coming to an end. Technically, that meant there was still time for Rigger to challenge Ghislaine, but honestly, that mattered little to him. In his tribe, it was more culturally acceptable to challenge one's intended partner only during the mating season, and many had sex only at that time. But Rigger came from modern Earth society. He knew he would probably feel a strong sexual desire with his current body. Since he was only 12 and already having trouble with it, he was sure he wouldn't hold back with Ghislaine, who was always showing off her body. It might seem a bit arrogant, but he was certain he would win. Even without using magic, he was sure he could defeat Ghislaine. He crossed the city gates without difficulty. The guards, upon recognizing him, merely exchanged glances and waved in permission. As he walked through the streets, he noticed the stares around him. Many recognized him, some with respect, others with admiration, and a few with a hint of fear. King Leonard had done an excellent marketing job. He had spread word everywhere about Rigger's contributions in ending the rebellion that had occurred in the kingdom of the Dragon King, and he associated that with the Iron Legion, so that his name, Rigger Adoldia, became increasingly well known in the kingdom of the Dragon King. Without lingering, he proceeded to his temporary home. The spacious area, surrounded by a training yard, exuded life and energy. As soon as he passed through the gate, the scene before him made his blood boil with excitement. In the center of the arena, Ghislaine was simultaneously facing Eris, Idar, and Skoll. Her trained body glistened with sweat, and her movements were fierce and dominant. Every strike was an example of raw power and refined technique, her wild nature radiating supremacy over her opponents. A daring smile adorned her face, her eyes shining with challenge and satisfaction. Eris attacked ferociously, especially animated upon noticing her teacher fighting with everything, while Idar and Skoll tried to keep up with her but were easily repelled. The three together were at least able to offer some resistance, with Idar blocking and counterattacking while Eris and Skoll distracted her. In the corner of the yard, Aisha was deeply focused, keeping 3 spheres of water afloat at the same time, her expression one of absolute concentration. Further away, Lilia repeated the fluid, calculated movements of the water god style. Her progress was evident, her mastery had returned to the intermediate level after a long period of training. Rigger watched for a moment, absorbing the scene, before letting out a low laugh. Without hesitation, he slid his hand to the hilt of Tsukikage and unsheathed his sword with a sharp gleam in his eyes. Ghislaine Adoldia, he called, his voice echoing throughout the yard. I, Rigger Adoldia, challenge you to a matrimonial duel. A moment of silence followed. All eyes turned toward him. Ghislaine halted her advance, her red eye meeting Rigger's golden eyes. A slight smile curved the warrior's lips, and she tilted her head slightly, as if she had been expecting this. Lilia and Idar exchanged complicit glances, discreet smiles appearing on their faces. Everyone there knew that this moment would come. Rigger made no effort to hide his intentions. Eris, on the other hand, froze. Her expression was full of conflict, her fists clenching. Her eyes shone with something indefinable, jealousy, frustration, or something even she couldn't explain. She opened her mouth to say something, then closed it again, speechless. Aisha blinked, confused, and asked aloud. Is the master going to marry older sister Ghislaine? Lilia smiled and replied calmly. Only if he wins the battle. Skoll, for his part, rolled carelessly on the grass, completely oblivious to the tension of the moment. Aisha, however, seemed excited. She raised her small fists and declared enthusiastically. You can do it, master. Ghislaine took a few steps forward, her aura overflowing with pure confidence. She moved to the other side of the arena, never once taking her eyes off the men who challenged her. Her red eye, the one not covered by her eye patch, was fixed on Rigger's golden eyes, analyzing every detail of him, every trace of intent in his posture. Rigger maintained his smile, assuming the stance of the sword god style. Ghislaine, in turn, responded in a serious voice laden with determination. I, Ghislaine Adoldia, accept your challenge. The tension in the air became palpable. The spectators moved back, forming a circle around the arena, holding their breath in anticipation. Rigger and Ghislaine stared at each other, their imposing presences clashing even before the first exchange of blows. Neither needed any further words. In an instant, both exploded into motion, charging at each other like fired projectiles. Their swords were raised simultaneously, their blades reflecting the brilliance of the sun. The ultimate technique of the sword god style. Longsword of Light. Hiramune, the red sword, and Tsukikage, the blue sword, collided at an absurd speed, causing a deafening crash. The impact generated a shockwave that cracked the ground as dust spread and the spectators shielded themselves from the rush of air. The battle had begun. Both Ghislaine and Rigger were incredibly fast. Their fight soon became a blur that the spectators could barely follow. It was a spectacle at the peak of fencing, where every strike was calculated, swift, aggressive, and lethal. Ghislaine still possessed a superior control of Tuki compared to Rigger, but he compensated with his natural, innate physical strength, allowing him to fight at the same speed and even surpass Ghislaine at certain moments. He had not yet used the flash step. If he did, even in the version that relied solely on Tuki, he would become faster than Ghislaine. The fight unfolded with brutal intensity. Ghislaine held a slight technical advantage with the longsword of light, but Rigger was overall superior. He had recently reached the saint level in the water god style, mastering the flow, the primary counterattack technique of that style. Moreover, he could be considered at least a North Saint, even without using magic. Thus, little by little, he was surpassing Ghislaine in her own technique. As the fierce clash continued, the spectators reacted in various ways. Aisha, who was only 3 years old, watched intently and soon noticed something interesting. With the typical freedom of a child, she asked aloud. Mom. If the master is going to marry older sister Ghislaine, then what about older sister Eris? A silence ensued for a moment. Lilia was speechless. Idar, unable to contain his laughter, burst into giggles. Eris, for her part, turned completely red. What are you talking about? That has nothing to do with it, she stammered, looking away and trying to hide her embarrassment, which was clearly evident. Aisha, however, simply covered her mouth with her hand, laughing softly with a teasing expression. Idar, unable to hold back, rolled on the floor laughing. Furious and embarrassed, Eris advanced against little Aisha, who laughed even more when Eris began to tickle her brutally. But on the battlefield, Rigor and Ghislaine remained unfazed, completely absorbed in the fight. Their fierce eyes shone with pure anticipation. Each observed the other with acute attention, every muscle movement, every contraction, every drop of sweat sliding down their bodies. With every moment, Rigor drew closer to victory. When they clashed again, Rigor finally made a decision. For the first time in the battle, he used the flash step, powered solely by Tuki. In a single instant, he merged the long sword of light with his explosive movement technique, achieving devastating speed. Ghislaine did not retreat, she advanced without hesitation. But in the face of that relentless onslaught, she was overpowered. A shockwave swept across the battlefield, slightly cracking the ground. Ghislaine's sword merely cut through the air. Meanwhile, Rigor's blade grazed her neck, leaving a thin trail of blood. Both were panting. Rigor, maintaining his firm position, looked into her eyes and declared, "I have won." Ghislaine stepped back, sheathing Hiramune with a satisfied smile. "Indeed, you have won." Then, Rigor stepped forward, pulling her by the waist firmly. Ghislaine's eyes widened in surprise, the difference in height between them now seemed much smaller. He pulled her in for a kiss. For a brief moment, Ghislaine tensed, but she soon surrendered, returning the kiss with passionate intensity. Her claws tightened against Rigor's skin as their bodies drew even closer. Eris, who was in the midst of a bout with Aisha, suddenly stopped. Her eyes widened, and her cheeks flushed scarlet. Aisha, on the other hand, simply watched the scene with intrigued curiosity. That day, on an apparently ordinary morning in the kingdom of the Dragon King, Ghislaine de Doldia became Rigor's first wife. Night had fallen on the bustling capital of the kingdom. After the fierce battle between Rigor and Ghislaine had ended and the woman had officially become Rigor's first wife, he went to the palace and informed the king that he would be occupied for the next few days because he had married. The king congratulated him on his marriage and said he would prepare a great gift. His body still vibrated with the intensity of the combat, his heart pounding like war drums. And he could see that Ghislaine was the same, the mating season was indeed potent in that regard. He quickly returned home and went to Ghislaine's room, entering without ceremony. And there she was, Ghislaine. They were in the same situation. Sweat streamed down their bodies, marked by the fight, mixing with the strong, instinctive scent that filled the air. The mating season had never hit them so hard in all their lives. Rigor's golden eyes burned with a wild desire, his pupils dilated as he felt every beat of his own heart. Ghislaine, for her part, felt the blood boiling in her veins, her body craving something that no battle could ever satisfy. They needed no words. The feeling was mutual, instinctive, irresistible. Rigor was the first to move. With a low, provocative growl, he advanced on Ghislaine, pushing her against one of the walls of the room. Their lips met in an abrasive clash, teeth grazing, tongues vying for space in a dance as fierce as the battle they had fought just moments before. Rigor's hands slid over Ghislaine's muscular back, feeling every rigid, tense fiber beneath his fingers, as if exploring a living map of strength and desire. She bit her lower lip before pulling away for a moment, panting, her voice husky as she whispered in Rigor's ear. "You defeated me in battle, but can you dominate me here as well?" The challenge in her voice only aroused Rigor further. He reversed their positions, holding her by the waist and spinning her against the bed in one fluid motion. Ghislaine gasped from the impact but smiled, baring her sharp teeth. The warm touch of Rigor's hands on her skin made her body tremble with anticipation. She arched her back as he trailed kisses along her neck, descending slowly, while her claws gently dug into his arms. The scent of their mutual arousal was heavy in the air, the primitive need roaring in their bodies. Instinct spoke louder than any rationality, and that day, for several hours, Rigor and Ghislaine surrendered to something more intense than any battle they had ever fought. There was no hesitation, no softness. Only raw desire, overwhelming passion, and the wild call that united them in a way that words could never express. That night, they were not merely warriors. They were predators, surrendered to the clamor of the flesh, to the frenzy of the mating season, celebrating their connection in the most visceral way possible. Chapter 106, Feelings. POV, Lilia Greyrat. The sun hung high in the sky, pouring its light over the temporary house and warming the training arena. I was sitting in the shade of a tree, watching my daughter, Aisha, with a mixed expression of pride and admiration. She was playing with magic, causing small water balls to levitate around her effortlessly, maneuvering them through the air as if they were extensions of her own fingers. Just a few years ago, she was a defenseless baby that I held in my arms. Now, she was a talented and promising child, developing rapidly under Rigger's tutelage. I couldn't help but feel a silent satisfaction for having made the right decision in allowing her to become his disciple. Even at such a young age, Aisha demonstrated impressive emotional control, and her capacity for learning surpassed that of many children her age. She had just turned 3, and Rigger had started her physical training with daily flexibility exercises in her routine. I didn't fully understand the reason behind it, but he assured me it would help her perform more complex movements in the future without overstraining her body. And I knew that Rigger would never do anything without a well-defined purpose. What impressed me the most was the mana in Aisha growing every day, more and more. Most people believed that the amount of mana was fixed at birth, determined by uncontrollable factors. However, Rigger discovered and confirmed after several tests that mana could grow during childhood, depending on how much it was used. It was powerful knowledge. If this became public, it could completely change the way the world trained its mages. However, Rigger wouldn't share this information with others, at least not for now. I understood his reasons. After all, I could only imagine how the Azura Kingdom or even the other smaller kingdoms might use that knowledge. Then, I turned my gaze to the very spot where, just yesterday, Rigger and Ghislaine had their matrimonial duel. A discreet smile appeared on my face as I recalled the scene. I was glad to know that, in a way, I had taken on the role of matchmaker between them. In the last few days, I noticed that Rigger looked at me with a hint of hostility, as if I had stolen something from him. It was an uncomfortable feeling. I didn't fully understand why, but that feeling dissipated after the ambush he suffered. He hadn't yet told us all the details of the battle, but I already knew it had been by a group called the Tyranny Tempest. My gaze then shifted to another corner of the training field, where Eris was engaged in an intense duel with Idar. Her movements were aggressive and fierce, as expected of her. The sound of clashing swords echoed through the air, and even without the use of her magical items, her speed and strength were remarkable. Eris was only 11, but she was already incredibly powerful. I remembered that when Paul was that age, he had already reached the advanced level in the North God and Water God styles. However, according to Ghislaine, Eris was very close to attaining the saint level in swordsmanship. That meant she was as talented as, or perhaps even more so than, Paul. It was an impressive achievement for someone so young. But today, her fight wasn't just training, it was an outlet for her emotions. Everyone could see it. Even Rigger himself noticed. Eris had romantic feelings for him. But despite that, he continued to treat her just as a child. Rigger clearly seemed to prefer more mature and developed women in the proper sense. I even caught him watching me a few times, but it was evident that Ghislaine was still his favorite. He didn't hide the fact that he planned to marry his magical mentor, who was said to be named Verdia, yet he also made sure to emphasize that he would never give up on Ghislaine. That's why I decided to speak with Eris, thinking that if he were open to polygamy, Eris might still have a chance. I advised her to try to appear more mature, reliable, and strong, qualities I believed Rigger sought in a woman. I told her that, in time, she would grow and develop too. She listened to my words, and even though she was still angry with Rigger for not seeing her as a woman, she focused on her training. Now, there she was, pouring all her frustration into her blows against Idar. Her swords clashed loudly, and I could see the intensity in her eyes. Eris was determined. And if I knew her well, she would never give up so easily. As I thought, muffled sounds still echoed throughout the house. They had spent the entire night like that, and now it was nearly noon. I knew that Rigger possessed an incomparable vigor, but who would have thought that it applied to sex as well? How was Ghislaine keeping up with him? Was it because she was a sword king? After pondering that, I quickly dismissed the thought. The last time I coveted another woman's man, things didn't end well for me. I sighed and turned my attention back to the surroundings. It wasn't as if I had anything else to do. Amid the group's travels, I naturally took on the role of caretaker, but in this house where emissaries from other kingdoms stayed, the servants the king assigned to care for the group wouldn't let me perform any tasks. Thus, I was left only to observe and reflect on the members of this peculiar group. Idar, for example, intrigued me greatly. He was a talented and determined young man, with great respect for Rigger. That respect wasn't only because Rigger had saved his brother, but also because of his strength, leadership, and natural charisma, not to mention Rigger's destruction of his arrogance. However, unlike the other members of the Iron Legion who treated Rigger as an absolute leader, Idar saw him more as a companion, great friends, perhaps even brothers in arms. During our stay in the Dragon King's realm, Idar decided to learn a bit more about his future wife, and we discovered her name after asking the king, Isolde Cruel. The granddaughter of the current water god, Rida Rhea. They said she was incredibly beautiful and talented, which made Idar leap with joy upon receiving the news. Who wouldn't be happy? Her marriage had been arranged by his grandmother, Eleonora, and since he respected her grandmother, who had given him everything he possessed, he would abide by that wish, regardless of who the suitor was. Fate had been generous to him, for Isolde was known for both her beauty and talent. He was even learning to cook to please his wife, but his true advantage was that he was incredibly talented in the water god style. He would undoubtedly be a good partner for the future water god. My attention then turned to Eris. A fierce red-haired girl. Rigger and Ghislaine hadn't told her about the death of her grandfather and her father. But Eris wasn't naive, she knew something had happened, yet she didn't ask any further. The uncertainty bothered her, but she chose to trust those who would protect her. Her family was no longer there, so all she had left was Ghislaine and Rigger. He had saved her life, fought for her, ensured her safety when no one else could. The bond she felt for him was intense, perhaps even greater than she realized. Eris was absurdly attached to that group. Rigger, Ghislaine, Skoll, and Idar. I had no doubt that she would give her life for them. But the way she handled her emotions was unique. Unlike other girls her age, Eris did not allow herself to show weakness. Her way of dealing with her feelings was through aggression and training. Becoming stronger was her way of feeling useful, of proving herself worthy to be by the side of those she loved. Before, her goal was to reach Rigger. When he reached Ghislaine's level yesterday, her goal changed. Now, she wanted to reach both. And who could say it was impossible? She had a natural talent for the sword and an unparalleled ferocity. Her determination was both inspiring and terrifying at the same time. From the stories I'd heard about what she had endured, any child would have been traumatized. But for Eris, it only strengthened her fighting spirit. It was as if she were born for the battlefield. A born warrior. An admirable girl, indeed. I looked at Skoll, that gigantic beast. Whenever I saw him, I felt a sense of incongruity. The ebony wolf was imposing, his presence demanding respect from anyone who dared approach him. But at that moment, he was rolling in the grass, rubbing his back against the ground in a carefree manner. Rigger always made sure he was clean, so I knew he wasn't just covered in fleas, he was simply having fun. Like a huge dog that could split a man in half with a single bite. I sighed as I observed the scene, and my thoughts turned to Ghislaine. She was an incredible woman, a sword king, an S-ranked adventurer, and now Rigger's wife. Come to think of it. I looked around, observing every member of the group. A disconcerting conclusion struck me like lightning. I'm the only ordinary person here. Even my own daughter, Aisha, was an anomaly. I sighed in resignation. As if sensing my dejection, Aisha paused her training and looked at me with curiosity. Mom, why are you sighing? Her innocent little face and attentive expression made me smile. I gently ran my hand through her hair and replied reassuringly. Nothing, my dear. Continue your training. She watched me for a moment, suspicious, but soon returned her attention to the water balls she was practicing with. Her intelligence was remarkable, she had truly noticed something, but fortunately, she decided not to press further. Then the door to the house opened. My eyes turned to the figure emerging from inside. Rigger appeared, his imposing presence and unwavering vigor as always. He showed no sign of fatigue, as if he had merely taken a walk in the park. Unintentionally, a comparison formed in my mind. He is even more resilient than Paul. POV, Rigger Adoldia. I can say with absolute certainty that I have never had a night so wild in all of my 2 lives. And mind you, I have spent an entire night fighting in the Great Forest. But this was even more savage. Ghislaine was as fierce in bed as she was in battle. But, unlike her seriousness when wielding her sword, here she was more unrestrained, more surrendered. Still, she challenged me to the limit, testing me at every moment. In the end, it was a battle of endurance, which I won. I could still hear her heavy breathing beside me, exhausted but satisfied. Yet, she was truly exhilarated. When I healed the fatigue in her body with healing magic, instead of resting, she asked for more. And so, we repeated that over and over. I lost count of how many rounds there were. I only knew that Ghislaine surrendered herself completely to pleasure, showing no sign of regret. As I walked toward the training arena, where Eris and Idar were exchanging blows, a curious thought crossed my mind. Well, I'm already 14 centimeters, at least I know I'll be really big in the future, since I'm only 12 and already like this. I laughed to myself at my own reflection. Despite everything, my mood was excellent. I felt energized, as if that night had reinvigorated every fiber of my being. Approaching the training field, I raised my hand and greeted the group with a relaxed smile. Good morning, everyone. Eris and Idar stopped their training as soon as they noticed my presence. They turned to me with curious expressions, waiting to hear what I had to say. I flashed a confident smile and, without hesitation, declared. I was, planning. That's right. We're going to stay here for a month before we depart again. During that time, we'll train with the members of the North God headquarters, establish some members of the Legion here, learn new spells, and other important things. Idar crossed his arms and nodded, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Yes, planning, huh? I get it. Ghislaine is doing well after all that planning. Before he could react further, Idar saw a burst of energy forming in front of him. In an instant, the discharge hit him with force, making him scream as his body contracted from the electricity. Ayaha. Currently, Rigger was in the magical tower of the royal palace of the Dragon King's realm, the very place where he had been ambushed last time. He was sitting amid a mountain of books, carefully analyzing ancient texts along with notes and tips detailing the advanced magic of that kingdom. Beside him, Aisha was perched on the table, immersed in reading a book on magical theory and magic circles. Her attentive gaze demonstrated an understanding far beyond what her age would suggest. Meanwhile, Eris, Idar, and Ghislaine were at the headquarters of the North God style, training intensely. Lilia accompanied them, and Rigger had let Skoll go out to hunt in the forests outside the capital. Rigger enjoyed a rare privilege, unrestricted access to the royal magical library of the realm. His goal was to absorb as much knowledge as possible during his stay. Among the tomes, he found spells of king level, and even an emperor level spell called Zero Absolute. However, what caught his attention the most were the saint and king level spells of the elements of fire and earth, and he was determined to learn them all. The third prince, who seemed to be named Philip, was always present in the library, immersed in his own studies. He had assumed the position of court mage, previously held by Livandre King Dragon, the mage whom Rigger had killed. For Philip, nothing mattered but the books. His meticulous and obsessive behavior made him a true mad scientist, someone who completely lost himself in his experiments and theories. Rigger observed him for a moment before turning his attention back to Aisha. She was lying on the spacious table, bent over a large book, devouring knowledge with contagious enthusiasm. Rigger smiled and asked, "If you have any questions, Aisha, feel free to ask." The girl looked up and smiled brightly. "All right, master. For now, it's very easy." Rigger sighed at the natural genius of the girl. Even so young, her intelligence and aptitude for magic were impressive. He returned to his own studies. Once he mastered the theory, the most exciting part would follow, the practical tests. The thought of testing newly learned spells made his blood boil with excitement. His time there would be well spent, and when he left that place, he'd be even stronger. Chapter 107, Demon Eyes. Rigger was currently in the center of one of the stone platforms of the North God-style headquarters. The place was lively as always, with many people training. The sound of clashing blades echoed through the area, along with the murmur of conversations and instructions. Some were watching Rigger and his companion on the side of the platform. He had become quite famous in the capital lately, courtesy of King Leonard. Eris was about 5 meters away from him, impatiently tapping her foot on the ground. He had his eyes closed and then opened them and said, "Come, Eris." Without wasting any time, she advanced in my direction and drew her sword in the middle of the path. Ha! Then, I activated my eyes. At that very moment, my vision sharpened and everything began to slow down. Eris, who until then was charging against me with great speed, seemed to be flying in the air. I could observe every detail, the small marks on the blade, the trembling clothes, her red hair flying, the dust that her run generated on the arena floor. Everything was visible, even the spectators and their micro-expressions were captured. I used Night Hunter to smoothly execute a technique from the Water God style that redirected the opponent's attack and then deactivated my eyes. Eris flew, and with my defense, she was thrown far away. Before she attacked again, I said, "That's enough, Eris, thank you for the help. You are getting faster and stronger every day." She had an aggressive battle expression but soon turned her face aside, embarrassed and with a red face, saying, That's obvious. That's only natural." I smiled. This girl is really too soft for compliments. She's a bit cute. I activated my eyes again and looked at my hand, observing the magical power. I had discovered many things about these eyes in recent days, thanks to unrestricted access to the kingdom's library. I could access any knowledge there, which gave me a lot of information. Eris said, still not looking at me, "If there's nothing more, I'm going to train." And then, she left the training field. I turned to those watching and said, "You may use the arena now." Then, I jumped out, while thinking about my recent discoveries from researching in the library. First, the demon eyes. According to what I found, they could come in 3 distinct forms. Either you were a demonic race that was born with that eye naturally, or you received a demonic eye from the demon empress Kashirika Kashirasu, and there was a third option, the strangest one. Randomly, throughout the world, there were people who were born with demon eyes without explanation, without having demonic bloodline or anything of the sort. Rigger was one of them, just like Ghislaine. Rigger researched a bit about this phenomenon, and there were also other cases of births with strange powers, such as supernatural healing, enormous physical strength, or even the ability to control water without using magic per se. These were called blessed children when the ability was good, and cursed children when the ability was bad. Rigor had not discovered what the difference was between the cursed and the blessed children compared to those born with magical eyes, but the whole society seemed to treat them as different things. Ah, that's right. There seemed to be a saying in the demon continent about 3 demon kings, which went, Badigati brings wisdom, Atafartov grants power, and Kashirika bestows demon eyes. The first 2 seemed to be well-known demon kings. He wondered if they could have something to do with the other powers people were born with, but it was a shot in the dark. Well, overall, that didn't matter. Regarding his eyes, they were a bit different from normal demon eyes. They had 3 abilities that he had acquired recently. Acquired might not be the right word, after all, it was only after he finally synchronized his body and soul in Larix's ambush that he discovered the true power of his eyes. He saw, felt, and did things completely differently compared to before, but it's not as if these powers had appeared out of nowhere, they were already there and he just couldn't use them. But back to the main point, the abilities were. First, the magic power eye, similar to Ghislaine's, which allowed him to see mana. Second, an ability that allowed him to see everything with extreme detail and clarity, also enabling him to see very far, but it wasn't like the clairvoyant eye, it was just like seeing very well. And finally, an ability that slowed down his perception of time, allowing him to see everything moving more slowly. But that last ability was difficult to access, in fact, all 3 abilities were hard to use to their full extent. After all, he had spent almost 12 years with his defective eyes. He wouldn't adapt to his new vision that quickly, but judging by his current progress, he knew it wouldn't take long. He was running towards the top of the small mountain of the North God-style headquarters, where only kings and above could tread, while he continued lost in thought. In the Kingdom of the Dragon King's library, he found a list of all the demon eyes known by the kingdom. After analyzing them all, besides the magic power eye, he combined his 2 other abilities with 2 other eyes, the sharpness eye and the eye of the fragmented reflection. He wasn't sure if he was right, but these powers gave him many ideas. Not to mention the advantage in combat in general, of course. The main one was that, with this ability, he could use a technique he had wanted to develop for a long time, the lightning step. He could hardly wait for that, and this was one of the main reasons he focused so much on researching and testing his demon eyes, even though he had so many other things to do. After all, this would make him one of the fastest beings in the world, but he didn't think he would be the fastest. After all, there was Aramanfi, the brilliant, in the flying fortress of the armored Dragon King. Just him was already living proof, or nearly so, since Verdia said he was a spirit, but Rigor wasn't naive enough to believe that in this vast world there weren't others with all kinds of strange abilities. While he advanced towards the top of the platforms, he began to hear the metallic sound of blades clashing violently. The noise echoed through the training field, and as he got closer, the sound of battles became increasingly distinct. The impact of blows, the displacement of air, the friction of armor against the stone floor. He could capture every detail. When he finally got close enough to see the origin of the combat, his eyes fixed on the scene in front of him. Rudeus, the North King, was engaged in a fierce duel against Ghislaine. The beast woman demonstrated her overwhelming strength, pressuring the demon with impressive speed. Her movements were agile and hard to follow, while Rudeus, even though he was a formidable fighter, was clearly on the defensive. The difference in their fighting styles was very clear. Ghislaine relied on speed and precision, while Rudeus trusted in his brute strength and endurance. At the very moment Rigor arrived at the arena, Ghislaine launched a fatal blow. Her blade cut through the air in a precise arc, aiming directly at Rudeus's neck. However, at the last moment, she retracted the blow, reducing its force just enough to avoid a complete decapitation. Even so, a deep cut opened in the flesh of the North King, causing blue blood to gush across the training field. Rudeus staggered for a moment, but then, with a smile, he held his own throat, which was still gushing blood, while his wound healed in real time. He said, "Haha, I lost again." The demonic regeneration did its work quickly, and in a matter of seconds, only a brown line remained where Ghislaine's sword had passed. He let out a contained laugh and looked at Rigor. "Oh. Rigor. Your wife is becoming more and more like you." Rigor smiled, crossing his arms as he watched Ghislaine catch her breath. He approached her, his intense gaze reflecting pride and admiration. "I see you can already use the most basic form of the technique." Ghislaine brushed her forearm against her forehead, wiping away sweat, and replied with a slight smile. "It's a really complex technique, but it felt natural. It's very useful if combined with the sword god style." Rigor didn't answer immediately. Instead, he leaned towards her and gave her a passionate kiss. Ghislaine did not hesitate and reciprocated, their bodies drawing even closer. There were many nights when Rigor didn't sleep properly, but who could blame him? Any man in his right mind, having a wife like her, would never just stand by watching. Then, thanks to the mating season, the two got quite excited in bed. Rudeus laughed, crossing his arms as he watched them. "I must say, Red Wolf, this new style you are creating is really intriguing." Rigor moved away from Ghislaine and turned to the North King. "There is still much to improve. I need to create ways for people to attain initial mastery, but I already have many techniques in mind. Rudeus nodded, a gleam of curiosity in his eyes. Well, your wife seems to be quite compatible with that. You've only been teaching her for 3 days, and she already manages to use some application of what you do. Although, of course, she's not nearly as fast as you in that specific technique. Rigor returned his gaze to Ghislaine, who maintained her serious expression. I didn't expect so much progress either. Well, Ghislaine, hasn't Idar returned yet? At that time, they also discovered that there was a very skilled dwarf blacksmith under the king's command, so Rigor took Night Hunter to perform some maintenance. Tsukikage didn't need that. Thanks to her ability, she became extremely resilient in battles. In fact, Rigor was under the impression that even without the fire or lightning around, due to frequent exposure to extraordinary heat, the sword itself was becoming increasingly resilient, sharp, and naturally honed. Idar, on the other hand, decided to forge a new sword and armor with the erathium that Rigor was crafting with earth magic. But the blacksmith was peculiar and said that he should watch the entire creation process, otherwise he wouldn't do anything. Due to this detail, Idar had to remain in the dwarf's forge, waiting. Ghislaine shook her head. No. He's still waiting for the sword and armor to be finished. Rigor pondered for a moment. I understand. I will be at the magic tower if you need me. If necessary, do not hesitate to call. I'll probably hear it. Ghislaine confirmed with a gesture, and Rigor walked away, leaving the training field behind as he headed toward the royal palace. His destination now was the magic tower, where he would continue his research and his study of high-level spells from the Dragon King's realm. In recent days, Rigor had been completely occupied. His mind was divided between various areas of study and personal development. He had deeply immersed himself in learning new saint and king-level spells, absorbing every detail of the incantations and refining his mastery over the spells. Some he was merely noting down and transcribing to continue studying on the go due to scarce time. In addition, he dedicated himself to research related to the demon eyes, something that had become very important since his own eyes began to change and he had a demon eye stored away, awaiting its destiny, the clairvoyant eye of Larix. He was researching the possibility of transferring an ability or even a transplant to another person, but so far, the only one historically capable of doing that was the Demon Empress. But that wasn't all that occupied his time. Rigor had finally resumed a project he had set aside for a while, the creation of the Beast God style. Now that he had a deeper understanding of Tuki, his view on fighting styles had changed drastically. With his eyes now capable of seeing the flow of magical power in detail, he began to notice nuances that had previously gone unnoticed. One obvious thing to know was that each style manipulated Tuki in a unique way, but even though almost all high-level practitioners knew that, no one could explain exactly how. For even if there was training directed for each school, there was no one who could see the mana and, in words, describe what properties Tuki assumed in each technique. Honestly, Ghislaine could have done that, but she couldn't control her eye, and she only used it in the most basic way, something he also planned to change. With his magic power eye, he could see. The Sword God style, for example, refined Tuki to make it sharp, clear, and extremely focused, prioritizing rapid execution and the devastating speed of its strikes. The Water God style, on the other hand, treated Tuki as a constant flow, more rigid and firm, yet still malleable, allowing the user to absorb and efficiently redirect the opponent's energy. The North God style, however, was an enigma. It varied too much from one practitioner to another. Some adepts focused on the pure amplification of Tuki, becoming living fortresses or using unorthodox weapons, while others mastered immutable Tuki, alternating between different approaches to combat as the situation demanded. Some didn't even rely so much on Tuki, preferring to complement their techniques with tricks and external weapons. Now that he understood these differences and knew how to control his own Tuki, Rigor established the definitive foundations for the Beast God style. The style would reflect his way of fighting in his very essence, with 3 fundamental pillars: movement, senses, and lethal strikes. Movement had always been a central piece in Rigor's combat. He never relied solely on brute strength or endurance, his agility was what gave him the advantage over more powerful opponents. At the heart of this concept was Flash Step, a technique that would be essential to the style. The technique would allow the user to move freely across the battlefield, whether to dodge attacks, surprise the enemy with sudden bursts of speed, or find attack angles that were impossible to predict. The freedom of movement was what made this technique so powerful. Senses came in second. Although it was possible to enhance the senses with Tuki, none of the existing styles truly delved into that concept. Improving hearing, vision, touch, and even smell could be an immense differentiator in combat. Moreover, enhancing the senses also proved useful for investigations and to avoid ambushes. In addition, all living beings possessed a sixth sense, although some were more developed than others. The beast people, for example, naturally had this instinct more keenly than humans, but Rigor knew that it could also be trained. Being able to perceive danger even before it materialized was often the difference between life and death. Finally, the third pillar of the style, lethal strikes. The sword god style preached the idea of ending a fight with a single, mortal blow. Rigger liked the concept, but he knew that many fighters had ways to counter that approach. Therefore, he chose to adapt that philosophy in a more instinctive way. Instead of trying to finish the fight with one single blow, he would simply focus his attacks on the enemy's most vulnerable areas from the start. His bestial instinct naturally led him to aim at critical spots: the throat, heart, lung, liver, tendons of the arms and legs, and the spine. Areas that, if struck, would drastically reduce the opponent's combat ability or kill them outright. The aggressiveness and brutality of these strikes made his style devastating and relentless. With these three pillars in mind, Rigger decided it was time to officially begin the first training of the beast god style. The first practitioner? His beautiful wife, Ghislaine. She seemed to quickly absorb the concepts of flash step, an impressive feat considering that Rigger took so long to develop it from scratch. But Ghislaine had some advantages that he did not. Rigger was there to guide her, correcting her mistakes and refining her movements from the very beginning, and besides, the technique was already ready, while Rigger had to create it from scratch, relying only on references. Her natural dexterity and talent as a warrior allowed her to grasp the overall idea at an impressive speed. While Rigger lost himself in thoughts about his new style, his eyes focused once again on the horizon. The palace and the magic tower were in sight once more. He still had much to resolve, and he knew he would have to set some matters aside temporarily to avoid dispersing his attention among so many things. He had plenty of time, but what he learned now would serve him for a long time, and he needed to choose wisely what to focus on at the moment. And that was, to learn at least the incantations and details about the king and saint level spells of each attack school, to learn more about how to better control his demon eyes, and to begin a gradual transition in his fighting styles towards the beast god style. Chapter 108, Aisha's Escape. Closer and closer to the top. The garden of the King Dragon Kingdom Castle was an exuberant place, where flowers of various colors adorned the flower beds and a marble fountain spouted crystalline water at a tranquil pace. In the center of this setting, a rustic wooden table was surrounded by King Leonard and his counselors. Seated there, alongside them, Rigger was discussing a diplomatic problem that had arisen in recent days. Then, Melis wasn't very happy with the death of their two pawns. Commented Rigger, with his arms crossed and a contemplative look. King Leonard sighed and took a sip of his tea. Yes, it's a problem. Melis is the country closest to us after crossing the sea, lying between us and the Great Forest, and the influence of the Great Forest is still limited. Politically and logistically, this has generated tension and obstacles that we need to resolve. Rigger listened attentively while his mind was already working on solutions. He pondered the possibility of recreating an earthen bridge connecting the two continents, something that could eliminate the exclusive dependence on maritime routes. After all, if the separation of the continents was supposedly caused by magic in the legends, it wouldn't be impossible to reverse the process using magic itself. However, he still did not master the magic necessary for a feat of that magnitude. Although the spells he was learning at Saint and King levels of Earth could do something similar, but on a smaller scale. He felt that he could eventually improve them. For now, a more practical solution was decided: the ships would have to skirt around the bay, and a new port would be built in the Great Forest. The counselors seemed astonished by this proposal, murmuring among themselves about the audacity of the idea. Rigger, on the other hand, was more impressed by the fact that the entire world had only one port city capable of connecting the continents. The idea of relying exclusively on these specific routes was, to him, absurd. In his previous world, there were so many ports even in the same country that it was hard to measure. Very well, then. The first step will be to ensure that the ships follow the coast to avoid unnecessary risks. The first voyages will be just tests, explained Rigger, while making mental notes about the necessary preparations. He had already sent detailed letters to the commanders of the Iron Legion, both in the Great Forest and in Tinevere, instructing them to begin the construction of a new port city in the territory of the hobbits. Since the sea voyage would be significantly longer, there would be a need to prepare supply stocks, define safe routes, and establish support points. While the details of the strategy were being finalized, a gigantic crash echoed through the castle. Boom. Everyone at the table instantly turned toward the source of the sound. One of the castle walls now displayed a considerable hole, from which water could be seen trickling down among the rubble. Further ahead, a small figure was trying to walk stealthily, moving away from the crime scene with meticulously slow steps. Rigger immediately recognized the silhouette and furrowed his brows. Aisha. The little red-haired girl froze in mid-motion, like an animal caught red-handed. Slowly, she turned with an expression that mixed forced innocence and a charismatic smile. Master, she asked in a sweet, angelic voice. Rigger crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. That's not going to work on me, Aisha. It seems you forgot my lessons on the importance of caution when using magic. Aisha laughed nervously, her eyes darting quickly from side to side, seeking an escape route. Well, it was just a little accident, you know. Nothing serious. She raised her hands, trying to downplay the gravity of the situation. Rigor sighed and began to stand up. When Aisha saw the mischievous smile that appeared on his lips, she realized that things were about to get serious. Ah. Ahaha, well, I remembered that I have to do something, said Aisha, before darting off in a desperate run through the garden. If there's anything else, Leonard, send someone so we can discuss it later, said Rigor without taking his eyes off his fleeing disciple. King Leonard laughed heartily and crossed his arms. Your disciple is truly talented beyond comprehension, Rigor. Yeah, sometimes, that can be a problem. Rigor murmured before quickening his pace after Aisha. Master. Have mercy, shouted the little one as she ran through the garden, her short legs moving at a surprising speed for someone of her size. The king's counselors, who had initially been seriously discussing diplomacy, now watched the scene with incredulous and amused expressions. Rigor, for his part, ran after Aisha with a playful look, while the little girl tried in every way to evade him, leaping over bushes and hiding behind statues. The king merely shook his head with a smile on his face. Ah, children, maybe I should have a few more of them. One of his counselors said, Your Majesty, you already have more than 30 children. King Leonard became grumpy at having his plans frustrated. A short while later, Rigor walked steadily along the beaten dirt trail, carrying Aisha in his arms. Her clothes were still dripping water, and her face, creased with a slight frown, betrayed her discontent. Her hair, normally neat, was disheveled and stuck to her forehead, while droplets trickled down her childish face. Rigor looked at her and sighed. Aisha, I know that you understand the danger that magic represents, you are smart. His voice was firm, but not scolding. I noticed that you were trying to increase the mana in the water ball to make it stronger, and I let you do that so you could understand one thing. What you used was similar to a water cannon, an intermediate-level spell. Aisha continued with her cute, irritated expression, but her eyes shone with curiosity as she listened. Rigor observed her for a moment before continuing. You saw the destruction that a single water cannon can cause, didn't you? She lowered her gaze a little, reflecting, and slowly nodded. I saw it, Master. Rigor smiled slightly and continued. Now imagine what an Saint-level spell could cause. Or even an Emperor-level one. And what if these spells were used randomly like that water cannon? My master, Verdia, told me something when I was learning magic, back when I was very young. He paused, recalling Verdia's words. She said, magic exists to remind us that limits are meant to be challenged and that even the impossible can be molded by the right hands. Controlling magic is understanding its unstable nature, but also respecting it. That is what separates a talented mage from a foolishly reckless one. Aisha, who had been just listening before, now paid attention with complete seriousness. Her eyes shone with the same intensity as when she learned something new. Rigor raised an eyebrow and asked in a teasing tone. Will you be a foolishly reckless one, little Aisha? The girl quickly shook her head from side to side, her expression determined. I won't, master. Satisfied with the answer, Rigor smiled and tousled her hair, causing the wet strands to become even more disheveled. Then, with a casual gesture, he used magic to completely dry her, leaving her hair in a cute, messy style, which made Aisha mumble and try to fix it. When they finally arrived at the temporary house, Rigor raised his gaze and noticed something unusual. There was no one training outside. That was rare. Instead, Skoll was lying on his back in the grass, pretending to be dead, his dark brown fur gently moving with the wind. When Rigor arrived, he jumped from his sleep and went inside the house as well. Rigor furrowed his brow and inhaled deeply, catching the familiar scent of food. That explained the disappearance of the others. He entered the house, still holding Aisha in his arms. Inside, he found the group gathered around a table full of snacks. Eris was in the middle of the conversation, animated, gesturing enthusiastically as she narrated her battle. But then, even though I managed to land that blow and seriously injure her, she started healing herself with chantless magic just like Rigor. And then she used several of those ice fragments to push me away again. Eris exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with the excitement of the memory. Ghislaine was seated nearby, petting Skoll, who had now moved to lie beside her. Her gaze was calm and disinterested, as she already knew the story. Idar and Lilia, however, listened attentively. When Rigor and Aisha approached, all eyes turned to them. Eris soon turned to Rigor, crossing her arms. Rigor, tell them about that elf's magic. They don't believe me. Idar cast a curious look at Rigor, a bitter smile on his face. Rigor sat down at the table and rested his elbows on the wooden surface after leaving Aisha with Lilia. I don't know how much Eris exaggerated the story, but that mage was really strong. In fact, I thought she was a child by her appearance, but now I remember that Ornthorn also looks like a child, and he is over 80 years old, right? Ghislaine, who had remained silent until then, finally raised her gaze and murmured. That is true. After all, that mage didn't act like a child. She seemed very mature and experienced in combat. Rigor became pensive for a moment. Eris, impatient, interjected again. And what about that mage with the helmet? Ghislaine narrowed her eyes and answered firmly. As for him, I think he is too powerful to be a child. Her voice was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Rigor, however, disagreed, raising his eyebrow. But I am only 12 years old. And Aisha can already cast intermediate magic at 3 years old. Why couldn't someone else like that appear? Ghislaine frowned, confused, while Idar interjected, his voice laden with skepticism. But why would children be out there with a group of mercenaries? Rigor tilted his head, pondering. At first, I thought he was a dwarf or a hobbit, but then, by his movements, I thought he might be a child. But he didn't act like one. He paused, searching for the right words. How can I say? It's a feeling. He was afraid of me, but not like a child. In the end, I couldn't say. But even if they are excellent mages, they can't win if a sword saint is close enough. So, if they go to Miles to cause trouble, Ways can take them down. And if not, when I return from the sword sanctuary, I'll hunt them down myself. Especially that mage with the stone helmet. He is very dangerous. He will probably become very famous in the near future. Until then, he will be easy to find. The others nodded, reflecting on Rigor's words. The conversation continued for a while as they kept eating, but Lilia seemed pensive, her gaze distant. Rigor noticed and raised an eyebrow. Did something happen, Lilia? She blinked a few times and offered a small smile. No. I was just letting my thoughts wander. Rigor didn't pay much more attention when Lilia changed the subject and turned to Idar with interest. Have you already tested your new weapon and armor? He asked. Idar nodded enthusiastically, pointing to the black-plated armor adorned with golden details that was hanging on the wall. Yes. I even fought against that guy, Luis, with it. Of course, I lost in the end, but it was a good fight. They are great. That guy may be eccentric, but he is an excellent blacksmith. The quality is much superior to my old armor. He raised the sword, similar in color to Night Hunter, to show it. Just like the armor, the blade boasted the dark shine of Erathium. I've never used anything like this before. The name of the sword is Darkprey. Rigor nodded, satisfied. King Leonard had highly praised the blacksmith's skill and said that this dwarf had been with the kingdom for several generations. They continued talking about trivial matters, exchanging comments about the city, recent events, and future plans. There was a lightness in the air, something rare after so many battles and challenges. At that moment, Rigor realized how lucky he was. He had countless problems and challenges in this life, but at the same time, he always found the tools to overcome them. His talent, his teachers, his subordinates, his allies, his friends. He looked up, observing each one of them in the room. Ghislaine, who had already saved him twice, first at Joylore Mansion and now in the ambush, remained serene, listening to the conversation as she idly ran her hand through Skoll's fur. She was now his first wife, something he had never even had in his previous life. Eris, seated beside him, animatedly gesticulated about literally any subject. Unexpectedly, she had also saved his life that last time. He smiled as he realized that he still treated her like a child, but, technically, she was a child trained to kill. A warrior with an unshakable spirit, whose mental strength allowed her to move forward without hesitation, as long as there was a path to follow. Idar had been with him for 5 years. They had fought side by side, trusting their lives to each other. The warrior maintained his unwavering faith in Rigor, following him without hesitation. Skoll, lying beside Ghislaine, was a living example of the loyalty that canines have for their masters. Rigor knew that if he were in danger, Skoll would give his life for him without a second thought. And there was also his little disciple, Aisha, and her mother, Lilia. Even though Hidegami's counsel had led Rigor to them, he felt that, somehow, they were destined to meet. Turning his gaze toward one of the windows, Rigor observed the night sky. The journey to the capital had been full of turbulence, but he believed that, in the end, everything happened for the best. Despite all the commotion and the task still ahead of him, his life seemed strangely peaceful. Then, his thoughts carried him to a distant future. He imagined himself with all his friends and family gathered in his tribe, or perhaps in a kingdom he would create in the great forest. He saw himself traveling the world, without restrictions, free to explore any place he wished, with the strength necessary to never be held back. He knew he was already close to the top. The level of an emperor. The last step before the legendary god level. A smile appeared on his lips. I'm getting closer to the top. He murmured to himself, determined. Chapter 109, The True Potential of High-Level Magic. POV, Lilia Greyrat. Almost 4 weeks had passed since we arrived at the capital of the Kingdom of the Dragon King, and despite the relative calm we experienced, a persistent, slight worry hammered at my mind. And it was about the mercenary group known as the Storm of Tyranny. The group that had ambushed and attempted to kill Rigor. I tried to push those thoughts away whenever they arose, but they returned like an insistent tide. However, I did not dare to speak of it, for various reasons. 4 of them had escaped. Among those 4, 2 were mages who could use magic without incantation. A small boy and a small girl with an elfin appearance. Just thinking about it made my chest tighten. The similarities were alarming. Could they be Rudeus and Sylphie? It was an absurd possibility. Even so, the thought would not leave me in peace. I spent hours and hours pondering, trying to find a more rational explanation. Magic without incantation, for example. In the past, I considered it a rare ability, something almost miraculous. But now, it was not quite so. Many of Rigger's subordinates could use it. That had made the image of magic without incantation more common, demystifying that unique ability I once thought so rare. With that in mind, it was not impossible that 2 independent mages might also possess it. Coincidences happen, I told myself. Another factor that made me doubt was their strength. According to what Rigger, Eris, and Ghislaine had reported, the 2 fugitive mages demonstrated an extremely high level of combat experience. The elf not only fought like an experienced warrior, but displayed a finesse that only years of battles could grant. The mage with the stone helmet, in turn, was not as graceful, but was even more frightening. His magic was described by Rigger as overwhelming, which was truly unbelievable considering what I had seen when we were at sea. A burst of fire capable of destroying several cities. Even if Rudeus and Sylphie were talented, reaching such a devastating level in so little time. No, it made no sense. And then, there were the contradictory details. If they were really them, why would they be with a mercenary group? Why would they act as hired assassins instead of searching for their family? Why did the elf have silver hair and not green? Why did the mage wear a stone helmet, hiding his face? And furthermore, why did they call him Glass Cannon instead of Rudeus? There were too many questions. Questions that only served to reinforce my conclusion that it was all just one big coincidence. I should be mistaken. I wanted to be mistaken. Just thinking about the possibility that it were true, a chill ran down my spine. I didn't even want to think about it, being an enemy of that group of monstrous fighters, and besides, Aisha was already officially Rigger's disciple. I took a deep breath and looked around. The group was chatting normally, oblivious to the storms forming in my mind. The atmosphere was calm, but for those 2 mages, the future seemed uncertain and full of challenges. At least, according to Rigger's and the others' accounts, the chance of them being the ones was low. And I wouldn't risk drawing the group's hostility by saying they might be Rudeus and Sylphie. After all, they had almost killed Rigger and Ghislaine. I knew that Rigger and the others were not like that, but I wasn't going to take any chances. The rancor between those 2 mages and this group was already formed. I could only pray that my deduction was correct and that they were truly different people. POV, Rigger Adoldia. It wasn't as if Rigger didn't know about Rudeus and Sylphie. In fact, he was one of the few in the group, besides Lilia and Aisha, who remembered them. After all, one was Aisha's brother, and the other was Law's daughter. But, like all the other members of his entourage, Rigger had never seen them in person. And in the situation he found himself in, just after being struck by a gigantic explosion, his emotions were running high. He fought constantly for his own survival against Larix and Mortan, while the rest of the group dealt with the enemies around them. When he saw 2 mages attacking him with extremely powerful magic, his first reaction was to associate them with enemies. A dwarf with a stone helmet and an elf with silver hair, both conjuring devastating spells against him. At that moment, they were just that, enemies. He didn't relate them even for a moment to distant memories. The only thing he remembered of Sylphie was that her hair was green. And the only thing he knew of Rudeus was that he had become a Saint Water mage at the age of 5. Perhaps, if their names had been mentioned, he would have realized. But, by a great twist of destiny, Larix and his group only called him Glass Cannon. Not Rudeus. Thus, due to an almost absurd sum of coincidences, Lilia not being present to recognize them, the appearance and the names hidden by pseudonyms, the hostility of the situation, Rudeus and Rigger separated as mortal enemies. Neither side knew it yet, but that confrontation would mark the beginning of a war that would extend to unimaginable scales. The group was now following a vast, semi-green and semi-mountainous plain. The low vegetation swayed in the light breeze, and the smell of burned earth still lingered in the air. They walked quietly while Eris talked to Aisha about her life at the mansion, and Skoll, the giant wolf, walked behind the group, vigilant. Rigger led the march with firm steps, his expression serene. Behind him, Idar finally broke the silence. Do we really need to come so far for this? Rigger nodded without hesitation. Yes. Some of these spells are enormous in scale. They need an open area to be tested. There was a stranger among them. Philip, the 3rd prince of the kingdom of the Dragon King, and current court mage. He had decided to accompany Rigger to witness his abilities in person and to officially consecrate him in his magical rankings if he succeeded in the tests. The prince looked around and sighed, incredulous. I didn't believe it when you described the explosion. But seeing this. He shook his head. It's even bigger than I imagined. Ahead of them, the landscape was completely devastated. A gigantic crater stretched across the field, with cracks radiating from the epicenter. Rocks had been pulverized, there were no trees nearby, and the earth seemed to have been torn from the very force of the world. Rigger crossed his arms and observed the destruction, reflecting. This was the place where he had been ambushed. Where he had been struck by the explosion from the mage of the Storm of Tyranny. I believe we can test all the spells here, he said after a moment. After all, the place is already quite damaged. Even if the range of some spells is greater than the explosion that occurred here, it shouldn't be a problem, right? The group's eyes turned to Philip, who pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Really? In fact, I used to test spells in another location. But I believe that from now on, this place will serve better for that purpose. The prince turned to Rigger and unfurled a scroll. Very well, Lord Rigger. We have a list of spells to be tested. You may begin whenever you wish. Eris smiled enthusiastically and raised her fists. Go ahead, Rigger. Aisha jumped with excitement, raising her arms. Let's go, master. Skoll, beside Rigger, sat down and let out an encouraging bark. Woof. Ghislaine, Idar, and Lilia remained silent, but their eyes reflected the anticipation of the moment. Rigger, observing them, felt a warmth in his chest. He took a deep breath and smiled. Thank you, everyone. Then, he stepped forward. The breeze and the sun caressed his face as he mentally reviewed every detail of the spells he was about to conjure. He memorized the incantations, recalled the tips about the mana flow, the control of the magical energy density, and visualized every aspect of terrain control. These were high-level, powerful spells, and this was the moment to test them to the fullest. He drew Tsukikage from its sheath, raising the blue blade against the sunlight. His arcane focus pulsed with energy. He closed his eyes for a moment and inhaled deeply. Then, he opened them, filled with determination. Let's go. Rigger then began to chant the incantations for each spell of Saint and King level that he planned to test today. There were several. Among them, the Saint level ones included Tempest of Sand, Violent Storm, Flashover, Swamp, Magma Wave, Titan Wall, Water Whirlpool, among others. And the King level ones included Colossal Golem, Hill Impact, Devastating Wave, Eruption, Meteor, among others. As he unleashed the spells, the already devastated scenery became even more chaotic and unrecognizable, molded by the magical fury that Rigger unleashed. He also tried to use Absolute Zero, but without success. Still, he managed to execute most of the spells he desired. However, the true utility of these spells was not in their raw effects alone. Of course, these spells would be useful, but the true value for Rigger was not merely in their brute effects. Each of these spells represented the effort of a great mage who, in the past, had mastered an element to its limit. The detailed and intrinsic knowledge of how that element behaved gave birth to these spells, and understanding that functioning was infinitely more useful to Rigger than simply unleashing a volcanic eruption. For example, he refined his lightning magic by studying how the Saint-level spell Cumulonimbus manipulated electrical discharges. His masterful control over the earth, allowing him to open mountains and raise platforms and walls instantly, came from the Saint-level spell Colossal Fortress and the King-level spell Earth Fissure. Basically, these spells of Saint, King, and Emperor level concealed a technical refinement, an absolute mastery of some aspect of the element to which they belonged. Casting them was not just a test of power, but an advanced study for Rigger. Using these spells would improve his control over the elements, giving him knowledge of how they interacted under specific conditions. That was how he truly strengthened himself, by understanding the fundamental principles of magic so that, eventually, he could create his own techniques and develop even more powerful spells. This method was a shortcut to excellence, an inspiration for innovation. His talent would naturally allow him to achieve such knowledge, but this way, he accelerated his learning exponentially. With his current control of mana, refined over many years, he managed to execute most of the spells he intended, though not all. That was not a problem, since he had memorized the incantations and taken detailed notes on their execution, and he planned to continue studying them along the way. However, his greatest gain in this study, in his opinion, was not the mastery of these impressive and majestic spells, but something else. The kingdom of the Dragon King possessed knowledge that Rigger had long desired, barrier spells related to the mind. More specifically, they held the Saint-level spell, Spiritual Sealing Barrier. This spell was capable of confining spirits and undead within a delimited space. Although it was not strong enough to restrain a high-level specter, Rigger mastered magic without incantation, which gave him hope that, with time and dedication, he could modify this barrier for an even greater purpose. Perhaps this was the key to freeing himself from Hidegami's influence. That, without a doubt, was his greatest discovery in the kingdom of the Dragon King. Now, he was on the final spell of his list, Eruption. Rigor raised Tsukikage and concentrated his mana into an incandescent vortex, chanting the incantation with a powerful and vibrant voice. Oh, flaming spirits from the scorching depths, I call upon the sovereign of fire. Scorch my body with your burning fury, infuse my soul with the power of furious earth. May the world tremble before the roar of the awakened mountain, may the heavens be tinged with the incandescent glow of your wrath. Let the ground open, let the rock melt, let the flames consume everything in their path. Oh, incandescent titan, lord of magma and destruction. You who lie in the depths of the earth, bear witness to the impious who dare challenge your might. May they be reduced to ashes. May the earth spit forth its fury and envelop the fools in the furnace of judgment. Let the volcano awaken. Let the fury of fire fall upon them. Eruption. As he recited the chant, the ground trembled violently. Cracks spread across the soil in chaotic patterns, opening fissures that glowed with a deep red, the intense heat distorting the air around. The earth roared like a giant awakened from a millennial slumber. A column of incandescent magma burst forth with explosive force, tearing through the sky with its searing fury. The surrounding rocks were hurled like flaming projectiles, while volcanic ash began to spread, obscuring part of the sky. The eruption was overwhelming. Lava spread out, forming rivers of destruction that devoured everything in its path. A deafening roar resounded, while the newly formed mountain expelled dense smoke and irregular jets of flames. The scene was apocalyptic, a true hell on earth. The spectators, after witnessing so many high-level spells capable of shaping landscapes, capable of devastating armies, all that power in the hands of a single person, were in awe. Eris watched, commented, and jumped excitedly, thoroughly impressed by the display of power. Lilia stood motionless, trying to process everything she had just seen. The young Aisha appeared fascinated by what that power represented, already anticipating that in the future she too might do something similar. Idar, beside her, crossed his arms and let out a low whistle, impressed by the magnitude of the spell. Ghislaine, unlike the others, did not show extreme surprise. Her gaze remained steady, and a slight smile formed on her lips. It was a proud, satisfied smile. She already knew Rigor's potential and, now that they were husband and wife, she felt that every one of his achievements was also hers. Philip, however, analyzed everything with a serious and impassive expression. His eyes followed every detail of the eruption, assessing the stability of the magic, the speed of the lava's propagation, the secondary effects on the environment. To him, this spell was just a demonstration, as if all the spells he had seen until now were not really a big deal. Meanwhile, Skoll, who had remained confident until then, hid behind a large rock, shrinking instinctively. His lupin eyes peered from behind the shelter, ears lowered, clearly uncomfortable with the chaos unfolding before him. The landscape, which was already devastated, now seemed unrecognizable. There were walls of earth and ice everywhere. The ground smoldered, lava craters bubbled, and rivers of magma flowed slowly, leaving a trail of burning destruction. Rigor exhaled deeply, feeling the mana still pulsing within him. This was the end of his tests. Chapter 110, 7 Great Powers. Philip Kingdragon, the third prince and court mage, observed all of Rigor's spells with an evaluative gaze. The vast, destroyed plain where they were gathered was now unrecognizable. After completing all the spells he had come to learn that day, Rigor took a deep breath and relaxed his shoulders. Philip stepped forward, his professional posture and solemn voice filling the space. Very well, Mr. Rigor. Considering the spells you confiscated from Millie's during your time there, and those you have previously demonstrated mastery over, it is time to establish your official classifications. By the position of court mage, granted to me by my father, the 32nd king of the kingdom of the Dragon King, King Leonard, I hereby officially confer upon you, recognized by a kingdom, the following magical classifications. Philip paused briefly before continuing. Advanced level mage in divine attack magic. Saint level mage in healing, detoxification, and barrier magic. King level mage in water and fire magic. The ensuing silence was filled with murmurs of surprise from Rigor's companions. Even those who were already accustomed to his ability seemed impressed. Philip maintained his neutral expression, his impartiality in the face of the extraordinary was something Rigor greatly admired. These classifications, in addition to your previous titles as King of Earth and Wind, make you one of the highest-rated mages in the entire world, highlighting your extraordinary mana capacity, being able to cast all these Saint and King-level spells without resting for a single minute, Philip concluded, lowering his notebook. There was a brief moment of silence before he continued. Furthermore, due to your magical discoveries, including the ability to conjure without chance, magic for breathing underwater, and flight magic, as well as several unnamed spells of various classifications, and as an incentive for you to share this knowledge in the future, the branch of the Mage Guild of the Kingdom of the Dragon King grants you the A classification within the organization. Rigor's eyes gleamed slightly with interest. Philip continued, remaining expressionless. We have already sent letters to all the major magical organizations around the world. This will be official shortly. All that remains now is to deliver your identification plaque. He reached into the pocket of his robe and withdrew a shining silver plaque, engraved with symbols and inscriptions of your classifications, which only high-ranking mages possessed. With a formal gesture, he handed it to Rigor, who accepted it with a nonchalant expression. Eris, frowning, mumbled. I didn't understand almost anything. Aisha laughed and answered excitedly. The master is incredible. Ghislaine, on the other hand, was wagging her tail, a reflection of her satisfaction and enthusiasm. This caught Rigor's attention, and for a brief moment, he diverted his gaze toward her with a lustful look. However, he quickly dismissed those thoughts and returned his attention to Philip. Thank you, Philip, he said with a small smile. I imagine that this idea of asking me to share my magical knowledge came more from the elders of the Mage Guild than from you. Philip blinked, slightly surprised, before confirming. That is true. Rigor smiled inwardly. He had spent enough time with Philip to understand his personality fairly well. As long as he was surrounded by books and there was knowledge to be acquired, he cared about nothing else. It's a pity, Rigor thought, that Philip is only human and doesn't have enough time to read and research everything he desires. With a determined nod, he declared. Very well, let's head back. We will depart from the capital tomorrow night. The group began the journey back to the capital, but instead of heading straight to the main gates, they decided to take a shortcut that would lead them directly to the group's temporary residence. The route was slightly different from the way there, as it bypassed the main road and went in a straight line to the house. But they ended up finding a new road that appeared to be abandoned. Philip soon bid farewell to the group with a polite wave and walked off alone toward the palace, probably eager to dive into some library and continue his studies. Rigor watched his departure with a slight smile. He appreciated Philip's impartial personality and his hunger for knowledge. If he were any different, perhaps he could have been an interesting research companion. As they walked, they conversed about trivial matters and the next stages of their journey, until Idar suddenly stopped and pointed ahead. What is that? Everyone followed Idar's gaze and saw a large stone tablet embedded in the ground, with bright inscriptions on its surface. Rigor looked for a moment and immediately recognized what it was, explaining naturally. This is a stone that lists the 7 great world powers. It is written in the language of the fighting god. The mention of the 7 great powers immediately captured everyone's attention. The group gathered around the tablet, carefully observing the carved characters on the rocky surface. Aisha, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, asked. Master, are you here? Rigor smiled at the little one's innocent question and lightly patted her head. Not yet, little one. But one day I will be. Aisha looked at him with admiration and, with a gleam of expectation in her eyes, asked. And me? Will I be there? Rigor fell silent for a moment, pondering the question before giving an enigmatic smile. Who knows? Eris then crossed her arms, puffing out her chest in determination. I will definitely be there. Idar laughed loudly at the confidence of the redhead. It's harder than it seems, Eris. Even the water goddess is not there. Only the very best among the best can hold those positions. Eris frowned, reflecting on her friend's words, before asking. So what are the names? Rigor pointed to the engraved characters and read them one by one. The god technique, the dragon god, the fighting god, the demon god, the death god, the sword god, and the north god. Ghislaine tilted her head slightly to the side, intrigued. Rigor, if you defeat my master using magic and other styles, what title would you have? Eris immediately replied, as if it were obvious. Wouldn't it be the mage god? Lilia pondered and suggested. Perhaps the god of magic. Or animal god. Idar crossed his arms and said. Of course, it would be beast god. The group began to speculate about what title Rigor would receive once he finally reached that level. Curiously, no one questioned if he would get there, only when. It was an established fact to all of them. After all, what were the great heroes of history doing at Rigor's age? Compared to them, he had already achieved impressive feats. He mastered several schools of magic and swordsmanship at the king level, constantly created new techniques, and was capable of facing legendary monsters and renowned warriors. Moreover, his growth showed no signs of slowing down. As long as he didn't die, he would catch up. Estimating that he would reach the level of the 7 powers before the age of 20 was not an exaggeration, but a conservative projection. Ghislaine crossed her arms and commented thoughtfully. I don't know how the classifications on these stones work. But maybe, if you defeat my master using only the sword god style, you would become the sword god. Rigor reflected for a moment and said. The title, in itself, doesn't matter as much. What matters is being on that list with a title so that everyone knows it's me. That would put enormous pressure on my enemies and greatly facilitate finding new allies. Idar nodded, agreeing with the reasoning. In fact, among the current 7 powers, there are no records of any being affiliated with a kingdom. Azura has the water god and is already considered the strongest military force among the kingdoms. Rigor raised an eyebrow and looked at Idar with interest. Perhaps you want to be the water god, Idar. Idar laughed and shrugged. Why not? After all, my fiancée is the granddaughter of the water goddess. I can't be left behind. Lilia then recalled a curious detail and commented. In fact, Idar, your name is very similar to that of the founder of the water god style, Rida. Rigor raised an eyebrow with interest. Does that have any meaning or is it just a homage? Idar brought his hand to his chin, thoughtful. I don't know. I never really thought much about it. My parents said it was a homage, but they never said to whom. And they died before I could ask more. The group fell silent for a moment in light of that revelation, but soon Rigor diverted his gaze back to the tablet and posed a new question. How does this stone transmit information among itself? Basically, it was a means of long-distance communication. That was a huge breakthrough. Why hasn't anyone replicated this yet? Why are we still stuck with letters? Another item was added to his ever-growing list of objectives, to replicate this system and make it a stable means of communication. Eris broke the silence once again, full of confidence. Rigor will be number 1 eventually. Then I'll be fine being number 6 or 7, as long as I'm there. Rigor laughed and responded. I don't know the exact strength of a god, since I've never fought one, but I believe that you all have a chance, at least Ghislaine, Idar, Eris, and Aisha do. Idar, Aisha, and Eris smiled at the statement. Ghislaine remained serious, though the corner of her lip curved slightly. Skoll barked in protest. Woof. Rigor looked at him and said, Skoll, if you want to reach god level, you'd have to grow wings, start spitting fire and ice, and change your name to Fenrir. Skoll snorted and turned his head away. Eris asked, who is Fenrir? Rigor said with a smile, no one important. Then they resumed their journey back to their temporary home, chatting and exchanging playful banter. In the future, this scene would be remembered by the 3 warriors in the group who had indeed achieved a position among the 7 great world powers. As for who they were, well, only destiny would say. When they arrived at the temporary residence, everyone dispersed to carry out their own activities and preparations for departure. Rigor, for his part, sat in a chair, resting his elbows on the table as he gazed at a blank book before him. His list of tasks and objectives had grown exponentially, and considering the number of tomes and magical grimoires he carried with him, he realized it would be wise to record his ideas and plans in an organized manner. Thus, he decided to begin writing a book exclusively dedicated to that purpose. Grasping a pen, he dipped its tip in ink and began to fill the blank pages. At first, he mentally recounted all his objectives, from the most immediate ones to those spanning decades. The hours passed quickly as he wrote, absorbed in his notes. Among the objectives he listed were an in-depth study of the sealing effects of the chains of sealing of the Mad Dragon King, which he had stolen during the minister's ambush, a relic whose true potential still needed to be understood. Furthermore, he planned to visit the flying fortress of the armored dragon King Perugius to unravel the mysteries of invocation magic, spacetime, and gravity, rare skills that could expand his magical arsenal. Another destination of interest was the Necros Lacrosse fortress, where several proverbs claimed that if someone sought power and strength, they should go there. He wanted to personally verify if such rumors were founded and, if there was any truth to them, to augment his strength. Moreover, there was the matter of the stones of the 7 great powers. How did they work? How did they record information? And more importantly, how could they be replicated into a more efficient and stable means of communication? This enigma was near the top of his investigation list. Rigor longed to explore the depths of the ocean in search of the legendary marine race mentioned in ancient myths. If such a people truly existed, the knowledge they possessed could be very useful. Similarly, the celestial continent and the celestial race remained as an enigma that he wanted to unravel. No one seemed to know for sure what lay there, and Rigor was determined to find out. His objectives also extended to the present and future of the 7 great powers. He wanted to learn everything about them, from their skills and philosophies to their weaknesses. Moreover, if possible, he wished to defeat them. For that, however, he needed to grow even more. A kind of barrier that could block their minds was also necessary. Hidegami was an invisible threat, and Rigor needed to discover a method to block his mental invasions and influence. There were also objectives of gigantic proportions, such as creating an independent kingdom in Meles. He knew that this was an incredibly difficult goal, but not impossible. The world's political and social structures were rigid, but he believed that with time, power, and strategy, he could bend them to his will. As he wrote and organized his thoughts, he realized something intriguing. He had spent so much time in this world and had amassed vast knowledge about its legends, monsters, uninhabitable places, lost magics, and even about the various races that inhabited it. Every secret, every fragment of information he had gathered over the years was now at his fingertips. When added to the knowledge he had brought from his previous life, he realized that his possibilities were infinite. However, as he delved deeper into these thoughts, one question began to bother him. Even with an expected lifespan of about 200 years, he doubted that such time would be enough to accomplish everything he desired. But then, why should he limit himself? There were demons and dragons that lived for thousands of years. If such beings could achieve immortality, why couldn't he seek the same? The idea seemed absurd at first, but the more he reflected, the more plausible it became. With that final thought, Rigger paused, staring at the words written in the book and contemplating what his future would be like, and all that he would achieve in this life. Chapter 111, The Price of Weakness. The moon hung high in the sky, bathing the landscape in a silvery light and revealing the silhouette of a young redhead in the training field. Eris moved with intensity, her sword slicing through the air with precision as sweat streamed from her forehead, reflecting the lunar glow. On the second floor of the house, a balcony offered a clear view of the scene. Ghislaine was leaning against the railing, arms crossed, while Lilia, beside her, watched the girl with an attentive gaze. The silence of the early morning was broken only by the rhythmic sound of the blade cutting through the air and the labored breathing of the young swordswoman. After a moment of contemplation, Lilia commented, "Really, Eris is training hard." Ghislaine remained silent for an instant, her red eyes following the movements of the girl below. Her tail swayed slightly, as if reflecting her state of mind. Lilia adjusted her posture, feeling the leather of her new ranger armor against her skin. Unlike the usual servant uniform she always wore, she now donned attire more fitting to her experience as a swordswoman. Rigger had remarked that he found it strange for her to dress as a servant and not be armed, even though she was a warrior, so she decided to change. Her training qualified her as an intermediate-level swordswoman in the water god style, so there was no reason to continue ignoring her former skills. She could still perform servant duties even without the proper clothing, and wearing armor would be safer on long journeys in case of any accidents. After a long pause, Ghislaine finally responded. She always trained hard with the sword. That has always been her greatest talent. Even though she didn't like studying or practicing etiquette, she loved the sword from the day I began teaching her. Lilia diverted her gaze from the young redhead and fixed her eyes on Ghislaine with curiosity. "But training even in the early morning?" she asked. Ghislaine smiled faintly, a smile almost imperceptible but laden with meaning. "I used to think there was no need to train so much after becoming an adventurer," she said, turning slightly to face Lilia. "After all, few monsters or even humans were my opponents, even in my group, no one could defeat me. Even though later I encountered other difficulties, when it could be solved by force, it was easy, but now I don't think that way anymore." Lilia tilted her head, showing curiosity. "And why?" Ghislaine's eyes returned to Eris, who was unleashing another sequence of vigorous strikes. "I couldn't protect her in the Blue Dragon's cave," confessed Ghislaine, her voice serious, but with a weight behind it. "I wouldn't have been able to protect her if someone other than Rigger had saved us. If that person had any ill intentions, I wouldn't have been able to stop them. I wouldn't have been able to protect her from an army like those Melis assassins we fought against." She paused. "Now, even aside from those exaggerated and unusual monsters and armies, if the desert tyrant, Larix, were to set his sights on Eris, I wouldn't be able to protect her." She looked at Lilia before continuing. "Rigger never stopped training. I didn't understand that when I first met him, but when I asked, he told me that as long as he wasn't the strongest, he would always be subject to the goodwill of someone else." Lilia frowned. "The goodwill of someone else?" Ghislaine nodded. "I didn't understand it either. Then he gave me an example. If a god-level warrior woke up in a bad mood and was passing through Roa, who could stop him from massacring the entire Boreas family simply because he felt like it?" She laughed softly, shaking her head. "He sees the world in a peculiar way. It's an extremely difficult situation to materialize, but it makes sense in a way. As he usually says, the world is full of superhumans who can kill you in an instant without any consequences. How can ordinary people sleep peacefully when their life or death could be decided by someone else's mood?" Lilia pondered these words, absorbing them. "It really is a peculiar way of thinking, but the chances of such a situation happening are very low." Ghislaine shrugged. "Well, I will always encourage Eris to train. Otherwise, she will always be subject to the will of others, especially given her noble birth, and now that Lord Soros and Lord Philip are dead, that's even more true. Even if I am there to protect her, I'm not good with politics." Lilia turned her gaze to the girl training below them, her movements still firm despite evident fatigue. She thought. Does Aisha have that determination? Sighing, she decided to change the subject. "I talked with her, she truly likes Rigger. And I don't think it's just a childhood crush. Eris seems like the kind of girl who would dedicate her life to the person she chooses to love. What do you think?" Ghislaine maintained her relaxed posture. "Rigger doesn't see Eris the same way he sees you and me, as a woman. It's more the way he sees Aisha. But Eris doesn't give up easily. I believe she will become an incredible woman, and even Rigger won't be able to ignore her in the future." A noise behind them interrupted the conversation. Lilia turned instinctively, only to see Aisha, still deeply asleep in her bed, moving amidst the sheets. Confirming that it was just an involuntary movement of the child, she returned her attention to Eris, who now paused, panting and sweaty. Then she asked. But don't you mind Rigger having more wives? Ghislaine kept a neutral expression, but her answer was direct. I don't mind, but even if I did, I wouldn't be enough. Lilia blinked, surprised by the statement. She was about to ask what she meant by that, but then realized and her face flushed. Ghislaine continued. Rigger is still young, but he already has so much energy. When he grows even more, I believe I won't be able to keep up. And I truly believe that I myself will last much longer than average. Lilia turned completely red. I even recommended that he take you as a wife, in case Paul is dead, Ghislaine added, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. But he refused. So I suggested a concubine, and he still refused. Lilia's eyes widened, feeling her face burn. Why would you even suggest that? I am his disciple's mother and I am theoretically married. I could never betray the kindness that the Greyrat family showed me. Ghislaine remained expressionless and simply shrugged. Then it's fine. He didn't accept anyway. But he said he would have other wives, perhaps 2 more. Lilia, still flushed, took a deep breath to calm herself. We will depart tomorrow night. I will finish the preparations. Ghislaine did not respond immediately, merely watching Eris once more, immersed in thought. The young redhead down below raised her sword again, determined to continue. The early morning remained silent, filled only by the wind and the sound of the blade slicing through the air. In the royal palace of the kingdom of King Dragon, a select group was gathered in the throne room. Seated on the throne, imposing and with a calculating gaze, sat Leonard King Dragon, the monarch of the kingdom. Beside him, as always, stood his knight in black armor and helmet, known as the Black Lion. Before them, kneeling in respect, were 4 figures of high importance, Stevio von King Dragon, Julian King Dragon, Philip King Dragon, and Chagall Gargantus. The king remained silent for a moment before finally ordering. Stand up. The 4 immediately obeyed, rising promptly. Each one of them had a distinct presence. Stevio von King Dragon, the king's brother, had blonde hair and blue eyes, exuding a noble and charismatic posture. Julian King Dragon, the son and direct heir to the throne, shared the same physical features, but his gaze conveyed controlled ambition. Philip King Dragon, the third son, differentiated himself with brown hair and green eyes, always maintaining an expression that was impassive and introspective. Finally, Chagall Gargantus, a general of the kingdom, wore his armor and had prominent ears, revealing his mixed heritage between humans and elves. His serious face reflected his unwavering commitment and respect for the king. Leonard directed his gaze towards Stevio and Julian, the 2 positioned to his left. As you already know, one of you will succeed me when I die. His voice carried a solemn weight. Your role at today's farewell banquet is to form a positive connection with Rigger Adalada. I am old now, I can hold on for a few more years, but death is near. However, the beast people live longer than we do. I need not say that this alliance with the Iron Legion and that young man could be the key to making the kingdom of the Dragon King even more stable and prosperous for centuries. He paused briefly, looking at his brother and eldest son. If, during my lifetime, this alliance remains firm, I will be able to rest knowing that I did the best for this kingdom. It is your duty, whoever succeeds me, to continue this alliance and make it even stronger. Understood. Yes, your majesty, responded Stevio and Julian in unison, with seriousness and respect. The king then turned his gaze to Philip, who maintained his impassive expression. My third son. I have always reprimanded you for your disinterest in anything beyond magic. But who would have thought that Rigger would like you? Philip remained expressionless, merely listening. Leonard continued. Rigger told me that you are an exceptional mage and asked that I fund your research and experiments, as he would be interested in the results. As a result, you are now the court mage. I know you won't make an effort for anything I ask you to do, so just be yourself, the same boring person you always are, because he seemed to like your personality. Philip made a slight grimace upon hearing himself called boring, but replied in a neutral tone. Yes, your majesty. Leonard narrowed his eyes slightly. One more thing. Rigger mentioned something about the sealing chain of the Mad Dragon King. Philip shook his head. No, father. When I questioned him, he always said he knew nothing. The king sighed heavily. As long as he hides that, we cannot simply ask politely for it to be returned. And trying to force him to hand it over would be contrary to our goal of forging an alliance. The king sighed again. This chain has been in our family for generations. It was our kingdom's trump card many times. Now it has been stolen, and we can do nothing about it thanks to those 2 idiots. Leonard then turned to Chagall Gargantus, his general and trusted man. Chagall, now more than ever, we need high-level combat power in the kingdom. At the moment, we have a military force superior to the Iron Legion, but that will change as Rigger continues to grow. How is the recruitment of that men progressing? Chagall knelt respectfully before responding. reporting, Your Majesty. That man's restaurant business is not doing well. His typical cuisine from the demon continent does not please the people here. He will soon go bankrupt and eventually accept my offer. Besides, I am searching for new talent throughout our entire territory. We will not fall behind. The king nodded, satisfied. Our alliance will only be genuine as long as both sides maintain a roughly balanced military power. Otherwise, one side will naturally be subordinate to the other. It is your responsibility to ensure that balance, Chagall. The general replied firmly. Yes, Your Majesty. Leonard then leaned back on the throne and said. Today will be the farewell banquet for Rigger and his group. Stevio, are the gifts ready? Stevio nodded with a slight smile. Yes, they are. The king responded, Very well, you will also be responsible for receiving the first emissaries of the Iron Legion who cross the sea, and then follow those who return to the Great Forest and make a complete list of all the resources in the Great Forest that we can utilize. Stevio replied, Understood. The king continued, Furthermore, when you are there, observe and make a list of the talented and well-born young boys and girls of the Legion. After all, I had so many children precisely to forge blood alliances, I need to know the prospects. That is all. The king made a gesture with his hand. Very well. You are dismissed. Finish the preparations for the banquet. The four nodded and left the room, each with their own thoughts and responsibilities. Meanwhile, Leonard remained seated on the throne, observing the grand, empty hall, immersed in reflections about the future of the kingdom and the impact that Rigger would have on it. Chapter 112, Leaving the Capital, Gods of Combat. Rigger ran at great speed, his silhouette streaking through the air like thunder. At his side, keeping up closely, was Ornthorn, the North Emperor. The two clashed repeatedly, and with each impact, the platform beneath their feet cracked, yielding under the brutality of their blows. Ornthorn, despite measuring only 1.5 meters tall and having an apparently slim build, wielded his gigantic 3-meter golden sword with absurd dexterity. Rigger had already suspected, but after some conversations and training with the Emperor, he confirmed what he had already imagined. Ornthorn was like him in some respects. Since childhood, he had possessed extraordinary physical strength, but for him, that became more of a curse. Ornthorn's life had been marked by disadvantages. Mixed race, green hair, and colossal strength, everything contributed to him being treated as a reincarnated, bloodthirsty demon. His own family rejected him, seeing him as a monster, and he ended up being sold as a slave when he was a child. Only when Kalman II found him was he freed and began to carve his own path in the world of the sword. And then, there he was, the North Emperor, overcoming everyone who had despised him. From recent training sessions, Rigger knew that Ornthorn was as strong as Larix, perhaps even stronger. The only reason he had lost to him was the special ability of Larix's scimitar, which split his sword in half. At that moment, Tsukikage collided once more with Ornthorn's golden blade, and both smiled as they moved apart. Ornthorn planted his sword into the ground and took a deep breath. Your talent never ceases to amaze me, boy. He said, still smiling. Rigger sheathed Tsukikage and replied naturally. It's nothing special. Ornthorn had said many times that Rigger's talent was astounding, and that he believed Rigger would become a legendary figure in the future. During his time there, Rigger had tried to defeat him repeatedly, but he knew that, if it were to count, he would destroy the entire stronghold of the North God style in the process. Of course, he could defeat him. He could simply challenge him out of there, but Ornthorn already knew that Rigger was stronger than he was, so he saw no real need. Rigger crossed his arms and faced the North Emperor. Ornthorn. I usually defeat people before making this proposal, but, would you be my subordinate? Ornthorn turned his back and began to walk away, leaving his sword planted in the arena. Why would I do that? Rigger smiled slightly. I don't know. Tell me, what is it that you still wish to do in this life that you haven't done yet? Ornthorn laughed and, without turning around, replied. I'd like to get married, have some descendants, see some disciples surpass me. There's nothing you can offer me, boy. I may admire your talent, but I don't want to fight your wars, nor do I need to get involved in them. Even if someone plots against the kingdom of the Dragon King, the stronghold of the North God style will remain neutral and impassive, as it always has. Rigger fell silent for a moment, frowning in thought. Then he walked over to Ornthorn and asked. If you want to get married and have children, why haven't you yet? Ornthorn picked up a gourd of wine, removed the cork, and sat at the nearest table, beginning to drink. I never found the right person. Rigger sat beside him, watching the stronghold of the North God style below the platform. Even as darkness fell, many still trained tirelessly. Ornthorn continued. Maybe my prospective partners are too demanding. Elves and demons don't like short ones. Dwarves find me too feminine. Humans think I look like a child. But you know what's best? No one likes green hair. Rigger laughed. Have you ever tried to find a support to marry? Or another person with green hair? Ornthorn raised an eyebrow. You're strange, few speak so freely about those demons. Rigger replied indifferently, I don't know why people care so much about that, so many atrocities have occurred throughout history, yet people seem to especially dislike the Superd. Ornthorn didn't respond and took another sip from his gourd. How could you help me with that if I accepted to be your subordinate? Rigger smiled broadly. Man, I was never a good Cupid. Ornthorn frowned in confusion, while Rigger began laughing to himself. Ah, if only there were someone else to understand these things. The two fell silent for a moment, observing the stronghold below them. Then Ornthorn broke the silence. You're leaving today. Are you sure you don't want to try to defeat me and earn the title of Emperor? Rigger shrugged. No need. I'm already near the Sword Sanctuary, and I'm creating my own style. Soon, I'll obtain whatever title I desire. Ornthorn nodded slowly. I understand. He stood up and looked at Rigger with an assessing gaze. I'm glad that such talent and power haven't fallen into the wrong hands, Rigger Adoldia. Rigger also stood up and raised an eyebrow. How do you know they haven't fallen into the wrong hands? Ornthorn smiled slightly. You're strong, but not arrogant. You're powerful, but you possess discernment. You're impetuous, but you're not an idiot. He walked over to his sword, touching the hilt before continuing. Many great men falter at these points. With a fluid motion, he swung the enormous golden blade over his shoulder and looked at Rigger with a defiant gleam in his eyes. Let's make things interesting, here's a challenge. He looked toward the sky as if recalling a memory. Some 20 years ago, the current sword god, Gal Farion, passed through here. He paused for a moment, now that I remember. Ghislaine, your wife, was with him back then, but she was a child at the time, about Eris's age. Well, I was as strong as I am today back then, yet he defeated me in a single blow. I didn't see his blade for even a second. I can say with certainty that he is the strongest person I've ever known, even stronger than Kalman too, my master. Then he looked at Rigger challengingly, defeat him. Become the sixth of the 7 great powers in 5 years. In 5 years, I will go to the tablet of the 7 powers. If you are there, I will be your subordinate. But even so, I won't fight pointless wars, even if you ask. Rigger smiled, watching Ornthorn depart. Then, without hesitation, he dashed toward the Adventurers Guild, where his group was likely gathered. From the platforms of the headquarters below, several members raised their eyes, impressed to see Rigger streaking across the sky like a falcon. As he flew, a thought crossed his mind. 5 years. You're making it too easy, man. Rigger arrived at the Adventurers Guild with an agile leap, landing lightly on the roof. His golden eyes quickly scanned the area, locating the large carriage parked near the entrance of the guild. Idar was sitting casually on the edge of the carriage, biting into an apple while watching the bustling streets. The carriage was sturdy and well-equipped, carrying travel supplies, the magical tomes Rigger had taken, books on various subjects, and other essential belongings. At the front, 2 well-trained horses waited patiently, while next to the carriage, Skoll rested, his imposing presence intimidating anyone who dared to come too close. Inside the carriage, Aisha and Lilia were seated comfortably. As soon as Aisha noticed Rigger approaching, her face lit up with excitement. Master! Master! Look, she exclaimed animatedly. In front of Aisha, a sphere of water began to form in the air, spinning gently before gradually molding into a translucent blade. Look, Master, I can already shape water, she repeated proudly. Rigger smiled and tousled the girl's hair affectionately. Very well, Aisha. You were even faster than I expected, he praised. Lilia, watching the scene, smiled contentedly. She started practicing whenever you weren't looking, she commented, as Aisha, embarrassed, looked away. Mom, the little one protested, her cheeks puffing out. Rigger let out a low laugh, but before he could continue, Idar interrupted the moment. I hate to interrupt this adorable master-disciple scene, but we're late for the banquet, aren't we? He said, tossing aside the apple Cory had just finished eating. Rigger turned to the guild, frowning. Weren't we just supposed to create a group? Why the delay? He asked. Idar shrugged. I have no idea, he replied. It was at that moment that Ghislaine and Eris finally emerged from the guild. Ghislaine maintained her usual expression, serious and unwavering, while Eris displayed a satisfied smile and a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. As soon as she saw the group, Ghislaine said bluntly, I didn't choose the name. Eris crossed her arms and puffed out her chest, her tone full of pride. I chose it myself, she declared. Idar felt a shiver run down his spine, while Rigger, for some reason, had a bad premonition. Idar, didn't I tell you to go with them? He asked, narrowing his eyes. Idar, unfazed, replied, I didn't think it was necessary. Eris frowned. You haven't even heard the name yet. It's a great name, she insisted, clearly irritated by the lack of enthusiasm. The group waited apprehensively. Now we are the gods of combat, she announced proudly. Silence fell over the carriage. Skoll barked softly, as if even he sensed the strangeness of the name. Aisha was the first to react, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh, but failing miserably. Pfft, she burst into laughter. Rigor, not wasting any time, threw a water ball at her. Aisha's cheeks puffed out, inflating in feigned indignation. He sighed deeply. Okay, everyone, let's head to the palace. After that, we continue our journey. Now we are the gods of combat, he said in a resigned tone. Idar shook his head in disapproval. What a horrible name. Eris immediately rolled up her sleeves, ready to start a fight. How so? Idar said, indignant, what a terrible sense of naming. We don't even have a god-level warrior in the group yet. The two began arguing about better names while the group made its way to the royal palace. Rigor watched them from the corner, a slight smile forming on his face. The name might be bad, in fact, it was even worse for him. In this world, these exaggerated names weren't yet considered Chinibyo, so they were a bit more acceptable, but Gods of Combat was really terrible nonetheless. At the very least, it would make for a story to tell in the future. The banquet was in full swing when Rigor and his group entered the Grand Palace Hall. The atmosphere was luxurious, filled with nobles and influential figures of the kingdom of the Dragon King. However, few approached to greet them. Everyone knew that Rigor disliked superficial conversations or political games. King Leonard, however, received them warmly, with a broad smile and an assessing gaze over the group gathered before him. His many children sat side by side at a long, noble wooden table, laden with refined dishes and ornate goblets. Rigor advanced and stopped before King Leonard's throne. King Leonard, I believe you have already heard about my wife, Ghislaine de Doldia. He gestured toward Ghislaine, drawing everyone's attention to her. Apart from Idar and Aisha, no one else from the group had visited the palace yet. Ghislaine glanced at Rigor, seeking some guidance. He had not bowed. She hesitated for a moment but decided to follow his example, standing tall and firm. King Leonard observed this and let out a hearty laugh of approval. Ha ha. I haven't had the pleasure yet. A legendary warrior whose name is heard even across the sea. It is a pleasure to meet you. Ghislaine maintained her gaze fixed on him, visibly uncertain about how to respond. Normally, she addressed a king with respect, but Rigor had not done so. Then, somewhat confused, she replied, "The pleasure is mine." King Leonard laughed as if trying to dispel the slight awkwardness in the air. Beside him, a woman with long light brown hair stepped forward. Her eyes were perceptive, and her posture impeccable. This is my wife. She is not a warrior, but an incomparable regent. The woman made an elegant bow. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Queen Sabrina. I have heard much about your battles and melees, Ghislaine. I would like you to tell me more about them. She took Ghislaine by the arm, guiding her to a more secluded corner of the hall. It was clear to Rigor that the queen was forcing a topic that would not normally interest her, yet Ghislaine did not immediately perceive this and appeared eager to speak. Meanwhile, Lilia and Aisha were with Idar and Jurden, the noble from the Grovewood house who had been their guide during their stay in the capital. They conversed calmly. Eris and Skoll, on the other hand, had thrown themselves onto the banquet table with voracious appetites. Skoll intimidated the servants with his fierce gaze whenever someone came too close, while Eris grabbed generous portions of meat and devoured them without any decorum. Rigor, meanwhile, was engaged in conversation with King Leonard, along with his son Julian and his brother Stevio. There was also Philip, the court mage, who was present but kept to himself, staring fixedly out the window as if being tormented just by being there. The party was livelier than Rigor had expected. His greatest relief was that he did not have to interact with sycophantic nobles or engage in unnecessary formal pleasantries. King Leonard seemed to understand his personality and, by all accounts, had informed the guests in advance. The difference was palpable compared to other palace festivities. This attitude made Rigor respect him a bit more. Even though he had been king for a long time and was already old, Leonard still demonstrated an open mind. The only real problem was Julian and Stevio, who tried to become his friends throughout the banquet. Rigor did not dislike their company, but their persistent attempts at conversation annoyed him. Furthermore, many of the king's daughters tried to seduce him, and the king even blatantly offered some of his daughters for him to take as a wife. It almost worked, as some of them were very attractive. After a while, Rigor decided that it was time to depart. He stood up and began to say his goodbyes. Ghislaine, returning from her conversation with Queen Sabrina, appeared shocked, as if forced to listen to a discussion about matters that would never interest her. King Leonard, before they left, made sure to present them with some gifts. There were high-quality weapons, magical items, precious stones, and, most importantly, an emblem of the kingdom of the Dragon King, which would signify their friendship with the crown. However, Rigor noticed that despite the generosity, nothing truly valuable was given. He had a hunch about the reason. Throughout the party, he heard discreet mentions of the sealing chain of the Mad Dragon King, an item that Rigger had stolen during an ambush but would never admit. Conversations about how it would be nice to recover it somehow were mentioned several times. However, Rigger remained impassive, pretending not to know anything. And then, they left the palace. The king's retinue saw them off, as did many nobles, including Jurten. One could conclude that the party was fun, but even so, he began to think that in his previous life, he was actually a dwarf. After all, he had enjoyed dwarf parties much more than those of the royalty of the kingdom of the Dragon King. But perhaps it was just the royalty. Well, the party wasn't entirely bad. And so, finally, they left the capital. The carriage slowly pulled away from the city, and the city walls became increasingly distant. There was much ahead, and the journey to the kingdom of the Dragon King, filled with both good and bad surprises, turned out, in the end, to be more positive than negative. Skull. Age. Monster rank, A. Mana reserves, advanced level. Combat skills. Fenrir God style, bites and claws. Battle strength, saint. Languages. Woof, woof. Practical skills. Sit, roll, play dead, excellent runner. Aisha Greyrat. Age. Mana reserves, intermediate level. Magical skills. Water magic, intermediate. Combat skills. Battle strength, elementary. Languages. Reading and writing in human language and reading beast god. Practical skills. Basic mathematics, near eidetic memory. Ghislaine and Age. Titles, Black Wolf. Demon Eye, Eye of Magic Power. Mana reserves, Saint level. Magical skills. Fire magic, elementary. Water magic, elementary. Healing magic, elementary. Combat skills. Sword god style, king level. Beast god style, in development. Battle strength, high king level. Languages. Reading and writing in beast god and human languages. Practical skills. Basic mathematics, always choosing the right option between two choices. Eris Boreas Greyrat. Age. Titles, Red Lioness. Mana reserves, Saint level. Magical skills. Fire magic, elementary. Water magic, elementary. Healing magic, elementary. Combat skills. North god style, elementary. Sword god style, advanced. Battle strength, advanced. Languages. Reading and writing in beast god and human languages. Practical skills. Basic mathematics, infinite energy, greeting in the Boreas style, bad cook. Idar. Age. Titles, Flowing Blade. Mana reserves, Saint level. Weapons, Dark Prey, sword made with Erathium. Magical skills. Healing magic, elementary. Combat skills. North god style, intermediate. Water god style, Saint. Battle strength, high Saint level warrior. Languages. Reading and writing in beast god and human languages. Practical skills. Basic mathematics, good bodyguard, good cook, between others. Rigger Adolia. Age. Titles, Flaming Beast, Red Wolf, Lightning Emperor. Mana reserves, God level. Demon Eyes, Eye of Magic Power, Eye of Sharpness, and Eye of Fragmented Reflection. Weapons, Tsukikage, of the 49 Blades of the Dragon King Kajakut, Night Hunter, Hidden Daggers. Magical skills. Fire Magic, King. Earth Magic, King. Water Magic, King. Wind Magic, King. Healing Magic, Saint. Detoxification Magic, Saint. Barrier Magic, Saint. Divine Attack, Advanced. Howling Magic, Conqueror's Hockey. Combat Skills. North God Style, King. Sword God Style, King. Water God Style, Saint. Beast God Style, in development. Battle Strength, Middle Emperor level Warrior. Languages. Reading and writing in Beast God, Fighting God, Demon God, and human languages. Practical skills. Advanced mathematics, excellent hunter, good teacher, very bad cook, it's almost inedible, but it can be eaten to avoid starving to death, excellent builder, earth magic, good swimmer, between others. Chapter 113, How Dragons Fly. Rigger was sitting on top of the carriage, his legs crossed and his expression serious as he observed the translucent barrier ahead. The surrounding landscape was a dense forest. His magical eyes shone golden as he analyzed every detail of the spell's structure. He took a deep breath and focused his energy, feeling the magic circulate and gathering a divine attack spell in front of him. And then, he cast the spell against the barrier. The impact was immediate, a wave of golden light spread upon collision, only to be reflected back with equivalent force. This is going well, but no matter how well these tests go, against Hitagami, they probably won't help me. He thought, squinting as he reflected on his options. He had been a bit confused lately. He could not underestimate the human god, but he was also not sure if he should be completely hostile towards him. His instincts always warned him that Hitagami was a threat, an entity shrouded in pure malice. But, what if I could take advantage of his advice anyway? So far, the information he had received seemed to have been useful. His eyes momentarily left the barrier and rested on Eris, who was balancing on one leg on top of the moving carriage. Her long red hair tied in a ponytail. Her posture was impeccable, both hands firmly holding her sword pointed forward, at head height. The closed eyes revealed her intense concentration. It was simple training, but effective, an exercise in balance and control. Rigor resumed his thoughts. His advice about not killing Minister Yelol would technically have prevented me from falling into an ambush as easily as I did, but it would also have prevented me from making progress in Tuki at that moment. Besides, if I had followed the advice, I'm not sure I would have still killed Larix. But the real question is, if I hadn't been cautious because of the advice, would I have survived? He sighed, bringing one of his hands to his chin. Anyway, he said that I would regret killing the minister, but I'm not at all regretful. His thoughts wandered deeper. If only I knew something about him, about who he is and what his goals are, perhaps I wouldn't be in the dark. His mind replayed every conversation he had with Hitagami so far, and every piece of advice he had given. Suddenly, something occurred to him. Didn't he say that the Death God was in the Dragon King's realm? I completely forgot about that because of all the crap that piled up in the capital. Before he could delve even deeper into that line of thought, Idar's voice interrupted his thoughts. We've arrived in another city, he announced, pointing to the horizon. Eris opened her eyes and finally broke her training stance and put away her sword. A smile appeared on her lips as she stretched her arms and leapt from the carriage with agility. I'm starving. Skoll, let's go ahead, she exclaimed. Skoll, who was walking alongside the vehicle, let out a bark upon hearing her voice. Without hesitating, Eris leapt agilely and landed on the big wolf, holding on firmly, and then Skoll started running towards the city. The horses, already accustomed to the presence of the creature, did not react, continuing on their path without hesitation. Rigor observed the scene for a moment before getting down from the top of the carriage and entering it. Lilia was helping Aisha read a book, guiding her reading patiently, while Ghislaine remained motionless, alert to the surroundings. The mating season had ended, but Rigor saw no reason to stop sleeping with Ghislaine. This carriage journey, however, greatly restricted any more intimate interaction between the two, which frustrated him a lot. We will soon reach the Dragon King mountain range, announced Rigor, drawing everyone's attention. When we get there, we'll go a little further in so that I can test the Earth Emperor level magic. I also want to fight the dragons there. I need to test something. Rigor smiled as he thought about what he had read in the library of the Dragon King's realm about the dragons and their methods of flight. Ghislaine nodded without hesitation. Understood. Aisha, however, lifted her gaze from the book and tilted her head in curiosity. Master, why not test in the middle of the sea, she asked. Rigor smiled slightly and explained. Because if an earthquake were to occur in the middle of the ocean, it could generate tsunamis and tidal waves. Moreover, there are many unknown monsters in the depths of the sea. The Dragon King mountain range is also dangerous, but at least it is a known danger. There, the greatest challenge we will face will be dragons. Aisha thought for an instant. I understand, Master. The sound of the carriage wheels diminished as the group approached the city. Rigor noticed the restless movement of the guards posted at the entrance. His magical eyes shone golden as he analyzed the situation. Probably, Eris's untimely arrival riding on Skoll had caused a stir. Eris quickly emerged from the center of the city, still riding the big wolf, and announced excitedly. Guys. There's a swordsman at the Adventurers Guild who says he's waiting for Rigor. Rigor raised an eyebrow, surprised by the statement. For me? Yes, confirmed Eris, sliding off Skoll and landing on the ground with agility. He wants to challenge you to a duel. Oh. I thought my name was already well known. Commented Rigor, crossing his arms. Well, if we encounter him, I accept the challenge. Did he mention his name? Eris scratched her head, trying to remember. Was it Gendril? Or Geriel? Something like that. Rigor made a mental note of the name, but didn't give it much importance. He was used to constant challenges wherever he went ever since he became renowned. In any case, it wouldn't hurt to see who this swordsman was. Throughout the journey, Eris always made a point of visiting the Adventurers Guild in every city they passed through. She and Idar would choose jobs along the way, eliminating any monsters that crossed their path. This served as continuous training for Eris and practice for the entire group, keeping the sense of real combat always present. Upon arriving at the city's guild, they noticed an unusual commotion. A large group was gathered in the side courtyard of the building, and sounds of clashing blades and feet sliding on the floor could be heard in the distance. Rigger heard from afar and understood that friendly duels were taking place, and the aforementioned swordsman was probably among them. As they approached, they began to catch fragments of the surrounding conversations. You may be strong, man, but challenging the Lightning Emperor. You must be crazy. I heard that he can destroy entire cities just by waving his hand. And that his group is composed solely of divine warriors. Stop believing everything you hear, you idiot, retorted another. Suddenly, one of the adventurers noticed the group's presence and widened his eyes. It's them. The Red Wolf is here. With a sigh, Rigger turned to Idar. Go inside and choose a new job. This will be quick. Idar nodded and entered the guild without question. Then, Rigger flexed his legs and jumped into the crowd, landing softly in the center of the courtyard. Hey, boss. It's me, called a voice from the crowd. Rigger turned to face the speaker. It was a beastman from the Doldia tribe. His face was vaguely familiar. After a moment, the memory returned. When he was still a child, Rigger had fought alongside the tribe to repel invaders. This man was one of the warriors from that time, but he didn't remember anything else about this guy. It's been so long, said Rigger, giving a slight smile. The beastman laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Didn't I say that I knew him, you idiots? One of the adventurers huffed. Shut up. He doesn't even remember your name. Rigger just smiled slightly and turned his attention back to the center of the courtyard. A middle-aged man with brown hair was there, challenging other warriors. He exuded a familiar aura. What caught his attention was the cloak he wore. It was identical to Ghislaine's, only masculine, the cloak worn by the practitioners of the Sword Sanctuary. Are you the one who challenged me? Asked Rigger. The swordsman curled his lips into a slight smile. It's me. His eyes studied Rigger with interest. I thought of challenging you after my brother told me about your talent. I didn't believe him much, but now, hearing the rumors about you throughout the kingdom, I can't help but give you some credit. Rigger narrowed his eyes. Your brother? Do I know him? The swordsman crossed his arms and smiled enigmatically. I'll tell you if you defeat me. Please, only with the sword. I wouldn't stand a chance if you hurled a lightning bolt at me. Rigger noticed that the man's posture was not hostile. On the contrary, there was a certain respect in his tone and attitude. This only heightened his curiosity about the identity of his brother. But, without hesitation, Rigger agreed. After all, he was already a sword king, few could defeat him, even using only the sword. Of course. Only with the sword. He took his position, assuming the Iato stance. The crowd fell silent upon seeing his determined look. The long sword of light technique was ready to be used. The swordsman smiled and assumed the same stance. For a moment, everyone held their breath. Then, the swordsman advanced. He's fast, thought Rigger. But he himself was faster. With a movement, Rigger surged forward with explosive speed. The sound of the impact resounded throughout the courtyard as the two passed by each other. The ground cracked under the pressure of the exchange of blows. The bodies remained motionless for an instant, as if time had frozen. Then, a slight trace of blood appeared on the swordsman's face. His sword split in half with a clink and fell to the ground. The crowd erupted with reactions. Ha 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 ha. You owe me 5 gold coins, you idiots. Damn. I thought that if it were only with the sword, Gendril would have a chance. Damn. Gendril is a sword saint. What did this kid eat to be so strong? The swordsman sighed, raising the hilt of his broken blade. My brother didn't exaggerate his skills enough. He commented. You're faster than anyone I've ever faced in the Sword Sanctuary, except for the 2 emperors, of course. Rigger sheathed his sword with a fluid movement and crossed his arms. So, who are you? The swordsman smiled. I am Gendril Ashbrand, from the Ashbrand family. My brother is Fendrel Ashbrand. I believe he taught you the sword god style for a few years. Rigger's eyes widened in surprise. Fendrel. Rigger was sitting with his group at the Adventurers Guild. The atmosphere was lively, filled with voices mixed with conversations, laughter, and the clinking of beer mugs and toasts. In front of him, Gendril was telling his story while holding a mug of beer. I passed by our home in the Sanakia kingdom some time ago. It had been a long time since we saw each other, and who would have thought, when I met him, he told me that he had lost an arm. Gendril paused, his expression turning somber. I got really pissed when I found out it was Darien who did that. My brother and he grew up together, he was like my second older brother. Ghislaine, who was listening attentively, asked, were you coming from the Sword Sanctuary? Gendril took a long sip before answering. That's right. Our family is a noble house of the Sanakia kingdom, but we didn't have many possessions. My father sent us to the sword sanctuary after realizing that we had a talent for the sword. Idar raised an eyebrow. Then why didn't you stay with your family in the Sanakia kingdom? Gendril looked at his mug with a nostalgic expression. Let's just say I haven't given up on getting stronger yet. I'm heading to the demon continent to test my blade. Rigor raised his eyebrow, showing interest. By any chance, are you heading to Necros Fortress? Gendril seemed surprised. Oh, you know it too. Have you been there? Rigor shook his head. I've never been, but I plan to go in the future. Gendril nodded before Rigor asked, how is Fendrel? A smile appeared on Gendril's lips. His wife, Irina, is pregnant. Rigor opened a genuine smile. Ha ha ha, he must be happy. But Gendril gave a bitter smile. Not so much. The king sent him on a mission in the conflict zone. Now that he is a knight of the kingdom, he needs to make some real contributions. A sword saint is very prestigious in the kingdom. Rigor frowned. A knight? How did he manage that without an arm? Gendril seemed to remember something and replied. Ah, that's right. When he returned home, our father asked the king for a favor. Since the king owed him a favor, he helped to hire a priest from Meles, who went to the kingdom and healed Fendrel's arm. But that cost quite a bit, even for the crown. Sanakia is not a very large kingdom, so the king helped on the condition that Fendrel become a knight. Rigor remained expressionless for a moment before calmly saying, what an idiot. Gendril raised an eyebrow. Why? Rigor sighed. If he had waited just a few years, I would have healed his arm for free. Gendril was shocked. You can use saint-level healing magic. Aisha smiled excitedly. The master can do anything. Gendril laughed, still a bit shocked. Ha 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 ha, of course he can. Honestly, I shouldn't be surprised. A king in multiple magics and a sword saint before the age of 10, where's the surprise in that? Rigor just smiled. Then, Ghislaine asked, appearing somewhat interested. Who is the current god of the sword? Gendril made a thoughtful expression. It's still your master, Gal Farion. Although that may change in a few years. Eris crossed her arms with a determined look. Of course he will. Rigor is going to defeat him. Gendril laughed. That is also possible, but I was talking about his daughter, Nina Farion. She seems to be very talented with the sword. Eris frowned, her look showing a slight discomfort. Gendril noticed and waved his hand. Well, not as much as Rigor, of course. Rigor ignored Eris's reaction and asked, when is Fendrel's child due? Gendril took another sip before answering. I believe in about 6 months. Why? Rigor fell into deep thought for a moment before saying, I was thinking of visiting him and witnessing the birth of his son. But since he's in the conflict zone and the birth is so far off, I'll go to the sword sanctuary first. On the way back, I'll visit him. Gendril nodded. The group continued talking about various things, exchanging stories, information about the world, and even plans to meet again in the future. After spending a few hours talking, Gendril said goodbye to continue his journey to the demon continent. Just as he went his own way, Rigor's group also moved on and left the city. As they traveled, Rigor grew increasingly eager to fight against the Dragon Kings. But, besides the desire to test his strength against them, there was a specific reason that now occupied his thoughts. While Rigor was studying the demon eyes, as well as the various magics that intrigued him in the library of the Dragon King's realm, he found a piece of information in ancient texts. In the territory of the Blue Dragons, he had overlooked it due to his ignorance about the matter. Perhaps because he was so focused on improving his sword, on making alliances with the dwarves, and later on staying cautious with Hidegami's advice, as well as saving Ghislaine and Eris, he did not notice something that he might have seen with his magic eye. Something that, in his previous world, was almost common knowledge, even among those who neither watched nor read any fantasy. And that was, dragons fly with wings on their backs, right? Right, but also wrong. The dragons in this world were different. Apparently, they generated a force field similar to anti-gravity with their wings, which seemed to be a specialized organ for that. That was how they managed to fly. Of course, once they ascended into the sky, they also faced air resistance. When that happened, they used the wind's resistance as lift to glide. However, the dragon's flight did not depend on their wings to generate thrust, the gravitational force field emanating from their bodies was the real secret. In other words, all dragons were born with the innate ability to manipulate gravity. Rigor narrowed his eyes as he pondered this information. If dragons could manipulate gravity, then, perhaps it would be possible to learn from them. No, it was completely possible. After all, they were dragons, and if they could do that, why couldn't more intelligent beings do the same? And that thought made his heart race with a wild anticipation. Chapter 114, A refined control of gravity. The sound of impacts echoed through a mountainous area, rocks were flying and dust accumulated due to the speed of the combatants therein mixed with the cutting breath of the wind. Rigger and Ghislaine faced each other in a fierce combat, but, unlike usual, they were unarmed. Claws and fangs replaced swords and blades, and yet, the intensity of the battle did not diminish in the least. Rigger analyzed each of Ghislaine's movements with precision. Creating a training system for the future practitioners of the Beast God style had not been as difficult as he had imagined. He was fully confident that the bestial race would have an easier time learning this style, as their instinctive and physical base was already geared toward this kind of combat. From the elementary to the advanced level, the practitioners could not control their tuki, only use it instinctively to strengthen their bodies, so Rigger did not need to delve so deeply into each individual technique. What caught his attention the most, however, was the speed with which Ghislaine absorbed each teaching. No matter the complexity of the concepts he demonstrated, she assimilated them with surprising naturalness. The core of this style was to move like a predator, aiming to kill or incapacitate its prey as quickly and efficiently as possible, targeting joints, tendons, trachea, and even the eyes. It was as if the Beast God style was tailor-made for her. Her adaptability was absurd. The style, in itself, was as aggressive as the Sword God style, but at the same time also involved unarmed combat and could be applied with almost any weapon, as long as it was not a heavy tool, like a large axe or a spear. After all, its base was the user's speed, but the use of various weapons made it similar to the North God style in versatility. In just 2 months of training, Ghislaine had not only mastered the basic concepts, but also managed to adapt the flash step to her own pace. It was as if she were using a reduced version of the technique, just as the long sword of silence was the reduced version of the long sword of light. In any case, this elevated her speed and fluidity in combat to a frightening level. And that wasn't all. Before Rigger taught her, he discovered that Ghislaine had already enhanced her 5 senses and was beginning to explore the 6th. She said she did it unconsciously. Rigger theorized that this was due to her being of the bestial race. After all, no other warrior he had met bothered to enhance their senses beyond their natural increase, but most high-level warriors probably did it unconsciously to some extent. Rigger could not have been more satisfied. Ghislaine was not only an excellent practitioner of the style, but also proof that his teaching system worked, or perhaps she was simply very good at it. Furthermore, the Beast God style, despite its particularities, did not conflict with the Sword God style. On the contrary, the two could be used in perfect synergy. After clashing again, claw against claw, the two stepped back at the same time. At that moment, they heard Eris. Ha-iya. The clanging of metal resounded, followed by the sound of an impact. Everyone turned their gaze in the direction of the combat. Eris was spinning in the air, tracing a perfect arc before landing upright on the ground. Even so, a victorious smile spread across her face. She panted, but did not hide her excitement. I hit you. I hit you, Idar. It's already the 3rd time. Rigger narrowed his eyes and saw a small trickle of blood on Idar's arm. The warrior smiled and shook his head, unconcerned. Of course. And I hit you every other time. Eris snorted, sheathing her sword. This won't last very long. I'll surpass you soon. Idar laughed, sheathing his own blade. Aisha, who was watching the combat alongside Lilia, clapped excitedly. The older sister is amazing. Eris walked over to Aisha and stroked her hair with a smile. Next to the group, the imposing Dragon King mountain range rose before them, a colossal mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see. The sharp peaks tore through the sky, covered in snow, while the bases were adorned with rugged routes and treacherous cliffs. Currents of mist moved between the valleys. The winds cut through the air with a howl and the sun cast long shadows over the slopes, creating a play of light and darkness that made the landscape even more majestic. It was a territory dominated by nature in its rawest form, a territory inaccessible to humanity. Rigger took a deep breath, feeling the energy of the place. He turned to the group and announced. Okay, everyone ready. Remember, Ghislaine and I will be able to sense any approaching danger, but it's always good to be cautious. Don't stray too far from us, Aisha and Lilia, understood? Eris smiled, pleased to notice that her name had not been mentioned. Aisha, for her part, straightened up and said seriously, though she only looked cute. Yes, sir. Rigger smiled and tousled her hair. Lilia, however, seemed hesitant. She cast a worried look toward the mountain range and then at Rigger. We really don't need to go. We would be a burden. We can wait here in the carriage with Skoll. Before Rigger could respond, Idar intervened with a carefree laugh. What nonsense. When will you again have the opportunity to witness Emperor-level magic? Rigger nodded. I did a quick reconnaissance earlier. On the path we'll take, there's only one dragon and some smaller animals. If I sense any other creature approaching, we'll retreat immediately. But it's unlikely to happen. Lilia hesitated for a few moments, but in the end, she sighed and gave in. Okay. Then let's go. Rigger turned to Skoll and gave one last instruction. Skoll, take care of the carriage. The wolf let out a bark, as if he understood the message. With that, the group began the ascent. Aisha climbed onto Rigger's shoulders, while the others advanced on their own. Rigger and his group crossed the mountains without difficulty. Even Lilia, the weakest in the group, was an intermediate-level swordswoman, and her Tuki already unconsciously modified her physical capabilities. Not to mention the rest of the group, who possessed even more advanced skills. Furthermore, any larger obstacle was easily overcome with Rigger's earth magic, which could open passages where the path was impossible and create bridges where there was nothing before. After a few hours of walking, Rigger once again activated his magical eye to analyze the environment, while sharpening his senses to hear and smell everything around for several kilometers. He confirmed that there was only one dragon inside an isolated cave. When he confirmed that, he handed Aisha over to Lilia again, and said, "First, I'll go there and kill the dragon as quickly as possible. Don't worry if it seems like I'm letting it escape, I need to observe something with my demon eyes. After it's dead, then it will be Emperor-level magic." The group members nodded, and Ghislaine said, "Be careful." At that very moment, he felt a movement inside the cave. The dragon was coming out. "It seems the dragon has also noticed us," Rigger murmured. "But it doesn't matter. Stay alert." Saying that, he dashed toward the rugged mountain ahead of him, running through the mountains with agility, assisting his descent with stone platforms and wind magic. When he was already halfway there, from inside the cave, the colossal creature emerged. The dragon was immense, with dark red scales shimmering in the light, prominent horns, sharp claws, and long wings. Its impressive size of about 70 meters in length made everything around seem tiny in comparison. Even the colossal mountain next to it appeared reduced to the scale of a house before the absolute predator. Rigger immediately understood why there were no other dragons nearby. This being dominated the region with its imposing presence, it was extremely powerful. Even so, compared to his previous challenges, the Kraken, Larix, Ornthorn, it would not pose a danger as long as Rigger was careful. Moreover, Rigger was much stronger than before. The dragon let out a gigantic roar, which reverberated through the air, making the rocks tremble. Then, its mouth began to heat up, while it fixed its predatory eyes on Rigger, as it had been many years since anyone dared to invade its territory. The warrior, advancing swiftly through the mountains, saw the growing glow in the dragon's throat and activated his magical eyes. Time seemed to slow down. The fiery breath was unleashed. A jet of fire tore through the mountain ranges, consuming everything in its path. The heat was so intense that it melted the rocks, reducing them to boiling lava. The ground cracked, turning to ashes as the wave of destruction advanced and the fire spread. Rigger, analyzing the attack in slow motion, instantly chose his route and used the flash step to dodge. In a fraction of a second, he reappeared further ahead, unscathed. But the flaming trail continued, spreading across the mountains, destroying everything in its path with unstoppable power. This must be equivalent to a king-level spell. This dragon is very strong. But he did not hesitate. His blue sword was already glowing, charged with electricity. He advanced with explosive speed, charging directly toward the dragon with burst step and preparing the long sword of light. The dragon did not retreat. Upon seeing the small figure approaching rapidly, it turned its body and swung its massive tail downward. Rigger waited until the last moment. His body moved like lightning, dodging the tail with surgical precision using the flash step. The tail slammed into the ground, destroying that part of the mountain due to the massive impact and the dragon's force. Without stopping his advance, Rigger used the mountain walls as support, and leaped with extreme speed toward the colossal beast. The mountain cracked under the force exerted and Rigger advanced against the dragon's neck with an insane speed. The beast instinctively tried to move away, but it was slow compared to Rigger's extreme speed. A long slash gleamed across the neck of the king dragon. Tsukikage, which had become extremely sharp due to the heat emanating from the rays, sliced through the king dragon's armored scales with ease. Something that was considered one of the greatest challenges when trying to kill a dragon, in front of the blue blade, was like paper. The electricity in Tsukikage exploded. A shockwave swept through the battlefield, accompanied by a cutting ring that resounded throughout the mountain. The force of the blow made the dragon stagger, letting out a roar of pain. The cut was deep, reaching almost the spine of the king dragon and nearly killing it in a single strike. Rigger landed on a rocky formation, observing his opponent. He activated his magical eyes to the maximum and began to prepare a stone cannon. The projectile took shape, a sharp tip spinning faster and faster as he poured more and more mana into the technique. But Rigger did not attack. Instead, he remained motionless, watching from afar. The dragon, gravely wounded, struggled to stay upright. Its claws tore through the rocks, trying to find stability while its blood flowed through the cracks in its flesh, staining the surrounding stones red. The roar it emitted was a cry of fury and pain, but also of resignation. It stared fixedly at Rigger, the small creature that had dared to wound it in such a way. Its eyes, burning with hatred, shone with a primal fury. But dragons were intelligent creatures. After all, from the last exchange, it knew that continuing this fight would only be courting certain death. With one last effort, the king dragon prepared for the only option left: escape. It spread its immense wings, which beat the air with a force that made the surrounding mountains tremble. Rigor, however, did not move. His eyes, fixed on the dragon, used the power of his demonic eyes to the limit, ensuring that he would not miss any detail. Time seemed to slow down, each movement of the dragon being analyzed in minute detail. With his magical eyes activated to the maximum, Rigor saw the force field that the dragon began to form around its wings, a layer of anti-gravity that made the air around it ripple. The dragon was manipulating its own mana and Tuki to take flight, and Rigor could perceive every flow of energy, every line of force that was forming. Each movement of the dragon, even in its weakened state, was precise, almost impeccable, as if it were a master of gravity control. The magic was impressive. Rigor knew that if he managed to master such a refined technique, he could reach a new level of power. But he also knew that it would require absolutely perfect control. And the dragon, with its centuries of experience, had exactly that control. As the dragon began to gain height, Rigor felt, for a moment, in awe. The control that the king dragon exerted over gravity was almost natural to it. Its ability to manipulate the force field around its wings was almost instinctive. Rigor stayed there, watching, absorbing every detail, the flow of mana, the way gravity seemed to bend at the dragon's command. He got distracted for an instant, lost in the contemplation of such pure and refined magic. But then, a voice pulled him out of his trance. Rigor! Ghislaine shouted from afar, causing Rigor to turn to her immediately. He looked at the dragon, which was now almost out of his reach. The time for contemplation had run out. There was no longer room for hesitation. Without wasting any time, Rigor reacted instantly. He focused his energy, channeling all the power of his stone cannon, and fired the projectile with a speed so high that the air around the rock distorted. The impact was instantaneous. The rock spun with unimaginable speed and power, like a ballistic projectile from his previous world, and before the dragon could react, the projectile collided directly with its skull. The sound of the collision was deafening, as if an explosion had torn the sky apart. The rock, in its vertiginous rotation, made a hole in the dragon's skull, exploding its head in a shower of flesh, bone, and blood. The impact was the last thing the dragon witnessed, and its wings lost their magical support. It fell like a moving mountain, its great mass dragging through the sky and toward the ground. The king dragon collided with a mountain, creating a shockwave that reverberated throughout the region. The impact was so great due to its size, that part of the surrounding mountain broke and crumbled, with large stones falling on the dragon's body, as if the earth itself were trying to hide the corpse of the majestic creature. The dragon, which once dominated the heights, was now dead, its life taken abruptly, on an apparently ordinary day. Rigor remained where he was, his eyes fixed on the scene before him. The silence followed for a moment, broken only by the sound of the wind and the falling debris around him. Chapter 115, The Power to Shape the World. Rigor stood, watching the colossal corpse of the king dragon. Its body still radiated residual heat, and the smell of blood hung in the air. The dark red scales gleamed under the sunlight, as if they were made of polished metal, and the surrounding scene was one of pure devastation: melted rocks, a huge fissure, and the mountain partially destroyed at its side. Eris approached, riding on Skoll. With an agile leap, she jumped down and landed next to Rigor, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The rest of the group was also approaching, moving at a more measured pace. Rigor! Eris exclaimed excitedly. We got a mission at the Adventurers Guild to collect King Dragon scales. Every 10 pieces of scale count as a rank S mission. Rigor smiled at her enthusiasm and nodded. If no one takes them, they'll just rot here anyway. If you want, you can start removing some scales. Without hesitation, Eris drew her sword, excited, and ran toward the dragon, eager to begin the task. Meanwhile, Rigor raised a stone tower beneath his feet, lifting himself several meters off the ground. From up there, he activated his demon eyes and honed his senses to the maximum. The world around him became sharper, the sounds of the mountains, the rustle of the wind, even the slightest movements in the surroundings. He inspected every corner within a considerable distance, alert to any hostile presence. But there was nothing. It seems this dragon did a good job spreading its reputation. Rigor thought as he noticed the total absence of nearby monsters. Even the most fearsome predators avoided that area, fearing the king dragon, though he was already dead. Descending from the stone tower, he joined the group. Idar was helping Eris remove some scales from the dragon. Meanwhile, Lilia, Aisha, and Ghislaine merely observed, their expressions ranging from curiosity to admiration. Always enthusiastic, Aisha spotted Rigor and ran up to him. Master. Can I learn that lightning sword? She asked with bright eyes. Rigor smiled at her enthusiasm. All in good time, little one. You don't even know advanced level magic yet. She pouted slightly but did not press further. Rigger then reactivated his demon eye and turned back to the dragon's corpse. He walked around the immense creature, analyzing it in detail before locating what he was looking for, the magical stone. With surgical precision, he used Tsukikage to carefully cut around the gem, removing a brilliant stone of dark red hue. It was dense and shone like a pulsating heart of energy. After that, he moved on to the fangs and claws, extracting them with meticulous cuts. Each one was a natural weapon of destruction, sharp and extremely resilient. However, his greatest interest lay in the wings. Rigger studied their structure with his demon eye, understanding the exact way the anti-gravitational field was generated. Energy patterns ran through certain specific parts of the membrane, a natural phenomenon that sustained the dragon's flight. He mentally marked the precise points where the effect was strongest and, with precise movements, cut only those sections, preserving their magical structure. With this, I can better study how dragons fly. He murmured. This will be my gateway to gravity magic. Once they had collected what they could carry, they stored the rest in sturdy backpacks. Rigger then molded a massive box out of earth, where they deposited the surplus materials. Even dragon meat was separated, something rare and valuable that they could later prepare. After one final sweep around to confirm there were no imminent dangers, Rigger gathered the group and announced. Okay, everyone. Now, you will witness an Emperor-level earth magic. The earthquake. Aisha responded excitedly, yes. Idar said nonchalantly, you sure hyped it up, better make it impressive. Rigger simply smiled, it will be. Emperor-level magic, earthquake, was no ordinary spell. A good example was Absolute Zero, which froze everything on a large scale and at a completely different level of cold. But even though it was undeniably powerful, its effects on the environment could still be somewhat mitigated afterward. But not earthquake, this magic altered the very foundation of the world. Its use not only caused destruction but left irreversible scars on the environment, permanently changing the geography of the affected area. As he prepared to cast it, Rigger wondered what the ancient mages had in mind when they created something so devastating. But that wasn't a question for the moment. His mastery of the earth element was second only to fire, and he was confident he could use this spell successfully for a long time. There were reasons for that confidence. First, in his previous world, Rigger had learned how earthquakes were naturally formed, understanding the tectonic forces that governed the Earth's crust. Second, and more crucially, earthquake was nothing more than the amplified and refined version of the level king spell, Earth Fissure. He already mastered the basic formula and now only needed to expand it. The group positioned themselves atop the mountain. Eris and Aisha were filled with anticipation, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Idar, Ghislaine, and Lilia were attentive, clearly curious, as none of them had ever witnessed an emperor-level spell before. Rigger surveyed the vast chain of mountains before him. The marks from his brief battle against the king dragon were still visible. He took a deep breath. The thin air filled his lungs, and the sound of the wind slicing through the high altitude filled his ears. Slowly, he raised his hands and began to conjure Earth Fissure. The first sensation was one of connection. He felt the veins of the earth intertwining beneath his feet, as if his mana were merging with the planet itself. Small vibrations coursed through the ground. He sensed every crack, every rise and depression in the mountainous landscape. He expanded his control even further, deepening his perception. The telluric energy pulsed beneath his feet, alive, raw, and primitive. The ground began to tremble slightly. At first, it was only gentle tremors, as if the earth were awakening from a long slumber. Small fragments of rock began to detach from the slopes. Birds took flight from their cliffside nests, sensing the imminent danger. In the distance, roars of dragons echoed through the mountain range. The tremor grew. Fissures started to form, snaking across the ground like malignant roots spreading. Stones tumbled down the mountains, collapsing in controlled avalanches. The intensity increased, no longer was it a mere tremor, but a violent pulsation that reverberated through valleys and peaks. Rigger's mana was being drained at a frightening rate, but his reserves were enormous. And then, the point of rupture approached. The tremor reached a threatening climax, and Rigger opened his golden eyes. His voice echoed like a divine decree. Earthquake. It was as if the world itself had split apart. The ground roared with ancient fury. The fissures that were once small now expanded in an overwhelming manner, swallowing trees and entire rocky pillars. Enormous sections of the mountain began to crumble, collapsing like sandcastles. A tectonic fault formed, ripping through the mountain chain, dividing the earth as if a giant were tearing it apart with his own hands. Entire mountains cracked from top to bottom. Peaks that had stood for millennia now collapsed in cascades of stone and dust. The sound was deafening, the thunder of colliding rocks, the crackling of expanding fissures, the roar of the earth contorting. Rigger's group watched the destruction with expressions of awe and respect. Aisha looked fascinated and excited. Eris clutched the hilt of her sword tightly, unable to look away. Ghislaine remained impassive, yet her eyes betrayed her astonishment, while Idar watched the scene, mouth agape. Lilia simply stood in silence, her eyes reflecting the apocalyptic scene before them. Below, enormous landslides swept through entire valleys. Rocks the size of houses tumbled from the cliffs. The roar of the king dragons echoed far in the distance, a testament to the massive reach of the spell. Dust rose in colossal clouds, obscuring the horizon. Creatures living in the mountains fled in panic, unable to withstand the natural disaster conjured by a single person. Rigor remained motionless atop the mountain, feeling the power coursing through his body. It was intoxicating. What had he just done? Created an event that could reshape the landscape of an entire region. His mana surged within him, vibrant, almost wild. He felt he had touched a threshold that few had ever dreamed of reaching. With heavy breaths, he observed the absolute destruction he had wrought. At that moment, a subtle change occurred within Rigor, something he did not yet perceive, but that would grow over time. Something that could shape his future in unexpected ways. The dust storm began to subside, revealing a new world, a world that Rigor had reconfigured with his own magic. Idar said with a still slightly shocked smile, "I think you can consider yourself the youngest Emperor-level mage in existence." Rigor smiled, "Perhaps, there may have been others, maybe Aisha's brother, Rudeus, will surpass me soon." Aisha said with conviction, "No one can surpass the master. The master is invincible." Eris agreed solemnly, "Yes. Rigor is invincible." Lilia looked somewhat uncomfortable and sighed as she gazed at the scene of destruction. "I really can't argue with that." The group fell silent for a moment, and then Rigor grabbed his large backpack, improvised some stone wheels on the stone box, and said, "Well, now, if all goes well, our next stop will be in Ars, the capital of Azura." There were 3 more kingdoms along the way, but they wouldn't stop in any of them. The stop at the Dragon King's realm was already off their agenda, really. They had bought plenty of supplies, so in a few months, after crossing the inferior jaw of the Red Dragon, they would finally reach their first objective, the dojo of the Water God style. Rigor turned to Idar and said jokingly, "Finally, we'll meet the famous Isolde Cruel, future wife of Idar, and finally stop hearing him talk about her all the time." The group laughed, but Idar wasn't embarrassed. He said with conviction, "Anyone would boast about having such an incredible fiancée. Believe me, I'm more eager than you to meet her." Rigor smiled, and then the group resumed their journey toward the capital of the greatest kingdom in the world. Meanwhile, far away, snow fell incessantly, covering a vast mountain range. The wind howled between the peaks, blowing forcefully and carrying with it fine ice crystals dancing in the air. The landscape was one of utter isolation, where the only living presence was 2 figures advancing with firm steps along the mountain trail. The first figure was imposing, a tall, robust man cloaked in a white mantle adorned with thick furs. His silver hair shone under the pale light of the sun hidden among the clouds. But what stood out most were his golden eyes, piercing, intimidating, imbued with an aura of absolute power. His face was serious, expressionless, and his movements calculated and silent, as if every step had been predetermined. Beside him, a girl walked lightly. She wore a deep blue cloak that stood out against the surrounding white. Her long black hair was partially hidden by her hood, and her face was concealed by an ornate white mask with delicate patterns, hiding any trace of emotion. As they walked, a tremor, almost imperceptible even to the finest warriors, reached them. The wind seemed to change direction for an instant, as if the earth had breathed differently. It was subtle, but enough for the silver-haired figure to stop abruptly. His golden eyes narrowed slightly as he turned his head, fixating on a point on the horizon with an inscrutable look. The girl beside him stopped, her expression unreadable beneath the mask, and asked in a calm yet curious voice, "What was that?" The man remained motionless, his expression unchanged, as if absorbing something from the surrounding environment. After a brief silence, he finally replied, his deep voice resonating firmly and indisputably, "We're taking a small detour." Without further explanation, he resumed his walk, now heading in a different direction. The girl hesitated for a moment before following him. On the other side of the world, in the demon continent, a little girl with a frail body, wrapped in rags. Her wavy violet hair fell unkempt over her shoulders, and a pair of curved goat horns protruded from her head. One of her eyes was a deep blue, and the other, a bright purple. "Please. I just want a little peace. It won't matter." The vendor, a middle-aged demon with a rough, tired face, looked at her with disdain. His quick hands grabbed some loaves and fruits, completely ignoring the girl's desperate plea. His tone was cold and impatient. "If you don't have money, scram. Go find your parents." Just as the girl was about to beg, she felt something. A shiver ran down her spine, and she looked toward the horizon. Her eyes flashed rapidly, and the deep blue of her eye abruptly changed color, turning into a mix of greenish and bluish hues. Again. First it was that mana explosion a month ago, and now again. "Are the humans at war, by any chance?" She appeared thoughtful. The demon observed her monologue and looked at her with pity, "And on top of that, you're crazy. Get out of here." The girl left, and then continued to stare at the sky, until her stomach growled. She looked again at the food stall from which she had been expelled. Damn. What's the use of being the demon empress if I'm so poor? Thank you to all for becoming member on Patreon. Chapter 116, An Insidious Puppeteer. POV, Ways Adoldia. Captain. They entered the forest. The voice of one of my men echoed among the trees. I pondered for a moment before giving the order firmly. This will be our last chance. If they manage to leave the forest alive, we will be entering the jurisdiction of the Order of the Temple. Surround them and do not let them escape. The 3 warriors by my side promptly replied, "Yes, sir." 2 of them dispersed, their silhouettes disappearing among the dense vegetation. The 3rd appeared by my side as we advanced through the woods. In recent years, the Legion had been growing without stopping. In terms of military power, we accepted new members every day, and each one of them received systematic training according to their talents. Standing out above all was Taze, our commander at the Tinaver headquarters. Recently, we celebrated Taze's coming-of-age ceremony. He challenged anyone brave enough to a duel. I even joined in, and I lost. He was stronger than ever, even on his own, and as he was always accompanied by that enormous ebony wolf, few were a threat to him, even across the continent. Other talents also showed great progress, like the little dwarf Rufus, who was making enormous strides in his earth magic. His control was extremely refined. Even at only 6 or 7 years old, he could overpower advanced-level warriors using only earth magic. Few could match him, and besides, just like Taze and Rigger, he also had an enormous ebony wolf as a bodyguard. Garrison, the half-deer boy, proved to be very talented with the spear. Although I didn't much like the weapon, I had to admit the boy was skilled. Several other talents constantly emerged in the Legion, especially in the Great Forest, but I didn't know much about them, since I had only been in Tinaver and its surroundings lately. Economically, we quickly became a huge mercenary and adventuring force, and since we had a monopoly on the resources of the Great Forest, most of our businesses had far more demand than supply, which made us grow rapidly. 2 months ago, we received several letters from our leader, Rigger Adoldia, the Supreme Commander of the Iron Legion. The letters contained both good and bad news. Among the good news was the confirmation of a large-scale alliance with the Kingdom of the Dragon King. Along with that news, Rigger sent detailed instructions on how to conduct future negotiations with that kingdom. But this kind of political matter was not my priority. My role was to be a warrior. I was the first sword saint to emerge among the bestial tribes after our leader, and I carried great responsibility on my shoulders. I saw Rigger grow from an extraordinary child into an indisputable leader of the Great Forest. My faith in him was absolute. Although I didn't say it out loud, I firmly believed that Rigger would be the 3rd beast god, succeeding Geiger, the legendary hero who appeared thousands of years ago among the bestial race. I believed, and was certain, that Rigger would lead the bestial race to a new glorious era. For that reason, I dedicated 120% of my effort to the Legion. If Rigger were to lead our race to the top, we would have to be his unwavering support. Weakness was not an option. That is why, upon receiving the next letters, our fury exploded. Rigger reported an ambush carried out by a mercenary group called the Storm of Tyranny, targeting his life. Among the enemies were extraordinary mages and a northern emperor, a situation of certain death for most people. But, at the end of the letter, we felt pride. Our leader not only repelled them, but also killed both of the most powerful opponents. The emperor, before dying, threatened to come to Meles and massacre every last one of our members. Therefore, our leader warned us that the rest of the group might have the same intentions to avenge him. Rigger described their abilities and appearances in detail, warning us about the possibility of an attack. According to him, a sword saint should be enough to handle the mages, since, by his analysis, they possessed poor physical abilities. But he also warned us not to engage them unless we had a high-level fighter. He especially warned about a mage with a stone helmet and a red staff, claiming that his firepower was equivalent to, or even greater than, that of Rigger himself. Immediately, we organized a sweep in Meles to check if that group had really come seeking revenge. Since they were a mercenary group from Begarit, if they came to Meles, which lay on the opposite side of the path, they would basically be confirming their hostile intentions. As our leader expected, after extensive investigations, we found them. The group was there. Disguised, performing mercenary work to earn money. The descriptions matched almost perfectly: an old warrior, a mage of the demonic race, and a small silver-haired elf. The only discrepancy was with the mage. He did not wear a stone helmet, but the red staff was present. A meeting was convened among the commanders in Tinaver, and it was decided that we would hunt them down. The mage with the stone helmet, according to Rigger's description, possessed a power so absurd that he could erase Tinaver from the map if he wished. If he came to Meles, it was not with friendly intentions. If we allowed them to reach Tinaver, who would guarantee that he wouldn't kill everyone in his rage? We couldn't take the risk. A preemptive strike was the best strategy. Rigger's orders were to kill or contain the members of the group, but only attack if you are sure. We couldn't dedicate all our strength to this endeavor. Tensions between the Iron Legion and melees were growing every day, and we had to maintain a powerful fighting force in several places. Thus, I gathered a selected group of capable warriors and we set out for the ambush. But nothing went as planned. Right at the initial attack, we managed to bring down only the mage of the demonic race. She was not killed outright, but was seriously injured and captured by one of the Legion's warriors. I advanced directly against the mage with the red staff. With a precise strike, I executed a perfect longsword of light, aiming at his torso. The blade, reinforced with my tuki, should have sliced him in two without resistance. But what happened was the opposite. My sword shattered into countless fragments upon colliding with the stone armor on the mage's chest. This was not a renowned sword, but it was an excellent blade made by dwarf blacksmiths. Even so, all it did on that stone breastplate was leave a large cut mark before shattering. At that moment, a cold sensation ran down my spine. I was briefly shocked. The elf and the warrior defended themselves from the ambush, she with magic and he with his fencing skills. While I was without my longsword, I did not hesitate. Drawing a dagger, I advanced to kill him, trusting in my proficiency in the Northern God style. He, unlike the other two, was still slightly in shock. If my longsword failed, the speed of my short blade would find an opening. But the silver-haired elf intervened. With a fluid movement, she conjured a wind spell that violently separated us. The pressure of the gust forced me to retreat, diverting me so as not to lose my balance. And then, everything turned into chaos. A full-scale battle unfolded in that forest. The clashing of swords echoed among the trees, sparks flying as blades collided. Spells were conjured rapidly, exploding against tree trunks and raising dust and debris. My warriors moved in formation, but the enemy defended themselves with remarkable coordination. The elf channeled relentless spells, creating ice barriers and launching slicing gusts. The mage with the red staff moved little and incessantly cast fire and earth spells. The old warrior, armed with a gleaming scimitar, fought fiercely, preventing us from getting too close to the mages. The first thing that came to my mind, seeing these spells being cast so freely, was my battles with the leader Rigger when he was young. The intensity, the aggressiveness, the lethality of those spells. These youngsters were dangerous. However, gradually, we gained the advantage. Our coordination and experience as warriors of the Iron Legion allowed us to anticipate their movements. The mages were vulnerable without at least two warriors protecting them. The elf, despite her destructive power, did not have a solid defense against a swift attack. We were close to victory. Until he appeared. Laws suddenly appeared, blocking our attacks on the enemies. His face bore an unmistakable seriousness and urgency, and his voice sounded clear and firm as he ordered. "Stop fighting." His gaze was fixed on the elf, whom he pointed at without hesitation. "That girl is my daughter." Shock ran through my body. Many there knew Laws. He had been our companion in recent years, he was the leader of the search and rescue division for those affected by the Fatoa teleportation incident. His search for his wife and daughter had become a silent obsession, something we respected, but that never outweighed his dedication to the Legion. I remembered his daughter had green hair, but we were absolutely certain that Laws would never mistake his daughter, since that had literally been his only objective during the past 2 years. But now, he had found his daughter amidst the enemies. I hesitated. The leader's orders were clear: kill or contain that group. The possibility that they could be a long-term threat could not be ignored. However, Laws was there, standing with an unwavering stance, ready to defend the girl with his own life. On the other side, the adversaries also hesitated. The hatred for their demonic companion being injured and captured was still visible on their faces, but the elf was the first to react. Her eyes, which had previously exuded fury, were now filled with tears. Her voice came out trembling, uncertain, laden with years of longing and doubts. "Father." The battlefield fell silent for a moment. The air was still charged with tension. Everyone was alert, ready to attack at the slightest sign of hostility. But gradually, the weapons began to lower. We could contain them. We wouldn't need to kill them. After all, the elf was Law's daughter, and Law's was one of ours. It was then that everything went wrong. Time seemed to slow down as I saw the blade slicing through the air. A sword was thrown at high speed, executing a classic throwing technique of the Northern God style. The blow was precise, lethal, aimed directly at Law's nape. He was not focused on the fight at that moment, his attention was entirely on his daughter. He was filled with emotion, full of joy after 2 years of finally reuniting with his lost daughter. He wouldn't have been able to react in time. The steel pierced his throat without resistance. A clean cut. Quick. And then, silence. Laws fell forward. His body crashed heavily to the ground, his eyes still open but lifeless. My heart raced. My mind was boiling with questions. Who threw that sword? Why didn't I give the order to cease the combat? Was it my fault? Should I have shouted? Should I have given a clear command to stop the fight? Perhaps someone there did not recognize laws. But it didn't matter anymore. He was dead. The elf froze for a moment. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she saw her father's fallen body. Her lips parted, as if she wanted to say something, but no sound came out. Then, everything around began to freeze. A wave of tremendous cold emanated from the girl's body. The ground, the trees, even the air were enveloped by a freezing storm. The scream she let out tore through the silence and resonated in our bones, stunning us momentarily. The cold was so intense that my skin burned at the slightest contact with the surrounding air. That scream emanated a power that vaguely recalled the howling magic of our tribe. The combat resumed, but this time we had no advantage. The girl's rage transformed into pure destructive power. Some of our warriors were frozen instantly. The frozen terrain hindered our movements, and the elf cast spells without worrying about anything other than trying to kill us all. The battle continued, but we couldn't advance without risking being killed by a random spell flying by. The elf was out of control. There was no more strategy. Even if I managed to find an opportunity to advance, the other mage and the warrior always blocked. And then, they fled. We couldn't contain them. We failed in our mission. Our leader entrusted us with this task, and we let it slip through our fingers. It was a bitter defeat. After running through the forest, trying to find any trace of the group, I spotted something in the distance. Enormous magical towers rose on the horizon, gleaming in the sunlight. Malician. I stopped, taking a deep breath. The sacred city of the Church of Meles was just ahead. We could not pursue them there. I clenched my fists and gave the order, my voice laden with frustration and resignation. Cease the search. This mission has failed. POV, Luke Noto's Grey Rat. I woke up with a start, cold sweat dripping down my forehead. Before I even had time to think, I had grabbed my sword and dashed out of the room in maximum alert. I ran down the narrow palace corridor, my steps echoing in a frantic rhythm, until I reached the door of Princess Ariel's room. Derek! I shouted urgently. The mage, who was sleeping seated in a chair next to the door, woke up startled, his eyes widening as he noticed my urgent expression. The guard next to him also looked surprised, but Derek, being an experienced mage, understood immediately. Without hesitating, he got up and opened the door with an agile movement. We burst into the room in an instant. And it was then that I saw him. A hooded figure, moving with agility, was entering through the window. He advanced toward Ariel's bed, where the princess was still fighting off sleep, unaware of the impending danger. My body moved before my mind could process it. My enchanted boots, a rare artifact that amplified my speed, allowed me to cross the room in the blink of an eye. The assassin noticed my approach and reacted immediately. He tried to dodge to the side, drawing a thin, lethal blade, but I was already on top of him, thwarting his strike. Our swords clashed, sparks flying in the air with the impact. He was fast, but I was faster. Every move he made was calculated, but I had already fought assassins before. From the womb of the earth I raise you, molded by the fury of the titans. Now, abandon your stone bed and pierce the enemy, stone lance. Derek conjured quickly, his voice charged with urgency. The ground beneath the assassin's feet trembled for a brief moment before a stone spear emerged from the earth, shooting in his direction. He reacted instinctively, jumping to the side to avoid the attack. That was my chance. In a fluid and lethal movement, I advanced with all my might, my blade piercing the assassin's chest. I felt the resistance of flesh and bone as my sword embedded deeply. He choked, a gurgling sound escaping his lips as his body trembled before finally giving in. His eyes went blank, and he fell lifeless to the floor. The sound of the impact echoed through the room. A momentary silence settled. My breathing was rapid. My hands gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, blood dripping from the freshly used blade. It was then that the other guards arrived, their armor clinking as they ran into the chamber. But it was too late for any reinforcements. Ariel was safe. The princess, still in her silk nightgown, approached hesitantly. Her eyes shone in the dim light of the room, reflecting the flash of the magical lamp beside the bed. She stopped before me and, to my surprise, held my hand delicately. "Thank you, Luke," she said, her voice soft yet full of gratitude, accompanied by a radiant smile. I felt a strange warmth in my chest, but I immediately knelt on one knee, bowing my head respectfully. "Just my duty, princess," I replied with a small smile. Derek, who was watching the scene intently, frowned and murmured. "That was too close, Luke. How did that assassin climb up to that window?" He walked to the window, inspecting it with sharp eyes, but soon turned back to me. "How did you know?" he asked, his voice laden with relief and curiosity. I smiled lightly, trying to hide my worry. "Just a premonition," I replied casually. But inside, I was uneasy. I looked at the night sky through the open window, feeling a weight in my chest. According to his words, this was just the beginning. The princess was only 11 years old, and I was 12, but this was already the third assassin, and this one even invaded the princess's room at night. If he hadn't warned me, how could the princess survive? I needed to convince Princess Ariel to leave the kingdom of Azura as quickly as possible. That was the advice he had given me, only then could we survive. My determination was strong. Protecting Ariel was my duty and purpose. She was my princess, and I was her knight. Chapter 117, Red Dragon Lower Jaw. POV, Rigor Adoldia. It had been several months since we went to the depths of the Dragon King mountain range to test the Emperor-level magic, Earthquake. Since then, we traveled through the Sanakia Kingdom, the Kika Kingdom, and the Chiron Kingdom, and after passing by the edge of the conflict zone, we were now finally approaching the lower jaw of the Red Dragon. After crossing it, we would finally be officially entering the Azura Kingdom, in the Washira region. This time, as planned, we made no prolonged stops in any of the kingdoms during the journey, although I had arranged to stop by the Sanakia Kingdom when I returned in a few years, as I wanted to visit Fenrel, Irina, and her son. Anyway, nothing very important happened during that time. We continued carrying out missions as the adventurer group, Gods of Combat. Most of these missions were led by Eris, Skoll, Idar, and occasionally, by Lilia and Aisha. Only when the situation involved large numbers of enemies or significant threats would Ghislaine and I intervene. It was excellent training for all of them. Intense training was always essential, but nothing replaced the real experience of combat against opponents who fought with the intent to kill. In one of our nightly conversations, Idar mentioned that they were close to reaching rank S as adventurers. Although it was a notable achievement, for me, rankings were never a priority. What mattered was each of their individual growth and their ability to survive and thrive in this world where strength was a major factor. Furthermore, along the way, many warriors appeared to challenge me to combat. After hearing that I had become a North King, it was only natural. Some challengers were really strong, but none offered much resistance. As we approached the Azura Kingdom, information about the missing persons from the Fatoa teleportation became more frequent in the cities, but no news emerged about Paul, Zenith, Rudeus, or Hilda. They were still listed as missing. There were few options remaining regarding their whereabouts. They could have been taken to a distant continent, such as the demonic or celestial continent, could be imprisoned somewhere remote, either as slaves or in a labyrinth, or, in the worst and most likely scenario, they could simply be dead. Eris already knew about the death of her father, Philip, and her grandfather, Soros. She did not react with despair or denial. Even at the Iron Legion base, when she learned about the rescue group and the deaths among the victims, she had already prepared herself for that possibility. Although she did not have a particularly close relationship with her parents, Soros's death affected her deeply. However, she was a strong girl. Instead of letting grief consume her, she channeled her pain into training, sharpening her determination and directing her hatred towards those responsible for her grandfather's death. Lilia, on the other hand, after so much time without any news, began to make plans in case her masters, Paul and Zenith, were dead. She considered all her options and decided that, if no concrete information was available by the time we reached Azura, she would return to live with her father in the Milbots region, located after Washiru. Of course, she would not stop looking for them, but she also had nowhere to return to in Fatoa, and she did not know the location of any of them to follow. Apparently, her father had a dojo and was an instructor of the water god style there, and while they were talking about it, Lilia shared something that completely changed my view of Paul. She told us that she met Paul when she was still young, at her father's dojo. When he fled from the Nodo's household, he went to Lilia's father's dojo seeking training, but when Lilia's father suggested that he marry Lilia and take over the dojo when he grew old, Paul ran away, and before disappearing, he went to Lilia's room at night and raped her. That account filled me with disgust. I could not understand how Lilia, after all that, became that man's wife. She explained that when she was expelled from the palace after being injured while protecting the princess, and was looking for a job, she saw an opportunity in him. If he did not accept her as an employee, she could blackmail him with that information. But after serving him for years, she realized that he had changed. Paul had become a respectable man, in her words. But I did not agree with that. To me, Paul had always been just an irresponsible womanizer according to the accounts of those who knew him. His ability to seduce so many women was even impressive from a certain point of view. But a rapist. That crossed all limits. My instinct was one of repulsion. When I first encountered Lilia, I had tortured to death the adventurer who was trying to rape her. What was I supposed to do, knowing that Paul was Lilia's first man and had raped her? The fact that Lilia had forgiven him for it confused me even more. She said that she felt anger towards him for a while, but after working at the royal palace for many years, she realized that Paul was one of the more reasonable cases among the nobles. Ghislaine didn't know about this either, and when I asked her about what he was like in his adventuring days, she said that, at least in the time they were in the same group, she hadn't seen him do anything like that. That only removed him from my list of must-kill targets. He was Aisha's father and Lilia's husband. But that did not mean that I did not despise him, and the argument that there were several among the Azura nobility who were much worse did not justify anything to me. They would all die if their lives were in my hands. If Paul were dead somewhere, to me, that would be the best resolution. As for Aisha, when I asked if she would stay with Lilia in Milbots, Lilia did not know how to answer. She said she would think about it when the time came. Regarding my training, there were some advances. Thanks to the new high-level spells I learned, my magical control improved, especially the fire spells. Inside the carriage, grimoires, books, and scrolls accumulated, and each one contained valuable knowledge. After these months of learning, I could confidently say that I had in my arsenal all the high-level spells of the Dragon King's kingdom. There was still the study of magical circles and enchanted items that I needed to delve into, but in terms of spells, I mastered them all. Having a gigantic mountain range nearby to test my high-level spells was extremely useful. I even learned and tested the Emperor-level spell, Absolute Zero, a few weeks ago, when we were crossing Chiron. With that, I could now be considered an Emperor of Earth and Water. The lightning step continued to be a challenge. After gaining a bit more control over the demon eyes, I tried using it again. Once again, I failed. The speed was even greater than I anticipated, an overwhelming power, but this time, unlike the first attempt, at least I did not become completely unconscious. It was proof that it was within my reach. As long as I continued strengthening my body and refining the control of my mana, eventually I would master this technique. On the other hand, the saint-level barrier magic presented difficulties. Perhaps because I was not focusing on it enough, I still could not use it without enchantment, which restricted the methods I could use to improve it. The same went for divine attack magic. Regarding the new type of magic I was exploring, gravity magic, I had not yet achieved results. Perhaps it was a magic too complex to learn without dedicating my full attention. Basically, as far as magic was concerned, I was making progress. However, since I had many things to learn at the same time, and considering the fact that I was always traveling, training my Tuki, and assisting the other members of the group in their training, the evolution was happening at a slow pace. The same went for the Tuki. My most notable progress was in the development of the Beast God style. I continued training in the other styles as well, mainly the Sword God style, but, just like with magic, I was improving slowly. The only thing that pleased me was that my natural strength continued growing rapidly. Of course, that slowly was only in my perception. To be honest, the mere fact that I was able to advance in so many areas at the same time was an impressive feat. Few people in the entire world would notice any improvement, even if they were doing only half of what I was. My immense talent in magic and Tuki allowed me to continue improving, even while training several things at the same time. Even so, I could not master everything simultaneously. At the moment, I was dividing my time among various types of magic and various fighting styles. Even with my talent and willingness, it was clear that if I did not focus on something specific, my progress would continue to be slow. Therefore, I made a decision. When I reached the Sword Sanctuary, my main focus would be Tuki training. Magic would take a backseat for a while. If I truly wanted to surpass my limits, I would need to prioritize and perfect each aspect of my power at its proper time. Putting training aside for a moment, I felt that this strange group was becoming more united. Ghislaine, who previously seemed to care only about me and Eris, was now becoming increasingly close to Lilia. At first, I found this closeness a bit unusual, but I thought it might be something positive. In fact, I had nothing to complain about, since Lilia seemed to give some rather interesting ideas to Ghislaine about what to do in bed, which made our nights extremely exciting. Eris saw everyone in a different way. To her, Ghislaine was her mentor and source of inspiration, Idar was a rival, Skoll was a loyal and fierce pet, Aisha was her younger sister, and Lilia was her personal advisor. With me, her relationship was more complicated. Over time, I noticed that rather than diminishing, her affection for me only grew. She seemed like a typical young woman in love. I really did not know what Lilia was telling her, but whatever it was, Eris seemed increasingly confident and determined, and that was reflected both in her training and in her constantly upbeat mood. Another detail I noticed was that she had completely abandoned her violent reactions. Perhaps that was the result of Lilia's advice, or simply because almost everyone in the group was stronger than her, even Skoll. Not that it bothered her, she still maintained an intense and vibrant personality. In fact, instead of demotivating her, it seemed only to make her more determined. Her growth was impressive. I could see the burning flame of her ambition growing more and more, and that was something truly admirable. Aisha, on the other hand, seemed to see the group as her new family. She was especially attached to me and Eris, but she showed affection for everyone. Recently, I started teaching her elemental attack spells beyond water, and as always, she absorbed the knowledge at an enormous speed. Her mana capacity grew every day, and I was sure that in the future she would become a formidable mage. Idar continued to be my salvation in this group. Besides Skoll, he and I were the only men in the group, and that only strengthened our friendship. In this new world, I could consider him one of my best friends. although he talked all the time about his fiancée waiting for him in the Azura Kingdom. He also liked training with Eris, because he said that she kept him under constant pressure to improve. His progress was impressive, and the friendly rivalry between the two made them grow even faster. Additionally, he frequently trained Lilia in the water god style. After getting closer to Ghislaine, Lilia decided that she wanted to at least reach the advanced level of that style. She was not in a phase of rapid growth, nor did she possess exceptional talent, so the refinement of her techniques and the conditioning of her body would take time. Even so, her determination was admirable, and I have always believed in people becoming stronger. In this world, strength was everything. Skoll, for his part, liked everyone, but Lilia did not seem completely comfortable with him. Her apprehension was subtle, almost imperceptible, but I could notice it. Perhaps it was because he was a huge rank A monster. But only Lilia had any apprehension. Even little Aisha saw him merely as a big and deadly dog, but Lilia maintained a certain distance. Even so, Skoll was loyal and protective of everyone, and his presence was a great joy for the group. After these years of traveling, this group, which consisted of a child and her mother, a fencing master and her disciple, 2 warriors on their journey to become stronger, and a rank A wolf, became increasingly close. Certainly, this group didn't make much sense in the beginning, but it ended up strangely working out. I couldn't help but notice the charm of traveling with a group around the world. I liked every one of them. I loved Ghislaine, my fierce and loyal wife and companion. I had 2 of my best friends by my side, Skoll and Idar. I had 2 incredibly talented and energetic apprentices, Eris and Aisha. And there was Lilia, who acted as a sort of advisor in the group, in addition to her culinary skills. I appreciated that dynamic. Every day of travel, every training session, every mission, and every conversation made the journey more enjoyable. Despite the ambushes and assassination attempts we faced along the way, I could say that this was one of the best times of my life. Just like the period when I was learning from Verdia and founded the Iron Legion in the Great Forest after the slave traffickers' attacks. I could clearly envision a future where I would be married to Ghislaine and Verdia in the Great Forest. All my friends, apprentices, and subordinates would be there as well. Several questions hovered in my mind. How would Eris handle Linia and Persina? How would Ghislaine act around Verdia? Who would be the strongest among my wolf, Taza's wolf, and Rufus's wolf? Would little Aisha eventually surpass them all in strength? These questions left me curious and excited. I also constantly worried about the Iron Legion. Since I left, I had been wondering how they were faring. In the worst case, Meles did not have a military force strong enough to invade the entire Great Forest. But, in the best case, when I returned, the Legion would be a gigantic and influential force. I had complete trust in my companions, but even so, the worry never completely disappeared. Well, from here on, we would be leaving some of our members along the way. Lilia, and perhaps Aisha, would stay in Milbot's, Idar would remain in ours, and Ghislaine and Eris were still an unknown, as we would first have to see the situation in Fatoa. Depending on the situation, they could stay, or accompany him to the Sword Sanctuary along with Skoll. While he was still lost in thought, Idar's voice called his attention. There it is. The lower jaw of the Red Dragon. Rising before the group was the great mountain formation that spanned the continent. Looking at the place, Rigger sighed. They were almost there. Chapter 118, I Will Tame a Dragon. Our carriage continued its path towards the lower jaw of the Red Dragon, one of the 2 natural passages that connected the southern and western regions of the central continent. The landscape around began to change gradually, the green plains giving way to more rocky and deep terrains. To avoid unnecessary risks, our route took a large detour to skirt the mountain range. But there was one person in the group who thought this detour was unnecessary. We don't need to detour around these things. We have Rigger and Ghislaine with us, we could cut straight through those mountains, declared Eris, crossing her arms and huffing in frustration. I just observed the conversation while practicing my control of barrier magic. Her stubborn gaze was fixed on the huge winged creatures that lazily circled the mountain peaks along the way. The red dragons, despite their apparent calm, were known for their ferocity when provoked. Ghislaine shook her head in disapproval. We couldn't. I already fought once against a single wandering red dragon, before becoming a sword saint and, even though we were among 6 swordsmen, 2 of us died. Her firm and non-negotiable voice made Eris frown. But Rigger could, if he were alone, right, insisted Eris, now seeking some validation for her idea. Aisha, who was listening to the conversation from the side, immediately supported. Yes. The master could, isn't it, she said with a sparkle of admiration in her eyes. Ghislaine fell silent for a moment, pondering Eris's and Aisha's words. Then, she looked directly at me before giving her answer. Perhaps. She seemed uncertain, which made everyone in the group turn their gaze towards me, waiting for my answer. I took a deep breath and balanced my head as I thought. I couldn't. Even I would get tired fighting hordes of those monsters. It's not just a matter of strength, but also of wear and tear and numbers. My answer made Eris puff out her cheeks, clearly unsatisfied. Lilia, who had been silently listening to the conversation until then, interrupted. But didn't you fight the blue dragons of Meles when you were teleported from Fatoa? Her voice was calm, but carried a touch of curiosity. Ghislaine smiled slightly as she recalled the episode. That's why I say we couldn't. She looked at Lilia and then at the others. Eris and I wouldn't have survived a prolonged fight against the dragons, let alone have managed to get out of the cave if Rigor hadn't split the mountain in half. Eris, now recalling the event, broke into a confident smile. That's right. Rigor saved us from the dragons, they all retreated when he used the roar magic, she said with renewed enthusiasm. Idar, who until then had been just watching the conversation, spoke. They say the red dragons are even stronger than the blues. Even a single one is already classified as an S-rank monster, and they always move in groups. That's kind of impossible to get past, right? He paused, and continued, on the other hand, their flight ability isn't as good as that of the blue dragons. That could be an advantage, but it doesn't change the fact that they are dangerous enemies. I crossed my arms, considering Idar's words, before replying. Impossible it isn't, the 7 great powers should be capable. Maybe I could pass through, if I fled any combat and focused only on advancing, trusting in my magic, but it would still be an unnecessary risk. After all, that's why there are the upper and lower jaws. Why take the risk of folly? My answer was rational, but Eris didn't like it. She puffed out her cheeks again, this time without saying anything. She just crossed her arms and looked away, clearly annoyed. I smiled and said carelessly. By the way, when we leave the mountains, I'll go back and capture a red dragon to take along. Idar's mouth opened in shock, Eris and Aisha seemed instantly excited, and Lilia just looked at the sky with an empty gaze. Ghislaine also said with a smile, Skoll is going to be jealous. Idar said, how do you plan to carry a red dragon around? People already complain about Skoll. Did you know that the red dragons are symbols of disaster for all the nearby villages of the mountain range? Rigor remained impassive, nothing you say will convince me. In the legends, Laplace tamed the king of the red dragons. Why couldn't I tame a normal dragon? Idar looked at him with an empty look. Rigor continued, besides, I've tested these Mad Dragon King's sealing chains several times, anything that gets trapped in here for 2 minutes can't use magic, which nullifies its flame breath, must be why they wanted to trap me with them. He picked up the green-colored magical chains with a dragon carved along them, the treasure of the kingdom of the Dragon King that he stole after being ambushed. Besides, the sealing cannot be broken by physical force, in fact, I still haven't completely understood how it works, putting it to use will be good to discover more about them. Idar gave up arguing. Eris said super excited, that's right. Let's take one. Can I decide its name? Rigor remembered the name of his adventuring group, Gods of Combat, and said, unfortunately I already decided the name. Aisha asked with sparkling eyes, and what is it? Rigor fell silent. Lilia and Idar looked at him with a teasing smile. Until Rigor finally found an out. It's a secret until I capture it. Aisha looked at him with a suspicious look, but Eris didn't suspect anything, it almost seems like their ages are swapped, how is this little girl so cunning? As we continued our journey, my mind began to wander to other matters. To a being who had not manifested for some time. Hitagami. He hadn't appeared recently, which was great in Rigor's opinion, he could make his decisions without being questioned several times if he was falling into some trap. In fact, all his advice, until now had been merely practical to guide me along a path I probably would have followed anyway, which intrigued me even more. It was as if he was watching me and altering small details, things I probably wouldn't notice. Honestly, it would be better if he never appeared again. Eventually, I would investigate who Hitagami was and what his true objectives were. No matter how hidden he was, someone should know about him. However, for now, I had other priorities. One of them was convincing Lilia to let Aisha accompany me to the Sword Sanctuary. If my prediction about the strength of the Sword God was correct, then that training would last a few years, and Aisha would enter the period when physical training was more important. I wanted her to be there so I could properly teach her. Lilia wasn't sure about it, but I was gradually convincing her. It was just a matter of time. Currently, we were camped midway, a huge ravine stretched beside us, and there was a lot of snow. This was the last stop before leaving the mountains and Lilia was cooking a dragon meat stew. Aisha, who was dressed in a fur outfit that made her super cute, looked curiously at Idar, who was demonstrating flow. He moved with the grace of a master, cutting the stone cannon, which Aisha had just thrown at him, in two with a simple movement. The cannon split in the air, falling into pieces of rock scattered on the ground. Idar smiled at the little one. See, Aisha. The water god style is way cooler. We can even cut magic, he said, with a sparkle of pride in his eyes. Aisha seemed impressed. But another opinion quickly came from Eris, who was by the side, with her arms crossed. Nonsense, the sword god style is obviously the best. Eris said confidently, already demonstrating a new stance of her sword style for Aisha. Little Aisha looked alternately at both, not knowing how to decide. Both seemed so confident and sure that their style was the best, and their arguments were becoming increasingly incoherent. Meanwhile, Ghislaine was sitting very close next to Rigor. The two were beside Lilia, who was preparing the food. Ghislaine had a worried look on her face. She looked at him with a thoughtful gaze and asked softly. "I'm fine living in the Great Forest, but will they welcome me back?" Rigor shrugged, unconcerned about the question, and replied with a reassuring smile. "Don't worry. You are my wife. Any opposition they might have is nullified by that." Ghislaine smiled. She looked at Rigor with a gentler smile, before asking an unusual question. "And when do you want to have children?" The question caught Rigor by surprise. He fell silent for a moment, his eyes focusing on the distant mountains as he thought of an answer. Ghislaine watched him attentively, waiting for his answer. Finally, he took a deep breath and spoke, with a slight hesitation. "Maybe when we are more settled. When we return to the Great Forest." He looked at her and smiled. Ghislaine nodded. "Indeed, we disbanded our group when Zenith got pregnant. It must not be very convenient to travel like that." At that moment, Lilia, who had been watching the whole exchange of looks and words with a discreet smile, rolled her eyes and said, interrupting the couple. "Stop flirting, we're in the middle of the mountains." Rigor smiled, trying to hide his laughter. "Oh, so you've never done that outdoors, Lilia," he teased, with a smile. Lilia blushed instantly, shaking her head quickly. "And no, it's not that. I haven't done that, I haven't." She sighed heavily when she realized that Rigor was just teasing her, and gave up. Rigor just laughed with amusement, while Idar joined the group, sitting beside them around the campfire. Eris, who was still with Aisha, continued explaining, with visible enthusiasm, about the advantages of the sword god style for the little one. She demonstrated sword stances while Aisha tried to mimic her movements, albeit somewhat clumsily. Idar smiled as he watched the moment, sitting near the campfire with the others. "I'm going to miss this," he said, with a slight sadness in his voice, but also with a nostalgic smile on his face. Ghislaine, upon hearing Idar's words, replied. "Although Eris would never admit it, she will miss you too. She never had anyone at her level to train her. When Rigor met her, she was already much stronger, and you were at an advanced level. Even after becoming a saint, you were still the closest she had to a rival." Rigor, listening to the conversation, added with a laugh. "I also think you were the perfect punching bag." Lilia, who was next to him, couldn't help but laugh. Idar, however, frowned, confused. "Punching bag?" he asked. Rigor explained with a mischievous smile. "Ever since I met Eris, she trained with an intensity I've never seen in a child her age. In the dwarves' territory, on the way back, and even when we were in the Legion, no one could keep up with her training pace. But you were just right. You were a water saint, so defending was easy, and she also got tired faster than you did." Idar fell silent for a moment, reflecting on Rigor's words. Then, he started laughing, shaking his head. "All right, you're right," he said, amused by the memory. Lilia asks, "Idar, are you going to keep the Water God-style dojo as your residence?" Idar says, "That's right, when the Legion's influence reaches ours, the plan is that I already have some base there and help them with that, although that will probably take a few years." Rigor asks, "How old is your fiancée anyway?" Idar becomes pensive. "According to the information I obtained in the Kingdom of the Dragon King, she must be close to her 3rd birthday, I think 14 years old." At that moment, Skoll, who was patiently sleeping beside the campfire, suddenly stood up and became alert. His ears perked up, and he looked into the distance with fixed eyes, a slight growl escaping from his throat. Idar immediately put his hand on the hilt of his sword, prepared for anything. "Something wrong, Skoll?" he asked, his senses sharp. Skoll turned his head and looked at Idar, shaking his head in confusion, as if trying to understand the reason for his own reaction. Rigor, seeing Skoll's reaction, said calmly. "If there were something, I would feel it. But why did Skoll react like that?" Lilia, who was also attentive to the situation, spoke in a soft tone but with a slight touch of concern. "They say that animals are more sensitive to danger." Eris, who was busy demonstrating a sword stance to Aisha, immediately stopped upon hearing the conversation. She picked Aisha up in her arms, carefully. Rigor, still with his senses alert, spoke calmly. "Well, if something approaches, I'll know. Don't worry." And so, as the night advanced and the calm of the mountains surrounded the group, everyone relaxed slightly. Perhaps if Rigor had investigated this phenomenon a little deeper, things might have been a little different. Maybe, if they hadn't made this last stop, something could change. But Rigor couldn't feel the same as Skoll, in any way, no. That was something reserved only for beings of this world. A fear that arose from the depths of their souls. Chapter 119, Invincible. The group continued their journey under the scorching sun as Lilia recounted her experiences in the royal capital of Azura. Her voice carried a nostalgic tone as she spoke of the ruthless political games within the palace. There were many princes and princesses, but the games in the palace are cruel. One by one, they died. I don't know how many remain now, but the favorite to inherit the throne seemed to be the firstborn, Grabbles off in Azura. Rigor was about to ask other questions when suddenly his ears perked up, the hairs on his arms stood on end, and he looked in a specific direction. Instantly, the others felt the change and their hands moved to their weapons. The reaction was automatic. They had learned to trust Rigor's perception, whose long-range detection ability was unmatched. Not even Skoll could surpass him in that. He stayed alert for a moment, analyzing. He picked up the presences with his keen hearing, and he could also sense the smell, then activated his demon eyes. His vision expanded, seeing the flow of mana in slow motion, each particle moving distinctly before him. He couldn't see the mana flow far away, but he could see a blur moving. After that analysis, he said, "There are two people moving along the same path as us. But I sense no hostility, even though they are laden with magical items. And by the way they walk, one of them is probably a warrior." The group relaxed a bit. Idar then commented, "They're probably travelers like us." Skoll probably sensed a powerful red dragon before. Skoll growled, as if in agreement. Ghislaine crossed her arms and nodded. "We can ask them about the Fit-Toa region. Since they're carrying magical items, they must be important, so they probably have some information." The group then continued their journey, but Rigor remained cautious. He thought to himself, "Well, I don't have any bad premonitions. But also no good ones. It must be all right." As they continued, the two travelers gradually approached under Rigor's watchful attention, who was walking outside the carriage along with Ghislaine, Eris, and Skoll. The rest remained inside the carriage. When they were close enough, he noticed something strange. His gaze narrowed, and his demon eyes caught something absurd. What kind of an absurd amount of mana is that? This guy had even more mana than the mage who ambushed him in the kingdom of the Dragon King, and besides, his Tuki was completely different from anything he had ever seen. It was then that he realized that only he continued walking. The rest of the group had stopped. The horses, too, were paralyzed. When he turned, he saw Lilia holding the reins of the paralyzed horses, her face pure fear. Her face was pale. He looked around and everyone was in the same situation. Ghislaine was gripping the hilt of her sword so tightly that the blood had stopped circulating. Aisha, inside the carriage with Lilia and Idar, was clutching the warrior's sleeve and hiding her face, completely terrified. Idar, Eris. Even Skoll was paralyzed. The wolf's hairs were completely bristled, and he didn't even dare to let out a growl. No one was breathing loudly. Rigor was extremely confused. He didn't understand what was happening. The travelers were getting closer and closer. After not understanding the situation, he pushed his demon eyes to the limit. Time slowed down. The world around him became sharp. Every detail, every speck of dust in the air, every slight muscle contraction on his allies' faces was visible to him. Then, he observed them. The first was a tall man with silver hair and golden eyes. He wore only a white coat made of some kind of leather, but Rigor immediately saw that it had magical properties. The man's gaze was penetrating and intimidating. His irises were so small that one could see all the white around them. When he looked at him, when he saw that silver hair and those golden eyes, he felt a thirst for blood. A part of him wanted to tear him in two right there. But he was now in control of himself, and he wouldn't start growling like a beast. So, despite an unsettling feeling, it was just that. An annoyance. After all, looking closely, he was certain. He couldn't win. It wasn't just his mana capacity. It was everything. He felt that he was facing a superior being. In strength. In status. An absolute predator at the top of the food chain. That was the feeling. Then, he looked at the girl. And his mind short-circuited. What is this? One of them had more mana than any other being he had ever encountered. And the other had nothing. Absolutely nothing. She was a girl with long black hair, something very rare in this world. And, for some reason, he felt that she was slightly familiar. She wore various magical items all over her body and a white mask, which was also a magical item. These two were anomalies. But again, even though both were clearly coming toward his group, he felt no hostility whatsoever. Aren't they the source of this? His pupils darted quickly, scanning everything around. No magic. No magic circle. No hidden monster. Then why did everyone suddenly freeze like that? He noticed all of this in milliseconds using his eyes. He even noticed that Lilia had peed. But he couldn't find the focus. He wouldn't be able to carry everyone and flee from there, so the only option was to talk. At that moment, his magical eyes reached their limit. The world returned to normal. He placed his hand on the sword hilt and said, in a firm voice. Stop right there. Rigger stepped in front of Ghislaine, positioning himself at the forefront of the group. His body was tense, and his mind teemed with questions. The man with silver hair and golden eyes stopped along with the girl by his side. His cold gaze swept over Rigger's group before he spoke, his deep voice. An ebony wolf. Rigger maintained his firm posture, holding Tsukikage tightly, but without unsheathing the blade. Who are you? What have you done with my companions? He asked, his voice laden with caution. The man, without changing his expression, observed the group. All the warriors in the group were ready to attack, weapons in hand, eyes fixed on him, as if facing their worst enemy and greatest nightmare. What an unusual group to encounter. He murmured. Ghislaine Didoldia, Eris Boreas Greyrat, Lilia Greyrat. His gaze narrowed slightly. And is that Aisha Greyrat? Ghislaine growled aggressively. How do you know our names? Rigger was confused. Ghislaine's reaction was extreme. What was happening? He looked at his group. Do you know him? He asked, his voice calm yet full of inquiry. No, answered Eris, Ghislaine, and Idar simultaneously, their voices trembling, their faces pale. The man turned his attention to Idar and Skoll, his eyebrow furrowing. Rigger sensed the hostility. Rida. What are you doing here? You should be dead. Idar clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. I don't know you. And my name is Idar. Rigger felt his confusion and tension increase. Why was everyone reacting with such fear and hostility? If they didn't know this man, why did they treat him as a mortal enemy? Why did the men become hostile as soon as he saw Idar if they didn't know each other? Finally, the men looked directly at Rigger. His gaze seemed to pierce his soul. And you, who are you? Rigger remained cautious. Without turning around, he ordered the group. Don't attack him. Under no circumstances. He knew that a battle there would be suicidal. To prevent the conflict from escalating, he lowered his sword. Idar did not like that. Rigger. The look Rigger gave him made him stop. Then, Rigger turned his attention back to the stranger. Answer first. Who are you and what ability did you use on my group? The man raised an eyebrow, looking slightly curious. Don't you avert your gaze. Aren't you afraid? A brief silence ensued before he answered. I am Orsted. Now, who are you? Rigger narrowed his eyes. I am Rigger Adoldia. Orsted seemed bothered by that answer. That's impossible. Who are your parents? Rigger did not avert his gaze. Who are yours? Orsted maintained his impenetrable expression. I did nothing to your companions, they are just afraid. I am the dragon god, Orsted. Now, it must have been you who used the earthquake spell. Who taught you that magic? Rigger paused for a second and thought, maybe he is a friend of my master. He replied, my master is Verdia Solarion. Orsted furrowed his brows again, appearing ill-humored. Verdia Solarion is dead. An intense anger grew within Rigger. His body tensed, and an almost palpable pressure emanated from him. She seemed very much alive while teaching me magic. His voice was low and sharp as a blade. Orsted appeared to ponder something for a moment. The tension in the air was suffocating. Then, he spoke. Have you ever heard the name Hidegami? Rigger reacted before he could restrain himself. Even though he quickly hid his expression, it was enough. Orsted saw it. In the next moment, Rigger saw death. His instinct made him activate his demon eyes. Everything around him slowed down, but Orsted was still fast, impossible to dodge. His hand was aimed at his heart. Rigger raised Tsukikage and engulfed the blade in faint flames. Orsted's strike collided with his sword. The impact made him tremble from head to toe. He immediately began conjuring a physical barrier magic on his chest. Orsted said, I see, 2 apostles then. Then, die. Idar. Grab Aisha and fall back, shouted Ghislaine, advancing at full speed, wielding the long sword of light. Rigger tried to attack as well. As soon as he slashed with Tsukikage, the blue blade was stopped by the dragon god's arm, creating only a small cut, all happening in milliseconds, and the flames had not yet accumulated. What happened next was confusing. Rigger unsheathed Nighthunter and struck the enemy's abdomen at lightning speed, but a blow he didn't even see broke his wrist, forcing him to let go of the blade. The men instantly noticed the barrier on his chest. The next thing he saw was an elbow to his jaw, and shortly after, felt a punch hit his temple. Rigger felt his brain shaking inside his skull as a crack formed and he spun in the air. It almost killed him. If he were an ordinary warrior, his brain would now be just a messy, gloppy mass. In fact, Rigger felt the intent to kill. The men wanted to kill him with that blow, but underestimated Rigger's physical and bone resistance. His vision swirled, his perception became a jumble. Orsted even noticed that he was still alive and was about to finish him off, but Ghislaine was already on top using the longsword of light. Before he could recover, a brutal kick struck him in the stomach. He felt his ribs break and was launched like a projectile, flying violently. Idar didn't hesitate for a second, everything happened in an instant, and he grabbed Aisha and ran in the opposite direction. Eris, however, advanced to fight alongside Ghislaine. Ghislaine reached Orsted with a perfect longsword of light. But even the stance he took after the kick he gave to Rigger was a way to lure Ghislaine into a trap. It was as if, from the beginning, he was in control, every step, every action, and every movement calculated to bring him closer to victory. "You're faster than usual, Ghislaine de Doldia." Hiramune slid along Orsted's hand without injuring him. He manipulated the blade as if the warrior were willingly handing it over. And Ghislaine, whose grip on the blade was strong, was guided along with the blade by an irresistible force. Before Ghislaine realized it, one of his hands naturally flowed along the surface of the blade and struck her neck, rendering her unconscious instantly. All the speed and strength that Ghislaine had used against him only aided him. Orsted redirected the power, spun her body, and hurled her off the cliff. Ghislaine vanished in the fall. Orsted remained impassive, his golden eyes analyzing each enemy before him with cold precision. Ha-iya. Without even a second's pause, Eris emerged from his blind spot, his sword whistling through the air in a fierce cut aimed at the dragon god's neck. At the same time, Skoll charged with his exposed fangs, attacking from another angle. But Orsted neutralized them with ease. All he did was gently stop her sword with the palm of his hand. Or at least, that's what it seemed. And yet, that was enough to send her spinning through the air. She flew toward the mountain wall, as if struck by a direct blow. The stones disintegrated upon impact and she fell with a dull thud. Skoll met a similar fate to Ghislaine. Orsted dodged his fangs by mere millimeters and only slightly pushed Skoll, accelerating his charge as he hurled him off the cliff. "You have potential, but you still need time to grow, Eris Boreas Greyrat." He turned to the stones and said thoughtfully, "Chantless magic, you are certainly very resilient." At that moment, from the rubble, a roar echoed. Rigger emerged, his body covered in dust, eyes burning with contained rage. His healing magic quickly repaired the superficial damage to his brain tissue. But even that quickly was enough for half of his group to be neutralized. This was dangerous. If the damage were just a little greater, he wouldn't be able to heal with his current level of healing magic. His senses were still a bit dulled. He quickly activated his eyes and processed everything with his senses. Ghislaine, having just awakened mid-freefall, used Hiramune as support to cling to the cliff. Eris, with several broken bones, but not life-threatening. Skoll, falling freely toward the bottom of the cliff, but conscious, will survive. I need to hold him until everyone can escape. This guy cannot be defeated. Orsted spared not a second's glance at him. Instead, he turned his head toward Idar and Aisha, who were closer. Lilia was in front of him, sword in hand, but her hands trembled uncontrollably. Her face was pale with absolute terror. Orsted paid no attention to her, he simply moved with superhuman speed toward the fleeing ones. "No." Rigger roared, activating his howling magic and beginning to run at full speed to catch him. His voice reverberated with power, but Orsted was far ahead. At the same time, he prepared a lightning spell to launch directly at the dragon god. But Orsted merely casually raised a hand. Ranma. The magic was instantly undone in the air, dispersing like smoke in the wind. Rigger's eyes widened. Wah. He accelerated his run even more while wrapping Tsukikage in furious lightning. But Orsted was already in front of Idar. The water saint, realizing there was no escape, turned at the last moment. With his sword in one hand and Aisha in the other, he struck with the flow, reaching a level he had never before attained. But against this opponent that wouldn't help him, one hand deflected the sword naturally. Idar turned his back and pressed Aisha against his chest, instinctively protecting her. Orsted's hand pierced through Idar's back like a spear, destroying his heart. The world seemed to stop for a moment. Blood streamed down Orsted's arm, and Idar's body trembled, his eyes wide with surprise and pain. Aisha, clinging to him, looked at the bloody hole with tear-filled eyes. Idar's warm blood began to soak her clothes. She opened her mouth to scream, but the sound that emerged was a strangled sob. The dragon god said, "Sorry for the rudeness, Aisha Greyrat." He turned to Idar, who was bleeding, and said, "Rida, tell the men god, that the one who will kill him is the dragon god, Orsted." Orsted's voice was cold, definitive. He slowly withdrew his hand, letting Idar fall to his knees. The warrior smiled faintly, even with blood dripping from his mouth. He looked at Aisha, his expression softening. "It will be all right, little one." Aisha sobbed, clinging to him, refusing to let him go. Her small fingers tried to close the wound, but the blood continued to gush. Rigger felt a part of him shatter. A growl of pure rage and despair echoed through the mountains. Orsted turned his gaze to Rigger, assessing him. Was he your close friend? I can see why Hitagami would bind you two together. But Rigger couldn't hear anything. His mind was blank. Hatred consumed every coherent thought. Escape. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't. Idar is dead. Dead. I can't heal him from this. He couldn't leave Aisha and the others behind. He couldn't let his companions die. He couldn't let this man get away. I need to fight, I can only fight. Tsukikage burned with furious lightning. Rigger launched himself at Orsted with everything he had. The dragon god blocked his charge with his arm, as before, but was slightly surprised when he felt a deep cut on his arm. You use magic in an interesting way, or is it that sword? But Rigger did not answer. He attacked again. Blow after blow, his fury was channeled in every movement, but Orsted was faster, stronger. His technique was unmatched. He began evading the sword, learning Rigger's patterns with terrifying speed. The fight lasted shortly. Rigger barely noticed when his hand was crushed and Tsukikage was wrenched from him. The pain came next, a punch to the chin made him stagger, dazed. In the next moment, 3 brutal strikes pierced his torso, easily penetrating his barrier. Lung. Kidney. Heart. He staggered. What? His body was failing. Blood flowed freely from his wounds. His knees buckled. His vision blurred. He collapsed against a wall, leaving a trail of blood on the floor. He tried to get up, but his body wouldn't obey. He looked around and saw the girl. Eris, who had been trying to drag herself into the fight to help, looked at him with an incredulous stare. Aya. Ah, Rigger. Rigger. Eris screamed, her voice full of horror and despair. She crawled toward him, trying to reach him. Rigger thought, damn. Is this how I'm going to die? Wah wah, she screamed. Rigger, get up. Someone save him. Rigger's going to die. He's bleeding so much. Anyone. Rigger, feeling his consciousness gradually fading, thought, really, a world full of superhumans who can kill you without any consequences. He had trained. Not like he had dedicated his life to training, but he never relaxed. He had talent, but even that couldn't save him in the end. I didn't even leave any descendants. Perhaps it's just fate. Orsted looked at Eris with a neutral expression. Was he important to you? I'm sorry, Eris Boreas Greyrat, but eventually you will understand. Come, Nanahoshi. But the masked girl hesitated. She looked at Rigger, bleeding and struggling to breathe, and then at Orsted. About that, don't you think it would be better to let him live? That was the last thing Rigger heard before his consciousness finally faded away. Chapter 120, The Curses of the Dragon God. I woke up in a place that was already familiar to me, it was a blank space of infinite emptiness. In front of me was the familiar and loathsome white figure with its face covered by a strange mosaic, Hitagami. At first, I said nothing. Idar had died, Skoll had fallen off the cliff and his fate was unknown, the dragon god seemed to intend to spare some of us for some reason. But I would never be sure, after all, now I was dead too. I began to replay the entire scene of the battle in my mind. It all happened in a matter of seconds. The dragon god was very strong, very, very strong. He was holding back the whole time, it was clear that he was using strictly only the force necessary to defeat us. Before this battle, I believed that with our group, few things could threaten us in the entire world. But, in a matter of seconds, we were massacred by the dragon god, Orsted. Before that, I believed that I was approaching the top, coming close to at least being considered one of the strongest in the world. But in my last battle, I clearly saw what I considered strength being crushed before my eyes. No one could resist. Besides that guy, the strongest people he had ever seen and fought were probably Galgard, Larix or Ornthorn. He was sure that any one of them would be defeated by the dragon god in a matter of seconds. Hitagami finally spoke, sounding worried, you seem shaken. Anger began to rise. I replied, repressing my fury. That was your plan. You guided me to the dragon god, who would kill me just for knowing you. Hitagami raised his arms defensively, hey, I'm not to blame for that. He's the bad guy in the story, he was the one who attacked you all. Rigger roared, after finding out that I knew you. I began to think about everything that happened in the fight, everything that Orsted told me, and I remembered, and what about Idar? Why did Orsted think he knew you and killed him because of that? Hitagami answered by making a gesture for me to calm down, hey, getting furious isn't going to solve your problems here. I never spoke with Idar and I don't know why he killed you. But he's the evil dragon god who wants to destroy the world. Any stupid reason would be good enough for him, right? Cut that out. You must have done something stupid for him to hate you so much. You damn god. I shouted. That doesn't matter now, after all, I'm already dead. You've achieved your goal. Are you happy? Hitagami fell silent. I, too, said nothing more. A silence remained for a while in the absolute void. After it seemed that I had calmed down, he said, "Is it over?" I did not answer. Then he continued, "You're not dead yet." I was surprised. What? Then. Idar too. But he interrupted me before I finished the question. No, Idar is really dead. That gave me another shock. That's right. And I already said that Orsted is my enemy. You're blaming the messenger here. How was I supposed to know that he would attack you out of nowhere? I was struggling not to start cursing that damn god again. The fury was consuming me, but as he said, it wouldn't help me now. Normally, I wouldn't give Hitagami the time of day, but now he might be my only source of information about my current situation. You can see this kind of thing, can't you? If he's such your enemy, and you claim to help me, why didn't you warn me about him? We would have waited a day or two and then followed the same route. I said, holding myself back to remain rational. Hitagami sighed. I can't see anything related to the dragon god. It's one of his curses. I smiled sinisterly, beginning to think that this guy was just messing with me. How could his powers be so convenient? Even so, I forced myself to calm down. Are you sure that not being seen by you isn't a blessing? And what do you mean by one of his curses? What are the others? Hitagami promptly raised 3 fingers. He has 3 curses. The first is the one that makes him hated or feared by all the beings in the world, without exception. I thought about the reactions of all the members of my group when they saw Orsted. I had never seen Ghislaine with as much fear or hatred as at that moment, not even when she was surrounded by blue dragons in the Blue Dragon range. The same goes for the other members. No one seemed to know him, but everyone seemed frightened, as if they were facing their worst enemy, yet there was still a flaw. And me? I asked. That must be because you are technically from another world. Thinking that it made sense, I continued, and the other curses. Another one is the one that prevents me from seeing anything about where he goes, what he does and with whom he interacts. Everything about him is blurred to me, which prevented me from warning you that you would encounter him. I fell silent, signaling for him to continue. The third is a curse that prevents him from using his full strength. He can never go all out. I paused for a moment. How strong is he? He is the strongest in the world. Again, the anger began to return. Honestly, I was already stressed, hurt and furious over Idar's death, but interacting with Hitagami amplified that 100 times. I said, that doesn't tell me anything. Hitagami shrank with feigned fear. Of course it does. But if you want a proper measure, he is at least many times stronger than the god of the sword. I reflected for a moment. I was going to meet the god of the sword in a few months. If that were true, I could really have an approximate measure. Of course, that considering that Hitagami wasn't just randomly lying. I asked again, isn't the god of technique the strongest in the world? Hitagami answered, he is strong, but if they really fought and the dragon god went all out, he would win. In fact, going all out he could even destroy the world. But he can't due to the supposed curse. Exactly. Hitagami responded promptly. At this point, I was already suspicious. This treacherous god was being especially helpful this time, not dodging my questions as usual. Of course, I hadn't abandoned the hypothesis that everything he was saying was just a bunch of crap. But some things made sense, mainly the curse of fear he described, and although he could be mixing truths and lies to deceive me, I didn't get that impression. And why are you being so helpful this time? You usually ignore all my questions. Rigor asked suspiciously, staring at Hitagami, who smiled maliciously. Hitagami tilted his head to the side, that twisted smile never leaving his face as he said, I was already helping you up until now I have even more reasons, right? Isn't it like they say in your previous world? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He looks directly at me, although I couldn't tell, I had the feeling he was looking into my eyes. I can see it in your eyes. I can feel your fury. And I can also see that this fury isn't directed 100% at me. I just stared at that malicious smile. He knew exactly what I was thinking. He knew of my anger and my fury. Hitagami was right about one thing. The target of his anger wasn't just him. No matter the cause, no matter the reason. It wouldn't even matter if Idar really knew Hitagami. It was Orsted who killed him. He killed my best friend without giving us the chance to talk, without reason, on a whim. One of the people closest to rigor in his new life, someone with whom he fought countless battles, celebrated victories, he was also there in defeats. I could feel my anger burning stronger. I still didn't know why the rest of the group had been spared and even me according to Hitagami, but that didn't change the fact that Orsted tried to kill me. And he killed Idar. There was no more reason to hesitate. If Hitagami wasn't lying, and I was indeed alive, I would make the dragon god regret not having killed me today. I would make him feel the same pain that I felt, the same pain that he caused. I would destroy the dragon god, no matter the level of strength I had to reach. he would regret it. I looked at Hidegami, feeling the weight of my anger, of the accumulated hatred. This doesn't mean I'm going to trust you, men god, I said, my voice cold, but full of disdain. Since you can see what I'm thinking, you must know, I don't trust you, I never trusted you, and I never will. Hidegami smiled again, twistedly, as if he already knew and that this was exactly the reaction he wanted. Of course, he replied, as if he were having fun. Hope you have good luck in your endeavors, Rigor. And, with his triggered words, the white void around us began to slowly and gradually disappear. I opened my eyes slowly, the blurry vision gradually giving way to a painful clarity. The first thing I saw were the faces of Ghislaine, Aisha, and Eris. I was lying down, and it seemed, in Ghislaine's lap. My body was still sore, muscles and bones complaining of the pain. When I woke up, instinctively, I activated my regeneration magic. The feeling of healing was almost immediate, as if a wave of energy coursing through my body was cleaning all the wounds and repairing the damage my body had suffered. I could feel that the mortal wounds had somehow been closed, there were 3 huge scars on my chest. But that healing was not enough to fully restore me. It was made to be just enough so that I wouldn't die. Eris' words echoed in my ear, filled with concern. Rigor, she exclaimed, her voice trembling. Soon, Aisha spoke as well. Master, the little one, with teary eyes, as if she had been crying for a long time. I looked at them, both looking at me with a mix of relief and sadness. However, it was Ghislaine who caught my attention the most. She was looking directly at my face, her expression was impassive, but in her eyes I could see something hard to explain. A feeling of helplessness. A deep loneliness, something she rarely showed. She seemed to carry a silent burden, a fear that I did not completely understand. As soon as my eyes fully opened, she looked deep into them as if trying to seek some confirmation, some sign that I was really there. Before I could say anything, she pulled me into a hug. A tight hug, almost desperate, as if she were afraid that if she let me go, I would disappear. Eris and little Aisha joined the hug, the 3 of them enveloping me in a kind of mantle of comfort. I could feel the silent tears of Eris and Aisha mingling, feeling the moisture of their faces against mine. But Ghislaine was not crying. I saw no tear in her eyes, only the strength of her embrace, the way she held me as if she did not want me to leave, as if she did not have the strength to let me go again. I closed my eyes for a moment, absorbing their warmth, the warmth of those 3 who, in some way, brought me a bit of peace. But, as my regeneration took effect, the discomfort in my chest grew. The smell of the snow, the icy touch of the air, and then, the sight of Lilia next to the carriage made me realize something nearby. She was looking at the snow with an empty expression. Near her, there was a cloth spread over something. A bad feeling hit my stomach, a deep and heavy tightness, as if reality was finally imposing itself. I knew what it was. It was Idar. He was dead. I was spared, but Idar was still dead. Just as the men god had said. The weight of this truth hit me hard, a silent pain that seemed to infiltrate every fiber of my being. The feeling of loss, that something had been torn from me, was overwhelming. I looked around, searching for any sign of Skoll, but I did not find him. My heart raced as I remembered him falling off the cliff. With an anxious voice, I asked hastily. Where is Skoll? Ghislaine replied calmly. He's fine, he went out to hunt. I relaxed a little, but the feeling of unease did not dissipate. I looked again at Idar's covered corpse, the snow falling over the cloth, as if it were paying a silent farewell. My chest tightened, but the closeness and warmth of my wife and my 2 apprentices helped to ease the emptiness I felt inside. I buried my face in Ghislaine's neck, feeling the softness of her skin against my face, the familiar aroma she carried. And there we stayed, in silence, with the snow falling around us. The snow seemed darker. Lilia, then, came to us and joined the embrace, without saying a word. And, together, we stayed there. I didn't know for how long. And the snow kept falling, slowly and softly. Chapter 121, Crack. The sky was cloudy, and the snow kept falling. The air was dry, cold, and the smell of rock hung heavily in the atmosphere. Rigor had his hand on the ground, kneeling on one leg on the rocky terrain. Magic flowed from his fingers with precision and control, calmly shaping the land before him. Small stones moved, the soil rose gently and, slowly, a tombstone took shape, simple, yet firm, strong like the men it honored. His name, Idar, was engraved on the tombstone. His body had not been buried. In this world, the risk of the dead becoming undead was real, so Idar's body was cremated and the ashes were spread over the mountain range. All around, the silence was absolute. Eris, fists clenched, stared fixedly at the tombstone, biting her lower lip, trying to hold back the tears that threatened to well up. Ghislaine remained serious, motionless, arms crossed, a penetrating gaze fixed on the tombstone. Lilia held Aisha in her arms, who trembled slightly, sobbing quietly with her face buried in her mother's neck. The sound of approaching footsteps slowly echoed. Skoll appeared among the mountains, his body covered in dust and scratches. He carried in his mouth the corpse of a large monster with twisted horns, something resembling a goat, a native creature of the region, typical prey of the red dragons. His eyes, normally alert, were somewhat empty. Skoll walked to the tombstone and dropped the creature beside the grave. After that, he only moved a few steps away, stopping beside Ghislaine. The group remained there, motionless, for long seconds. Then Rigger, still on his knees before the tombstone, lowered his head, closed his eyes, and whispered. "I will not forget, Idar, do not worry, I will avenge you." The impact of those words was immediate. Eris widened her eyes and turned to him, shocked. Lilia remained still, her lips parted, as if she had heard something impossible. Ghislaine, on the other hand, remained impassive. Her eyes did not change. To her, it was obvious. The group resumed their journey shortly after. The carriage moved slowly along the uneven paths of the mountainous region. The sound of creaking wheels was the only noise. No one spoke. The silence was cutting. Inside, Rigger sat with his legs crossed, focused on his own flow of mana. He was trying to replicate the magic nullification that Orsted had used. In battle, when he was about to cast a lightning bolt, Orsted nullified it with ease. This would be a very useful ability if mastered, essentially negating any long-range magic from the opponent. But he was having a lot of difficulties with it. It required him to practice a completely new path of magic, and his already excellent control while manipulating magic in one way hindered his progress. It was like learning to walk again, but with his feet tied. Ghislaine, sitting in front of him, watched the sky outside the carriage with a penetrating gaze. A determined look. Predatory. There was no doubt in her eyes. Eris was next to Aisha, knees together, fingers intertwined. She couldn't take her eyes off Rigger. Her face was tense, covered by an anguish she tried, in vain, to hide. After a while, her voice finally broke the silence. "Rigger, did you say you were going to avenge Idar?" Rigger did not take his eyes off his mana flow. He simply replied. "Yes." Eris swallowed hard. She hesitated, then whispered. "You, almost died this time, aren't you afraid?" Rigger finally stopped his training and looked at her. At that moment, Eris' face, even as she tried to appear firm, trembled. He observed her, and also looked at Aisha, who was staring at him. Both, so young. Eris was barely almost 12 years old and Aisha, only 4, but with a mind as sharp as few. Both had faced something that would leave adults collapsing. He approached, picked up Aisha in his arms, and carefully placed her in Eris' lap. The two looked at him in surprise. Then, he spoke with a firm yet gentle voice. "Eris, are you worried about being defeated easily?" "Yes." She whispered. "He is not an opponent you should compare yourself to right now." Eris said, "But I trained so much." Rigger interrupted, "Listen, you two are still very young, you still have plenty of time to get stronger." He paused. "Even I and Ghislaine were defeated easily, but that's only a problem if you aren't planning to improve even more." He looked at the two intently. "Everyone is afraid, there's no problem with that, if you're afraid it means you're alive. You two were incredibly brave today." And then he continued. "Eris. Aisha. That man was the dragon god. Orsted. The second among the world's powers. Even Ghislaine, normally stoic, gripped the handle of the harem so tightly that the leather creaked. Lilia, who was driving the carriage outside, tensed upon hearing this, but said nothing. Rigger continued, looking at the girls. "Even if I have extreme confidence in my talent, I don't know if I can match his strength. Even if it were me, there's no guarantee." Eris opened her eyes, surprised. Aisha murmured, incredulous, "Even the master can't." But then Rigger smiled. He turned his face toward Ghislaine, who was looking at him. Since Rigger had awakened, he had seen. Her look had changed. It was the look of a huntress. It was evident to him that she also wanted to kill the dragon god, of course, perhaps not for the same reasons as him. And then Rigger said, looking again at Aisha and Eris. "But I won't be fighting alone." Ghislaine was briefly surprised, but soon smiled, satisfied. Rigger then continued. "You have already met an unbeatable opponent. Nothing that appears in your path can surpass this threat." The two girls listened to him in silence. Aisha, with her large attentive eyes, was processing every word. Eris, after a moment, took a deep breath, her eyes beginning to shine, and exclaimed forcefully. I too. I will help kill the dragon god. I will also avenge Idar." Aisha looked at her, and then turned her eyes to Rigger, hesitantly, and then. "Master, may I?" Rigger extended his hand and patted both of their heads. With a smile, he replied. Little Aisha, you're probably still too young for that. He paused and said, but even so, I will give you both a test. The two sat up straight, eyes alert. He crossed his arms and calculated something mentally. Finally, he spoke clearly. If you want to help with this, you must, at the very least, be able to defeat me, without me using Tuki or magic. A silence followed those words. Eris stared at him intently. She had never defeated him in combat, even without him using Tuki. His natural strength was simply too great, she hadn't even come close. But now, more than ever, she wanted to. Yes, she shouted, determined. Aisha, on the other hand, remained silent. But her eyes narrowed, and soon she began to calculate, processing mentally what would be necessary to surpass her master under these conditions. A 4-year-old child, with the gaze of a strategist. Ghislaine simply watched it all with a slight smile on her lips. Lilia, outside, listened silently. The journey continued. The tension that had previously existed in the carriage dissipated a little after that. After the conversation with Rigor, Eris had fallen asleep leaning against the side of the carriage, her face still a little furrowed. Aisha, nestled in her lap, slept with her forehead gently pressed against the older one's chest, her features serene. Rigor was silent, as always when he trained, but there was a certain softness in his expression. His left hand sculpted the air slowly, manipulating the earth to create a statue of a red dragon. His right hand, however, rested on Ghislaine's neck, tenderly caressing her long silver hair. The warrior remained there, with half-closed eyes, leaning against him, relaxed, but with the same wild and determined presence that seemed to have dominated her since the confrontation with Orsted had awakened. From the front seat, driving the carriage's reins, Lilia watched the girls sleeping. Her eyes were teary, but her expression was firm, like someone about to make a difficult decision. After a few seconds of hesitation, she spoke. Rigor, you can take Aisha to the Sword Sanctuary. Rigor turned slightly, surprised. That wasn't the answer he expected. In fact, after everything that had happened, he was sure Lilia would flat out refuse to let Aisha go with him. But she allowed it. Why? He asked, looking at her. Lilia was silent for a few seconds. Ghislaine also turned her eyes to her, alert. And then, Lilia took a deep breath and answered, in a low voice. I don't want Aisha to feel what I felt at that moment. Lilia lowered her eyes, looking at the trembling hands on the reins. Her voice trembled. That man. Orsted, he went towards my daughter. And I couldn't do anything. I was paralyzed. Even if I wanted to, my body wouldn't move. I didn't have the strength to fight. I didn't have the strength to protect her. She clenched her fists, as if trying to push the memory away. I don't want Aisha to be like me. I don't want to trap her in a life of helplessness. She is very talented, if she can choose. I don't want to be the person who held her back. Rigor fell silent. There was understanding in his gaze. Ghislaine remained quiet, but her gaze was fixed on Lilia. Then let her choose, Rigor replied. When the time comes, Aisha will decide if she wants to go or stay. Silence returned for a moment, heavy yet serene. It was Ghislaine who spoke next, her voice low but direct. Rigor, who is the godman? She did not look at him this time. Her head was still resting against him. You once asked us about him. And Lilia said that when the dragon god killed Idar, he asked to send a message to this so-called godman. Moreover, Orsted only attacked us after you reacted to the name, and also called you both apostles. Rigor thought for a moment, and concluded that he had no reason to hide it. And then he told. He spoke about the strange white world where he first encountered Hitagami. He recounted his appearance, a smiling white figure, but with a face hard to remember. He explained his enigmatic words, his attempts to gain Rigor's trust. Lilia and Ghislaine listened in silence. Rigor spoke about the dwarves' territory, about the instructions he received in dreams, about subtle and treacherous manipulation. And finally, about the last time he saw him, after being killed by Orsted. If this man appears in your dreams, do not trust him, Rigor said, his voice laden with seriousness. I consider him as dangerous as Orsted. But he is a different kind of threat. Cunning. Invisible. A manipulator. Ghislaine became pensive, and then asked, in a low voice. All right. Rigor, do you really not know if you can reach the strength of the dragon god? Rigor fell silent again. Hitagami's words were still in his mind. If he takes a fight seriously, the entire world could be destroyed. He wasn't sure how much of that was true, but since there were legends of continents being split in half and such, it would be plausible to some extent. He answered. I don't know. There are still many things I don't know about magic, and about Tuki. Perhaps, someday, I will reach that level. But he is on a different level. It's hard to say. Then he turned his gaze back to Ghislaine. I think I will be able to say when I discover the strength of the sword god. After all, before I consider defeating Orsted, I need to defeat your master first. She fell silent. Her gaze lost itself on the horizon, but there was a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. And then, the conversation diverted. The three exchanged words about the path, about training, about the little things. The tension dissipated like dust in the wind. But even now, everything was different, the group seemed incomplete. They had traveled together for the last 2.5 years, and Idar's death left a crack that would never truly be filled. When they finally emerged from the lower jaw of the Red Dragon, the vastness of the Azura Kingdom plains greeted them. The carriage stopped, and Rigger jumped out with a fluid movement. He carried the sealing chains of the Mad Dragon King tied to his belt. His eyes turned to Tsukikage, his blue sword, which had been disarmed before he lost consciousness, and his swords could have been taken without resistance, but he left them there for some reason. At least he didn't take Tsukikage, he murmured, relieved. After all, he had already lost all the memories he carried with him when he was ambushed. That sword was his memento of his mentor, Verdia Solarion, who, by the way, Orsted said should be dead. He would send a letter to her warning her to leave the Great Forest, just for safety. Further ahead, the rest of the group had already set up a small camp. A tent, an improvised campfire. There was no threat. At least, not immediate. Rigger turned to the group, his expression resolute. I will be back in the blink of an eye. And then, in an explosive impulse, Rigger dashed back towards the mountain range. His silhouette disappeared among the stones and the icy winds. His goal now was only one. To capture a red dragon. And with that, his oath of vengeance would begin to take shape. Orsted. Age, +20. Race, 3 out of 4 god, 2/4 dragon god, 1/4 human god, 1/4 human. Titles, dragon god, strongest in the world. Curse, curse of hatred, every being in the world of 6 faces either fears or hates him. Mana reserves, transcendent level. Tuki, masters the dragon race Tuki, which is more powerful than the normal Tuki, and also masters the dragon Saint Tuki. Exclusive techniques, eternal loop, always returns to armored dragon year 330 if he fails to kill Hidegami within 200 years, invisible to Hidegami's eyes and divination skills, mana regeneration 1000 times less effective. Weapons, divine sword. Magical skills. Fire magic, god. Earth magic, god. Water magic, god. Wind magic, god. Healing magic, god. Detoxification magic, god. Barrier magic, god. Divine attack, god. Summoning magic, god. Other magics, masters most magic, racial or otherwise, currently known in the world of 6 faces. Howling magic, mastery. Combat skills. North god style, god. Sword god style, god. Water god style, god. Battle strength, transcendent level. Languages. Speaks all languages. Intellectual skills. He knows almost everyone in the world, and has almost all the knowledge in the world. He knows how to fight any type of opponent. Practical skills. Master all combat-related skills. Chapter 122, Escalar. POV, Rigor Adoldia. Until just a few days ago, I was excited about the idea of capturing a red dragon. After all, who had never dreamed of riding a dragon? Even when I found out I was in a fantasy world, that was one of my first thoughts. It would be a symbolic step toward absolute power, a bestial warrior, flying on a creature that the inhabitants of this world consider walking calamities. But that excitement disappeared after the incident with the red dragon's lower jaw. At several moments, I considered simply giving up. Forgetting that idea, following the course of the journey with the rest of the group, and focusing on anything else, for I was disheartened. But in the end, I decided to continue. There were obvious benefits in taming a dragon: flight, reputation, dominion, and perhaps, subconsciously, a part of me wanted something to fill the void that had recently opened. But the truth is that I wasn't patient enough to tame a dragon. Not even close. Jumping between the rocky and snowy cliffs, running along the rough ridges of the mountains, my eyes gazed at the horizon, but my mind returned. It returned to the moment when the dragon god pierced Idar's chest with his hand. And every time that scene replayed in my head, a new wave of anger flooded over me. A dry, cold, constant fury. And I knew that it wasn't my body out of control as before. It was just hatred. Anger for not being able to do anything. What would I do, after all? Go to the dragon god and kill him. Just imagining it, my blood burned. But that burn didn't push me forward, it corroded me from within. It was impotence. A cursed feeling I hadn't felt in years. The memory of being weak. Of being beneath. Of not being able to protect someone. I continued climbing. One step after another, the mountains became my hunting ground. It was then that I detected my first target. A wandering red dragon. He was young, lost from the group. Red dragons weren't good at aerial maneuvers. They could glide for days, fly in a straight line as far as the eye could see. They were very resilient. But thanks to their inability in complex maneuvers, they often glided out of their territory. Sometimes, they ended up in nearby villages or towns. Sometimes, they just ended up at the base of the mountain range, which is where I was now. Thanks to that, I didn't need to delve deep into their territory. It was enough to wait for the wanderers. But I wasn't in the mood for a long game. I just wanted a dragon that obeyed. One that submitted. And if they didn't adapt quickly enough, I would kill them. And that's exactly what I did. When I found the first one, I didn't give it time for anything. No words. No elegant movements. I leaped upon him like a predator and beat him with my bare fists. No Tuki. That was important. I had challenged Eris and Aisha to defeat me without me using Tuki, so I was restraining myself, testing myself, pushing myself to the physical limit. I was 12 years old, almost 13. I was entering a new phase of growth, and the pure effort, the raw pain beyond Tuki, were important stimuli. So I smashed him. Fist after fist. Tooth after tooth. Every time he fell, I healed him with magic. And he got up again. And attacked me again. And I knocked him down again. This cycle repeated until my patience ran out. And when that happened, I killed him. I took the magical core. The fangs. The dried blood on my hands didn't bother me. Some of the wandering dragons were stronger, most of them were young, rank threats, but sometimes there were a few stronger ones. For those, I couldn't win with my physical strength alone, so I used Tuki. They were alone, disoriented. They were simple targets. I repeated this process countless times. Always the same way. Without hesitation. Honestly. If someone said I was just taking out my anger on these dragons, I wouldn't have been able to deny it. I was angry. I was furious. Hatred consumed me from within. I buried Idar with my own hands. I made a silent vow of revenge. But everything seemed so empty. The journey continued. The steps moved forward. But Idar was no longer there. I tried to convince myself that it was just another casualty. Just another loss among the countless warriors who fought under my command. But it wasn't. Idar was my brother in arms. He had no qualms about laughing at me, about provoking me. He was one of the few who didn't bow to my strength. He was a true friend. And now he was dead. Verdia once told me that there was no resurrection magic. A scene replayed in my mind. Orsted, with his golden eyes. His hand piercing through Idar's chest. Throwing him aside like a bag of meat, as if he were nothing. And I couldn't do anything. And every time I remembered, I punched the dragons even harder. Even when dead, I struck. My claws opened cuts, my fists cracked scales, my fangs tore flesh. My hands had no scales to protect them. My fingers became raw flesh, blood trickled from my nails, skin tore. And when a dragon resisted my fists and claws, when it was stronger than the others and I couldn't beat it without Tuki, I became irritated. I used Tsukikage and sliced it into dozens of pieces. Then, I healed my hands, and moved on to the next. And again. And again. My roars echoed through the mountains, trying to hide the pain, the loss, the emptiness. It was then that I found him, a young red dragon, like all the others, about 5 or 6 times the size of Skull. If I had to point out something different about him, it would be the condition of his body. It was covered in scars. One of his 2 horns was broken in half, and on the same side there was a severe scar where his right eye should have been. Furthermore, one of his wings was clearly broken, fallen, and useless. I maintained the same procedure I had adopted with the others. I appeared before him and challenged him with my presence. But, unlike the others, this dragon didn't even look at me. He just continued watching the distant mountains, lying down, waiting for his death by blood loss. He didn't seem in the least interested in tearing me apart, which I found strange. I leaped upon him without hesitation and healed all his wounds. The dragon remained still for a moment. His broken horn and the destroyed eye were not restored, but all the other wounds, internal and external, disappeared before my magic. For a moment, he didn't understand. But when he realized that his strength had returned, he finally turned to me, who was sitting calmly on a rock, waiting for him to attack. I was impatient. I really didn't care about any sad story that dragon might have had. I was just waiting for him to attack me soon. As predicted, he attacked me. He roared fiercely as he advanced toward me with bites and claws. I fought him with my own claws, punches, and kicks. It was an intense battle. He was strong, I could feel it. He still wasn't an adult dragon, probably, but his strength surpassed that of the other young dragons I had encountered. Strong enough that I couldn't defeat him without using Tuki. Usually, that was enough to irritate me, and, consequently, for me to cut them into several pieces. But I thought it would be a waste. I had spent mana to heal that enormous body of all its wounds. Subconsciously, I wanted that to have some value. I defeated him with the sword, but I didn't kill him like the others. And I healed him right after. I waited expectantly. But, to my disappointment, he blew a burst of fire at me in response. I was disappointed. So he would continue fighting too. That was a waste. But when I cut the flaming breath using the flow, what I saw shocked me. He was running. And he was already far away. I was in shock for a moment and then I launched into pursuit. He was almost taking flight when I leaped and grabbed him by the tail, pulling him back. He turned and tried to kill me again. Again, I cut him and defeated him without killing him. This repeated a few times. The last times, he would stay still for a while, as if thinking of a way to escape, and then he would try to distract me to flee. I smiled and thought, what a cowardly dragon. But in retrospect, he was alive because of that. Finally, on the 6th attempt, he didn't flee. He stayed still, staring at me. As if he were trying to understand me. I just watched him with Tsukikage at the ready. When he stared at me long enough, I spoke directly, looking into his eyes. You're mine from now on. The dragon began to accumulate fire in his mouth, but he stopped instantly when I raised Tsukikage. He really learned quickly. But it still wasn't enough. Now that I had a target, all that remained was repetition. I was going to conduct several types of training. He learned fast, but even so, before taking him to the group, I needed to be sure that there was no rebellious thought left in his mind. First, I would turn my back. At those moments, he attacked me. I would disappear with a flash step and beat him again. I repeated that until he stopped attacking. Then, until he stopped fleeing. So I did this in my sleep. I slept soundly beside him. Obviously, he attacked me or tried to flee. I would wake in the blink of an eye and beat him black and blue again. This phase took a little longer, but, as I had already said, he adapted quickly. He quickly learned what he needed to do to avoid being beaten and killed, and what he couldn't do. The days passed. I would take him around. When another wandering dragon appeared, I brutally killed it. That also served to teach him what would happen if he resisted too much. Sometimes, I would tell him to run. He had some intelligence. After looking at me confused for a few moments, he would take off flying or running. I let him feel free again. And then, I captured him again. When he returned, he tried to flee again, for he had experienced freedom once more. But I taught him again that he couldn't escape. He couldn't. Little by little, using various tactics of psychological manipulation and animal training from my previous world, I slowly brainwashed him. When he did something I liked, I gave him meat and healed his wounds. When he fled or acted violently toward me, I beat him and didn't heal his wounds. The classic of rewarding good actions and punishing bad actions. But this was a red dragon. That required me to constantly show that I could finish him off at any moment. They were intelligent, but still, taming such a wild creature took time. That was one of the reasons I chose a dragon that adapted quickly, so I could quickly teach him who was in charge. 2 weeks passed quickly. I cleaned him of the crusts of dirt and mud that had been there since who knows when. The dragon became furious. I beat him. I sent him to hunt for me. He, reluctantly, obeyed and left. When he hunted and thought I wasn't watching, he began to eat. I appeared and beat him. I repeated that several times, in an almost mechanical cycle. The red dragon, which before had shown itself fierce and unpredictable, was now much calmer. No matter how far he went or how well he hid, I always found him, for I had already memorized his scent. I even let him hit me with his fire, but I prepared a powerful fire barrier around me, invisible to his eyes. He launched his burst of flames, expecting to see me charred, but the surprise was on him. I was unharmed, the fire barrier protecting me without him noticing. To deepen his frustration, on another occasion I inflicted several wounds on myself on purpose. He looked at me, injured, hesitated due to the constant traps, questioned himself, but at some point, finally, attacked again. And it was in his attack that he understood, nothing he did could stop me. I swiftly got up and he saw his attacks fail, while I quickly regenerated the wounds and beat him again. The dragon, especially intelligent and cowardly, realized he had no choice left. He had no control over what was happening. I wasn't there to destroy him, but to force him to adapt to my will. He resisted, but deep down, he understood he was lost. I knew he wasn't completely submissive or loyal yet. I knew that if given the chance, he would flee. But I wasn't planning to completely tame him that quickly. For now, that was enough to ensure he wouldn't attack the group at night. He behaved in an acceptable, controlled manner. That was something. One day, I looked at him and said, "That's enough. Let's go." It was at that moment that I took the Mad Dragon King's sealing chains and placed them around his neck, ensuring that he couldn't gather mana to unleash his fiery breath. His confidence was further shaken by that. Upon feeling the weight of the chains, the big red dragon recoiled, feeling that control over him had been even more reinforced. Then I grabbed the bag with the magical cores and fangs of the dragons I had killed. With that, I headed out, and the red dragon was at my heels. During those 2.5 weeks, I was very busy, but I also had time to think. My fury was still alive, but the fight against the other wandering dragons provided a perfect outlet to relieve the tension that had been building inside me since the encounter with the dragon god. We ran back, and at one point during the journey, I rode on his back. I had already tried to make him fly while riding him before, but I soon realized that it was much more complicated than it seemed. He didn't fly easily, which left the passengers with problems balancing. He still wasn't trained enough to fly easily. I would need to work on his flying skills before trying again and, if possible, build a cage. But at least, I knew it was possible. Gradually, we approached the group. He ran on the ground quickly. When I saw Skoll in the distance, he was advancing at full speed, clearly with a murderous intent in his posture. But, upon seeing me riding the dragon, he stopped, cautious. Without showing further aggression, he waited, probably analyzing the situation. I couldn't help but wonder who would win in a fight. The dragon was much larger, but Skoll had his rank A classification mainly due to his speed and endurance. Then I moved closer and saw Eris training with Ghislaine ahead. I thought to myself, all right, I still have a lot to protect, even in the Great Forest. Idar's death had been an unexpected blow, a proof that I was still not capable of protecting those I care about. However, from another perspective, it was also a warning of the constant dangers that lurk in this world. Eris approached, excited. Ghislaine was on guard, ready to act at any moment, and Lilia, cautious as always, watched intently. Aisha, beside them, had her eyes shining with curiosity. When Eris came closer, the dragon almost began to act aggressively. However, I caught his attention with a shock, reminding him who was in control there. The dragon stopped immediately. Eris, watching everything in awe, asked excitedly, "What's his name?" I froze for a moment. I hadn't yet given the dragon a name. I looked at the dragon, thought quickly and then leaped from his back. I signaled for him to lower his head, and the two pairs of golden eyes met. I smiled and, in a firm tone, said, "His name is Escalar." The dragon looked back at me, with a deep meaning in his eyes. He understood. He comprehended that he had been named. That would be his name. Escalar. Chapter 123, Back Home. Finally, the first dragon had been captured and domesticated. Of course, we still needed to completely tame it, break that last trace of resistance in its eyes, and maybe make it see us as companions. That was going well. Time was doing its work, and fear too. One day, to test the limits of that proud beast, I decided to leave the group for several hours. It was left to travel with the others, free from my constant shadow. And to my satisfaction, it did not flee. After a while, I extended the test. I was away for 2 whole days, without any sign. During that time, I continued observing from afar. And, as expected, it tried. In the middle of the second night, in absolute silence, it rose and began to move away from the group's trail. But it did not count on Ghislaine. She pursued it like a voracious shadow. No sound, no warning. When I returned and saw the scene, the dragon was on the brink of death, its eyes wide with pure terror, panting while lying on the ground, covered in cuts and abrasions. After that, it seemed uninterested in fleeing. There was something in its eyes. Perhaps it was resignation. Maybe it had finally understood that there was no escape, that every attempt would only result in suffering. The only thing that still seemed to bother it was the way Eris treated it, as if it were a pet. It, for its part, always maintained the serious and intimidating expression of a dragon. But, in the end, it did nothing. It did not roar, did not attack, did not protest. It merely accepted its fate. And truth be told, it was not treated badly. There was always fresh water thanks to water magic, and it and Skoll had become our primary hunters. Every day, they went out together to hunt. Skoll, however, seemed to be trying too hard. He probably thought he could lose his position if he did not show enough utility to the group. Anyway, the days passed. Gradually, we crossed the Washira region, an area known for its low hills and crystal-clear rivers, and finally arrived at the province of Milbots. We continued searching for information in every adventurer's guild we passed by, anything about Paul, Zenith, Rudeus, or Hilda, Eris' mother, but we found nothing. And then, it was decided that Lilia would leave the group and return to her father's dojo. After telling me that Aisha could go with us to the Sword Sanctuary, Lilia had spoken with Aisha in private. They talked for a long time. I did not know the content of their conversation, nor did I ask, but after that, it was basically decided that Aisha would go with us to the Sword Sanctuary. It was Aisha's choice, although it was probably related to what Lilia had told her. Thus, we continued our journey. Obviously, entering a city with a red dragon was not an option. Skoll already attracted attention and was stopped by guards several times, with his 4 meters of height and piercing eyes. But a red dragon. That was a sign of calamity in any region of that kingdom. The mere presence of Escalar would put the whole city on alert. So, only Rigor, Lilia, and Aisha would enter, with Eris and Ghislaine staying with Escalar and Skoll. Before that, Lilia said goodbye to Ghislaine, Eris, and Skoll. She had become especially close to Ghislaine on this trip. She also whispered something in Eris' ear before leaving, to which Eris reacted only with a slight smile and a nod. Rigor could have heard it, but he did not mind. They headed toward the center of the city of Limar. The streets were lively, with people coming and going, the smell of warm food and spices filling the air. Lilia seemed to look around with a mix of nostalgia and longing. Aisha was visibly excited. She skipped alongside Lilia, pulling her by the hand and asking questions about what her grandparents were like. Rigor followed alongside, alert but silent. It was not long before they spotted the dojo. A traditional building, with a dark wooden roof and walls reinforced by simple but firm columns. Sounds of wooden swords clashing echoed inside. Lilia stopped in front of the door. She was visibly nervous, hesitant. She held Aisha's hand, who looked at her curiously, trying to understand the reason for that sudden stop. Rigor observed her for a moment, without saying anything. And then, he simply moved ahead. With a firm impulse, he kicked the dojo door wide open. The hinges creaked loudly and everyone inside immediately turned around. Silence. Practitioners with wooden swords in hand froze mid-motion. Instructors frowned. Everyone's eyes fell on Rigor, who walked into the dojo as if he owned the place. The sunlight at his back made him seem even more intimidating. Lilia, right behind, was with wide, shocked eyes. Aisha laughed, finding it all extremely amusing. And Rigor simply walked inside, as if nothing unusual was happening. A tall man, with an imposing stature, muscles sculpted by a life dedicated to the sword, approached Rigor's group. His reddish-brown hair revealed the blood he shared with Lilia. His eyes, for a moment, carried only astonishment and a natural distrust toward the unknown. "Who are you?" he asked, with a firm voice and tense posture, his eyes fixed on the figure of Rigor who had entered the dojo. But then he froze. His eyes wavered, widening upon seeing the woman behind the intruder. Next to her, a miniature version of Lilia facing her grandfather for the first time. Lilia. She smiled, a soft smile, touched with contained emotion. "Father." The man went to her without hesitation and enveloped her in a tight hug, his strong arms trembling slightly. Aisha, holding Lilia's hand, watched everything with big, curious eyes. Meanwhile, Rigor looked aside, noticing the dojo practitioners beginning to approach, bewildered and intrigued. Then he raised his voice. "Come on. Let's not interfere with a family reunion." His eyes shone with confidence as he took a step forward. "My name is Rigor Adoldia. A North King." Silence fell over the dojo like a sudden snowstorm. "I challenge all of you at the same time to a fight," Rigor continued, his voice firm, a slight defiant smile on his face. "Anyone who lands a single blow on me, without me using my sword, I will appoint as a North Saint." Murmurs began immediately. One of the practitioners, with wide eyes, murmured. "A North King of the Bestial race, golden eyes and silver hair, wait, are you the Red Wolf?" It seemed it was true that rumors and stories ran faster than the wind. During that month in the Dragon King's realm, Rigor had become known even in other kingdoms. Rigor smiled. "It's me." One of the young men couldn't resist. Propelled by the promise of being named North Saint, he attacked. And, like a spark thrown on dry straw, the others followed. Augusto, still embracing his daughter, watched the scene, astonished. "But what?" "Go, master," shouted Aisha, jumping excitedly. Lilia sighed. "Forget this, father, let's go inside." With a slight push, she led Augusto to the back of the dojo, the area that was also the family's home. Meanwhile, Rigor faced the practitioners with skill. No blow would leave permanent marks, but all would make bones and muscles ache for days. Several minutes later, everyone was on the ground. Breathless. Sore. Some with eyes wide in disbelief. Rigor sat among them, legs crossed, arms resting on his knees, and conversing with them about various things. "In general, would you say that your instructor Augusto and Mrs. Flute are good people?" he said, observing the sweaty faces around him. One of the practitioners, holding the side of his body with an expression of contained pain, still had the courage to look Rigor in the eyes. "Yes, sir." Rigor pondered, then nodded. "Okay, thank you for your cooperation." He then approached the young man, touched his wound with 2 fingers, and healed it. Unfortunately, none of you became a North Saint today, but I must say, you are not bad at all. The eyes of the defeated shone with pride. Some smiled even without strength to get up. Others even thanked him. While Rigger walked toward the house, he thought to himself. Being strong is quite convenient. In what kind of place can you beat everyone and they still thank you for it? But he set that thought aside as he approached the back door. Inside, Lilia, Aisha, Augusto, and Flute were seated at the table. The scene was warm and peaceful. Flute was a woman with a firm, yet gentle expression. Her features were very much like Lilia's, and, by extension, like Aisha's. Upon seeing Rigger enter, Augusto stood up and went to him. Rigger Adoldia. I must thank you for saving my daughter and my granddaughter in Meles. Rigger shook his hand, firmly. Do not worry about that. Aisha is my disciple now. We are closer than that. Augusto seemed satisfied with the answer. Come, sit down. The conversation extended for hours. They talked about Lilia's journey, about the dangers faced, about the small and big achievements. They were impressed with the Iron Legion. When the subject turned to Aisha going to the Sword Sanctuary, Flute showed some discomfort and said that she thought Aisha should stay with them. Augusto agreed. But Lilia spoke up and cut them off, saying that it had already been decided. Flute was somewhat in a bad mood, but did not continue insisting. Overall, the conversation was very pleasant, except of course for the parts that mentioned that Paul, Zenith, and Rudeus were still missing. Lilia had previously told Rigger that she had never told her parents about being raped by Paul. And since she preferred to keep it a secret, he wouldn't be the one to interfere in family disputes. Aisha asked many questions about everything concerning her grandparents, and they were more than happy to entertain their cute granddaughter. Augusto sighed, then smiled slightly at Rigger. You are quite unbelievable. Sword King and North King. Water Saint, and yet proficient in various types of chantless magic. He looked at Lilia. If you weren't here to attest it, I would never believe it. It's great that someone like you has chosen Aisha as your disciple. Lilia just smiled confidently. Rigger only replied, it's Aisha's talent that attracted me, the credit is hers. Augusto turned to Rigger once again. I was very happy to meet my granddaughter. And I thank you, once again, for saving them. He paused for a moment, his voice faltering. Wanted to spend more time with her, but I know that is just the selfish request of a grandfather. Then, he took a deep breath. I will write to Rida, letting her know that you will be going to the Sword Sanctuary. She will probably be interested in a talent like yours. Rigger nodded with a slight smile. Thank you for that. I have always been interested in the secret techniques of the God of Water style. Idar's name was not mentioned. That was a night for reunions, for restored bonds. Mentioning his death would make the atmosphere sad again. Rigger also discovered something curious. The current water god, Rida Rhea, and Eleonora, Idar's grandmother who was in the Great Forest, had both been senior disciples of Augusto. The three had known each other since youth and were old friends. The next day, Rigger and Aisha were ready to leave. The morning sun began to illuminate the narrow and quiet streets around the dojo, when Augusto and Flute came to the entrance with several packages in their hands, clothes, a new pair of reinforced boots, since it was cold in the north, homemade sweets, and even a lucky charm made by Flute. Aisha was the center of all attention and was loving it. Flute held her as if she did not want to let go, smoothing her brown hair. Lilia, on the other hand, was emotional but tried not to show it. Her eyes were red, and she seemed unable to stop talking. Stay close to Rigger. And to Ghislaine, always. Do everything he tells you, Aisha. Train hard. Focus. Do not get distracted. Eat well. Come back to visit. Please. She bent down and hugged her tightly. Aisha, quiet, only returned the hug with her little arms around her mother's neck. But she held back her own tears and did not cry. But Rigger saw her fingers gripping Lilia's clothing tightly. Since the conversation she had with Lilia, Rigger noticed that there was something different in her, a spark of silent determination. Which made him a little more curious about the content of the conversation. Shortly after, Rigger placed Aisha on his shoulders. She settled easily, her arms crossed over his head and her gaze fixed ahead. Thank you for everything, Rigger said, looking at Lilia, Augusto, and Flute. Augusto only nodded, with a serious look. Lilia forced a smile, waving her hand. Be careful, don't let her do anything too dangerous. Of course, after all, she is my disciple. Rigger replied calmly, before turning around. And then, they left the city without looking back. The road stretched out before them, and there was no longer any reason to go through ours. With Idar dead, the path now went straight to Fatoa. The weight of the recent events still hung over their thoughts, but for now, Rigger kept his focus ahead. there was much to teach. And Aisha, his disciple, was ready to begin. Chapter 124, The Future of Eris. Our group got smaller again, at least this time it was an appropriate farewell. Without Lilia, our group again seemed a little different, as if something was missing, but we prepared for that unlike when Idar left us. We continued our journey, this time, heading toward Fatoa. Even without entering cities with Escalar, we passed by roads, trade trails, and smaller settlements that dotted the central region of the Kingdom of Azura. It didn't matter how far from the main road we were, the simple silhouette of the vibrant red dragon was enough to cause a commotion. I lost count of how many merchants abandoned their carts and ran off. Terrified travelers dismounted their mounts in a hurry. On some occasions, braver warriors prepared to fight, until they realized that there was a group of people in a cart, calmly walking right in front of the creature. It was always the same cycle: fright, tension, confusion, and then came the explanation. At first, Rigger took it upon himself to calmly explain that Escalar was a tamed dragon, under his command. He explained how he had managed that, demonstrated with small commands and made it clear, above all, that there was no danger. But as the encounters became more frequent, he began to delegate. Sometimes, it was Eris who spoke. Other times, he himself. Ghislaine also tried, but neither of the two girls was exactly communicative. He tamed it, said Ghislaine, with a serious expression. It's a pet. Eris added, crossing her arms with a proud expression. Obviously, those answers didn't explain anything. Fortunately, Aisha was always nearby to translate. Even at 4 years old, she already understood the basics of social etiquette and knew how to put into words what the two warriors left hanging in the air. Our dragon is not aggressive and doesn't attack anyone without my master's command. It's like a horse, only much bigger. See? It's obeying perfectly, she said, excited, her eyes shining as she demonstrated. No matter how tiring it was, Rigger took the trouble to explain every time, not only to avoid immediate disasters but because he wanted to build a solid reputation. If in the future Escalar were seen in another region, or if he himself were passing by here with him, he wanted people to already know who he was, and that the name of the tamed dragon was linked to him. These merchants and travelers to whom he explained, if only one of them told the story, it wouldn't have much effect, but if they were all of them, people would start to give credibility to the story. It was at this part of the journey that the nicknames began to emerge. Because of Skoll, the enormous ebony wolf, and now of Escalar, some people began to call him the monster tamer. Others called him the beast king. Rigger didn't mind. Meanwhile, Escalar was progressing in his flight training. It is worth noting that he had tried to flee by air a few times in the past, but he discovered that it was very dangerous, since Rigger would hit his wings with bursts of ice, wind, earth, among others. Either way, that would result in him falling in free fall. As a young dragon, he was already capable of flying long distances, his endurance was great, but he lacked mastery when it came to taking off and performing more complex maneuvers. But with encouragement and under Rigger's guidance, he improved every day. And it was in this process that Rigger had his first success with gravity magic. He observed the dragon flying for hours, attentive to the movement patterns, to the way the wings managed the construction of the anti-gravity field. Then, he tried to reproduce the theory with his mana several times. It lasted only for an instant. A light, unstable tug, that made a small stone float just for an instant before dissipating. But even that small breakthrough was a milestone. We crossed several villages and agricultural fields, and in all regions the pattern repeated, people running, startled by the sight of a dragon. Until one day, already halfway to the north of Azura, we were intercepted. A group of knights came within Rigger's senses. There were about 20 of them, armed, with banners of the Kingdom of Azura. They formed a blockade line in front of the road, hidden in a classic formation to ambush monsters. They had clearly been sent as an extermination group, probably after alarming reports about the presence of a red dragon traveling around. But at least the leader was smart. When we approached and he saw us walking calmly in front of the creature, he signaled for his men not to attack. Then he cautiously approached the group alone. His eyes narrowed when he saw Ghislaine, seeming to recognize her. Ghislaine de Doldia. He hesitated for a second. Then you must be Rigger Adoldia, are you traveling with this? After a long conversation, and a well-controlled demonstration of Escalar's obedience, I explained that the dragon was under my command, and that we would take it with us beyond the Kingdom of Azura, to the north of the central continent. The knight pondered for a while. Very well. But to ensure there are no problems, 5 of my men will accompany you until you cross Azura's borders. I had no objection. With me here, that simply wasn't necessary, but this guy had a mission, so he had to at least do something to report to his superiors. The 5 knights began to follow us from a distance, mounted on their horses and always alert. Meanwhile, our routine continued as normal. Aisha was currently helping Eris with math. No, older sister. It's 16. If you had to divide 64 coins among 4 people, it would be impossible to give 30 to each. Eris frowned, visibly irritated. That's boring. I already know how to add and subtract. These divisions and multiplications are useless. But it's important. Aisha insisted. Ghislaine and I watched from afar, until Eris huffed. I'm not going to use this for anything. I have rigor in you to do these calculations. Aisha puffed out her cheeks. Even at 4 years old, she mastered all the basic calculations with impressive ease. But we won't always be there. And if you're alone? Eris crossed her arms and said in a triumphant tone. Then I can call rigor. Even in another city, he will listen to me. Aisha was shocked by the logic. Meanwhile, Ghislaine and I talked about other things. It's incomprehensible why people put such individuals in power. I commented, with a certain disdain in my voice. I mean, even an advanced-level warrior could kill most of the Azuran nobles and even the king if left unchecked. We were talking about the nobles and important figures of the kingdom of Azura, and even of the other kingdoms. Ghislaine, with half-closed eyes, replied, once Lord Philip told me that there were two basic paths in life, that of the strong and that of the intellectuals. He told me that the strong always ended up serving the intellectuals. I raised an eyebrow. That's ridiculous. The ideal for a leader is to be strong and intelligent. Ghislaine seemed to think, then said, so, if you could choose only one, would you say that to be a good leader, someone needs to be stronger or more intelligent? I fell silent for a moment before answering, intelligent. Ghislaine smiled victoriously. Azura and other kingdoms have remained that way for a long time. I sighed. That was true. I myself wanted to go to Azura and kill everyone I disliked, but I wasn't able. Ours might be rotten to the core, but he knew there were many dangers there, the water goddess, the emperors of the north and of the water, king-level fighters, and who knows how many secret magics hidden under the palace or protected by unknown items. After all, it was the capital of the greatest kingdom in the world. I couldn't simply invade and kill them all now. But maybe I could in the future. My eyes turned to the horizon, as if they could pierce mountains and walls and see directly into the rotten heart of the kingdom of Azura. If, for example, Rita Rhea woke up one day and wanted to change who was in power, how easy would it be for her to do that? I asked, not really expecting an answer. Ghislaine just smiled. Few people think like you in the entire world. Killing kings is a very big deal. I returned the smile with one of my own. Maybe. After a few more days of travel, we finally entered the region of Fitoa. The knights continued following them from a distance, without making contact. The place was now deserted and silent. The atmosphere was oppressive. Almost 2 months had passed since the encounter with the dragon god. During that time, after the mourning, after the pain, everyone resumed their training with redoubled determination. No one talked much about what had happened. But the absence of Idar still weighed heavily. And with Lilia's departure, the group seemed even emptier. Even so, there was something different in those who remained. After everything, there was a new shine in them. A conviction that wasn't there before. Even little Aisha was training her magic with more dedication. Eris came to me frequently, asking me to heal her fatigue after long training sessions, and as soon as she felt her strength return, she went back to training without hesitation. Ghislaine and I didn't stop either. Our training continued with even greater intensity. Eris frequently challenged me and I faced her without using my Tuki, as promised. She was improving faster than ever. With Aisha, things were even better. I finished teaching all the elemental and intermediate spells of attack magic. She learned at a surprising speed, so we began barrier, healing, detoxification, and divine attack magic. She showed a special affinity for barrier, healing, earth, and water magic, in that order. In the carriage, as we followed the empty roads, we finally saw the Fitoa refugee camp in the distance. I think it was where Roa was before the disaster. We got close and I left Skoll and Escalar outside the refugee camp. I didn't worry about locking up the Red Dragon or anything like that. I had already captured him in even tougher situations, and he had long since convinced himself that he could never escape. It seemed he had already adapted to this life. Then, we entered the refugee camp. Aisha, as always, looked at everything with curiosity. Eris said, Ghislaine, this is. Eris pointed to a mural. At the top of the mural was the name, Lord Sovereign of Fitoa, James Boreas Greyrat, and beside it, search situation information, deceased or missing. Below were the names of the missing after the incident, listed in alphabetical order, by village and city. Ghislaine said, let's look at that later. And Eris nodded, yes. The list of the dead was incredibly long. Moreover, the Lord Sovereign mentioned in the header of the document was no longer Soros, since he was dead. We headed into the building. When we gave the names of Eris, Ghislaine, and Aisha at the counter, the middle-aged woman attending quickly slid back. Then she returned with a middle-aged man in her wake. He was bearded and had white hair, wearing clothes that seemed a little fancier than those of a common citizen. Ghislaine greeted him, Alphonse. Miss Ghislaine. Lady Eris, he bowed briefly to Eris and looked at me. Lord Rigger, I've heard a lot about you. On behalf of the Boreas family, I thank you for helping Lady Eris return. I will ensure that you are duly rewarded. I said, there's no need. I looked at Ghislaine. If you know about me, you must know that Ghislaine de Doldia is now my wife. I hope you choose your words carefully in the conversation that follows, because I don't care about Azuran nobility. I released a small pressure. He began to sweat cold and looked at Ghislaine, who did not refute Rigger's words, and after that. Oh, of course. Let's move inside. They then went further into the building. Aisha went along. I only warned him now because Ghislaine told me that he was a loyal servant of the Boreas family, so it would be better if he at least knew that he wouldn't have much choice here. We sat around a table. Ghislaine looked at him and said, Have you had any news of Lady Hilda? Alphonse hesitated, and then said, Lady Hilda remains missing. As you may already know, Lord Soros Boreas Greyrat and Philip Boreas Greyrat are dead. Eris clenched her fists. I just watched in silence while I played with Aisha. The butler looked at Ghislaine and hesitated for a moment, and finally said, I am the last servant of the Boreas Greyrat house. Ghislaine raised an eyebrow and said, And all the others? They returned to their families or are dead. After all, we no longer have any real power to keep them. Ghislaine pondered and asked, Which do you think would be the best course of action for Eris? The butler looked at me and said directly, There are two options that I consider valid. First, it must be said that Lord James, the current ruler of Fittoa, will not accept her in his house. But Lord Philemon Noto's Greyrat contacted me saying that if Eris had nowhere to go when she returned, he would take her as his concubine. Ghislaine frowned and murderous intent leaked out. He was one of those responsible for Soros's death. The butler remained calm and said, Even so, for us, only the political power he now holds is important. That would be the best for the region of Fittoa and for the Boreas house in the long run, since the faction of the second princess has lost its power and she recently fled the kingdom. Minister Darius is gaining power, and Lord Philemon seems to be on good terms with him. Eris became extremely nervous and the tension in the room built up. Meanwhile, I thought, are people blind? First Ghislaine, a sword king, serving a random noble, the water goddess Rida Rhea serving the crown, and now they want to bury Eris's talent by having her marry a random noble to obtain political power. I must be the crazy one here, why does everyone seem to think that makes sense? The tension remained until I looked at him and naturally said, Forget that idea, Eris is not going to marry any noble to help save the name of a family that doesn't even exist anymore, and the region of Fittoa is not her responsibility. Eris looked at me, somewhat surprised. The butler frowned and then said, There is a second option, in which Eris marries you, Lord Rigger. Ghislaine and I were shocked, but Eris was even more so. She was in shock and asked, How is that possible? Aisha asked innocently. Master, are we all going to marry you eventually? Eris blushed, and Rigger came to his senses and said to Aisha, Cut the nonsense. Hey, where did you get that idea? Alphonse explained calmly. I know your power, Lord Rigger, but I'm more interested in your military organization. From the latest information I obtained, you forged an alliance with the kingdom of the Dragon King, right? Eris was still red-faced, but calmed down. I didn't answer, and he continued. Even if you are not human, the children you would have would also be of the Boreas lineage. And I am sure it wouldn't be a problem to help the region of Fittoa rebuild. The stories about the great stone fortress built in Tinaver with your magic extend here to the kingdom of Azura, and I'm sure that the kingdom of the Dragon King would help if you asked. Eris became redder and redder as she thought more about the idea. Ghislaine found it funny and looked at me, who was confused. Until I remembered my original objective when I came here and regained my senses. Right, I only intended to say that I would take Eris away, how did it come to this? I looked at the butler. This guy really caught me off guard with that. I said. We will evaluate the options. Let's go, girls. Ghislaine stood up and Eris strangely got up, avoiding looking at Rigger. Aisha ran ahead. If Rigger knew exactly what Eris's fate would be after marrying Philemon, things might not have ended so well for the butler. Chapter 125, A Letter, The Journey Nears Its End. As soon as Rigger, Ghislaine, Eris, Aisha, and the others left the building, Rigger's ears suddenly perked up when his sixth sense warned him. One look, someone was watching them intently. With attentive eyes, he scanned the people ahead. People were walking hurriedly, children were running, amid that constant flow, he located her. A woman cloaked in a grey mantle, hiding her body and hair, had stopped upon noticing the group. And, after recognizing them, she began to approach, step by step. Rigger felt no hostility. But the woman was clearly coming to speak with them. Ghislaine, he said, catching his companion's attention. Do you know that woman? She's coming here. Ghislaine looked in the direction Rigor indicated, while next to them, Aisha teased Eris, who was still visibly embarrassed due to Alphonse's proposal. The redhead tried to maintain her composure while silencing the little one. The woman approached with calm steps. Ghislaine furrowed her brow. She seems familiar. She finally said. But I can't place her. When the woman finally stopped before them, her eyes turned directly to Eris. Her voice sounded gentle. Excuse me, are you by any chance Eris Boreas Greyrat? Eris, who at that moment was holding Aisha's mouth to stop her from continuing the teasing, widened her eyes in surprise. Her hand let go and she replied in a hesitant tone. Yes, I am. The woman slightly tilted her head. You look very different, I knew you when you were very little. She then diverted her gaze to Ghislaine. I was entrusted with delivering this letter to Eris Boreas Greyrat, or to Ghislaine de Doldia, if I found her first. So that you would deliver it to her. Ghislaine narrowed her eyes, still confused. And who sent the letter? The woman slid her hand inside her cloak, retrieving a carefully folded envelope. It was Lady Hilda Boreas Greyrat. The impact of the name was immediate. Ghislaine, Eris, and Rigor exchanged surprised looks. Ghislaine stepped forward half a pace, her voice growing more intense. Where is she? The woman was startled by the sudden reaction and took a small step back, raising her hands in a defensive gesture. I don't know. I didn't open the letter, I swear. She just told me that Alphonse would probably lie about her situation to coerce Eris into marrying or something like that. She paid me to wait here for 5 years. And to deliver this letter if she appeared, since I have family here, and I was really going to stay, I accepted. Rigor analyzed every micro-expression of the woman. Her breathing, the sweat, her heartbeat, and everything indicated that she was telling the truth. After a few seconds of silence, he nodded slightly. She's not lying. Ghislaine relaxed her shoulders, taking a deep breath. Her gaze softened a bit. Thank you. The woman shrugged, with a carefree smile on her face. Just business. Heh. I got paid for 5 years and only worked for 2. And then, with a casual wave, she turned and began to move away through the crowd, gradually disappearing among the passers-by. Everyone turned to Eris. Aisha was very curious, Ghislaine observed silently, and Rigor maintained a neutral yet interested expression. Eris, on the other hand, held the letter with both hands. Her fingers trembled slightly, her eyes fixed on the sealed paper. She was a bit nervous. Big sister. Let's go already, said Aisha, impatient. The redhead took a deep breath, staring at the letter as if it might explode in her hands. And finally, with trembling fingers, she broke the seal and unfolded the paper. The letter read as follows. To Eris. How are you, daughter? I hope you are well. If you received this letter, at least you are alive, that's good. I made this arrangement because I was sure that Alphonse would try to hide from you what I told him to tell you. First of all, in the teleportation incident, I was teleported to the Duchy of Basharant, in the north of the central continent. After selling my jewels and belongings that were with me, I rented a place to stay and began working as a temporary receptionist in an adventurers guild for a while to earn money. Apparently, no one recognized me as a noble, so I couldn't get guards to escort me back to Azura. I stayed there for a few months, until I found a group of adventurers who were traveling to the kingdom of Azura. I joined them. A swordswoman in the group even taught me a bit of fighting. Anyway, I was somewhat lucky. From what I heard, many others had terrible fates. When I arrived, your grandfather, Soros, had just been executed, and the news that your father had been found dead in a labyrinth in Chiron had just arrived. Alphonse told me that I should become the concubine of a minor noble to help the Boreas household. But do not accept anything he proposes, Eris. You have no responsibilities to fulfill with Fitoa. And with your father and grandfather dead, neither do I. After leaving those arrangements, I fled back to the Duchy of Basharant, so I believed that Alphonse would lie to you to try to take advantage. I became an adventurer along with the group that traveled with me. I already have connections and a place to stay there, in the city of Hylar. I know I wasn't a good mother to you, Eris, and I want you to know that I deeply regret it now. If you have nowhere else to go, I ask that you consider coming to the Duchy of Basharant and living with me. If you are with Ghislaine and want to become an adventurer, or if you are with someone else and already have a place to go or stay, I ask that you at least send a letter letting me know you are safe. But do not accept any proposal from Alphonse. Your grandfather and your father have already died because of this calamity. Our family has nothing more to owe the kingdom of Azura. Anyway, Eris, I am so sorry for having been a terrible mother. But I want you to know that I love you. P.S. If Ghislaine is with you or reading the letter, I thank you for bringing Eris back. Soros and Philip are already dead, so if Alphonse is trying to make you continue serving the Boreas household, as my last order as the wife of Philip Boreas Greyrat, I, Hilda Boreas Greyrat, release you from your services and responsibilities with the Boreas household, and I thank you for the time you served us. As one last selfish request, I ask, please, take care of Eris if she wishes to stay with you. If you are a stranger who helped Eris, I thank you deeply. I know it's an irrational request, but I hope you can help her settle or travel to the Duchy of Basharant. I will do my best to reward you for that. Signed, Hilda Greyrat. Rigger smiled. Well, it seems that her mother is doing well. Eris held the letter firmly, her eyes brimming and silent. Ghislaine, looking over Eris's shoulder, murmured in surprise. Lady Hilda seems very different. Rigger furrowed his brow, curious. How so? Ghislaine smiled slightly, her eyes full of distant memories. She was much more stern and cold than that, from what I remember, of course. I would have never imagined her writing a letter like this, or even considering being an adventurer. But. She pointed to the end of the letter, this is indeed the symbol of the House of Boreas. Rigger fell silent for a moment, contemplating the implications. Well, at least her mother doesn't want her to marry a noble. Not that that was ever really an option. He then turned to Eris. Anyway, the decision is still yours, Eris. Do you want to go live with your mother? Or follow us to the Sword Sanctuary? Eris seemed to hesitate for a moment, and murmured, but what about Alphonse's other options? Her expression turned a bit discontented, and she walked away with a slight, ill-humored huff. Ghislaine couldn't help but smile at the young one's expression. Rigger thought. It can't be, was she planning to accept Alphonse's second proposal and marry me? Eris clenched her fists and proclaimed loudly. Of course I'm going with you all to the Sword Sanctuary. I can visit my mother any time after that. Rigger realized that, even with the moving letter, Eris still harbored some apprehension about her mother. But she didn't seem to mind that much. He nodded with satisfaction. Very well. We leave tomorrow morning. He then turned his eyes toward the refugee camp that stretched ahead. Hundreds of makeshift tents and fragile structures spread in all directions, like poorly healed scars on the land. Families trying to reorganize after the disaster. Rigger took a deep breath and murmured. First. I'm going to lend a hand here. With the sun descending on the horizon, Rigger began his work. Using advanced, Saint and King level earth magic, especially the powerful Colossus Fortress. He erected the first structures, solid, practical, and functional. They were not castles or intricate and resilient fortresses like the base of the Iron Legion, but housing complexes with simplicity and efficiency. The walls emerged from the earth, windows formed by magical molds, and roofs appeared molded with firm magic. The magic flowed from his arms like rivers of silent power. The construction, even though it was quick, demanded concentration and adjustments. After all, it was not a war fortress, it was a home for ordinary people. After a while, a short, elderly man in carpenter's clothes approached and began asking for more specific directions: stables, protective walls, moats, storage areas. He spoke without restraint and with boldness. He seemed to know a lot about construction and knew what they needed most in that refugee camp. Rigger respected that, and under his instructions, he shaped the structures with precision. Everything was ready a few hours later: simple houses, larger buildings to shelter several families, artificial wells with clean water, basic defensive structures, rustic weapons made of stone hardened with magic. While I was building, the people gathered and whispered and some shouted my name. When we finally finished, they were raising their arms, running through the new streets, emotional. Many cried. Others prayed. They were calling him savior, hero, even a god. Rigger, used to this kind of exaggerated reaction when he used his magic on such a scale, raised a hand and gave a brief speech, promoting the Iron Legion. Perhaps he could recruit some good members here. Then, he smiled, waved, and departed. He did all this casually, but it would earn him enormous fame among the people of Fit-Toa. He had done it for two reasons. First, the most important, because he could. It cost him nothing, and those people were victims of a natural disaster who only wanted to rebuild. Since he could help so easily, he saw no reason not to do it. The second reason was more practical: to silence Alphonse. The old butler might try to oppose Eris and Ghislaine's departure, not that his opposition would amount to anything even if he did nothing, of course. But after this help, he would have no argument. With everything ready, Rigger ran through the newly built streets, crossing the field transformed into a village. Upon reaching the carriage, he found Eris, Ghislaine, and Aisha already waiting. Aside from the two monsters in the group, now I'm the only man. You're missed, Idar, he thought, with a half-smile. Seeing him, Aisha cheered. Master. Is it true that you can build a bridge in the middle of the ocean? Rigger almost choked. What? Who told you that? Aisha pointed at Eris, who folded her arms and nodded, as if she had won a debate. Didn't you build all of this in one day? It may take a while, but a bridge, you could do it. Rigger scratched his neck, a bit embarrassed. Technically, maybe it's possible between two ports, but in open sea it's much more difficult. No bridge holds without support. I would have to create enormous pillars all the way to the seabed. That would take a long time. And, well, we don't even know what lies in the depths. Aisha spoke with conviction. I knew it. Eris seemed displeased. But, you'll manage it someday, won't you? Rigor looked at her for a moment, reflecting. Yes, actually, I'm planning something like that. Eris turned to Aisha with a victorious look and walked away aimlessly without saying a word. Big sister. Aisha called. We're leaving, where are you going? Eris froze mid-step, huffed, and silently returned, boarding the carriage. Aisha turned to Rigor, smiling. Be gentle with Eris, Aisha, he said. Aisha's expression changed. She became more serious and replied. Yes, master. Then, she too boarded the carriage. Rigor approached Ghislaine, who was gazing into the horizon, watching the refugees organizing. Thinking about your time working here, he asked. She turned with a small smile. Yes. Rigor climbed into the carriage seat and began guiding the animals. Did you speak with the butler? I did, replied Ghislaine. He didn't agree, but he also had no power to stop us. So, to avoid angering the nobles by saying she ran away from the marriage, he will officially declare that Eris Boreas Greyrat is dead. Now, she is only Eris Greyrat. She pondered for a moment and said, he also seemed calmer after seeing the things you were building. Rigor smiled and looked ahead, down the road. So, now, onto the sword sanctuary. Ghislaine took one last look at the village behind them and then smiled with the wind on her face. Yes, to the sword sanctuary. And so, the group departed from their last stop. Eris. Aisha. Ghislaine. Rigor. Skoll. Escalar. Together, they crossed the continent towards the far north of the central continent. During their journey, they had gained new members, lost others, faced epic battles, crossed seas, mountains, cities, caves, and forests. They captured a dragon and were almost massacred by the dragon god. Now, after resolving the situation of Eris and her family, no urgency pursued them. No immediate shadow threatened them. Only the sound of the carriage wheels on the road, and the wind blowing toward the sword sanctuary. Chapter 126, The Sword God, Gal Farion. The place known only as the Sword Sanctuary was located at the far north, in a harsh and unforgiving region, covered in snow all year long. This was the location where the first sword god chose to establish his school, and where he spent his final years training the most skilled swordsmen. In current times, the sanctuary had become the preferred destination for those seeking to perfect their technique. Swordsmen from all over the world came there, men and women, seeking not only mastery of the sword but also the wisdom and spirit that accompanied training under the gaze of the sword god. It was a place from which many new talents emerged, and anyone who truly wished to study the path of the sword was encouraged to make at least a pilgrimage to that sacred location. Rigor and his group's arrival at the sanctuary was silent. The eternal and unchanging snow stretched out in all directions, reflecting a white, cold light. They advanced without haste. Eris seemed determined. By her side, Aisha was anxious. Along the way, she asked Rigor several times when she could begin her fencing training. And Rigor each time said it would be soon, but that only made her more anxious. In truth, Rigor was planning to first finish teaching her all the healing class spells up to the intermediate level before beginning her sword training. When the group reached the entrance of the sanctuary, the guards looked at Skoll and Escalar with a mix of shock and despair. The imposing black-furred wolf and the red dragon, with its enormous wingspan, were intimidating and unexpected presences in that terrain. Just as they were about to react, one of them had already run off, and Rigor stopped them by conjuring an earth wall in front of them. After explaining the situation to them, the guards, still perplexed, nodded, allowing them to pass without further delay. Skoll and Escalar stayed behind. The dragon seemed to be looking for a place among the mountains to settle. Then, at the Sword Sanctuary, the return of the Sword King, Ghislaine de Doldia, was announced. She had been one of the greatest swordsmen of the sanctuary when she was here. Many still remembered her. Ghislaine then requested an audience with her master, Gal Farion, the sword god. She also wrote a short letter telling a bit about Rigor and Eris. The news spread through the place with extreme speed. Eris was watching the practitioners train, most of them younger, around Eris's age, but none of them reached her skill. In particular, there was a blue-haired girl who seemed especially strong. After a while, under Rigor's leadership, the group entered the ephemeral hall, where the sixth among the 7 great world powers, the sword god, Gal Farion, awaited them. Rigor, now 13 years old, was approaching the height of Ghislaine, at 1.77 m. He entered with a confident posture, alongside his companions, without hesitation. The hall was filled with swordsmen of the highest level. Everyone there was either a sword saint or even more, each with an aura that would make them stand out in ordinary settings, but here, they were ordinary. They were silent, observing the newcomers with critical eyes, waiting to see the visitors for themselves. Rigor and his group did not lower their heads or bow. They advanced with a calm that provoked discontent among some of those present. One of the sword saints, bothered by Ghislaine's attitude, shouted. "Hey, Ghislaine. You are in the presence of the sword god. Have you forgotten what you learned?" Before she could stand up to confront them, the sword god, Galfarion, raised his hand with an imposing gesture. "Silence," he said, his voice laden with authority. He looked at Rigor with interest, a gaze reflecting the curiosity of a master who recognized something peculiar in one of his visitors. Then, he turned his gaze to Ghislaine and said. "I see you have recovered your fangs, Ghislaine. I see in your eyes the desire to become stronger." Ghislaine grew serious and responded respectfully. "I only made it this far thanks to your teachings, master." She paused, the weight of her words visible in her eyes. Then, she continued, looking at those present. "This girl is my disciple, Eris Greyrat, and this is my partner, Rigor Adoldia. The little one, Aisha Greyrat, is Rigor's disciple." Galfarion's gaze turned to Rigor, who remained unruffled, seemingly disinterested in him. The sword god could not help but provoke the young man. "I see you don't seem very pleased with me, boy," he said with a smile, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Rigor observed him calmly, a deep and calculating look, before responding as if it were a fact. "First, I need to see if you're worthy of teaching me anything." The hall, which had until then been filled with tense silence, trembled at Rigor's response. Rigor didn't say this out of arrogance. Ghislaine had also been stronger than him when they first met, and he had asked her to be his master. But Ghislaine's answer was that she couldn't be his master, because Rigor was already very close to her mastery, and she wouldn't have much to teach him. Rigor agreed with this. So, he would only accept the sword god as a master if the man possessed skills far beyond his own, at least in terms of swordsmanship. The other practitioners around couldn't believe what they had just heard. Several of them couldn't stand it and shouted in protest. "Who do you think you are? How outrageous! He's the sword god, who are you?" The pressure increased even more, but, to everyone's surprise, Galfarion raised his hand, and everyone fell silent. He merely let out a low, deep laugh. His laugh reverberated through the hall, disarming the aggression in the air and forcing everyone into silence. The sword god watched him, controlling his laughter while looking at Rigor with interest. "Ghislaine described you as the most talented she has ever seen in the entire world. So I thought you might have some arrogance. But I am curious. If not even I am strong enough to impress you, who are you trying to reach?" Rigor's eyes shone with an unwavering fire, and he stared at Galfarion without flinching, his response full of conviction, as if it were the only possible truth. "The dragon god, Orsted. I will kill him." Everyone in the hall recognized the words dragon god. But none of them had ever heard the name Orsted, with one exception. Galfarion, on the other hand, let out a booming laugh. His smile, now fiercer, widened to the point of displaying an almost malicious satisfaction. The other swordsmen present watched the bizarre spectacle with bated breath. The sword god was laughing. But the sword god understood something they did not. If Rigor wanted to kill the dragon god Orsted, that meant he intended to become at least the strongest person in the world. "Ha ha ha ha. So you want to kill Orsted, huh?" He looked at Rigor with a playful smile. "And here I was thinking I was the only one who wanted to kill that bastard." He looked back at Rigor, his smile transforming into an expression of challenge and curiosity. "Really, compared to the dragon god, I am way outclassed. But hey, talking is easy." He paused, his eyes sparkling. "Do you think you can do it?" For a moment, silence fell over the ephemeral hall. Without hesitation, Rigor gave his own smile, equally defiant, and replied in a serene tone, yet filled with confidence. "If I can't do it, who else could?" The corners of the sword god's mouth curled upward. His eyes shone with a newfound appreciation for the young man's audacity. "At least you have the courage." Then, Galfarion looked at Ghislaine with a satisfied smile, his eyes filled with silent acknowledgement. He knew his disciple had found a good partner, and he then said to her, "Ghislaine, you are still my disciple, as long as you have the will to become stronger, I will train you." But then, his attention turned to Eris, and he evaluated her with an expression that, although curious, still held a hint of skepticism. "But what about the kid? Is she worth it?" Eris could not hold back her reaction. Clenching her fists, she said loudly, "My name is Eris." Her voice rang firm and defiant. The sword god looked at her with a mix of interest and amusement. He nodded to one of the sword saints present, smiling. "All right, let's see what you've got. Lionel, fight her." Immediately, one of the sword saints stood up. Lionel was a tall man, with an imposing presence and an aura of experience that shone as he prepared for the fight, his eyes fixed on Eris with a confident smile. Eris drew her sword with the same energy and strength she always demonstrated and attacked without delay. Lionel was an experienced warrior and already anticipated the strike. The clash of the blades reverberated through the hall, and the battle began. She was far from a novice. With every movement, Eris demonstrated skills that put Lionel to the test. Her strikes were fast and precise, and her endurance was impressive. For a moment, it seemed she might win. She resisted bravely, her sword slicing through the air with the precision of an experienced warrior, but the level difference between her and Lionel was evident. Murmurs intensified among the practitioners. After all, Eris was only 12 years old, yet she fought with such mastery against a sword saint. It was a true display of strength. Until finally, Eris was defeated. She quickly got up, panting, but her gaze did not waver. Gall Farion observed everything closely, his smile never fading. Then, in an approving tone, he spoke loudly, his voice resonating in the hall. You have talent. You are already an excellent warrior, and you have a good fire within you. He paused, his gaze fixed on Eris, as if deciding her fate. If you can wield the long sword of light in 3 months, I will accept you as my disciple. Eris looked at Rigger and Ghislaine in search of confirmation. Both nodded silently, their expressions conveying confidence in her. That ignited an even stronger flame of determination within her. Gall Farion then turned to Aisha, who was watching Eris's stances during the fight intently. The sword god looked at her with an evaluative expression, and for a moment, a shadow of doubt crossed his eyes. I'm not sure if the girl would be compatible with the sword god's style. He looked at Aisha, who was still writing, with a thoughtful gaze. But anyway, she is still too young to train. With that, he finally turned his attention back to Rigger, an intriguing glint in his eyes. Now, Ghislaine mentioned that you defeated her in combat during your matrimonial duel. Gall Farion's smile widened even further, becoming almost predatory. Gall Farion did not give Rigger time to process his words. Without a second's hesitation, Rigger's senses fired up. His body reacted automatically, his warrior instinct gripping the sword with impressive speed. He drew Tsukikage with the intent to defend himself, his sharpened reflexes reaching the blade before it fully left the sheath. But before he could make the move, something collided with the blade at extreme speed. It was all so fast that Rigger saw nothing. He didn't even have time to activate his demon eye. He didn't see Gall Farion draw his sword. He didn't see the movements of the sword god. He didn't see the blade coming toward him. And before he could react, the force of the blow hurled him out of the ephemeral hall like a projectile fired from a cannon. The impact was deafening. Rigger was launched through space like an arrow shot from a bow, and his body was hurled with incomparable force, shattering the structure around him. He only had time to feel a whirlwind of pain from his broken ribs due to the impact before being thrown out of the hall, landing in the debris far away. Gall Farion's laughter echoed through the environment, loud and resounding. He did not hold back, laughing gleefully. Ha 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 ha. The sword saints, the kings, and the emperors present fell into absolute silence, frozen in shock. They had never seen anyone treated that way by Gall Farion, as even the emperors could not see the attack. It is fair to assume that the sword god attacked with full force. That certainly would have killed the guest, right? Ghislaine, on the other hand, remained calm. A muffled sound was heard outside the hall, followed by an abrupt movement, a figure rising from the debris. Her eyes were shining intensely, and a fierce smile was stamped on her face. Rigger was standing, breathing heavily, but intact thanks to a regeneration magic that healed his body. That guy. Rigger thought, his thoughts trying to process what had just happened. He felt a growing wave of respect for Gall Farion. He aimed specifically at the blade of Tsukikage when I drew it. If it had been at my neck or chest, I would have been dead before I realized. As the adrenaline subsided, Rigger reflected on the exchange. That kind of precision, that kind of power, he was facing someone much stronger than he had imagined. He set his expectations high, but still, he underestimated the speed of the sword god. And that was great, the stronger he was, the more he would have to teach him, he would surpass him. Inside the hall, the sword saints, the kings, and the emperors were still in shock. Gall Farion's laughter filled the space, and he, with a sharp look, spoke loud enough for everyone to hear. Arrange accommodations. From today on, Rigger Adoldia, you are officially a sword king. Your training begins tomorrow. The words Sword King reverberated through the corridors of the hall, and for a moment, everyone present fell into absolute silence. Sword King. No student of Gall Farion had ever been honored with that title aside from Ghislaine, Timothy, and Clint. For those there, it meant that Rigger was being accepted as Gall Farion's most important disciple, who would train him personally. It was something that few could dream of. The idea that someone as young as Rigger had been chosen to be trained by him generated a mix of envy, jealousy, and admiration among those present. Although some sword saints felt a twinge of frustration that Rigger was promoted so quickly to a sword king, no one dared to contest Gall Farion's decision. For none of them would dare say they could withstand that blow, none of them thought they would be alive after it. The smiles on the faces of the sword saints slowly faded. There was no longer any room for disdain or provocation. And so, on his first day at the sword sanctuary, Rigger was officially declared a sword king, and a disciple of Gaul Pharaon, the most powerful swordsman alive. Chapter 127, Meles on fire. Tinaver City, in the Meles continent. POV, Taze to Doldia. It had been almost 3 years since our leader, Rigor Doldia, had set off on his journey toward the Sword Sanctuary. 3 years since I last saw him, leaving behind only his unwavering determination and the responsibility to keep the flame of the Iron Legion burning. Much had changed since then. The Iron Legion, once a regional group of warriors, had become a true large-scale military and organizational force. The Great Forest, full of a variety of races and bestial peoples, also thrived under our protection, becoming a refuge for enslaved races. New members joined the Legion every day, and in the past year, a decisive milestone occurred. One of the first slaves we freed at Zantport, back at the beginning of the Legion's creation, returned. Petrov Jinkan. Belonging to the demonic Jinkan tribe, a race with blue skin and black horns, known for its brute strength and extreme combat speed. Thanks to that strength, he was captured as a slave when he was very young and used for all sorts of work that required brute force. When he was freed by Rigor at the time, Petrov spent a few months with us, working and saving money before returning to his home, in the demonic continent. But when he returned, he was not alone. He brought with him his entire tribe. Apparently, they were fleeing the persecution of a demon king who dominated the province where they lived, his tribe being hunted and exterminated for treason. With the arrival of the Jinkan tribe, the Iron Legion was, for the first time, hosting an entire demonic community. And among them was Lerev Jinkan, Petrov's father and former leader of the Jinkan tribe. Lerev was an imposing presence. Even without a formal title from one of the three styles, it quickly became clear that, in one-on-one combat, no one in the Legion could match him. His skill and strength in battle were something extraordinary, even among our best warriors. If it weren't for one detail, he would continue being the strongest in the Legion. Recently, I managed to face him in a combat simulation. I wasn't alone. My constant companion, Freki, the ebony wolf, now in his adult form, was by my side. Freki was a rank A creature, with speed and strength comparable to young dragons. And I, even without using chantless magic, could already be considered a North Saint, so there were few people I couldn't defeat if I put my mind to it. Together, we managed to defeat Lerev. At least, that's what he said. Since then, I began training under his guidance. In fact, many of us did. He was an excellent teacher, with his more than 200 years of combat experience. Personally, I didn't think we truly defeated him. After all, Lerev wasn't fighting to the death and it was 2 against 1, even though everyone seemed to recognize Freki as part of my fighting force. But for all intents and purposes, he acknowledged my victory. And that's how I came to be considered the strongest warrior in the Iron Legion, except, of course, for Rigor. As the commander of this division of the Legion, I accepted the title without hesitation. I needed to keep morale high, inspire the young ones, show that leadership was still strong even in the absence of our true leader. I liked Lerev, but even so, he was a foreigner for now. I wasn't the only one who had grown in these 3 years. Killian did an impressive job in the Great Forest. Even though we hadn't fought together for some time, I heard reports of his incredible growth. Linnea, Persina, and Lysena also evolved considerably. Moreover, with the unification of the forest races under our banner, hidden talents began to emerge. From different bestial tribes. People with immense potential, who had never received proper training, were now becoming fighters, healers, strategists. Our strength grew day by day. However, not everything was rosy. A persistent problem was haunting our operations, Meles. While I was analyzing reports in my tent, one of my men appeared. It was Tovan, the deputy commander of the Legion's intelligence division. "Commander," he shouted, calling my attention. "Speak." "We were attacked again in Meles territory. Our forces were captured and killed, the slaves that accompanied the troop were also killed or captured." I frowned. The attacks were becoming more frequent and brutal. "Where are they taking the captives?" "Hillhurt, sir." "That's where they are being taken. A regular troop should take 3 days of travel, but we have evidence to believe that this is one of Meles' traps. If we send only regular warriors, we'll just be sending more people to die." "And the other high-level force groups? Are they still on mission?" The men hesitated. "Yes, Commander." I closed my eyes for a moment, pondering. He was right, sending a small group would only increase the casualties. The enemy wanted to provoke us, force us to retreat. After all, their comprehensive military strength was still much greater than ours, since we hadn't had much time since the Legion's creation. "I will go personally. Inform Lerev, when he returns, not to leave the base without orders." "Understood." "Yes, Commander." I turned around and leapt out of the tent. "Freki." A howl echoed throughout the base. In seconds, a huge ebony-furred wolf emerged among the trees. Its eyes glowed like embers, and its steps made the ground tremble slightly. I leaped onto its back, and it shot through the forest like a black lightning bolt, toward the heart of danger. Our biggest problem was melees. Our initial conflicts with the kingdom had only worsened over the years. The only faction still trying to mediate the situation was the popes, but let's be honest, our expansion throughout the region was not exactly well received by the royal family or the melees nobles. Especially after we received a tribe of the demonic race into the legion, many accused us of planning a war, and they accused us of cooperating with the demonic races for that purpose. The temple order considered us heretics and hunted us as if we were beasts, while we fiercely resisted their attempts at oppression. The conflict intensified every day, like embers blown by a hot wind. The instruction order, initially considered our best chance for an alliance, eventually distanced itself after the Joylore family incident, and even the church order, which remained neutral for quite some time, began showing signs of unease. There wasn't much that could be done about it. Our activities were, in fact, aggressive in relation to these established powers. We spread members of the Iron Legion throughout the melees territory, infiltrated strategic regions, and even established forward bases in the kingdom of the Dragon King and on the demonic continent. For a while, these actions were easy to maintain. But then, everything changed with the emergence of the memory Miko. By looking into someone's eyes, she is able to see a person's surface memories, memories that someone holds in mind. This also extends to being able to see memories related to that subject, and the longer she looks into someone's eyes, the more memories of that person she sees. She allied with the Cardinal's faction, our main opponent. Cardinal LeBlanc sees this opportunity as a divine gift, using it as living proof that God was on their side. Rumors arose that a priest, supposedly close to him, was receiving dreams sent directly by God. This further inflamed the faith of the believers and greatly expanded the power of the Cardinal's faction. With the growing support of the nobility and the covert interest of the royal family, the situation became a pressure cooker ready to explode. The Iron Legion came to be seen as a threat to the stability and faith of the kingdom of melees. The confrontations intensified. Missions were ambushed. Warriors were captured or killed. The siege was slowly tightening. It was then, a few months ago, that she appeared, Verdia Solarion. The master of my leader, and one of the most incredible people I've ever met. She had decided to leave the Great Forest, but when she learned of the situation, she sought me out personally. Her experienced eyes and calm presence carried an authority that I did not dare question. Her words were simple, yet laden with wisdom. She told me that if the situation continued as it was, a war would be inevitable. She advised us to prepare in advance, to gather supplies, strengthen our posts, and establish evacuation routes for the Great Forest. The Legion had great potential and was already very strong, but we still needed time. Time to grow, consolidate our forces, train our warriors, and establish diplomacy. If a war broke out now, all our trade, meticulously built over the years, especially by Pykak, would suffer an almost fatal blow. Verdia also mentioned that she would set out on a journey to the demonic continent, in order to contact an old friend, someone who, according to her, could help us if the worst were to happen. Meanwhile, we began to take action. We doubled our patrols. We established hidden stockpiles of supplies. And most importantly, we reinforced our presence in the Great Forest. Our resources came from there, and losing the forest would be like losing the heart of the Legion. But no matter how many decisions I made, no matter how much I pretended to be calm, a part of me couldn't shake one thought. If only Rigor were here. With him by our side, maybe this situation would have already been resolved. His presence inspired courage. His strength instilled confidence. And his ideas were always revolutionary, a kind of insight that could change the course of history with just a few words. Now, I needed to do that in his place. Even if it was difficult. If he were here, everything would be easier. But he was not. And until he returned, I was the commander. And I could not falter. Recently, the Iron Legion had reached an important milestone with the creation of a strategic maritime route that connected the territory of the hobbits directly to the kingdom of the Dragon King, according to Rigor's orders. The route was still in a testing phase, but it was already a promising start. This new transport line represented a significant change for the Legion, as it would allow us to bypass the vast lands of the Kingdom of Melees. This maritime route, once fully operational, would open a safer and more direct way to reach our allies, the Kingdom of the Dragon King, and the Central Continent. In addition to strengthening our position in the Great Forest. Besides these major problems that the Legion was facing, there were also some dangerous setbacks that could not be ignored. The rest of the mercenary group Tyranny Storm who had ambushed Rigor, had come to Melees. In our attempt to neutralize them, I could not go because I was on another mission. So, we designated Waze, one of our most skilled warriors, to eliminate the threat. But the mission was a failure. The two most dangerous mages and the old men managed to escape to Malition, and only the mage of the demonic race was captured, almost dead. From this capture, we obtained crucial information about them. The identities of the mages were Rudeus Greyrat and Sylphiette, known by the Legion's Fit-Toa survivor search group due to the teleportation incident. Basically, they were among the people prioritized in the search for Fit-Toa survivors. The situation became even more complicated when we learned that Laws himself, one of our most loyal warriors, had died in the fight against these two mages. But the one who had killed him was one of our own, probably because they believed he was helping the opponents. From what we learned from Ways, the warrior who had thrown the blade at Laws was one of those killed by the ice magic of the silver-haired mage, Sylphiette, leaving us without the ability to confront him and ask his reasons. No one else could give us an answer, which only worsened our frustration. The boss had ordered us to look for the mage with the stone helmet and the mage with silver hair, and imprison or kill them directly, probably without knowing their true identities. He did not know how they had lost contact, and they had even become enemies, but he was there to be seen. It was now clear that Rudeus was the brother of the leader's disciple, Aisha Greyrat, and Sylphiette was Law's daughter. Despite all that, the fact is that they killed several of our comrades, and Laws was already dead. The fact that they ambushed Rigger in an assassination attempt only increased the gravity of the situation. Because of that, we continued following the orders to capture or kill. But we could not do anything about them now. They were in Melitian, a city that was practically a fortress, completely impenetrable for us, the Iron Legion. Meles, moreover, seemed to have become particularly aggressive in recent weeks, with the Temple Order showing even more relentlessness, trying to annihilate any member of the Legion present in its territory. It was then that the lack of manpower became evident. The Legion, even with its great growth, was not fully prepared to deal with Meles, which had thousands of years of accumulated military might. Even young Rufus, at only 9 years old, was being sent on missions. The need for reinforcements was constant, and tensions grew more with each day. We found ourselves forced to allocate our high-level combat forces to several missions at once, weakening our position on the most important fronts. And that was why I often went to some places personally. Usually, this journey I was undertaking would take several days for ordinary warriors, but riding on Freki, after several hours of high-speed travel, I finally reached my destination. After arriving and investigating, the impression was as I suspected, it was a trap. Even so, I continued, common traps lose their meaning in the face of absolute strength. After following the clues and going to where our members were supposedly imprisoned, I came across an unexpected scene. Before me, a well-prepared troop of the Order of the Temple was positioned, and leading them was a renowned warrior in Meles, a water saint. The terrain was set up to encircle us, but, as usual, that did not scare me. Freki and I were unbeatable below the saint level, both due to our extremely rapid mobility and the versatility of chantless magic. I wasted no time with introductions. I got straight to the point. I tried to negotiate with the troop's leader, offering freedom for my captured men and for the slaves who had been taken, so that there would be no carnage. But he remained firm in his position, calling me a demon, and claiming that since I commanded a monster to fight on my behalf, I was one too. The same religious nonsense as always. When words failed, I made the decision everyone expected of me. Freki and I launched the attack. The confrontation was brutal. The warriors of the Order of the Temple were quickly crushed. Their forces were not prepared for the destructive power and mobility of a rank A wolf being directed in full combat, much less for chantless magic. There was no mercy. It was a clear message to anyone who wished to challenge us, the Legion would not easily back down. At the end of the battle, only silence remained. There were a few survivors among our warriors and the slaves, which was good. The roar of the fight still resonated in the air as I observed the remnants of the enemy troop. This was becoming more and more common. With each encounter, violence became more necessary. If we let the enemies escape, they would return with greater force to kill our men and retaliate. There was no longer any room for hesitation. The Legion was preparing for war, and war was about to begin. Every battle, every strike we exchanged, made us stronger, but the cost was increasingly high. Verdia had spoken the truth, and now it was impossible to deny. We were about to enter into a conflict of unimaginable proportions. I took the group back after healing them. This took a few days since I was no longer running incessantly with Freki. When I returned, I received another piece of unpleasant news. During the time I was away, Rudeus Greyrat, Sylphiette, and Hector, along with some knights from Meles, attacked our prison and rescued several of the prisoners. Reinforcements arrived quickly and recaptured many of them, and even killed many enemies, but several escaped, including the mage of the demonic race, Vedette. Chapter 128, Born to Battle. POV, Eris Greyrat. Rigger can do anything. That was the thought I had, etched deep in my chest as an absolute truth. I saw him fight countless battles, and I saw how all of them seemed easy for him. At first, Ghislaine defeated him, but soon he overcame her. And after that, he surpassed everyone who crossed his path. To me, it was undeniable, Rigger was the strongest in the world. Even when he was ambushed by several high-level warriors, he survived, and turned the tide. I faithfully believed that there was no enemy capable of killing him, nor any force strong enough to bring him down. And I loved him. I loved Rigger with all my heart. That was why I trained so diligently. I wanted to be by his side, I wanted to be worthy of fighting alongside him. I longed for that. Everyone around me always said I was talented, so I never doubted it. And when I fought the bandits in melees, I proved my talent for the first time. The second time was when I helped save Rigger from the ambush. That was the best feeling I've ever had in my life. After that, Rigger stopped treating me like a child. It was then that I realized I could truly walk beside him. If I became strong enough, I could fight for him, with him. I was jealous of my mentor, Ghislaine, when he made her his wife. But, at the same time, I was happy for her. It was a strange feeling, a mix of jealousy and joy. So, I continued training with everything I had. When I grew up and became stronger, Rigger would accept me too. I was sure of it. My faith in Rigger's strength was unshakable. He was invincible. Unstoppable. Until we encountered the dragon god. That day, I felt fear. True fear. In that moment, I understood the real meaning of powerlessness. With just one hand movement, he completely neutralized me. Against Ghislaine, he seemed to use some sophisticated technique. Rigger was the only one who managed to strike back and even wounded the dragon god more than once. Still, Rigger was defeated. Completely. We all were. Idar died. Rigger too. And I couldn't do anything. I could only beg for him to be saved. And to this day I don't understand. That girl, she suggested healing Rigger. And he did. He healed Rigger, but he did not save Idar. I was in shock. I had never felt so weak. I thought I had become strong, but in the end, I couldn't do anything. I'm still capable of nothing. And now, Idar was dead. I relived that moment hundreds of times in my mind and in my nightmares. The moment when Idar and Rigger died. But even so, Rigger and Ghislaine remained standing. Neither of them seemed to fear. Both were determined. And then Rigger told me, he looked me in the eyes and said that maybe he wouldn't be able to defeat the dragon god alone, but he wouldn't face Orsted alone. He still believed in me. He believed that we could help him. In me. In Ghislaine. And in Aisha. Then he challenged me. He said that I needed to defeat him, but without him using Tuki. He had already said that eventually I would be capable of that if I didn't stop training. So that's what I would do. I would defeat him. I would become worthy of helping him, both in the battle against Orsted and for the rest of my life. We talked a little about the battle against the dragon god. And we discovered that, despite all his strength, he used known techniques. Deadly techniques. He wasn't an absolute being. He wasn't an unbeatable deity. He could be defeated. I think it was on the day I managed to wound Rigger, even if it was just a scratch, that my nightmares stopped. I stopped being afraid, and began to dream, to desire. I dreamed of Rigger, Ghislaine, Skoll, Aisha, and me, all together defeating Orsted, and I dreamed of our life after that. An ambition was born. A goal was set. Rigger said that the dragon god was several times stronger than the sword god. So, my objective was clear. First, defeat Rigger without Tuki. And then, I need to defeat the sword god itself. The Sword Sanctuary was an ancient land, marked by countless legendary battles. In the present, it was the home of the sword god style, but it hadn't always been so. A century ago, that very ground belonged to the water god style. In those days, the leaders of both styles engaged in a duel that went down in history, and the water god emerged victorious, conquering the sanctuary. However, years later, he was defeated by a new sword god, who took back the place. Since then, the sanctuary has belonged to the strongest swordsman of each generation, who carries the title of sword god and teaches his techniques to the most promising students. The sanctuary was divided into 3 sections. The first was composed of dojos intended for beginner and intermediate swordsmen. Generally occupied by children and young people who had traveled there or were the children of veteran swordsmen. The second section housed the advanced level swordsmen. This was the most populous, with warriors coming from the 4 corners of the world. Many of them arrived at the sanctuary feeling stuck and sought here a way to push beyond their limits. And finally, there was the main dojo. The deepest and most restricted section, where only swordsmen of saint level of the sword or higher could train. There, the warriors were supervised directly by the sword god himself. It was in this environment that the true heart of the sword god style pulsed. It had been almost 3 months since Rigger's group had arrived at the sword sanctuary. In the center of one of the training fields of the second section, where the advanced level warriors were, 2 figures dueled fiercely. Eris, with her long red hair flying in the wind, pressed her opponent with wild speed and aggression. Her adversary was a girl nearly her own size, but with blue hair. It was Nina Farion, a 13-year-old swordswoman, daughter of the current sword god. Nina had already reached the advanced level in the sword god style and, since Eris's group arrived at the sanctuary, had become her main training partner. Eris didn't stop. She trained tirelessly, interrupting her efforts only to eat or sleep. No matter the weather, no matter the injuries. Daily, she sought out Rigor and asked him to ease her exhaustion with healing magic. Rigor always told her. You already have the ability to use the long sword of light. You're just holding back. The technique of the long sword of light required absolute concentration. You needed to know how to wield the sword with both hands, in other words, be equally good with both arms. That was because straining the dominant hand would make the blade deviate, even with the slightest involuntary movement. The key was to channel all the battle aura into a single, precise strike, cutting in a straight line. It was simple, but that was the greatest secret of the long sword of light. But Eris already knew that. Both Ghislaine and Rigor had taught her to train with both hands long ago, preparing her for when she reached that point. She had trained relentlessly, perfecting both her left and right. But even so, she still couldn't master the technique completely. With one final blow, Eris disarmed Nina, who fell to her knees, covered in bruises and small contusions. The girl moaned in pain, but her gaze remained firm. Eris approached and knelt beside her. With a smile, she calmly recited. Divine power is rich and nourishing. It offers the strength to rise again to those who have lost their strength. Heal. A soft light shone in her palm as some of Nina's bruises began to disappear. Nina panted slightly and watched her in silence. Eris smiled, amused. Again. Nina took a deep breath. After looking deeply into Eris's crimson eyes, she replied firmly. Again. And the two returned to training, their bodies exhausted but their spirits indomitable. Eris intended to leave the place as quickly as possible at first, mastering the so-desired long sword of light rapidly, but things did not go as well as she had hoped. Since arriving at the sword sanctuary with Rigor and the others, this had become her only objective, for by learning it, she would also become a disciple of the sword god and could train with Rigor and Ghislaine. However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't use the technique even once. Rigor advised that, instead of isolating herself in her own efforts, she should find someone with a similar ability to train with. Eris, reluctant at first, ended up following Rigor's suggestion. Nina Farion was the daughter of the sword god and 1 year older than her. Even so, Eris outclassed her in combat. Nina was incredulous, she had always been the one who defeated those much older than her, the situation had never been reversed. This left Nina extremely shocked at first. She went to speak with Gal Farion and met Rigor, who was even more absurd, being only her age, but already a sword king. After that, for a few days, she didn't show up for training. But when she returned, she challenged Eris every time, with pure determination and willpower to surpass her, and thanks to their repeated duels, they eventually became close. Eris was no longer that aggressive and arrogant girl from a few years ago. Her aggressiveness had been tamed by Rigor, and her arrogance had been crushed by everyone around her after the teleportation incident. She had met many talented swordsmen, mages, and warriors on her journey, and after traveling with Rigor's group for so long, she had understood one important thing: aggressiveness and arrogance would get her nowhere. Moreover, both Rigor and Ghislaine constantly repeated that the sword god style was rational, based on tactical thinking and emotional control. If she wanted to improve, she needed to think. For the past 2 years, that was all she had heard while fighting to advance to the level of Sword Saint. But it was difficult. She knew, from Rigor's own words, that she already had what it took to use the technique. However, for some reason, she still couldn't execute it. So she trained. Relentlessly. From time to time, Rigor would come to the dojo where she trained, ask about her progress, and observe the room with eyes that shone in a subtle golden hue. When she asked what that was about, he explained that he used his demon eye to check if there was anyone talented there. That's how he recommended that she train with Nina. Although she was ahead of her, the difference wasn't that great. Moreover, Nina possessed something rare. She seemed tireless and determined to beat Eris at any cost and didn't give up easily. That was why Rigor pointed her out. He saw talent, but often, the greatest motivator would be a rival. That would make them grow even more. After several days of intense training, the two were waiting for the instructor to speak with them. The instructor for both, a middle-aged sword saint with deep scars on his arms, appeared behind them and commented, crossing his arms. Nina, you still overuse your left arm. Because of that, Eris always knows that your attacks will lean a little to the left. Nina huffed, frustrated. And Eris, your technique is excellent. Theoretically, you should already be capable of using the long sword of light. Eris frowned. That was becoming an annoying mantra. Everyone said that, and yet she still failed. Before she could shout in frustration, the instructor raised a letter and said, "The Red Wolf sent this to you. He said you must go where this letter indicates." Eris widened her eyes, surprised. She became excited, but also confused. Why didn't Rigor come to speak with her in person? Why a letter? For a moment, she thought about questioning it, but her impulsive nature spoke louder. "It doesn't matter," she said, skipping with joy. She grabbed the letter with a gleam in her eyes and turned to Nina. "Keep training, Nina. That way, you'll never catch up to me. Nina gritted her teeth, determined, and then jumped to her feet. Hey, you there, she shouted, pointing to a young man with brown hair watching from afar. Let's train. POV, Eris Greyrat. Following the instructions on Rigger's letter, I went from building to building, and I realized that, in fact, it was a map. A very simple map, with several reference points, simple enough that even I could understand it. I was excited. It had been a while since Rigger had come to watch my training. I followed every point on the letter carefully. A tree with a hole at its base, a rock that resembled a fallen tower, and then, further ahead, the path began to narrow until it led me into the middle of a forest. That's where the map ended. I stopped, looking around. Only trees. Stones. Branches creaking in the wind. Could I have misunderstood? I picked up the letter again, trying to see if there was any detail I had missed, but at that moment, I felt a chill down my spine. I dropped the letter and drew my sword in a single motion, just in time to block a strike coming straight for my chest. The dagger's blade clashed against my sword, but the force of the impact sent me flying several meters backward. I felt the air expelled from my lungs as I collided with a tree. With no time to breathe, my body moved on its own. I planted my feet on the trunk and leaped upward, gaining height. I used the momentum to land on the nearest rock. Finally, I saw what was attacking me. It was an ogre. I had faced one before. That green skin, the huge muscles, the absurd height of over 2 meters, but this one was different. It was lean, with longer, almost elven ears. It wielded 2 daggers, and its eyes had a maddened gleam. Still, it was an ogre. Only a different one. A much more powerful one. It lunged before I could think any further. Its strikes came in rapid succession, short and fast, as if it had fought all its life with such weapons. It was hard to keep up. It was bigger than me. Faster. Every defense of mine was met with another attack. And that smile, that damn maniacal smile. But one thing was certain, it did not compare to Orsted. I couldn't run. It would catch me. So there was only one thing left, kill it. Focus. I told myself. Think. Be rational. My sword moved in a frantic rhythm, trying to keep up with its strikes, trying to find an opening. But it hit me. A knee to the stomach. The impact made my eyes widen and my body buckle. It raised the dagger to plunge it into me, but with a swift movement, I threw snow into its face. The distraction was enough for me to dodge. The dagger grazed my cheek. I leaped back, barely touching the ground, and it was already coming at me again. My stance returned naturally. I didn't have time to ask questions. Things like, why was I there? Why did Rigger send me? Or what creature was this? I wasn't good with that kind of thing. Overthinking got in the way. And there, thinking meant dying. There was only one thing in my mind, kill or be killed. I advanced. My blade shone. The speed I reached was beyond anything I had done before. The ogre also advanced. And I was faster. I slashed. A clean strike. One of its arms flew through the air, and a spray of blood stained the snow around. It roared, maddened, trying to hit me with the other dagger. I blocked with my sword and a kick came afterward, which I evaded with a jump. It backed off, retreating, and I slid across the snow, feeling my muscles trembling. But this time I was calm. The tension gave way to clarity. It charged again, running. I exploded in speed. Its dagger cut my arm, leaving a trail of blood, but in that very second, we passed by each other. And its head fell to the ground. I breathed, panting, standing still. My body still on alert. I looked at the lifeless corpse, its mouth frozen in an insane grin. That's when I heard applause. I spun around instantly, sword in hand, but relaxed upon seeing Rigger emerging from the trees, with that smile that always seemed to know more than it should. Skull was by his side, and soon he began to circle around me, as if congratulating me. I blinked, not understanding. Rigger smiled. Congratulations, Eris. You are now a sword saint. I was in shock. What? What do you mean? He approached and tousled my hair with his hand. You just used the long sword of light. My mind froze for a few seconds. I looked at him, at the mesmerizing smile, the tail wagging excitedly, everything about him radiated happiness. My face burned, it literally felt like steam was coming out of my ears. My chest filled with such immense pride that it nearly overflowed. I wanted to say something, anything, but the words stuck in my throat. I ended up lowering my head, shyly, until I realized something. Wait, you sent me here, on purpose? I asked, looking at the ground, as if only now connecting the dots. How did you know it would work? Rigger just smiled. That bright, confident smile. Then he took a thick cloak from inside his coat and placed it around me, fastening it carefully. He was very close now. My heart pounded so hard it seemed to echo in the forest. Because it worked with me, he said. I, too, had a block when I was about to reach the saint level. Sometimes, being in a very safe environment is what prevents you from growing. But when you're in real danger, your body has no choice but to improve. I didn't understand everything. Perhaps not even half. But it didn't matter. I was looking into the most beautiful golden eyes I had ever seen, hypnotized, feeling the warmth of the cloak, the touch, and I could only nod, clutching the fabric tightly. That was when he said, "Let's go to the sword god. From now on, you are also his disciple." Chapter 129, The Peacock Sword and Rita Rhea. POV, Rigor Adoldia. I was standing still. Eyes closed. Just one hand resting on the sheath. Slow breathing, regulated beats. The world around me disappeared as I delved into my thoughts. In my mind, I replayed the scenes. The subtle movements of the dragon god. The wrist twist that paralyzed Eris. The blow that pierced Idar. Gaul Farian's impeccable stance and the speed with which he wielded his sword. Every detail was engraved. Every gesture, every breath, every murderous intent. I saw and rewatched them like a movie that never stopped. After training for 6 months under the tutelage of the sword god, one truth became clear to me: mastering the sword is difficult. When I was younger, I thought fencing was simpler than magic. Magic had forms, variations, incantations, and transformations. The sword, I believed, was just brute force and speed using Tuki. A childish illusion. In reality, the sword demanded something that magic did not require to the same extent: complete surrender. In some respects, fencing was even more complex and difficult to master than magic. The complexities that each tiny movement of your body could generate were endless. So I trained. Again and again. I raised and lowered the sword in repetitive, exhausting movements. And each day, I improved a little. One more step. A cleaner cut. A more efficient twist. Each day, my speed increased. Each day, my control of Tuki refined. But also, each day, I saw how much was still missing, how far away I still was. If it were just in terms of Tuki, Ghislaine was faster. Timothy was faster. Larix was faster. The sword god was faster. And Orsted, the dragon god, he was on a completely different level. So distant that I didn't even know if he was reachable. I recalled the teachings of the sword god. You already know, if you want to surpass me, you cannot do the same things I do. I will teach you everything I know, but you must interpret these techniques in your own way. You're already creating a style, right? Just swing the sword without thinking about anything. When you get tired, think. When you're tired of thinking, get up and start swinging again. And that's exactly what I did. I frequently trained with the sword emperors and with the sword god, and he taught me everything about the sword god style. And after learning several things, I would go far away and swing the sword. I kept swinging. Up. Down. Faster. Cleaner. Firmer. I did 10 repetitions. Then 100. Then 1,000. 10,000. 100,000. There were days when I just kept swinging the sword. I didn't eat. I didn't sleep. My body, without me realizing it, unconsciously activated my self-regeneration magic, allowing me to continue. I entered a kind of trance, a mental zone where nothing existed except the cut. Only the sword, cutting through the air. The last time, I went on like that for 12 days. I only stopped when I collapsed from hunger. My physique was strong. I didn't need to eat as frequently as others. This allowed me to push my body beyond human limits. When I stopped, idle thoughts returned. Doubts. Fears. But also, ideas. I ate. I rested. Then, I returned to training. I knew I couldn't expect a miraculous leap like when I achieved synchronization between body and soul. That was a turning point. But now, it was different. My skill would not increase with a divine revelation. It would grow through repetition. Through sweat. Through pain. Through constant learning. Repeat. Learn. Perfect. Until each technique became part of me. Until my sword cut through everything in my path. As I walked back toward the sanctuary, I felt something strange. A sound cutting through the silence of the forest, the sound of battle. I stopped. My senses sharpened immediately, Tuki flowing naturally through my veins to enhance my senses, like a living current. I focused. The sounds were coming from the direction where Escalar and Skoll were. My red dragon and the black wolf had developed a strangely efficient cooperation over time. I made constant visits to ensure that Escalar did not forget who the true master was, but this was the first time I heard a fight happening there. Without hesitation, I dashed toward the location, at extreme speed, but with a calm mind. Jumping between the trees and cutting through the wind, I reached the top of a hill. And then I saw. Escalar and Skoll were engaged in combat against a man I had never seen before, an impressive man, by the way. His robes were dyed in iridescent tones, like a liquid rainbow. Underneath, he wore only high boots that reached his knees. 4 swords were strapped to his waist. His face displayed a vivid peacock tattoo on his cheek, and his hair was tied up in a peculiar way, flaring out at the top like an inverted parabola. At the exact moment I arrived, Escalar exhaled a powerful burst of scarlet flames toward the stranger. And, before my eyes, the man disappeared. In the place where he had been, only white smoke remained, and when it dispersed, I saw a log. What? My eyes widened. The only person who had managed to hide his presence from me in recent years had been Julian, the North King, but not even he could vanish right before my eyes. That was very rare. I immediately activated my eyes to the maximum, scanning every magical nuance and movement in the environment. Then I saw him. The man was in the air, falling precisely in the direction of Escalar. Even the dragon seemed confused about his position. I didn't hesitate. I leaped using the long sword of light in my hands, propelling my body with an explosion of speed. The blue blade cut through the air, gleaming, and struck the man before he could complete his movement. He twisted his body and blocked with 2 of his swords, yet he was still thrown far by the impact. Since I didn't notice any killing intent on his part, I didn't attack with killing intent either. Gal Farion had mentioned that he would call other warriors to teach me new techniques. Perhaps, this was one of them. I landed softly in front of Escalar and Skoll, between them and the intruder. My gaze was as sharp as the blade I wielded. "Who are you, and why are you attacking my animals?" I asked in a low, but firm voice. "Keep in mind that your answer may decide whether you live or die." I released an intense wave of bloodlust, dense like a storm about to break. The ground beneath my feet cracked. The man visibly trembled, but smiled. Calmly, he sheathed his swords, one by one, and raised his hands in a non-threatening manner. "Who would have thought it was true? You really tamed a dragon. Impressive, Lightning Emperor." His tone was light, almost amused. "You may refer to me as Obear, the Peacock Sword. A North Emperor." He made a brief, exaggerated bow. "I had no intention of killing your animals. When I saw them, I suspected they were yours. After all, few pairs of wolves and dragons roam around without devouring each other. I just wanted to test my skills against a dragon, since I had never fought one before." I continued watching him in silence. My eyes analyzed every detail, the tone of his voice, his breaths, the vibration of Tuki. No hostility. No lies. But still. Something about that man bothered me. There was something in him that reminded me of Hidegami. That treacherous aura, of course, on a smaller scale. An unsettling presence. Humph. I pushed away some of the bloodlust, but remained alert. I did not trust him. But for now, I decided not to insist. And I wanted to know more about this Peacock Sword. Walking along the snowy road that led to the Sword Sanctuary, 2 visitors of a rather unusual type were approaching its main hall. One was an elderly woman, perhaps in her 60s. The expression on her face suggested that she was somewhat petty, otherwise, she would have been the picture of a kind and harmless lady. At that moment she was dressed for travel, but it was easy to imagine her in more casual clothes, reclining in an armchair while knitting something with wool. Only one detail seemed incongruous: the old woman carried a slightly short sword at her hip. Seeing this, a skilled swordsman might have noticed that her relaxed posture was just a facade, and that even the fastest attacks would not be able to hit her. But enough beating around the bush. The woman's name was Rita Rhea, and she was the reigning water god. She perfected the ultimate technique of her style, the Blade of Deprivation, and ranked among the strongest warriors of her generation. Accompanying Rita was a young woman with light blue hair, perhaps about 15 years old, whose face bore some resemblance to hers. She, too, was dressed for travel and also carried a sword at her hip. "Is this the sanctuary, Mistress Rita?" The elderly woman replied, "Yes, my dear. Take a good look, this is the den of beasts you've been so eager to visit." The girl seemed nervous. "Oh, now I'm getting nervous." "Have some confidence in your abilities. Unless they pit you against the sword god or one of the emperors, you'll do fine. Of course, if the story of the Red Wolf is true, against him as well, but we still have to confirm that." "Thank you, Mistress Rita." Speaking softly to each other, the 2 set foot into the sword sanctuary. At first glance, this sacred place looked like an ordinary city. There was an inn, a weapon shop, and an adventurers' guild. On the streets were the usual adventurers and merchants, hurrying about their various tasks. However, there was one unusual thing in this town. Practically everyone who resided here was trained in the sword god style. In this place, a skinny village girl was sometimes stronger than the bulkiest of adventurers, yet not everyone trained daily in the sanctuary. Should we book a room at the inn first? It won't be necessary. We'll stay at Gaul's house. Rida advanced with difficulty, making a shortcut to the other side of the town. After a certain point, the adventurers and merchants became less common and more people in martial arts uniforms carrying wooden swords began to appear. At the same time, the shops gave way to training rooms. Rida's young companion looked around at all this with obvious curiosity. She seemed particularly intrigued by the fine uniforms many wore, despite the biting cold. Mistress Rida, everyone is dressed in light clothes, even though it's so cold. Rida said, well, the folks of the sword god style have to be agile in combat, or they become easy targets. They don't like wearing anything that slows them down, no matter how cold it is. The young woman made a surprised face. That's exactly the opposite of us. We bundle up even when it's hot, right? How curious. But the old woman seemed uninterested. If you ask me, I don't see anything curious about it. Without even glancing at the various training rooms, Rida moved on. In no time, the houses, training rooms, and uniformed novices disappeared completely. The only thing ahead of them now was a vast snowy plain with a single road running through it like a valley. At the end of the road stood a single, considerably sized building surrounded by a wall. In front of it, as soon as Rida and her young companion reached the entrance of the complex, a young woman appeared by chance from inside. The young woman looked to be about 13 or 14 years old and had a strong, dignified face, and her long dark blue hair was tied in a ponytail. She was heading to the dojo, probably to train. However, upon seeing Rida, she quickly turned and placed her hand on her sword. Do you have any business with our hall, ma'am? She asked, her tone openly cautious. Rida studied the young woman's face closely. And after a moment, the grumpy expression on her face softened significantly. Oh my. Is that you, Nina? Look how much you've grown. The young woman only looked at her doubtfully, keeping her hand where it was. Ah, you don't remember me, do you? Well, I suppose you don't. You were very little the last time I was here. There was a nostalgic glimmer in Rida's eyes, but the young Nina Farion had no memory of her. The only thing she was sure of was that this old lady was a terrible threat. The girl by her side wasn't sloppy either. Nina noticed that she was at least on the same level as her. Well, I'm here because a friend sent me a letter about a young man named Reincarnated. He said he was coming to the sword sanctuary. Besides, I intercepted a letter from Gaul calling me to come train some of his students along the way. Dear, would you mind taking me to him? Nina was surprised by these words. Many came to this place seeking Gaul Farion, but specifically seeking out rigor was a first. But most were presumptuous fools who convinced themselves they could take the title from their master. Shooing these people away was one of Nina's responsibilities along with her training colleagues. First, would you be so kind as to tell me your name? My name is Rida. Rida Rhea. I don't think I need to say more, do I? My apologies. Please, come this way. The moment Nina heard the old woman's name, she bowed respectfully and invited her into the complex. Only one person in the world could present herself as Rida Rhea. It was a name reserved for the leader of the water god style. No one else was permitted to claim it. For a brief moment, Nina considered the possibility that this woman was an imposter. But she felt, on an instinctive level, that the placid surface of the old lady had unfathomable depths, so she pushed the thought from her mind. Even if the woman wasn't who she claimed to be, she was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. Rida and her companion followed Nina into the sword god style complex. Nina led them straight to the main corridor, where they had to go upstairs to enter, a common feature in most buildings in this snowy region. At the entrance, they stopped to brush the snow off their clothes, then proceeded along the creaking wooden corridor. Watching Nina from behind as she walked, Rida spoke in a thoughtful voice. I must say, dear, you are quite smart for your age. And well-mannered, by the way. Have you already reached the sword saint level? But Nina replied, no, I still have a long way to go, unfortunately. Really? I'm sure you're one of the strongest among the young ones, at least. No need to be too modest. The girl thought for a moment and said, well, I think I'd take third place. There are two people stronger than me of my age, one of them even younger. Rida was surprised. Oh. Is one of them by any chance this Reincarnated? Nina replied, yes, he is one of them, but it's not fair to compare us. The old woman looked confused and said, what do you mean? And Nina answered, you'll see. As they spoke, the three arrived at the ephemeral hall. Chapter 130, Overflowing Talent. The sanctuary of the sword always resonated with the clanging of wooden and metal swords in combat. Even from afar, the sound of clashes between swords was constant, like an uninterrupted song of discipline and intensity. The water god, Rida Rhea, and her young companion walked through the stone corridors of the sanctuary, led by Nina Farion, who walked with determined steps. Upon approaching the ephemeral hall, Nina stopped. With a respectful countenance, she turned to her guests and said, "I cannot go any further. I am not yet a sword saint." Rida nodded slightly, her gaze fixed on the young one. "You must not be far from it, girl. Strive in your training and you will get there soon." Nina bowed respectfully and withdrew, heading to the advanced dojos with a seriousness rare in someone her age. Rida watched her for a moment and then turned to her granddaughter. "It is best that you do not relax, Isolde. That girl will soon catch up with you." The young one with light blue hair raised an eyebrow, looking in the direction Nina had taken, full of doubts. Then, both entered the main dojo, silently approaching the ephemeral hall. What they saw there made them stop. In the center of a vast training field, two warriors exchanged blows at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye. One of them was a young beastman, with long silver hair and dark skin. His opponent was none other than Timothy Britz, the Sword Emperor. Despite the speed and intensity of the combat, Rida could discern subtle details. The movements of the young beastman were not exactly in the style of the Sword God, nor of the North God, although there were echoes of both. Even so, it was something different, very different. And, more surprisingly, the two fighters were clearly evenly matched. Rida frowned, curious, her gaze fixed on the young man. For a moment, an unsettling thought crossed her mind: this cannot be him, right? Before she could finish, a loud, dry sound resonated to her left. A warrior was thrown out of a neighboring dojo, crashing through the wooden door with a bang. It was Lionel, the current sword saint who had fought with Eris when they arrived at the sanctuary, dazed and coughing blood. Shortly after him, a girl with long red hair tied in a ponytail emerged, her eyes burning with ferocity. "Enough," a strong voice interrupted the scene. And Eris halted her advance at the same moment. Gol Farion, the current sword god, emerged from the dojo with a skeptical smile on his lips. Upon seeing Rida, he raised an eyebrow. "Oh! How did you get here so quickly? It hasn't even been a month since I sent the letter." Rida was about to reply when a dull thud echoed from the center of the training field. All eyes turned in that direction. Timothy Britz lay on the ground unconscious, his arm tendons broken. His sword lay beside him, and he was foaming at the mouth after receiving a direct blow to the throat. Standing above him, serene and intense, was Rigor Adoldia, who turned his gaze towards the visitors. Rida felt a chill run down her spine. Instinctively, her grip on her blade tightened, as if she sensed the weight of a predatory presence. But almost as quickly as it had arisen, that fierce intensity disappeared, as if it had never existed. Rigor knelt beside Timothy and, without uttering a word, conjured healing magic. A soft light enveloped the warrior's arms, healing the wounds with impressive precision. Then, he helped him to stand with a smile. "Thank you for training with me, sir." Timothy cracked his neck with slight discomfort and looked at the young man with an expression of respect mixed with fear. "You get scarier every day, kid." He looked at Gol Farion with an exhausted, somewhat worried grimace, and without saying another word, withdrew. At that moment, Rida turned to the sword god. "I didn't come because of your letter, Gol. I came because an old friend told me that a monstrous talent had passed by his house and was on his way here." Gol burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha." Rida ignored him and turned her gaze to Rigor. "Is it about you that Augusto mentioned in his letters? I did not believe it when I read, but he described it so vividly that I had to give it a chance." "Young man, how old are you exactly?" Rigor gave a slight smile and replied politely. "It is a pleasure to meet you, water god Rida Rhea. Yes, I am Rigor Adoldia. And I am 13 years old this year." Rida widened her eyes in surprise. Beside her, Isolde could not contain her exclamation. "What? This is impossible. You must be lying." Eris, who was now closer, responded firmly. "Rigor is not lying." Isolde looked at the red-haired girl, feeling the hostile aura she exuded, almost like an incessant flame. The tension between them was palpable. Rida, still somewhat surprised, turned to Gol Farion. "Was he also the one you wanted me to train?" Gol nodded with a smile. "Him, indeed. But I also want you to teach Eris." The water god furrowed her brows, skeptical. Her gaze turned again to Rigor, and then to Eris. "The girl is not compatible with the water god's style, it would be better for her to focus on the sword or north god's style." Gol Farion casually scratched his nose and said, "You think I don't know that? I want you to teach her to defend herself against the water god's style." Rida furrowed her brows, pondering what the purpose of all this was. She was clearly interested in training someone with that level of talent, but she needed to understand the reason why Gol Farion had gone so far as to summon her personally. "And why would I teach them? Why did you bother to call me?" she asked, still addressing the sword god. Rigor simply maintained a discreet smile on his face. It was Gaul who answered, with the same lightness. These two want to kill the dragon god, Orsted. The silence that followed was absolute. Rita widened her eyes. Her eyes moved from Gaul to the two young ones. She observed their expressions, expecting to find hesitation, fear, insecurity. There was none of that. Only pure determination. The water god sighed deeply and murmured. Well, now, this is interesting. Gaul Pharion crossed his arms and, with a slight smile on his lips, said in a casual tone. There is also my disciple. The Black Wolf Sword King, she is also in this group. Rita raised an eyebrow, surprised. Hadn't that woman become an adventurer or something like that? Before Gaul could respond, Rigor approached while sheathing his blade. Ghislaine is now my wife, he declared naturally, but his voice carried a subtle, firm, and definitive weight. Rita averted her gaze to Eris for a moment, evaluating the young one, pondering. Then, she turned again to Rigor. I can indeed teach you, but I want you to show the sword god's style to one of my students as well. She nodded, drawing everyone's attention to a young girl by her side. This is my granddaughter, Isolde Cruel. The girl with long light blue hair and bangs, wearing reinforced travel clothes, had her eyes fixed on Rigor. Her body was motionless, as if time had stopped for her. Isolde, called Rita, in an authoritative voice. Isolde blinked, as if coming out of a trance, and quickly bowed. Why yes. I am Isolde Cruel. A saint classified in the water god's style. Gaul Pharion snapped his fingers and broke into a mischievous smile. No problem at all. How about a little spar to warm up? Rita frowned, annoyed by the old master's tone, but nodded. All right. Isolde, fight him. The young girl seemed to hesitate, her eyes widening slightly. Me. Meanwhile, Rigor was already walking calmly to the center of the training hall, as if he had been expecting that. I can defeat her, said Eris from beside, jumping in protest. Gaul Pharion, with his finger in his nose, replied without even looking at her, wait your turn, brat. Eris huffed, visibly irritated, but fell silent and turned to watch. Isolde walked nervously to the center of the field, stopping a few meters from Rigor. She bowed slightly. It is a pleasure to meet you, sir. Rigor raised an eyebrow and murmured, I am younger than you. He observed her attentively. His sharp eyes examined every detail of her posture, her hands, her breathing. Internally, he thought. So this was Idar's bride. It's a pity you're not here to meet her, my friend. His piercing gaze seemed to cut through Isolde, who swallowed hard, suppressing her fear, yet still holding firmly to her classic water god style stance, a solid base, counterattack posture, centered and calculated. Then Rigor advanced. But to Isolde, he simply disappeared. Her eyes widened. The world seemed to slow down for a moment. Clang. The armor at her collarbone, near her carotid, took a strong impact. The wood of the training sword dented the metal with precision. Isolde fell to the ground, the impact forcing the air out of her lungs. Rigor was already a few meters away from her again, standing as if nothing had happened. He looked directly at Rita. Have you seen enough, madam? Rita pursed her lips, surprised. The boy had noticed her, with just one movement. He had not shown his true strength, and yet, it was overwhelming. She felt another chill down her spine. For the first time in years, she felt as if she were being observed. Evaluated. Then, she smiled. All right, boy. I will teach you the water god's style. Isolde struggled to rise. Her eyes were wide as she looked at the dented armor. If it were a real sword, no. Even with the wooden sword, if it had hit my neck, I would have died. The girl looked at Rigor with admiration. Gaul Pharion snapped his fingers as if he had already expected this outcome. Eris. Your turn. Eris leapt onto the field with a smile on her face. Her gaze met Isolde's and shone with rivalry. Isolde took a deep breath, regained her posture, and raised her sword. The fight began. Eris advanced like a beast, with swift and wild attacks, spinning the sword in quick and lethal movements. Isolde, on the other hand, held firm, her defense was precise, like an unyielding wall of steel. The sound of swords echoed through the hall, drawing practitioners and disciples who gathered to watch the duel. The floor creaked beneath the fighters' feet, sparks flew with each block. One blow grazed Eris's shoulder. Another scraped Isolde's face. The tension mounted. But in the end, Eris backed off for a second. Isolde took advantage, spun her body, and executed a counterattack directly at the opponent's center of gravity, causing her to fall to her knees. Eris remained still, staring at Isolde, out of breath. The young blue-haired woman was equally tired, but her eyes shone. Not with arrogance, but with defiance. Rigor observed in silence. When Eris's gaze met his, he smiled and nodded. You did very well, Eris. But the young one merely gritted her teeth, appearing frustrated. Gall Farion scratched his beard. That was close. But don't be discouraged, girl. You still have a lot of time to grow. Ha 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 ha. Eris turned with a huff and walked out, upset. At that moment, the hall doors opened again. Ghislaine entered with firm steps. Beside her came Aisha, who looked excited and curious about what she saw. Ghislaine raised an eyebrow upon seeing the crowd around the training field. Her eyes soon found rigor, and the brightness in her gaze softened slightly. You finally returned, Ghislaine, exclaimed Gall Farion, breaking into a smile as he saw her cross the hall doors. Ghislaine greeted her master with a nod and approached Rigor naturally, and then, Rigor pulled her into an intense kiss. The hall fell silent for a second. Isolde blushed immediately, her face turning as red as a newly lit flame, surprised by that sudden display of affection. Rida, who was watching with crossed arms, let out an irritated sigh. TCH. The young people these days are getting more and more shameless. She commented, averting her eyes. Gall Farion laughed loudly, as if he were immensely enjoying the whole situation. It was then that Rida narrowed her eyes upon noticing Aisha's presence. Weren't only the saints allowed to enter here? Why is the brat allowed to enter? She asked, raising an eyebrow with suspicion. Ah, theoretically she can be considered a saint, replied Gall Farion, smiling mysteriously. Rida turned to him, confused. What? Ha ha ha, but in magic, not in swordsmanship. Gall finished, laughing. The shock in Rida's eyes was visible, as she stared fixedly at the light brown-haired girl. That's right, said Aisha proudly, placing her hands on her waist and puffing out her chest. I am the water saint, Aisha Greyrat. Who are you? She wore reinforced cold-weather clothes, tailor-made, a gift from her grandparents Augusto and Flute. The fabric was dark with bluish details and reinforced seams on the shoulders and arms, protecting against wind and ice. Even in her defiant pose, Aisha looked adorably cute and determined. Rida remained silent for a few seconds, still processing what she had heard. Then she smiled, a calm, almost maternal smile. All right. I feel like I'm getting into something very complicated here. Questions can wait, she murmured, crossing her arms. Then she bent slightly, looking Aisha in the eyes. I am Rida Rhea, the little water saint. I must say, you are very much like your mother when she was your age. Aisha widened her eyes. You knew my mother? Only when she was very little, replied Rida, with a distant look, as if recalling another time. Then she turned and faced Rigor, the smile disappearing from her face, replaced by a serious and analytical expression. First, let's see what all of you really know about the water god's style. The gazes in the hall turned towards her, and almost everyone burned with anticipation for what was to come. Chapter 131, Swords, Magic and Ambition. POV Rigor Adoldia. A lot has happened in the last 8 months since we arrived here. The Sword Sanctuary had a unique environment, an atmosphere charged with sharp intentions and a passion for combat. Everyone here was constantly seeking to strengthen themselves, refine their skills, and test their limits. There was no shortage of training partners. On the contrary, every day new challengers emerged, eager to test their strength. At first, my presence was met with a certain degree of hostility, mainly due to the arrogance I showed when I first encountered the Sword God. And on top of that, many looked upon a stranger arriving and being directly accepted as a disciple by the Sword God with disfavor. Even though I was with Ghislaine, many did not accept it. Several of them even became dissatisfied with Ghislaine no longer bowing to the Sword God. But Gall Farion himself didn't mind much, he seemed quite excited about the idea of teaching me everything he knew. But, over time and through living together, that resistance dissipated. I won the favor of many through respect, strength, and absolute power. However, there were also those who harbored envy and resentment toward the talent I demonstrated. I kept my promise to focus on my physical evolution and the strengthening of my Tuki while I was at the Sword Sanctuary. Magic continued to be a small part of my daily training, but fencing occupied most of my time. I even spent entire days immersed solely in the practice of swordsmanship, seeking to refine every strike, every parry, every movement. Even so, I did not bother to hide my magical proficiency, and that generated a wide range of reactions once it became public knowledge. Some saw me with admiration, others with respect, and others with fear. There were also those who felt envy and even some with a strange fanaticism. One of the saints of the sword even asked me to teach him the beast god style, which I openly demonstrated while training with Ghislaine and teaching her. Since Gall Farion did not oppose, I accepted, even though I did not devote much attention to his training. Over time, he gathered a small group of followers who began to act as a faction within the dojo. To prevent this faction from becoming a problem, I delegated some trivial tasks to them, such as ensuring that Skoll and Escala received water regularly. My two monstrous companions were living on a nearby mountain. Skoll seemed dedicated to his own training, while Escalar, true to his nature, spent most of his time sleeping. When I passed by, I forced him to practice his flight, and he was gradually improving. As for me, my training was diverse and intense. Under the supervision of the Sword God, I refined my skills in the Sword God style. At the same time, I learned the concepts of the North God style with Aubert Corvette and deepened my knowledge of the Water God style with Rida Rhea. Simultaneously, I worked on consolidating the Beast God style, which was taking on its own shape and identity. With so many powerful opponents around me, a challenge was never lacking. Ghislaine was also on her path to improvement. She trained hard under the supervision of the Sword God, and in our last bouts, I noticed that her speed was almost comparable to that of Timothy, one of the Sword Emperors. If she continued at that pace, by next year she would be ready to challenge one of the Emperors for the title. In the Beast God style, her progress was even more impressive. With the style already well structured, she mastered its fundamentals with expertise. If I had to classify her strength within this art, I would consider her a beast saint. However, I still needed to establish more concrete parameters for this hierarchy. Another significant breakthrough was managing to convince Ghislaine to try to better control her magical power eye. Despite its extreme utility in combat, she had never fully explored its potential. If mastered properly, it could become one of her greatest advantages in battle. Eris was growing like never before. She took very seriously the promise that said if she could defeat me without me using Tuki, she could help in the fight against the Dragon God. And so, she frequently challenged me to duels. However, to her misfortune, this was also the time of my greatest physical growth. My body was strengthening rapidly, and my physical strength alone was already enough to defeat Sword Saints even before arriving here. But it wasn't just brute strength, I also had much more combat experience and sharp senses that gave me an advantage against her. Even so, Eris was catching up at an alarming rate. It was like a constant race. Every day, I grew stronger, but if Eris continued at that speed of growth, she would inevitably catch up with me and eventually surpass me in that regard. After all, even if I were strong, without Tuki, I couldn't use refined techniques like Flow or the Longsword of Light. I had to rely purely on strength. Even if my strength continued to grow, there would come a point when I could no longer defeat her. But, for now, that was still manageable. Eris trained almost as intensely as I did. But unlike me, who learned the Water God style with Rida, she spent most of her time fighting against Isolde Cruel. The two were practically balanced, with neither consistently gaining victories over the other. Their battles were fierce, drawing spectators in the dojo almost every time they occurred. Eris also learned the Sword God style directly from Gall Farion and absorbed some techniques from the North God style with Aubert Corvette. Her progress was evident, and with each duel I observed, I saw a warrior refining herself more and more, like a blade being carefully sharpened. In the months that passed, I began to truly admire the will that always burned within that girl. Like an unquenchable flame. Aisha, on the other hand, was the one who experienced the greatest growth among the group. During this period, she became the youngest saint-level mage in history. Her 5th birthday was approaching, only a few days away, but about 3 months ago, she came to me with a determined expression. "I want to be the youngest saint-level mage in history," she told me. Apparently, she had heard countless times about how her older brother, Rudeus, had reached saint level at 5, and that motivated her to surpass him. At that time, she already had an impressive mana reserve for her age and mastered almost all the advanced level spells I knew. Not with mastery, but enough to cast them reliably. Her natural affinity for magic was astounding, but I wasn't sure if her mana reserve would be enough for a saint-level spell. As a solution, I suggested she use Night Hunter as a focus, thereby reducing the required amount of mana. With her fierce determination, Aisha accepted the challenge and studied and trained hard to make it happen. And then, on her 3rd attempt, she succeeded. She cast Cumulonimbus, the saint-level water school spell, marking her name in history as the youngest to achieve such a feat. The pride I felt at that moment was indescribable. My heart filled with admiration and anticipation for Aisha's future. As recognition for her achievement and the effort she demonstrated daily, I prepared a special gift for her upcoming 5th birthday in a few days. But magic wasn't the only path Aisha was treading. She had also begun learning fencing, training simultaneously in the 3 great styles, Sword God, Water God, and North God. The goal was to see in which one she had the greatest compatibility, and so far, her performance in all was impressive. She was also learning some basic techniques of the Beast God style. Her rapid learning and keen intelligence made any challenge something she could overcome with effort and dedication. On top of all that, Aisha also managed something that few would: permission to enter the ephemeral hall. Gall Farion, despite his strict rules, made this exception for her. Technically, she can already be considered a saint, so why not? He said with a mischievous smile. Of course, this didn't happen solely because of her talent. Aisha, with her natural wit and cuteness, knew how to slowly manipulate the situation, winning the favor of many within the Sword Sanctuary. Every day that passed, she became smarter and more cunning, a trait that, without a doubt, she inherited from her mother. With that, our routine at the Sword Sanctuary continued intensely, filled with battles, learnings, and growth. Gal Farion and Rida Rhea appeared very enthusiastic and excited to teach me. The Sword God tried to convince me to use the Water God style only as an auxiliary and to focus on becoming the fastest blade. He seemed eager for me to become faster than him. More than that, he seemed eager for me to become faster than Orsted. He watched me closely and, at times, one could notice a nostalgic glimmer in his eyes. As if he saw in me his young, strong, and ambitious self. However, at the same time, the faster I became, I could feel a silent conflict growing within him. Rida, on the other hand, taught me the 5 secret techniques of the Water God style with dedication. She told me that if I really focused on this style, I could even be the next Rida and master all 5 techniques, becoming the second in history to achieve such a feat after the first Rida. It was hard to ignore her excitement when she talked about it. Aubert, for his part, simply taught me and Eris in a casual manner. He came to help out as a favor to the Sword God. Honestly, he seemed to be a little afraid of me, although he tried not to show it. Even so, I still had a lot to learn from him. His techniques were truly mysterious and, despite his lack of enthusiasm in teaching us, when he demonstrated his skills, it was impressive. In any case, the Sword Sanctuary, in the last few months, was buzzing with activity. During this period, I received some letters from my master Verdia, from Taze, Killian, and others. I also sent some back. However, due to the great distance, I did not know exactly what was happening in Meles at that moment. From the latest messages, despite the growing conflicts with Meles, the Iron Legion was thriving more than ever. That made me happy. Along with the letters, some warriors from the Iron Legion also arrived to train at the Sword Sanctuary. When they saw me, they were absolutely shocked by my strength. They had already heard about my feats along the way, but when they saw me with their own eyes, they were extremely impressed. Still, they brought several news items from the Great Forest. The mating season had also arrived again. The truth was that I always had energy, all year round, and Ghislaine and I, now having a private space, did it all the time. But during mating season, my desire was particularly strong. This led to an incident a few days ago. I was fighting Eris and, mind you, Eris was 13. She was beginning to mature as time passed and, as my desire was at its peak and my body was still that of an adolescent, even after having spent the previous night with Ghislaine, I still became aroused. Of course, I made sure Eris didn't notice, and after that, I went to Ghislaine and we had sex again. Ghislaine still accompanied me in bed, although it was tiring, she seemed to enjoy it. But how long would that continue? And when I turned 15 or 18? I knew Ghislaine liked it, but I also didn't want to overwhelm her with my infinite desire. Although, for now, that wasn't a big concern. Well, changing the subject. At this moment, I am concealing my Tuki with a technique from the North God style, and watching 2 young people outside the training area of the Sword Saints. They were training in one of the training fields where advanced level warriors trained. One of them was Nina Farion, training with dedication. The other was a boy of 9 or 10 years old. He was training, or rather, being beaten by Nina. He was the son of the Sword Emperor Timothy Britz, his name was Gino Britz. Aisha Greyrat. Age. Mana reserves, Saint level. Magical skills. Fire magic, advanced. Earth magic, advanced. Water magic, Saint. Wind magic, advanced. Healing magic, advanced. Detoxification magic, intermediate. Barrier magic, advanced. Divine attack, intermediate. Combat skills. North God style, elementary. Sword God style, elementary. Water God style, elementary. Beast God style, elementary. Battle strength, advanced. Languages. Reading and writing in human language and reading Beast God. Practical skills. Basic mathematics, near eidetic memory. Ghislaine de Dolbia. Age. Titles, Black Wolf. Demon Eye of magic power. Mana reserves, Saint level. Magical skills. Fire magic, elementary. Water magic, elementary. Healing magic, elementary. Combat skills. Sword God style, King level. Beast God style, Saint level. Battle strength, low Emperor level. Languages. Reading and writing in Beast God and human languages. Practical skills. Basic mathematics, always choosing the right option between 2 choices. Eris Boreas Greyrat. Age. Titles, Red Lioness. Mana reserves, Saint level. Magical skills. Fire magic, elementary. Water magic, elementary. Healing magic, elementary. Combat skills. North God style, advanced. Sword God Style, Saint. Battle Strength, Middle Saint Level. Languages. Reading and writing in Beast God and Human languages. Practical skills. Basic mathematics, infinite energy, greeting in the Boreas style, bad cook. Rigor Adoldia. Age. Titles, Flaming Beast, Red Wolf, Lightning Emperor, Monster Tamer, Beast King, Wild Beast Emperor. Mana reserves, God level. Demon Eyes, I have magic power, I have sharpness, and I have fragmented reflection. Weapons, Tsukikage, of the 49 blades of the dragon King Kajikut, Night Hunter, hidden daggers. Magical skills. Fire magic, King. Earth magic, Emperor. Water magic, Emperor. Wind magic, King. Healing magic, Saint. Detoxification magic, Saint. Barrier magic, Saint. Divine attack, Advanced. Howling magic, Conqueror's Hockey. Combat skills. North God style, King. Sword God style, King. Water God style, Saint. Beast God style, Emperor. Battle strength, half God level warrior. Languages. Reading and writing in Beast God, Fighting God, Demon God, and Human languages. Practical skills. Advanced mathematics, excellent hunter, good teacher, very bad cook, it's almost inedible, but it can be eaten to avoid starving to death, excellent builder, earth magic, good swimmer, between others. Chapter 132, Nina and Gino. POV, Rigor Adoldia. Nina advanced against Gino Brits with great speed. Her small, yet extremely trained body moved with razor-sharp precision. Her strikes were direct, fast, and carried the weight of months of hard work. Every step she took was laden with determination, and I could see in her gaze the burning desire to surpass herself. The reason for this intensity came from 8 months ago, when Eris arrived at the Sword Sanctuary. I was there on the day Eris was accepted into the Advanced Warriors Dojo. I remember she was irritated at not being able to train in the central dojo alongside Ghislaine and me. Even so, Eris was already an extremely skilled warrior and left a trail of defeated opponents behind in the Advanced Dojo. Those who were once at the top were crushed one by one, and among them was Nina Farayon. The girl was shocked by her defeat, something she had never experienced before at her age. In the following days, she wandered aimlessly, confused and silent. However, that changed when she went to speak with Gal Farayon and saw our training fight. The shock of losing to Eris had already been a hard blow, but upon seeing a boy her age facing the very sword god, her mind simply refused to accept reality. From what I understood, she classified me as a mystical existence, an incomparable being, something beyond comprehension. At least, that's what she reported to the sword god when she got home. However, as the days passed and she observed me interacting normally with Eris, her perception began to change. I wasn't an unattainable entity, and Eris, who was a year younger than her, was a wild one who could read, write, and even conjure magic. That confused her more than anything. How could someone like Eris be stronger than her? How could she have abilities that she herself did not master? That didn't make sense in Nina's mind. That confusion eventually turned into determination the more she saw Eris training without slowing her advance for even a second. Nina began training with a dedication never before seen. Her days were filled with constant battles, rigorous studies, and endless challenges. As I had told Eris to find a training partner, they soon became close. She challenged Eris countless times in the 3 months that the girl trained in the Advanced Dojo, and when Eris was promoted to the Sword Saint level and left the Advanced Dojos, the girl redoubled her efforts. Now, at 14 years old, the same age as me, she was just one step away from reaching that level as well. Initially, I thought of helping her, as I saw great potential in her as a rival for Eris, but now I realize that won't be necessary. Nina was forging her own path. However, there was something even more absurd happening before my eyes. While Nina and Gino fought, my gaze turned to the boy. He was peculiar. Gino Brits wasn't someone who stood out at first glance. His presence was muted, and if I hadn't paid attention to him, he probably would have gone unnoticed. My interest in him began when Nina started dragging him into her training sessions. He was 4 years younger than us, only 10 years old, meaning he had already been an advanced swordsman since the age of 9, perhaps even before that. That, in itself, was already impressive, but not enough to be considered something absurd at the Sword Sanctuary. What caught my attention was the speed of his growth. Nina was experiencing an evolution surge, she had her talent to support her and was training with an almost obsessive dedication to reach Eris. However, at a certain point, when I looked at them again after about 3 months, Gino had almost caught up to Nina again. That was shocking. No, it was alarming. I began to observe him more closely. Whenever he trained with Nina, his face maintained an uninterested expression, as if he were just going with the flow. He didn't seem to have a clear ambition, nor did he demonstrate a burning passion for the sword. Yet, he was growing. Growing at a fast pace. After analyzing him for a while and observing his interactions and conversations, I came to a conclusion: Gino Brits was growing because he didn't want to be left behind. It was as simple as that. Before, he and Nina led a group of children inside the Sword Sanctuary. He was second in command. However, when Nina suddenly distanced herself from the group and began focusing exclusively on training, Gino followed her. And when he realized he was falling behind, he started to put in a little more effort. That was when I realized the truth. This boy, who seemed uninterested and apathetic, possessed a monstrous talent. Even without any grand ambition, without a higher goal. He simply did not want to be left behind by Nina specifically. And that need, that silent instinct to keep up with Nina, made him evolve at a rate that bordered on the absurd. What kind of talent was that? It was as if he were destined to grow, no matter what he did. Perhaps it was just a twist of fate that such talent was given to someone without ambition. Rigger watched the two young swordsmen for a few moments, knowing that if he wanted to recruit them for the Iron Legion, he would have to act while they were still young and impressionable. However, it wouldn't be an easy task. Nina was the daughter of the Sword God, and Gino, of a Sword Emperor. Taking the two best talents of the new generation of the Sword Sanctuary wouldn't be simple. Still, Rigger wouldn't give up without trying. With a slight sigh, he deactivated his magical eyes and openly approached the two. Both Nina and Gino turned, surprised. Nina, upon recognizing him, broke into a wide smile and took a few steps in his direction, but soon stopped and tried to hide her excitement, quickly regaining her composure. They had spoken several times before, and Rigger had helped them with training tips, which made them see him as a respectable senior. Nina, however, seemed to show an even greater interest, although Rigger hadn't paid much attention to that. "How are you?" he asked, with a slight smile. "Have you already gone to see Escalar and Skoll?" Nina's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she replied animatedly. "Yes. We went. The Iron Legion people took us." Gino, for his part, also became a bit interested. After all, he had never seen a red dragon and a wolf of that size, even more so domesticated. There was a spark of curiosity in his gaze. "How did you tame them?" he asked, intrigued. Rigger smiled, crossing his arms. "That's a trade secret," he replied enigmatically. "Only my organization knows the method." He let the words hang in the air for a moment, allowing the curiosity to deepen before changing the subject. "Anyway, Gino, I spoke with your father and he allowed me to take you on the small expedition I am going to undertake." Gino seemed hesitant for a brief moment, but his gaze soon shifted to Nina. She had already confirmed that she was going and clearly wanted him to go as well. He had never left the Sword Sanctuary before and, although he didn't know what to expect, the idea of exploring the world beyond the sanctuary's limits didn't interest him much. After a moment of reflection, he replied in a subdued manner. "Okay." Rigger nodded, satisfied, and then turned his gaze to Nina. "Nina, Aisha also asked me to invite you to her first birthday, which will be in a few days. You'll go, right?" Nina smiled broadly and shook her head affirmatively. "Of course. I'll be there." Rigger smiled, pleased with the response. "Great. Continue your training. See you soon." With that, he walked away, leaving the two young swordsmen in their training. At the Farion family home, Rigger was silent in the middle of the dojo. Rida Rhea was in front of him, her short golden sword unsheathed. The atmosphere was silent, and Gal Farion watched without saying a word. The essence of the sword god style was to strike with a long blade as quickly as possible. There were many techniques within this style, but the main and most powerful was the longsword of light, and within this philosophy, there were three general stances. The first was a mid-range stance, the basic stance of the sword god style, capable of countering any technique. The second was the high stance, an aggressive stance, suitable for those who break through the opponent's technique and push them back. The last was the draw stance, a defensive stance, used by those who read the opponent's technique and perceived the perfect moment to attack. Essentially, those who read the opponent preferred the draw stance, those who broke through the opponent preferred the high stance, and those who didn't specialize in either preferred the mid-range stance. Eris, who had an innate sense of rhythm and actively sought to break through her opponents, preferred the high stance. Ghislaine, with her keen smell and hearing as part of the feral folk, excelled at reacting instinctively and preferred the draw stance. The sword god could fight from any of the stances with equal proficiency. Rigger, for his part, generally opted for the draw stance or the high stance. He was currently in the draw stance, eyes closed, trying to find a way, a single moment of opening that would allow him to invade the space of the reigning water god. But every time he thought about attacking, he hesitated. His body said that advancing would be like running toward death. His breathing remained rhythmic until, in a single instant, his ears trembled imperceptibly. His eyes opened, and he advanced at his highest speed towards the opening he had seen. His confidence was unshakable. However, as soon as he got closer, he felt as if he had been swallowed by a soft cloud. Raida's sword moved slowly, deflecting Rigger's blade by mere centimeters before striking him with the unsharpened part of the weapon, forcefully throwing him to the side. Everything happened in a single instant. Raida was smiling, amused. Rigger, nursing the bruise on his arm, asked while looking at the sword god. Do you really know a way to get past her defenses? Gall Farion only smiled enigmatically. At that moment, a woman entered the dojo carrying 3 cups of tea and some snacks. It was Caitlin Farion, Gall's wife. I brought some snacks, everyone, she said. Raida smiled and replied. Thank you very much, Caitlin. Rigger approached, taking one of the cups. Ha! If Orsted can do half of what you do with the water god style, I'm still far from being able to beat him. Raida pondered for a moment. I believe he can, but I don't know what his limits are in that art. Gall Farion laughed out loud. If it were that easy, kid, someone would have already done it. But, as long as you keep growing at this pace, you definitely have a chance. Rigger looked at him and asked. And you? Do you think you have a chance? The sword god smiled fiercely. Hard to say. He looked at the sky, thoughtful. The dragon god knows the sword, water and north god style, but if I'm faster than him, none of that will matter. Raida snorted. In any case, Rigger knew that for Gall Farion, defeating the dragon god was impossible. In fact, since the sword god had encountered the dragon god before, he probably knew this as well. Gall continued, I only encountered him once when I was still a sword saint. My skill already surpassed that level, of course, but even so, I completely lost. And I never saw him again after that. He looked directly at Rigger, with an intimidating smile. But, after that, I never lost another battle either. Rigger smiled defiantly. You're not going to keep your invincibility for much longer. Gall stared at him for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha. He took a sip of tea and continued speaking. You'll be exactly like Raida, brat. No matter how many techniques you create in your beast god style, in the end, I'll be faster. I just need one strike. Rigger returned the smile. We'll see. Raida remained thoughtful, quietly sipping her tea. After a moment of contemplation, she sighed and said in a serene tone, yet laden with memories. I too only encountered the dragon god once. A terrifying existence, truly. Her eyes wandered around the room as if revisiting the past, but soon they returned to Rigger with an expression of doubt. She tilted her head slightly before asking, with one eyebrow raised. By the way, why do you even want to kill him? At first, I thought you were just another battle maniac, like Gall. But Ghislaine and the girl Eris also seemed to want to see him dead. Rigger remained silent for a moment, reflecting on how to answer. This wasn't something that could be explained in a few words. Gall Farion, until then merely observing the conversation with slight interest, also showed some curiosity, leaning forward, waiting for the answer. After a few seconds, Rigger took a deep breath and asked in a lower, yet firm tone. Do you know a woman named Eleonora, Master Raida? The mention of the name caused the old mistress's eyes to widen for a brief moment. Her posture, previously relaxed, became more alert. Eleonora, she repeated, surprised. You know her. Rigger gave a slight smile and replied. She is currently the instructor of the water god style in the Great Forest, at least, if nothing has gone wrong. Raida showed a mix of relief and anxiety upon hearing that, but soon she seemed to remember something important. Her gaze grew more intense and her voice carried a certain urgency as she asked. Do you know where her eldest grandson is? If I'm not mistaken, his name is Idar. Upon hearing that name, Rigger felt a tightening in his chest. His expression, which until then had shown a slight hint of nostalgia, closed in melancholy. A heavy silence fell over the dojo. He lowered his eyes for a moment before lifting his head and beginning to speak about the events that led him to meet Idar. How they had fought against each other, then stood side by side. How they had traveled together, him, Ghislaine, Eris, Idar, Aisha, Lilia, Geese, and Skoll, training every day. They were almost like brothers, even without the same blood. And then, he revealed the end of his friend. The dragon god killed him without hesitation. Without asking twice, without explanation, and without time. Gall Farion remained silent, but his gaze showed that he understood the weight of that loss. Raida also stayed quiet for a few moments before sighing deeply. Her eyes reflected genuine sadness as she murmured. What a pity. She stayed silent for another moment. I hadn't heard from Eleonora for many years, but we had agreed that if my daughter's first child were a girl, she would be promised to little Idar. I only met him when he was a baby. Rigger smiled slightly. He wouldn't stop talking about it for a single second during our journey. The atmosphere remained immersed in a melancholic mood for a few moments, the memories of Idar weighing on everyone present. However, as it always happened among warriors, the conversation soon shifted to something more enthusiastic. They began to discuss different techniques, strategies, and combat styles. Gall Farion also grabbed some drinks stronger than tea. At some point in the conversation, the atmosphere had completely changed, and both Rigger and Gall Farion were laughing and drinking. The only one who remained sober was Rida. When the night was well advanced and the bottles were empty, Rigger finally said his goodbyes. The cold night wind hit his face, helping to clear his mind a bit. Tomorrow would be an important day. Tomorrow would be Aisha's birthday. With that thought, he followed his path back home. Chapter 133, A Brilliance That Cannot Be Contained. POV, Aisha Greyrat. Aisha Greyrat's life had a rather troubled beginning. The girl herself believed that her life truly began only when she was saved by her master, Rigger Adoldia. These were her most intimate and genuine thoughts. Before that, everything was just an uncomfortable prologue, almost as if she had been born in the wrong place at the wrong time. Aisha Greyrat was a genius from birth. Not only in language, but in practically everything her mother taught her. She learned with ease and speed. Aisha quickly understood why each subject was useful, which made the learning process even more efficient. Cleaning, laundry, languages, math, history, geography, sciences, she absorbed knowledge like a sponge. Even when she was teleported to Meles at only 2 years old, Aisha still managed to stand out. But with that ability to stand out came a burden. She realized early on that being different, being smart, clever, shrewd, was not necessarily a good thing. On the contrary, as long as she could remember, standing out brought problems. When she was just a baby, it meant being reprimanded by her own mother for being better than Norn, her incompetent little sister. After the teleportation, that role was taken over by her grandmother Claire Latria, as well as nearly all the nobles of the Latria house. In essence, Aisha may have been born with a sharp mind, but she was unlucky at the start of her life. She almost became an orphan at the age of 2 when an adventurer with bad intentions attacked her and her mother. For a long time, her only redeeming qualities were cuteness and early intelligence. A little girl trying to understand a world too harsh for someone so young. But everything had a turning point. That turning point was when she met her master, Rigger Adoldia. In Aisha's eyes, he was a hero riding a white horse. An absolute being who could do anything. He inspired that kind of reaction in people. And with Aisha, it was no different. He was a mage. A warrior. An inventor. A leader. A healer. An adventurer. And everything he did, he performed with absolute mastery. When Aisha joined Rigger's group, it was the first time in her life that she was surrounded solely by people who were, genuinely, kind to her. For the first time, she felt that she did not need to hide her intelligence or hold herself back. A place where she wasn't rejected for shining. Not even her mother could freely criticize her within that group without 2 or 3 others speaking up to defend her. Especially Idar, Rigger, and Ghislaine. The more she grew up around that group, the happier she felt. It was as if she had finally found her true place in the world. And when her master accepted her as a disciple, it was, without a doubt, the happiest day of her life. Thanks to the expectations of her master and the rest of the group, she pushed herself. She gave her best. Everyone around her was willing to teach her all kinds of things, patiently, carefully, respectfully. She learned from Geese how to deal with people. How to be polite. How to show gratitude. How to make requests. How to refuse demands. She learned from Idar and Rigger about the world. About ethics. About the complexity of the societies in that world. From her older sisters, Ghislaine and Eris, she learned about strength and resilience. Even if someone wasn't smart, they could still stand out in other ways. Power was one of those ways. A concrete way that changed the world. The brilliant Aisha quickly understood how important these skills were in life. For her, the world was simple. You just had to learn once. And whatever she didn't learn directly, she could observe, copy, and master on her own. Soon, she realized that everyone around her was good at some things and bad at others. Geese was much smarter than almost everyone in the group, but he didn't know how to fight. Ghislaine was extremely strong, but she wasn't very clever. And all the people in the group and those they encountered along the way followed this same pattern. Except Rigger. Rigger was different. Rigger was perfect. She gradually fed that fanaticism. It was reinforced by everyone around her. Everyone seemed to believe that Rigger really could do anything. And Aisha believed it too. And over time, she began to recognize her own worth. After all, Rigger accepted her as a disciple. If he, who was an absolute being, chose her, then she must have some talent. It was logical. It was real. And so, she dived in head first. She learned everything she could. She swore to herself that she would follow her master forever. That was infinitely better than the options destiny had placed before her before then, serving a perverted brother, as her mother once insinuated, or being the servant of a crybaby, spoiled little sister, as her grandmother wished. She put all her being into ensuring that her master would never abandon her. That he would see in her a value so great that he couldn't leave her behind. She gave everything of herself. And the 2 years she spent traveling with that group made her love them as her true family. After all, her true mother was there. Her little sister would be raised as a petty noble in Meles. Her father was just a vague memory. Her brother's mother was just a blur. Those who were with her now, yes, these were her family. While traveling with them, her future seemed bright, full of promises. Everything seemed possible. Everything seemed right. Until they met him. The dragon god. Orsted. If the first 2 years were the happiest, the encounter with the dragon god knocked her off her pedestal of happiness with a strong punch. Orsted. If her master Rigger was a shining and kind god, then for her, Orsted was an evil demon, cloaked in darkness. An abyss of horror and suffering. Her master had taught her that there was no absolute good or evil, but for the first time, Aisha disagreed with him. That was evil. The feeling of Idar's blood falling on her as she tried to cover the wound with her little hands was still vivid. The warm blood dripping between her trembling fingers, her rapid breathing, the growing despair as Idar's strength faded before her wide eyes. The dragon god killed her family. He killed Idar, who was trying to protect her. He also injured everyone else. And he killed her master. He killed her god. Her warrior on the white horse. The one who fought with all his might to protect them. Aisha remembered the screams, the clashing of magic and steel, the dust rising on the battlefield, but most of all, she remembered the moment she saw Rigger's body being pierced. The next memory was hazy. The girl who accompanied Orsted seemed to have convinced him not to kill Rigger completely. Or maybe just to postpone it. Aisha didn't know, nor did she want to know. The next thing she clearly remembers is that she was crying. Crying in Rigger's arms. Everything fell apart. The always cheerful atmosphere of her family turned darker, heavier, as if a fog had covered their sunny days. At some point, Rigger seemed to notice how Aisha and Eris were behaving and how affected they were, and he decided to speak with both of them. Aisha didn't pay much attention to the words. The master seemed to have set some kind of challenge for her and Eris to motivate them. But all she absorbed from that moment was one truth: the master did not give up. The master was still young. The master would become much more powerful. He would overcome the evil dragon. But he had asked for help. He said that he would need their strength. Then Aisha understood, she too needed to be strong. Strong enough to help him. Some time later, her mother, Lilia, had a long conversation with her. Lilia explained that Aisha would accompany Rigger to the Sword Sanctuary. She spoke about her father, about her half-siblings, about how she should be strong to one day find and help them. And, surprisingly, she also spoke about how Aisha should try to become her master's wife in the future. It was a gentle conversation. Serious. Almost solemn. Lilia said that Aisha was talented. That she had the potential to be someone great. But she also said something that Aisha kept to herself, that blood always came first. Aisha superficially agreed with everything. Every word. Every promise. If that meant following her master, if it meant staying by his side, then she would say yes as many times as needed. But the truth was, she didn't care what Lilia said about blood or family. Because for Aisha, those were her true family. After saying goodbye to her mother and even meeting her grandparents, Aisha promised herself that she would protect her mother in the future. The group then continued their journey and now, they were at the Sword Sanctuary. It had been several months. Aisha progressed a lot, she began to learn fencing and mastered almost all the magical schools up to the advanced level. Recently, she also became a saint in the water element. Thanks to that, her master took her to her first real battle alone. She went up against a Terminate boar, and she easily won by completely freezing her opponent. Life there was intense and demanding, but Aisha dedicated herself with everything she had. She pushed herself every day, because even with the biting cold and long training sessions, those times were still happy. Ghislaine, her older and fierce sister, was there. Eris, her other sister, impulsive, proud, determined, too. And above all, her master. Rigger. Still breathing. Still smiling. Still fighting. She also made other friends at the Sword Sanctuary. Today was a special day. Her first birthday. 5 years old. Aisha woke before sunrise, with her heart racing and a sparkle of excitement in her eyes. It was her birthday, and she knew that her master had prepared something incredible for her. She couldn't wait. She quickly dressed in her reinforced swordsman clothes, made with furs resistant to the cold. The sleeves were a little loose, but the weight of the clothing made her feel stronger. More serious. More prepared. She tied her hair back and grabbed her wooden sword, already marked with many signs of use. And then, she ran. She ran through the wooden dojo corridors, with the chilly morning air hitting her face, making her cheeks turn pink. Her footsteps echoed on the silent walls as she headed to the dojo. Her eyes shone with expectation. Her heart pounded. She was excited. Extremely excited. Today was her day. And Rigor, her master, her hero, was waiting for her. POV, Rigor Adoldia. We were all gathered in a dojo. I had reserved it to hold a small celebration for Aisha, since few people used it at that hour. Since none of us had particularly good cooking skills, Nina ended up asking her mother to prepare some things. Present were Eris and Isolde, who were training in the center of the dojo, exchanging quick, precise, and aggressive blows. Nina and Ghislaine were sitting nearby, talking. Ghislaine was recounting stories of her adventures outside the sword sanctuary in her usual serious manner. Until Aisha arrived, running, excited. She was wearing her swordsman outfit, reinforced with furs to protect her from the mountain cold, and carrying her wooden sword. As soon as she entered, everyone turned to her with smiles and congratulated her. We sat together and began to eat the snacks prepared by Nina's mother, boar meat patties and small bread stuffed with herbs and cheese. While we ate, the atmosphere was light and cozy. We talked about various things. Eris, as always, teased Nina. You still haven't reached the saint level. I thought you said you would get there before Aisha turned 5, she said with a mischievous smile. Shut up, Eris. Nina replied, her cheeks puffed up, clearly irritated. The two began a little fight, rolling on the tatami amidst punches and kicks. Isolde was watching Aisha, who was demonstrating her chantless magic for the woman. The girl was conjuring small spheres of water and making them dance in the air with admirable control. Isolde watched her with genuine admiration. Finally, it was time for the presents. Aisha sat in the center, her little legs crossed and her eyes shining with expectation. Ghislaine was the first. She approached and handed her a thick, old book with golden lettering. Aspiring Hero Sorcerer's Guide, Aisha read aloud, surprised. My master found this book on one of his travels. But he never managed to read it. They say it's the diary of an emperor-level mage named Pharaoh's Star. It's full of notes, techniques, and magical ideas. I thought it would be useful for you, little one. Aisha clutched the book to her chest and said. Thank you, big sister Ghislaine. Eris came next, somewhat hesitantly. She handed over a small dark blue package. I'm not good with these things, so I asked Isolde. She helped me choose, she said, scratching her neck. Upon opening it, Aisha saw a dark blue ribbon made of fine, strong fabric. It's beautiful. Thank you, big sister Eris. Other gifts followed, small useful or symbolic items, all given with affection. Finally, it was my turn. I smiled and walked over to her, carefully removing a cloth that was wrapped around a short sword. Its handle was white, made of polished ivory, and the blade was black, with simple yet fine details, and a golden gleam that reflected the dojo's light in a mesmerizing way. It was light, elegant, and perfectly balanced for Aisha's size. She was thrilled, taking the sword carefully. Is it made with erathium, master? She asked, almost in disbelief. You like it? I asked, observing her reaction. Yes, master. I loved it. Good, because I was the one who forged it. She froze, looking at me in shock. Yes, Rigor had learned to forge. In the sword sanctuary, blacksmiths were as common as swordsmen, a respected and always in-demand profession. Finding a teacher wasn't difficult, and Rigor decided that he would craft Aisha's sword himself so that it had more meaning. He trained for a few weeks using chantless magic to assist in the more delicate processes, such as controlling the temperature of the metal and the precision of the molds, and his progress was surprisingly quick. Of course, he wasn't at the level of the legendary dwarven blacksmiths, but for someone who had never touched an anvil before, the result was impressive. And more importantly than that, it was made with his own hands, with care. This sword was made by melting dark prey, the sword that belonged to Idar. The handle is made from the tusks of the terminate boar you recently defeated. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Ghislaine smiled proudly. Eris folded her arms and turned her face with a slight blush, clearly envious. Nina exclaimed. He can forge too. Aisha clutched the sword to her chest, moved. Then she ran to me and hugged me tightly. I returned the hug with affection. Happy birthday, little Aisha. We will always be here for you. The celebration continued cheerfully. Aisha insisted on testing her new sword and challenged everyone to friendly duels, including Isolde, who let herself be defeated on purpose with a playful smile. Even without friends her own age, Aisha seemed genuinely happy. In fact, she considered children her age somewhat silly, which, given her talent and maturity, wasn't entirely unfair. At the end of the day, Skoll arrived. Aisha mounted his back and set off with him, racing along the snow-covered mountain trails, shouting with joy at every leap. Her laughter echoed among the rocks as a living reminder that even in hard times, there was still light. And then, later that same day, we returned to training. And so, Aisha's first birthday came to an end, marked by laughter, bonds, and the shine of a new sword that carried love, memory, and purpose. Chapter 134, As Long as She's There For Me. POV, Rudeus Greyrat. I looked toward the horizon, seeing the vast and barren demon continent. The landscape was dry and harsh, the wind cutting the skin with a fine dust that seemed relentless. My eyes turned to the group that accompanied me. By my side were Sylphie and Vedette. In Vedette's arms, rested a child with brown skin, intense red eyes, and hair as black as the night. It had been about a month since Vedette had given birth. Despite the chaos around us and the hostility of the demon continent, she maintained that calm and determined look, as if she were ready to protect that life with everything she had. Many things had happened since my last encounter with Hidegami. By the way, speaking of him, he had been missing since then. The last advice I received was during our stay in the Dragon King's realm. It was when he suggested that we take Vedette to her tribe, in the demon continent. Many things went wrong since then, and others went very well. Following Hector's advice, we decided to travel secretly through Meles. Apparently, the organization of our target, Reincarnated, had firmly established itself in Meles, and to avoid drawing attention, we infiltrated silently. We didn't register with adventurer guilds. We only took on outsourced jobs, acting as mercenaries in small towns, avoiding any kind of direct contact with the major organizations. Hector made it a point that we moved with the utmost secrecy. Thinking back now, if we hadn't done that, maybe we could have been found by Sylphie's father. After all, they were looking for those missing in the teleportation incident, but then again, we couldn't have known. And also, those guys even went as far as killing Laws when he tried to help us. It was clear, the Iron Legion was targeting our lives. In the middle of this journey, despite all our caution, we were still ambushed. Vedette was gravely injured and captured. At great cost, we managed to escape alive to Melitian, the capital of the sacred kingdom of Meles. That seemed to be one of the few places out of the Legion's reach. At least for now. Sylphie was devastated after seeing her father killed in front of her. Hector was also visibly worried about Vedette. I, honestly, was in shock. Seeing Sylphie in that state, it was painful. She had clung to the hope of reuniting with her family so strongly, but as soon as she found her father, he was betrayed and killed by the friends of the Legion. Sylphie cried for hours on my lap, sobbing in a way that broke the heart. She was so shattered that not a single indecent thought crossed my mind. After regrouping, we decided to seek information at the local adventurer guild. When we entered, I was startled. For a moment, I thought it was my mother. Zenith. But no. It was just a woman very much like her. Later, I discovered it was my aunt, Therese Latria. The Latria house apparently wanted to speak with us, seeking some kind of collaboration. Hector believed that Meles had heard about our conflict with the Iron Legion and decided to get closer. That was how, unexpectedly, I re-encountered the first member of my family. Norn Greyrat. Or rather, she now seemed to be called Norn Latria. My little sister was now only about 3 or 4 years old and as cute as I remembered. But she didn't remember me, but she did remember Sylphie a little. I confess that it hurt me a bit, since I had spent more time with her. But Norn recognizing Sylphie, and me mentioning the names of Zenith, Paul, Lilia, and Aisha was enough to convince my grandmother, Claire Latria, of our identity. Claire was, how can I put this politely? Rigid. And extremely prejudiced. Cold and with a gaze that judged you to the soul, she seemed to judge Sylphie for her mixed race. Even so, she appeared genuinely interested in the family's safety. We discovered, through her, that Lilia and Aisha had spent a year staying there along with Norn. But, not finding any relevant information about the rest of us, they decided to leave. Claire didn't know where they were, but she said she had given money for the trip. In other words, we lost each other on the way, if only we hadn't traveled anonymously. We stayed at the Latria house for a while. Sylphie and I interacted a lot with Norn. Playing with her was a sort of bandage for Sylphie after her father's death. But it was like trying to mend a deep cut with a band-aid. She was still very sad. We shared with the Latria house that Paul and Zenith were on the demon continent. Hector invented a plausible excuse about how we got that information, so they wouldn't think it was just unfounded theory. We also mentioned Vedette, who had been captured by the Legion. Of course, we conveniently didn't mention her race. Because of that, the higher-ups in Meles agreed to collaborate with us. They said that the Iron Legion had imprisoned not only Vedette, but also nobles, warriors, and other allies of Meles. And since they knew one of us had been captured, they suggested a joint operation. That was the origin of our alliance. But that alliance also didn't end very well. I mean, for us, it ended up being for the best, since we managed to rescue Vedette, but the Iron Legion was much more prepared than we expected. In less than 30 minutes after the start of the attack, they had already surrounded most of the area. Human warriors and beastmen appeared from all sides, as if they had been waiting, but it was just a quick reaction. The Knights of Meles managed to rescue many prisoners, including nobles and adventurers, but during the battles, many others were killed. One of the main reasons for our partial success was Sylphie. She attacked relentlessly with her magic all the members of the Legion. As if she were venting her anger, and perhaps she truly was. She was powerful. Even though I knew I had more mana than her, I believed I would never win in a direct combat. She was simply much stronger than me, much more experienced, much more determined. Of course, I also helped. I conjured bogs to delay the enemies, and used fire magic whenever possible. Overall, we were relieved to have managed to rescue Vedette. And, at least, she wasn't tortured. But, she told them everything they asked. She didn't lie. She wanted to avoid any possibility of torture that could affect her unborn baby. It was understandable, but it meant that they now knew everything about us, which made me uncomfortable. Thanks to Sylphie, the situation wasn't a complete disaster for Meles. They thanked us and rewarded us, even though I could feel the judgment in their eyes when they discovered that the woman we were trying to save was of the demonic race. My grandmother, Claire Latria, sent knights from the Latria house to escort us through the great forest to Zantport. That was her way of helping in the search for Zenith, and she trusted me a little more because Norn seemed to like me. The Iron Legion could already be spread everywhere, but they weren't a unified kingdom. There were many gaps to be exploited for those who had traveled for many years through the great forest. There were 8 sacred knights marching silently as our escort, all subordinate to the Latria house. The strongest among them, Ghislaine Latria, was a cousin of my mother, Zenith. A man with an imposing posture and eyes that seemed to scrutinize every step we took. We crossed the forest toward the demon continent. Most of the journey went as expected, only beasts and monsters as obstacles, until they appeared. Some warrior of the bestial race noticed us at some point. We were ambushed by several of them. Leading the attackers was a girl our age, very talkative, Linnea Didoldia. She used chantless magic with incredible versatility, and mixed that with fast and unpredictable fencing. She reminded me of our fight against Rigor. That fighting style was familiar. Under Linnea's leadership, half of our group was exterminated. Including Hector. He died protecting Vedette, who was still pregnant. I was in shock. Sylphie too. But soon after, the fury came. A rage that took over both of us. Only this time, it didn't help. On the contrary. Linnea took advantage of our carelessness, our blind anger, and delivered an almost fatal blow to Sylphie. Her sword cut Sylphie's face, destroying one of her eyes and leaving a large scar. Sylphie nearly died, because of my incompetence. When we finally realized the gravity of the situation, we decided to flee. But Linnea pursued us. She continued casting long-range spells, keeping us constantly alert, preventing any rest. Sylphie and I managed to disperse most of the pursuers by occasionally casting large-scale spells at them. But Linnea pursued us relentlessly, and worst of all, she taunted. She mocked Hector's death, insulted, ridiculed, prodded at our wounds. The Knights of Melee said they were just tactics to make us stay and fight. That we should ignore her. But how? How to ignore that? I, Sylphie, Vedette, we all wanted to see her dead. But we couldn't. At least not there, not at that moment. When we finally managed to escape her reach, she shouted. "Hey, your lucky Killian is too busy to deal with you." And disappeared. After fulfilling their mission and escorting us to Zantport, the Knights of the Latria house returned to Melitian. We don't know if they managed to come back alive, but I hope so. Our group continued the journey. I, Sylphie, and Vedette, now shaken by Hector's death, carrying anger, remorse, guilt, and sadness. Thus, we took a boat toward the demon continent. Sylphie was now blind in one eye. The scar was no longer there, but the eye couldn't be reconstructed by advanced-level magic, so she started using an eye patch. Upon arriving, we went to the Adventurer Guild. And we discovered something unexpected. Master Roxy was already on the demon continent. Looking for me and my family with my father's old adventurer group, the Fangs of the Black Wolf. Months passed. Vedette gave birth. It was Larix's child. His name, Ajax. We ventured deeper into the demon continent. Many things happened during that time. But in all of them, Sylphie was by my side. As long as she was with me, I could move forward, I could strive to improve, that was my thought. One day, while we were traveling and Ajax had a fever, crying a lot, Sylphie and I were fighting monsters. We were tired, but steadfast. One of the monsters managed to get past us and ran to Vedette and Ajax. We were shocked and nervous, but then, arriving to save our skin, we met him for the first time. Rudyard Suppard. POV, Linea Didoldia. When I returned to the tribe and dispersed the hunting party, I went straight to the chief's room of the tribe, Gustav Didoldia, my grandfather. The tall trees of the great forest swayed gently in the wind, and the scent of moss and wet earth filled the air. The ground beneath my feet was familiar, the sound of warriors training in the distance gave me a sense of normalcy. But my mission had not ended well. Upon entering my grandfather's room, he was gathered with other warriors around a large rustic wooden table. As soon as he saw me, he dismissed the others with a gesture and turned his serious gaze toward me. "Were they eliminated?" he asked, in a heavy voice. I snorted and crossed my arms, flicking my tail impatiently. "TCH, no, Naya. They managed to escape. The old men and most of the Melee's knights were eliminated, but that Rudeus and the elf got away alive, Naya." My grandfather frowned, a sigh escaping his lips. "If Killian hadn't had to go to the front line, we could have finished this here." I couldn't help but agree. Killian was only 14 years old, but he was already a monster in combat. Despite the serious and unapproachable facade he always maintained as the leader of the Legion, he was undeniably the fiercest warrior of his generation. No one in the Great Forest dared claim they could beat him in a direct fight. In addition to using chantless magic masterfully, he was proficient in the North God style and the Water God style. But his most dangerous point was his wind magic. It wasn't for nothing that he became known as the Gale Reaper around here. Perhaps Taze in Teniver could win, it had been many years since I saw him fight. I scratched my ear disdainfully and muttered. "If only Persina were with me, I think we could have taken them down, Naya." My grandfather just sighed, massaging his temples. "It's a shame. Let's focus on Melees for now." The chief of the Fandia tribe, of the Half-Bears, refused to send troops to the front line. It seems he wants to distance himself now that Killian isn't around. Go and crush his confidence again if necessary, replace the leader. "I trust you." A small smile threatened to appear on my lips. I was a bit happy that Grandpa trusted me so much, but outwardly, I maintained my pose. Not even a minute's rest for your granddaughter, Naya. What an excellent leader, Naya. I muttered theatrically, leaving the room with exaggerated steps, as if I were outraged. Still, I went to continue my mission. Among the young ones, only Killian was stronger than me. But he was stronger than everyone, so that doesn't count. Of course, between me and Persina, I was obviously the strongest. Lysena was very strong too, her ice magic was the best in the Great Forest. But she was more of a mage, and not much of a warrior. But there were many veteran warriors in the tribe who had evolved a lot in recent years. With my chantless magic and fencing, I was definitely among the strongest, though not in second place or anything like that. Actually, the main reason I was going was quite simple, all the other elite fighters already had missions. In turbulent times like these, there was no rest. While I ran through the village, I observed the tribe members in action. Children training with wooden swords, axes, and spears, warriors moving through the trees fluidly, the smell of roasted meat coming from the dining area. The Great Forest itself was experiencing a prolonged period of peace, despite the borders being in constant tension. There was no one daring to invade the Great Forest like before, and even if they did, they would soon be caught due to the vast reach of the Iron Legion. And that was due to one person. Rigor Adoldia. Our chief. The one who changed everything. Perhaps at this moment he was already in the Sword Sanctuary training. He had told us that, eventually, we should go to Rinoa, Killian, Lysena, Persina, and I. But that plan had been postponed until the conflicts with Melee ceased. I wasn't too worried about that. In fact, I preferred to learn from Rigor when he returned. I wanted him around. Persina seemed to have a thing for Killian, That only left me with a clear path to seduce the chief when he came back. Imagining how strong he would be when he returned made me dedicate myself even more, so that he would find me incredible when he came back. With that in mind, I propelled myself between the trees toward the Half-Bears tribe, with a light heart, sharp claws, and a mind inspired to beat someone up. Chapter 135, Night Training, A Promise. POV Rigor Adoldia. I currently had my demonic eyes activated, watching the intense fight between Eris and Ghislaine. The girl had her long red hair tied in a ponytail and wore the standard training clothes of the Sword Sanctuary. She already had the features of a growing teenager and looked very slender. She would certainly have some suitors if she weren't much stronger than everyone her age. Contrary to popular belief, she took care of her appearance. Of course, not with makeup, jewelry, or elaborate hairdos, she just made an effort to stay clean, smell nice, and tied her hair in a ponytail so it wouldn't get messy during training. In recent years, she also never stopped liking me. She wasn't trying to seduce me or anything like that, but she didn't hide her passion for me in any way, showing her affection directly, yet still acting in a tsundere manner. Once, Aisha suggested that she cut her hair, but I said I liked her long hair, and since then she never considered that possibility. This girl really liked me. Then I looked at my wife, Ghislaine. Over the years, we had become much closer than I had ever been with anyone. It was a relationship based on trust. Ghislaine was a formidable woman and warrior, and I knew I could trust her. Even if I made a mistake or had problems, I could count on her to help me. Her determination to protect those close to her naturally made her someone you could rely on. But being more powerful than her gave me another perspective. Before she met me, she was a lonely woman. Being so strong, she was on a level too high for others to relate to. She also had her weaknesses, her thoughts were very simple, and she wasn't usually good at complicated social interactions. But I considered that a charm. She was straightforward. It was simple, if it benefited her and her loved ones, she would do it. If it was harmful, she would show her fangs. Besides, she was a wild lover in bed. They say constant sexual activity changes a woman. Ghislaine had definitely changed a bit over the years. Her skin was softer, more elastic. She had become more feminine. This also affected her mood, which was much more positive. Of course, all this might just be in my head, she might simply be happy, and changed because of it. Besides, as a warrior, she only grew fiercer each day. Just thinking about her body, my thoughts began to wander and I started to get aroused. In the midst of the fight, Ghislaine caught the scent of sexual arousal and looked at me with a provocative smile, which I returned, signaling with my eyes. Ghislaine then advanced with greater speed and finished her training with Eris. Both were panting and sweating. Ghislaine said, "Very well, Eris, today's training is over." The girl was a bit puzzled at seeing the training interrupted out of the blue, but when she saw her mistress leaving the dojo and me following her figure with a mischievous look, she seemed to understand something. Humph. She blushed and turned, leaving the dojo as well. And I, naturally, followed Ghislaine. Our room was on the second floor of a simple, yet solid wooden house, built by the warriors of the Sword Sanctuary themselves. Upon opening the door and entering, I noticed that Ghislaine was already there. She was lighting a candle near the bed, which cast a faint, flickering light over her sensual body. When she saw me, she surprisingly asked, "Rigor, what do you intend to do about Eris?" I was surprised by the question, slightly furrowing my brow. "What do you mean?" I replied, still approaching. Ghislaine calmly put away Hiramun and, after a moment of silence, said firmly, "You understand. Eris likes you." I pondered for a moment, my eyes drifting to the window where I could see the village surrounding the Sword Sanctuary. The light of dusk reflected off the wooden roofs, and the sound of crickets began to fill the air. "Eris is still young," I finally said, as I set my weapons aside. Ghislaine interrupted. "At her age, she would probably already be married if she were still a noble. Maybe it would take a little longer because it's Eris, but you understand, she isn't that young anymore." I turned and looked at her directly. Ghislaine watched me with seriousness, but without judgment. She continued, "I see that you care about Eris, that you take care of her, believe in her. I know you aren't indifferent to her. And you must know that the reason she trains so hard, dedicating herself body and soul, is so she can be by your side. Both as a warrior and as a woman." She paused and sat on the bed, her eyes fixed on mine. "I love you, Rigor. And you already know I don't mind you having other wives. Even as your wife, I must acknowledge that the admiration Eris feels for you is different." I sighed, knowing she was right. It wasn't as if I didn't feel anything for Eris. She was an extraordinary young woman, talented, intense, passionate. There was a living flame in her, impossible to ignore. Few people could remain impassive in the face of such pure and transparent passion directed at themselves. As Ghislaine had said, Eris was extremely devoted to me and was willing to risk her life for me, as she demonstrated when she saved me during Larix's ambush and fought Orsted even knowing victory was impossible. And even my adolescent body reacted to her. But there was one last barrier, something deeply rooted in my conscience. Despite having lived more than a decade in this world, the moral norms of my previous world had not completely disappeared. I still considered that anyone younger than the age of adulthood in this world, 15 years, was not old enough to think about such things. It was a complex feeling. I could perfectly understand why Eris had fallen in love with me. And I foresaw that, in the future, she would become a true beauty. Still, my psychological restraints prevented me from crossing that line. Until I finally answered Ghislaine, who waited in silence. 15 years. The fierce woman smiled, her eyes sparkling with a mix of approval and provocation. Her tail swayed slightly, and her ears moved in an almost amused way. I continued. "When Eris turns 15, if she still has the same feelings, I will reciprocate her." I looked at Ghislaine like a wolf watching a lamb, or perhaps another wolf ready for the hunt. "But before," I added, with a mischievous smile on my lips, "I have other matters to attend to." Ghislaine immediately understood. Without further words, I advanced toward her with burning desire in my eyes. She responded with equal excitement, a predatory smile on her face and her muscles tensing in anticipation. The candle flickered with the abrupt movement of the bed as it was touched, casting dancing shadows across the walls of the room. Outside, night was slowly descending over the village, but in there, everything was about to ignite. POV Rigor Adoldia R. With nothing holding me back, I grabbed Ghislaine, pulling her into a passionate kiss. The world outside faded as we lost ourselves in each other. Hours passed in a blur of tangled limbs, whispered words, and shared passion. When morning light finally crept through the window, we lay exhausted but satisfied in each other's arms. Chapter 136, Overcoming the Peacock Sword. The North God style stood out for its adaptability and versatility in combat. Unlike the more rigid styles, the North God style incorporates techniques beyond the conventional use of the sword, including first aid, tracking, and the ability to fight even under unfavorable physical conditions. There were many techniques by which they were known among average adventurers: sword-throwing techniques, four-legged form, double grip technique, among others. But the Peacock Sword, Aubert Corvette, elevated this to a new level. His fighting style was erratic. Rigor had learned the basics of the North God style from Geru, in the Great Forest, and had learned some new techniques from the North Emperor Ornthorn, in the Kingdom of the Dragon King. Rigor's preference in this style was quite straightforward, relying on his strength and versatility to fight with various weapons, daggers, and to move in a way that confused the opponent. But against Aubert, that did not work. Using only the North God style, he had never beaten Aubert in the early stages of his training. The man always had new tricks hidden up his sleeve. He was an excellent swordsman, but what made him strong were his tactics. He used everything he could to defeat his opponent: distractions, magical items, oils, spices, metal claws, hidden daggers, poisons, concealment techniques, movement techniques, multiple weapons, all of which, added to his skill in wielding a blade, allowed him to be extremely lethal in combat. He reminded one very much of a ninja when he fought. Rigor thought about suggesting the creation of shurikens, since he already used something similar to kunai. Basically, with his skills, Aubert Corvette, the North Emperor, could kill anyone below God level under the right circumstances. And he was a master at creating those circumstances. If the situation was good enough, he could even kill a warrior of superior caliber. While Rigor trained with him, he learned how to really handle almost every kind of situation. He learned Aubert's techniques and even improved some of them, especially those related to magic. It had been a few months since Aubert could no longer best him in combat, even with him using only techniques exclusive to the North God style. This was due both to Rigor learning and quickly absorbing his techniques and to Rigor's naturally increasing physical strength. Regarding magic, currently, his speed of silent casting was very fast, but his spells simply could not fully keep up with the pace of combat between high-level swordsmen and warriors. He could use many spells that would help him, of course, such as Swamp, Howling Magic, a smaller-scale lightning bolt, igniting his sword, or manipulating the terrain to gain greater mobility. And if his opponent gave him enough time in combat, he could attempt some more powerful spells, but that hardly ever happened with warriors at that level. Basically, if he were fighting a monster or could keep the distance in combat, his spells would be very well utilized. But against warriors, fencing would always come out on top in terms of utility. Perhaps one day he would manage to balance that, raising his casting speed to absurd levels or obtaining the aid of magical items like Aubert's fire-spewing sword, or perhaps the Dragon King's sword Kajikut, which was in the possession of the North God. Anyway, recently, Aubert told him that he had already taught him everything he needed to know about his faction's techniques in the North God style. Other factions taught other things, perhaps more sophisticated fencing techniques, but for him, these techniques were the North God style in its essence. And today was their last training session. Gal Farion and Rida Rhea were watching from the side. The snow fell gently as Rigor and Aubert exchanged high-speed blows. Hidden weapons suddenly appeared, needles were spit with deadly precision, and both wielded two blades at the same time, as if they were dancing a lethal choreography. Rigor began to gain the upper hand in the confrontation. At the moment when their swords blocked each other, he leaped into a position that seemed anatomically impossible and landed a kick on the North Emperor's shoulder. Aubert was thrown several meters due to Rigor's force, but he landed skillfully. However, before he could react, Rigor appeared behind him, using the most lethal technique Aubert had taught him. North God style. Nebula Cross. Rigor's two swords, Tsukikage and Night Hunter, crossed in a violent arc, slashing toward the enemy. Even in an unfavorable position, Aubert blocked both blades. A metallic ring echoed across the snowy field. Rigor was stronger, so the block required much more effort than usual. In the next moment, Rigor had already released the swords into the air, drawing a black dagger hidden in his sleeve and thrusting it toward Aubert's throat. Aubert already knew this move. He had used it countless times against Rigor during training. Even so, even knowing what was going to happen, he could not avoid it. Rigor was faster. Aubert tried to dodge to the side, but the dagger hit him with a sharp impact. The North Emperor fell, being dragged to the ground by the blow. The place fell silent. The dagger had hit his throat, but only grazed it by a few millimeters. Then, Aubert began to laugh strangely and said, "Splendid." Rigger smiled and extended his hand, helping Aubert to rise. Gall Pharaon approached and said, "I thank you for honoring my request to come and teach him, Aubert." The swordsman brushed the dust off his clothes and replied, "It was nothing. Teaching a swordsman of such caliber might end up becoming my greatest achievement in life, he he he." Rigger sheathed his swords and said, smiling, "Be a little more proud of your strength. I only know 3 others capable of defeating you in one-on-one combat with confidence, and 2 of them are right in front of you. The other is the dragon god." Aubert laughed. He, it's not that much." He also put away his weapons, then made an exaggerated bow. "I'm not much for formalities, but officially, you can consider yourself a North Emperor, Rigger." He paused and spoke in a more serious voice. "Moreover, it's a bit early, but I recognize the creation of your beast god style, in the name of the peacock sword, Aubert Corvette, the North Emperor." Then, he looked at the sword god and the water god while grabbing his travel packs. "That was my turn. But he will soon surpass you too," he said with a mischievous smile. Gall Pharaon smiled fiercely. "I'm looking forward to it." Rhea cast a judging glance at Rigger. "Humph. If he focused on something and didn't try to learn everything at once, he might even manage to surpass us." Rigger felt somewhat embarrassed. Aubert then turned and began to walk away, saying, "I'll be looking forward to hearing about your future conquests, Rigger. Make sure you say that I was one of your teachers." Rigger smiled. "I appreciate all your teachings. As I said, if you ever want to stop being a mercenary, the Iron Legion will have its doors open." Aubert replied, laughing. He, of course. And so, the figure of the men became increasingly distant on the horizon, marking the end of Rigger's training in the North God style. Rigger had invited Aubert to the Iron Legion several times, without success. It seemed he still had unfinished business in the Azura Kingdom. At first, Rigger was suspicious of the men, for he gave him a feeling similar to that he felt with Hidegami, the aura of a trickster, but over time, the two grew closer, Aubert even admitting that he was somewhat afraid of Rigger during a certain point in his training. The North Emperor was a mercenary without scruples, but if he was your friend or ally, he could be considered excellent company. His combat philosophy was also something to admire. He was truly an excellent fighter. Overall, Rigger enjoyed having him as a teacher and hoped to eventually recruit him. Rigger, Rhea, and Gall watched as Aubert distanced himself more and more. For a moment, none of the 3 said anything. Then, Gall broke the silence. "Are you leaving on your expedition tomorrow? Have you decided who will go?" Rigger nodded slightly, his eyes still fixed on the trail left by Aubert. "Yes. I think I'll leave tomorrow. There's no reason to delay now that Gino has also become a sword saint." "That's right. A month ago, Gino Brits had broken Eris's record and become the 2nd youngest saint in history after Rigger, achieving this feat at 10 years of age. What was most impressive was that he did not possess any supernatural physical enhancements like Rigger or Ornthorn. Rigger had witnessed it personally. His skill came purely from his talent with the sword. Initially, it will be Eris, Nina, Gino, Aisha, and... He looked at Rhea, seeking confirmation. The elderly woman sighed deeply. "All right. Isolde can go too. She's been bothering me for months since I forbade her, but rest assured of her safety when they are in the Red Dragon range." Rigger smiled contentedly. "Of course. I'll be the only one to go deeper into the range. The others will only fight against the wandering dragons." Rhea seemed satisfied upon hearing that. It will also be good for her to have some experience fighting monsters of that size. Gall Pharaon smiled bitterly. "It's strange that none of us are questioning little Aisha going along." The 3 began to head back to the ephemeral hall. Rhea, upon hearing about Aisha, instantly brightened. "Hey, boy. You heard what she said the other day, right? She wants to focus on the water god style. Don't stop her and make her practice her crazy style. She has great talent in the water god style." Gall Pharaon grumbled, tch. He seemed irritated for having lost such talent to the water god style. Rigger just smiled. "Of course. I told her, when she was young, that she would try all the styles, but focus on what she found most suitable for herself at the beginning of her training." Rhea nodded, satisfied. "The girl is smart. I feel that, even if everything went wrong, Eris or Nina would end up dying before her." Gall laughed out loud, ha ha ha. "That's true." Rigger had some objectives in taking this expedition with this group. One of them was an attempt to pull these geniuses into the Iron Legion. Another was to ensure that Eris and Aisha gained some battle experience with their new level of strength. Especially Aisha, whose experience was still very limited, and he himself also wanted to test his current strength. But the main objective was related to Escalar and the Red Dragons, although that was a topic for another time. Upon arriving at the ephemeral hall, Gal Farion entered first, followed by Rida and Rigor. Nina was involved in an intense training session with Eris. The two warriors were training with an intensity rarely seen. 3 months earlier, Nina Farion had reached the rank of Sword Saint at 14 years old. Since then, Eris, Nina, and Isolde had entered into a fierce competition. They still trained with other members of the dojo, of course, but the confrontations between the three stood out. Gino, for his part, was fighting with another Sword Saint. He relaxed for a few moments, but upon looking at Nina, he resumed training. However, Rigor clearly noticed that he was only doing the bare minimum to keep up. There wasn't a burning desire to evolve there. Ghislaine was in a sparring session with Timothy Britz. As soon as the sword god entered the hall, everyone turned to greet him, but Gal Farion exclaimed, "Continue your training. Except Nina, Gino, and Eris, come here." The sword emperors Timothy and Clynt positioned themselves beside the sword god. Ghislaine also approached upon seeing Rigor. Gal sat down and observed the 3 young ones before him. Eris and Nina wore intense and breathless expressions, while Gino showed disinterest. "You will go with Rigor tomorrow outside the sword sanctuary." "Gino, Nina, do you know why I agreed to this?" The two looked thoughtful. Gal looked at his daughter. "Nina," she replied. "To gain experience in real life or death fights." Gal Farion nodded. "That's one of the reasons." "And you, Gino?" The boy thought and spoke hesitantly. "To learn how to fight monsters." Gal raised an eyebrow and sighed. "That too. Eris should know the answer I want." And Eris looked at Rigor and Ghislaine. Whenever she was about to say something, she first observed their reaction. When Ghislaine nodded, she replied, "Is it to show them what the outside world is like?" Gal smiled. "Exactly. You two have lived in the sword sanctuary your whole lives without ever leaving. That isn't necessarily bad, but Rigor reminded me that this could hinder your growth and suggested taking you along. So, thank him." He looked at the two. "Besides the fighting experience, it's important for you to see for yourselves what people are like out there, how the world works, so you don't limit your vision to what you can only see within the limits of the sword sanctuary." Nina looked determined. Gino, on the other hand, showed apprehension. Meanwhile, Rigor was talking with Timothy and Ghislaine. The Sword Emperor commented, "It's good that Gino is going out. Maybe that will take away that dead fish look he always carries on his face." Rigor laughed and looked at Ghislaine. "Are you sure you don't want to come?" Ghislaine shook her head. "Those monsters they will face, I have already fought them all. I've even fought a wandering dragon before. And if it were for me to help on your other mission, with the dragons, I would only be a burden. Instead, I'll stay and train as much as possible while I'm here." Rigor nodded. "All right. Skoll will also stay. He'll keep you company." After that, everyone continued their training. The journey would probably last only about 2 months, since they were relatively close to the upper jaw of the Red Dragon. And the members of the Iron Legion in the Sword Sanctuary had already located targets. Tomorrow, they would be departing. Rigor thought he needed to say proper goodbye to Ghislaine tonight. Chapter 137, The Reluctant Genius. Gino Britz was born in the Holy Land of Swords. His father was a sword emperor and his mother was the younger sister of the sword god. He was 3 years old when he became self-aware. Gino had been wielding his sword for as long as he could remember. He picked up a wooden sword for children and learned to handle it with his father. Just like that memory, Gino's childhood days were full of swordsmen. Waking up early, running and practicing swordsmanship, training after breakfast, training after lunch, taking a small break after dusk and dinner, practicing swordsmanship and then going to sleep. That was the kind of life it was. That said, Gino did not particularly like swordsmanship. He trained as if it were natural, but he only did it because his parents made him. He never did it on his own. But when he was young, that was okay. There were only those who were practicing swordsmanship near Gino. Other children also acted as if it were natural, and his father, the Sword Emperor, Timothy Britz, as well as his mother, who was the younger sister of the Sword God, praised Gino for learning new techniques. Even an old retiree complimented Gino for being an admirable child when he ran around with a wooden sword. There was no room for doubt. Swordsmanship was common sense to Gino. However, as Gino climbed in rank, his surroundings changed. His father, who was satisfied with the mere fact that he could hold a sword, became more strict as he rose in position. Balance your sword to master your opponent. You are still weak, do not get so confident just because you are overflowing with talent. In this way, he taught Gino and repeated severe training like never before. Even the adults at the dojo, who at first used to watch Jino with sympathy, began to turn to him with rude looks as he passed through the intermediate and advanced ranks and beat them in matches. At that moment, swordsmanship for Jino changed into something he was not interested in. Even so, it was not as if he wanted to do something else. If he were a child from another country, he might have said something like wanting to become an adventurer. However, for Jino, the idea of leaving home never occurred. For some reason, not even his parents taught him something like that. Because it was unnecessary. Jino never knew that there was an ever-expanding world outside the Holy Land of Swords. For Jino, the Holy Land of Swords was the entire world. Swordsmanship was the same as breathing air and eating food. That is why he continues to practice it. For someone like him, his childhood friend Nina was also his only friend. Nina was the daughter of the sword god. In the Holy Land of Swords, anyone below the level of the Sword Saint was not authorized to enter the main dojo. Anyone with a level not higher than advanced, including children, was thrown into dojos near their homes. Nina was the daughter of the sword god, but she was no exception. Nina was not the only child of her generation, but she was the only one at the same swordsman level as Jino. He got along well with her. In the Holy Land of Swords, the popular topic was always about swordsmanship. However, despite the fact that Jino did not like swordsmanship very much, he was a unique genius and his talent in swordsmanship was extraordinary. The only person of the same generation who was better in that regard was Nina. Nina was a leader. She gathered children of the same generation and reached the top of that peak. Not only was she at the top among the children of the same dojo, but also among all the dojos in the Holy Land of Swords. Although there was the fact that she was the daughter of the sword god, Nina was definitely talented. Among the children, her swordsmanship was the strongest. Among the children of the Holy Land of Swords, swordsmanship was the foundation of everything. During their break in sword practice, Nina gathered the children and created a secret organization. It was an organization only for children. Jino took on the role of second in command within the organization. Although he was the second strongest, the fact that he got along well with her also played a role. Nina and Jino. It was more likely that these two saw something different in swordsmanship. As evidence, of all the children in Nina's group, most never surpassed the Sword Saint level. The organization lasted 3 years, everything was normal until then, until he appeared. Rigor Adoldia. When he arrived at the Sword Sanctuary, everything changed. At first, he did not interact much with Jino and Nina, but a girl who followed him did. As soon as she arrived at the Sword Sanctuary, she was assigned to the dojo where Nina and Jino were, Eris Greyrat. At the moment Eris arrived, she made an impressive debut. Defeating Jino and Nina in an instant, defeating everyone else in the dojo and proving her unparalleled ferocity, she left a strong impression. Moreover, unlike the dojo practitioners, she knew how to read, knew math, and even knew how to do magic. A complete defeat. But even that was not a huge change for Jino. For Jino, something like losing was an everyday occurrence. Although he was praised as a genius among his generation, he always lost to Nina. So, it was the same as before. Nina was the one who changed the most. Nina was different from Jino. She had never lost to anyone in her generation, she was the one who defeated adults and older ones, not the other way around. For a few days, Nina did not train, she just watched Eris, who trained intensely every day. Jino spoke with her and she no longer seemed the same, as if she had lost her will. She spoke with her father, and at that point she also met Rigor Adoldia. She then began to observe the training of this new swordsman who had arrived at the Sword Sanctuary. It was after a few days that Nina resumed training. Jino still talked with her normally during his training, but Nina dismissed the group she had created among the children of the dojo, she stopped all her activities that were not training. From that day, Nina changed. She began to train many times with Eris, aiming to defeat her. She dedicated herself intensely to surpassing Eris, and thanks to that, the two became like rivals. At some point, Eris became a sword saint and went to train at the inner dojo. Nina doubled her efforts to reach her. Achieving the sword saint rank became her main goal. Observing Eris train, she became more serious and sincere regarding the art of the sword. She rarely associated with other swordswomen and her arrogant nature also disappeared. She spent most of her breaks in special training. Although this special training was nothing more than exchanging blows with Jino in sparring sessions. Following her like a lackey, he exchanged blows with her countless times. Exchanging blows silently. Those days passed. One day, while Nina and Jino were training, he appeared. A member of the Beastman race, his name was Rigor. Bearing a talent that soared through the skies like the midday sun, he was not only a sword king, but he was proficient in other styles and even was an excellent mage. From that day on, Rigor began to appear from time to time and give some tips to Jino and Nina. At first, Jino did not have anything particularly against or in favor of him, he just found him impressive, a truly talented person. But, Nina seemed to like him a lot, even to admire him. Whenever he came, she enthusiastically learned from him. For some reason, that made Gino feel uneasy. It was then, after months and years, that Gino began to realize that he was in love with Nina. Meanwhile, many things happened at the Sword Sanctuary. The North Emperor Aubert and the Water Goddess Rita came to pay a visit. For Gino, none of these events interested him, but the same could not be said for Nina. With the aim of surpassing Eris, Nina grew stronger and stronger as she fought to become a sword saint. Even Gino, who had special training with her, also became stronger. But gradually it became impossible to beat Nina. Although he rarely beat her before, his win rate against her constantly plummeted. In the blink of an eye, a gap emerged between Nina and Gino. Gino did not think much about this matter. Losing to Nina was just the same as before. Going from winning only once out of every 5 times to winning once out of every 10 times is not such a big change. But why does this happen? Somehow, he felt that he was being left behind. It was an apparently ordinary day of training, during which Rigor had guided them in their training. Seeing Nina and Rigor interact so friendly was uncomfortable. After training, Nina went home, but Rigor stayed and called Gino. He seemed to train a lot with his father, the Sword Emperor Timothy Britz, and must have noticed that Gino and Nina trained together a lot, so he must have spoken out of consideration. His words were casual: "It's better to work harder on your training, otherwise, Nina will become a sword saint and you will be left behind." And then he left. Gino was in shock. That's it. If Nina became a sword saint, she would start training at the inner dojos. At that moment, he thought that was bad. Nina was his only real friend. He liked her. He did not want her to leave. From that day, he began to train with more enthusiasm. He wanted to become a sword saint. If he did that, no matter how far she advanced, they would be training together in the inner dojos. He already knew the theory to become a sword saint: balance between body strength, a quick and straight, lethal and powerful strike. Performing the longsword of light was simply refining the longsword of silence to its peak. And then he trained. This time, motivated to improve, and quickly, he advanced. More or less at the same time as Nina, he became a sword saint. As time went by, Rigor gave more and more attention to Nina and Gino. Even when Rigor was not there, he was frequently a topic when they were training. For some reason, Gino did not like that very much, but he also did not mind Rigor much. He was helping him get stronger, he seemed to understand what motivated Gino, and he helped him achieve what he wanted. He helped him reach Nina, and he was really amazing. They had always called him and Nina talented, but Rigor was on another level. After all, the Water God, the Sword God and even a North Emperor came to train him because of his talent. He also had a disciple who was already a saint-ranked mage who was 5 years old. He even tamed a giant red dragon. He was confused. He did not know why he felt uneasy the more Nina talked about Rigor. Rigor also spoke with him many times. He repeatedly said how talented Gino was, but that he lacked motivation. It was the same as his father said. But Rigor was different, he gave him concrete reasons for it. If you're not stronger, you will be left behind. If you don't make an effort, Nina will slip out of your reach. Even he did not know why, but he was convinced of it. He did not want that to happen. Lately, Nina seemed to be talking about going on an expedition with Rigor and Eris. It seemed pre-established that he would go along. He did not care much about the outside world, he had never left the Sword Sanctuary, but everyone seemed to agree that he would. Nina wanted him to go. Rigor, her father, and the Sword God thought it necessary for him to go. He was a little apprehensive, but decided to go. The outside world was different. Nina, Eris, and Aisha, Rigor's disciple, all seemed excited and enthusiastic. Under the leadership of Eris and Rigor, they went to an adventurers guild and took on several new quests. Even Rigor's dragon, whose name was Escalar, followed them from afar. Everything around was new. Nina seemed excited and shared that excitement with Gino. He did not mind too much, but somehow, accompanying this group out there, he found it pleasant. In a different way. The food was different, the people were different. There were monsters. He was hesitant at first, but discovered that the world outside the sanctuary was truly vast and, it seemed fun. No, the world itself wasn't that fun, but exploring it with Nina, Rigor, and Eris was cool. He liked it. He had heard many times at the Sword Sanctuary about how people used to become adventurers. He never understood why, but now he understood a little. Sure, maybe that was because he didn't have to do much. He was just enjoying and fighting. On the way to the Dragon's Ridge, Rigor just watched them fight, and Gino happily discovered that they were very strong. The strongest was Eris. It didn't matter what monster, it didn't matter what kind of opponents, bandits or other adventurers caused trouble, she could always beat them with ease. And the smartest, as incredible as it may seem, was Aisha, the youngest among them. Aisha knew even more than Eris and Isolt. With her magic, she also dealt with monsters easily and usually coordinated our party in combat. She and Isolt seemed to get along quite well. But Gino, Nina, and Isolt were also doing very well. After all, few could surpass the long sword of light, and Isolt was a water saint. And when Gino defeated an opponent, he was happy. Everyone around him seemed happy and impressed, even strangers. It was different from the Sword Sanctuary, where the atmosphere was strict. The more he demonstrated his talent there, the more they expected him to improve and the more strict and hostile they became. But when he demonstrated it here, there was none of that. It was pleasant. Anyway, both Gino and Nina discovered that, in the outside world, they were strong. That remained a fact, until they arrived. Until they reached the upper jaw of the Red Dragon. Chapter 138, Goblin Tide, Rising Leader. POV Rigor Adoldia. After we said our goodbyes and with all the preparations for our small expedition made, I went to Escalar and told him to follow me. And then we set off. Eris, Aisha, and Nina were excited at the idea of killing a red dragon. Isolt tried to maintain a composed and calm demeanor, but of course, she was having fun as well. Gino seemed a bit apprehensive at first, but gradually he realized there was no real threat and began to relax. He was generally a quiet boy. We had a route mapped out that would allow us to return in 2 months, if nothing went wrong. The members of the Iron Legion residing in the Sword Sanctuary region had done extensive research of the area. There were many monsters in the north of the central continent, but most of them were beyond the magical triumvirate, which would make the journey unnecessarily long. Therefore, we decided to look for monsters closer by. Fortunately or unfortunately, there had been a recent wave of monsters in a nearby region and the Iron Legion had sent me the information. We then set off toward that place as our first target. As soon as we arrived at the local Adventurers Guild, we gathered information about a horde of goblins and hobgoblins. There were several extermination quests listed. Probably, as soon as an S-ranked group took on the mission to eliminate the elite warriors of the horde, the wave would be controlled. But before that happened, we decided to go there. Before continuing our search, I announced to the group that I wouldn't be joining the fight, but merely observing them. Since I wanted to see each of their progress, I decided to just watch. They did very well. They started with the common goblins and the assault dogs they rode. They handled the threats more easily than I had expected. And, to my surprise, Aisha took over the group's leadership. She was constantly giving orders to everyone in the group. Of course, they were just goblins. Not even the hobgoblins posed a real threat to the sword saints and water saints. But in large numbers, no one would be able to resist. That was the true danger of the waves. Moreover, the horde's leaders could be a real challenge. And so it was. They cleared the way to the center and engaged in an intense battle against the goblin elite. Aisha demonstrated her mastery in several schools of offensive magic, mainly using earth, fire, and ice spells to skillfully control the battlefield. At the same time, she continued coordinating Eris, Gino, and Nina, who acted as the group's spears. The three of them, being sword saints, eliminated any opponent they were assigned. However, with such a large number of enemies, they would eventually be overwhelmed without proper combat leadership. The Goblin King, who had both the ability and the intelligence to gather a force of that magnitude, was no fool. He and his generals quickly realized that Aisha was the heart of the enemy strategy, and sent some of their best to kill her. But Isolt was there. She acted as Aisha's personal guard, not allowing even an arrow or a dagger to reach the little strategist. Thanks to that, Aisha had the free space to continue commanding and using her spells in the most efficient way possible. Meanwhile, I watched from a distance, ready to intervene if something went wrong. I observed each of them individually. Aisha had really surprised me by taking control after I said I wouldn't help in the fight. At first, I was only planning not to fight directly, but I still intended to command them in battle, since I didn't think any of them would be capable of that. But at that very moment, Aisha really began to inquire about their abilities, strengths, and made her own capabilities as an exceptional mage clear. After impressing them, she discreetly steered the conversation to make it seem as if she were the only leader to be considered, as if the others weren't even options, until it actually happened. That surprised me and, at the same time, made me very proud. Shortly after, she decided on the appropriate battle formations and established patrols to Camp Midway. In combat, she observed the battlefield, quickly grasped each one's capabilities, and used them effectively to clear a path through the hundreds of goblins. Nina, Gino, and Eris just followed the flow of command, but Isolt became even more interested in Aisha. She and Isolt seemed to be getting along. Since Aisha met her at the Sword Sanctuary, Isolt had warmed up to her and they became friends. Aisha was also preferring to train in the water god style. Southwest they became close. It helped that Isolt was one of Eris's rivals, for whom Aisha was almost like a sister. Isolt was a calm and composed girl, and she was evolving very quickly upon finding suitable training partners after so long. At first, she seemed to be romantically interested in me, but after finding out that I was already married to Ghislaine, she gave up. After all, she was a follower of Melis. Gino Brits, after his initial apprehension, seemed to be really enjoying the experience of adventuring, trying new foods, fighting monsters, and defeating them with his friends. I could see at the sanctuary that he had only followed the group because everyone told him to come, but he now seemed to enjoy traveling. I talked a lot with Nina and Gino and told them many stories when we were still there, so he might have felt some curiosity about the outside, even if only a little. Nina and Eris were constantly competing. In fact, the more Nina got to know Eris, the more confused she became about the girl. She considered herself a calmer, smarter, and sharper person than Eris, and therefore, couldn't understand how on earth Eris could know so many things and still be stronger than her. The strength gap was not as large anymore, but it still existed. Even so, Eris ended up becoming Nina's great friend and rival since we arrived at the sanctuary. I wasn't sure how Nina saw me, but I believe she viewed me positively. Eris was as fierce as ever. But now, she was beginning to behave more and more like a warrior. In recent years, either putting aside her tantrums, focusing on her training, or stopping her constant yelling, all of that indicated that she was becoming a woman. Although, when you talked with her, you would still notice a vibrant and intense young lady like a hurricane. She could be said to be the most lively of the whole group. She was buzzing all the time. Eris had always wanted to be an adventurer, and she made that dream come true when she was traveling with our old group. But in this new group, everyone was more or less equal in strength, and to her this seemed even more exciting. Furthermore, she was absolutely eager to kill a red dragon. She said that killing a normal dragon was the first step to being able to kill the dragon god. She was leading the combat with ferocity, and with her example of following everything Aisha said, there was little resistance from the others. That probably was also Aisha's strategy. The girl was really impressive. Anyway, the presence of Eris and Aisha made the group always lively. And while they went on missions together, ate together, traveled together, and fought side by side, the group became increasingly excited and united. Of course, this was mainly because they had been training together for over a year. They were already close, but depending on each other, trusting each other in battle, outside of the sword sanctuary, gave a sense of unity that was hard to replicate. While I was watching the surroundings, suddenly I heard a guttural scream and immediately recognized it. The long-haired redhead had cut off the head of the Hobgoblin King. A rank A threat monster, which was a match for Saint-level warriors and presented a considerable challenge due to its intelligence and physical strength. Eris and Nina had taken it upon themselves to confront it directly, while Gino, Isolde, and Aisha dealt with the surrounding hobgoblin generals. The hordes of goblins and hobgoblins desperately tried to advance to save their king, but it was already too late. When they saw their leader's head being raised by Eris, a scream of panic spread among them. Order disappeared from the battlefield, and most of the monsters began fleeing in panic. Still, some hobgoblin generals managed to contain the chaos, rallying some warriors and trying to resist. It was then that Aisha, with her eyes gleaming with adrenaline and determination, gathered a huge exodus flame above her. They're just targets without their king. Kill them all, she shouted, and hurled the colossal fireball at the enemies. The impact was devastating. The screams of the goblins being consumed by the flames echoed like a chorus of terror. Without hesitation, Eris, Nina, and Gino surged like an unstoppable wave against the fleeing goblins, mercilessly cutting them down with their long swords of light. Isolde stayed by Aisha's side, in a guard position, alert to any possible threat. Aisha, with her hands on her hips, had stains on her clothes and some bruises, but she smiled proudly, her chest puffed out, aware of her vital role in the victory. Just as she had said, the horde was now nothing more than an unruly group of monsters. I turned to Escalar and calmly ordered, "Go hunt some of them." The enormous red dragon responded with a guttural roar and raced toward the fleeing goblins, shredding them with its claws, swallowing them, and burning everything around with its blazing flames. When the group gathered again, they were visibly exhausted, but enthusiastically discussing the battle. I almost offered help to heal them, but Aisha was quicker, initiating the healing with precision. Everyone had suffered injuries, but none of them were serious. Aisha used only intermediate spells, intelligently saving mana. She had precisely calculated how much she could spend during the battle, always choosing the most useful and efficient option. While they talked and laughed, I approached and said with a smile, "My congratulations." Everyone turned to me, attentive. I continued, "I really didn't expect not to have to do anything. Nina, Eris, and Gino, you were like a death trio storming the battlefield. And you, Isolde, were like a wall protecting Aisha." I looked at the little mage and patted her hair. "And you were even more impressive, Aisha. Leading them all like that. I'm really proud." Aisha beamed brightly, visibly radiant with the compliment. "It's all thanks to the master's teachings." I thought to myself, all right, I taught you that, but who would have thought you'd learn so quickly? At that moment, Nina and Eris were whispering, until Nina gave Eris a slight shove. The redhead's face turned red. She approached me and said hesitantly, "Our rigor." I also did a good job, rewrite. I looked at her a bit confused, trying to understand the question. Yes. You did. Eris blushed even more, diverting her gaze. Behind her, Aisha signaled to me, running her hand through her hair. Oh, could it be? I took a deep breath and said hesitantly, "Gee, good job, Eris." I patted her head just as I did with Aisha and as I used to do with her before. She seemed to freeze for a second, then broke into a huge smile. Immediately, Nina and Aisha began teasing her with giggles, and Isolde, with a contained smile, joined the fun as well. Gino and I exchanged glances, feeling out of place in the midst of the scene. I leaned toward him and whispered, "Hey, Gino, we're the only men here. We can't leave each other behind." Gino didn't seem to fully understand, but he nodded seriously, as if it were a vital mission. I silently laughed at the scene. After that, we returned to the Adventurers Guild. The fight had spread like wildfire, and many adventurers, including those nearby, already knew what had happened. City residents formed a line to thank us for eliminating the threat of the monster horde. I didn't care much for the attention, but Eris, Nina, and Gino seemed visibly embarrassed. Isolde maintained her noble and calm posture. Aisha, on the other hand, waved, smiled, and greeted everyone energetically, while loudly repeating that the mission had been completed by the Iron Legion. Was she born for the spotlight? I thought. Perhaps. And that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The rest of the group found the reception pleasant. After that, we continued on our route. We didn't face any other mission as dramatic, just exterminated some monsters and bandits along the way. Gradually, we were getting closer to our destination, which was the upper jaw of the Red Dragon, and with that, I could begin to plot my plans more precisely. In general, the plan was as follows: use my Red Dragon, Escalar, to infiltrate and steal Red Dragon eggs. Chapter 139, It's not personal, it's just business. In a snowy mountainous region. A large red dragon, looking extremely fierce, was struggling in a wild fight for survival. Its claws were tearing at the mountain peaks and its wings were beating forcefully, trying to escape toward the treacherous abysses just ahead and take flight. "Don't let it escape into the abyss," shouted a feminine voice. The girl who shouted that was running through the mountains, jumping from stone to stone, even though she showed some difficulty moving freely on that slippery and uneven terrain. Her blue hair was flying in the wind and her cloak marked her identity, Nina Pharion, one of the sword saints of the Sword Sanctuary. She leaped nimbly, approaching the dragon, but it was still out of reach. It was then that, from the other side, a young red-headed woman appeared. Using a large rock as a boost, she jumped in a powerful arc, spinning in the air with mastery. "Hiya!" shouted the young woman who carried the title of Red Lioness, Eris Greyrat. With her long silver sword, she masterfully executed the long sword of light, delivering a deep cut to one of the dragon's wings, making it roar violently. The dragon writhed in pain, its body contorting as it lost its balance, its front arm ending up striking the red-headed girl. The impact threw Eris away, hurling her against a rock outcrop and causing a great shock. She struggled to catch her breath and stay upright. The dragon, enraged, turned with flames already forming in its throat. In a second, it unleashed a powerful flame breath in Eris' direction. The explosion was rapidly approaching, but before it reached her, a small figure appeared in front of her. "Water shield," shouted Aisha Greyrat, the little girl of only 5 years who, in the face of the flame breath, seemed tiny. An immense barrier of water formed in front of the two, blocking the breath. The impact created a gigantic cloud of steam that enveloped the battlefield. Unshaken, Aisha commanded. Isolde, block the way to the precipice. Nina and Gino, disable its other wing. Cut off its escape route. As the steam dissipated, Nina had already repositioned herself, cautiously circling the dragon, dodging its strikes and looking for an opening. This time, the red dragon was an adult. Compared to the dragon that Eris had decapitated with a single blow the previous day, this one was larger and more robust. Its scales were thicker, almost impenetrable to common attacks. Only the long sword of light could safely bypass its defenses. Gino, with his sword in hand, attacked with precision, forcing the dragon to retreat along with Nina. They took turns to maintain the pressure. At a critical moment, the dragon almost struck Gino with a powerful tail swipe, but Isolde intercepted the blow, redirecting the force masterfully. Despite her many techniques to avoid the dragon's strikes, the flow she used was not enough to pierce the enemy's scales. Over time, the dragon grew tired. Its body was bleeding, its breathing became irregular, and its escape routes were gradually blocked. Finally, when its movement lost rhythm, Eris found an opening. She positioned herself and with one clean, swift blow, decapitated the dragon. The silence that followed was quickly replaced by heavy breaths and contained emotion. Aisha sighed in relief and skipped across the field covered in blood and scales toward Eris and Isolde, who were among the most injured. Did we really do that?" said Nina, still panting. Gino nodded, surprised. Eris, on the other hand, crossed her arms and declared confidently while Aisha tended to her. "This is natural. Rigger could fight several adult blue dragons by himself when he was only 10 years old. We're not even that much." It was then that a figure appeared amid the steam caused by Aisha's magic, as if emerging from the very shadows of the mountain. Rigger. He watched silently, as if he had been there from the beginning. "Don't exaggerate, Eris," he said, with a slight smile. Eris looked a bit embarrassed, but retorted. "But you did that when you saved me and Ghislaine." Rigger smiled gently. "I only drove them away. I couldn't have defeated all of them back then, no way." Nina, still trying to catch her breath, asked. "Does that mean now you can?" Everyone turned to him. Rigger spoke enigmatically. "Perhaps." He paused, looking at each one of them. "But don't be mistaken. All of you are extremely talented, and you have the potential to become some of the most powerful warriors in the world. I just have magic on my side." Despite the modest words, the group's eyes shone with admiration. Aisha approached and said cheerfully. "Master. That was the last of the dragons you designated. Shall we retreat now?" Rigger activated his magical eyes, scanning the surroundings with extreme precision. For a few seconds, he remained silent, listening, feeling, observing. Finally, he answered. "All right. You all retreat. I still have something to do." Aisha nodded with a smile. "Okay, Master. We'll wait on the hill shaped like a J. Eris was already moving away, but quickly turned and said, visibly nervous. "Take care." She blushed a little, then turned back. Isolde approached and warned. "I know you're strong, Rigger, but don't go too deep into the Red Dragon's territory. Even my grandmother said it would be certain death if she fell in there." Rigger replied with calm confidence. "I will take the necessary precautions." With that said, the group began to move away from the edge of the upper jaw. Rigger then turned to Escalar, the enormous red dragon that accompanied him, who watched him with an impassive, tense, and alert gaze. "So, shall we go, boy?" Escalar roared softly. During the time they were in the mountain range, Rigger did not stay with the group the entire time. After all, they were strong and could protect themselves with their own strength. After ensuring there were no major threats nearby, he sometimes went out to test his own strength. On some of these outings, he faced multiple dragons at once. Despite that, he never ventured deep into the territory. And he killed every dragon he encountered along the way. This was important for his current plan. There could be no living dragons that had seen Rigger's group. Rigger had undergone special training with Escalar, something quite peculiar. He would enter the dragon's mouth. Literally. After being inside, he told the dragon to try and kill him. Escalar was extremely hesitant to be ordered to kill him. He already knew that it never led to anything. It was a sacrifice to force him to try. But when he finally did, albeit reluctantly, Rigger pierced his way out of the dragon's mouth with ease using magic, and then healed him with healing magic. Escalar was extremely saddened to be beaten for no reason after so long. And Rigger felt a bit of pity. After all, the dragon had never again tried to kill him, nor had it ever gone against him. But it was necessary. They would be infiltrating the territory of the red dragons this time. If Escalar had any rebellious thoughts about being surrounded by others of his race, he needed to know. Rigger still had the situation under control. That said, after saying goodbye to the group, Rigger finally infiltrated the red dragon's territory under Escalar's camouflage. He asked the dragon a few questions and discovered that all dragons could smell where the nests of eggs were located, but generally avoided going there. Rigger planned to enter one of these nests and take with him some dragon eggs. It didn't have to be a large nest. After all, he didn't want to kill himself while hunting his breakfast, ahem. I mean, the Legion's mounts. With that in mind, Escalar walked deeper and deeper into the dragon's territory, his mouth slightly ajar so that Rigger could see. It was a tense situation, but Escalar acted naturally. At that point, Rigger understood why neither Galfarion nor Rida were confident about crossing the mountain range. There were many dragons, many indeed. If he focused on running, Rigger would probably barely get through using magic and relying on the element of surprise. But if he engaged in combat, he would be overwhelmed by the number of enemies. He might even be chased in the air. The red dragons were aggressive, many of them were constantly fighting over territory or for any other reason. Escalar passed by all these dragons naturally, traversing the rugged terrain until he reached a place where there were few dragons. There was only one dragon guarding the entrance of a cave. It appeared to be a female. From what Rigger could tell thanks to his demon eye, there were 2 or 3 more dragons inside. When he was sure there were no other dragons nearby, Rigger exited. And before the dragon had time to process what had happened and call for reinforcements, Rigger dashed with the flash step and smashed her brain with a single punch, a technique from the beast god style, killing her instantly. He then looked at Escalar. That was the second reason for bringing him along. You see, the older dragons had high intelligence. If they saw that one of their nests had been invaded by something that was not a dragon, who would guarantee that they wouldn't start running into human villages and cities seeking revenge? As a guarantee, Rigger would have Escalar take the blame. Escalar then bit the dragon's head, then its neck, and also made some scratches and characteristic marks, to make it seem as if it had been killed by another dragon. While he did that, Rigger erased his presence using the concealment technique of the North God style and infiltrated the cave. He wiped away his scent with barrier magic and also his presence with Tuki, sneaking in silently. After approaching, Rigger could see 3 dragons. They were lying around about 15 eggs, warming them with their body heat. Rigger analyzed his strategy. He would have to kill them quickly, so that they wouldn't have time to alert the other dragons. After recording the positions of the eggs, he prepared the Earth Spine's magic. It had to be quick, powerful, and sharp enough to pierce their resilient scales. Rigger couldn't have done that if he hadn't had an arcane focus as strong as Tsukikage and if he hadn't improved his control over earth magic so much. Moreover, these dragons didn't seem that strong. If he wanted to kill them without frightening the others, it was more than possible. He focused. Drew Tsukikage. In case it went wrong, he could finish them off with his weapon. Without further hesitation, after accumulating enough mana, in a single moment, Rigger conjured 3 earth spines. They pierced directly into the vital points of the 3 dragons. All 3 startled awake and tried to escape death. 2 of them were impaled and killed immediately in the ambush. The third escaped, leaped away with a large gash in its chest, and began to let out a roar that would reverberate throughout the mountain range. But before it could complete the sound, a blue blade flashed by like a wraith. And its head flew through the air. Rigger conjured walls of earth around to protect the eggs. He sighed inwardly. Phew, that was too close. After killing the 3 dragons, Rigger wasted no time. He took a deep breath and quickly began to execute the next step of his plan. With meticulous movements, he created a large stone box, molded with earth magic, strong enough to withstand impacts and protect its precious contents. Inside it, he conjured a thick layer of soft sand, carefully heated and enchanted, that would absorb shocks and keep the eggs safe, although from what Rigger had noted, these eggs were quite resilient. The eggs were enormous, after all, they were red dragon eggs, with thin scales covering parts of their surfaces, still forming. Rigger carefully picked them up one by one, positioning them in the box so that none touched each other. The weight was significant. When he finished placing them, he took a deep breath and raised his hands. Around the box, he drew intricate magical circles, activating a series of concealment spells, one to nullify scent, another to hide magical presence, and 2 more to prevent detection by magical or spiritual means. It was meticulous work, but necessary. He couldn't risk the dragons perceiving the theft by instinct or by their heightened senses and following them into civilization. With that done, Escalar entered the cave and did his part. With a neutral expression, he approached the bodies of the dead dragons and began to bite them, carefully tearing off pieces, creating realistic lacerations. He made bite marks and claw marks around the areas where the eggs had been, perfectly simulating the attack of another dragon. In a short time, the scene appeared to have been the stage of a violent territorial dispute, where a cannibalistic intruder had devoured the eggs and killed the nest's females. Escalar simulated that a starving dragon had attacked, killed the females, and devoured their eggs. It was a cruel but effective disguise, because that is indeed what happens among the red dragons. When Rigger finished preparing the box, he observed Escalar's work with attentive eyes. He expected reluctance, even resistance. After all, he was asking Escalar to desecrate his own species' nest. But the dragon acted fluidly, as if that task were natural. Surprised, Rigger wondered at the reason for such cooperation. But he would never guess Escalar's thoughts. For him, who had lived isolated from his kind for years, finally having contact with eggs of his own species was almost exciting. In his mind, he didn't care about betraying the dragons or anything like that. Those eggs represented, to him, the promise of companionship, of no longer being alone. A childish thought, perhaps, but deeply sincere. After everything was done, the 2 left the cave. Rigger looked one last time at the ruined nest. In a way, it was somewhat cruel, right? Invading a home, killing the mothers, and kidnapping the offspring. Rigger was acting on the premise that dragons were animals. But they demonstrated some degree of intelligence. Perhaps comparable to that of dolphins or chimpanzees from his previous world. Limited intelligence, but with emotional nuances. Shaking off these random thoughts, Rigger returned to the mission. As soon as they left the cave, Rigger firmly secured the box to Escalar's back using the sealing chains of the Mad Dragon King and earth claws shaped like hooks. The box seemed enormous, but, compared to the dragon's gigantic body, it was like a very small backpack. Still, he reinforced the bonds and checked the spells once more. Everything had to be perfect. To ensure they left no traces, Rigger conjured water and washed Escalar's scales. Then, he washed himself, removing any trace that might attract other dragons. Their senses were razor-sharp, the smallest mistake could be fatal. Only then did he climb onto Escalar's back. The dragon spread its wings, looked one last time back, and then took flight with a powerful beating of wings. The immense shadow crossed the skies over the northern mountain range. Capture of the red dragon eggs, complete. Chapter 140, Birth of a New Sword Emperor. Sword Sanctuary. At that moment, Ghislaine de was standing in front of Galfarion, the sword god. Eyes closed, posture erect, with her hand on the handle of the wooden sword fitted in its sheath. It was the draw stance of the sword god style. A moment of silence hung in the air until, suddenly, Ghislaine's wooden sword left the sheath with such speed that not even the sword saints around could see the movement. Still, in the very next instant, Gal's wooden sword collided with hers, with even greater speed and power, generating an impact wave that sent her flying backward as if she were a feather before a hurricane. A loud crash echoed throughout the sword sanctuary when Ghislaine was thrown. She quickly spun, her feet dragging on the ground as she regained her balance. Gal smiled and rested his wooden sword on his shoulder, a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. "You are improving very quickly, Ghislaine," Gal exclaimed with enthusiasm. He looked at Timothy and Clint, who were training with wooden swords a little further away, and said in a teasing tone, "Maybe you're even faster than they are." Ghislaine composed herself quickly, brushing the dust off her clothes. With a firm look, she replied, "I'm not improving as fast as Rigor." Gal let out a loud laugh. "Ha ha ha ha. Rigor is blazing his own trail. Even with overflowing talent, he won't leave you that far behind." Ghislaine nodded silently. She was currently training in the Beast God style with Rigor and the Sword God style with her master Galfarion. Furthermore, before he left, she occasionally sparred with Aubert, and on top of that she trained with Rida Rhea herself to get used to fighting with different styles. Unlike her, Eris and Rigor, although also training under the guidance of Galfarion, were treading their own paths within the Sword God style, seeking something that could even surpass their master. She had also been asked if she wished to follow an original path. However, Ghislaine had already trained up to the king level under Gal's tutelage. She knew his strengths and preferences. She decided, then, to learn everything she could directly from her master's Sword God style, to absorb every teaching of the Sword God. Only after that did she intend to further refine her personal fighting style, but based on the Beast God style that Rigor was developing. With a somewhat serious look, Ghislaine turned to Gal. He noticed her silence and said, "What do you say, Ghislaine? You don't have another Sword King here to challenge for the title of Emperor, but if you defeat one of them, I can grant you the title too." These words caused a murmur among the swordsmen and apprentices around. Everyone became tense as they saw Ghislaine put her hand to her chin and sink into deep thoughts. She did not answer immediately. However, Gal's following words convinced her instantly. Rigor would probably have a pleasant surprise when he returned. It was then that a slight smile appeared on Ghislaine's face. Her tail, previously still, began to sway happily. She looked at Gal with renewed confidence. "Then let's go." That day, in the Sword Sanctuary, a new Sword Emperor was born after many years. In the middle of a clearing, a group of swordsmen gathered around a campfire. They appeared normal, but one detail made them stand out from any other similar group: a huge red dragon slept right next to them while they roasted a barbecue. Telling an exciting story was a red-haired girl. And then, when he finished regenerating, Rigor began fighting that North Emperor one-on-one, while I, Skoll, and Ghislaine distracted the others. Ugh, that elf is still extremely annoying with those chantless magic, even remembering it now. I bet I could take her down with one blow right now. Eris said, her eyes shining with excitement. Nina asked curiously while biting her skewer. I've seen Rigor fight with magic, but I don't see how a mage could match a warrior without also knowing something about fencing. Even little Aisha wouldn't be able to dodge the first strike. Magic isn't fast enough. Aisha puffed out her cheeks in discontent. Isolde added, I agree. In the water god style we have techniques to cut magic. I believe that a pure mage wouldn't be much of a challenge for a swordsman. Eris frowned, a bit irritated. It's much harder than it seems. Rigor. Show them. Rigor was currently correcting Gino's posture. He was teaching him the fundamentals of the beast god style. After noticing the boy's talent, he thought of testing if the talent was limited to the sword god style or if it extended to all schools of fencing. Gino also looked at the girls when Rigor was called. Rigor said, magic is much more versatile than fencing if you're capable of mastering it without incantations. Even if you can only shorten the enchantments, it would still be enough to defeat many enemies, if you're far enough away. He paused as he approached. Look at Aisha, for example. She's only 5 years old. There's still a lot of room for improvement. When she's your age, don't you think she could defeat you with just magic? Nina and Isolde became thoughtful while Aisha smiled proudly. Gino interrupted, but no matter how fast your magic gets, can it be faster than the long sword of light? Rigor laughed, remember what I said a few days ago? Gino frowned, recalling, speed is important, but it isn't everything in combat, but, didn't the sword god always say that, in the end, the only thing that matters is being faster than your opponent? Rigor answered while walking to the center of the clearing, even the sword god can make mistakes, even being so strong. Let's go. I'm going to demonstrate. Except for magic, I won't use anything else to defeat you. I'm not even going to move from the same spot. Nina was surprised and then delighted, without close combat. Ha! I'm finally going to beat you once. Eris seemed interested and excited to see them get beaten, since she already knew the extent of Rigor's magic, and Aisha was just starting in fencing and wouldn't fight either. Isolde, on the other hand, was interested. Rigor said, since you're so excited, Nina, you go first. Nina stepped forward and became serious as she took her stance. The group gathered around the two fighters. Nina was positioned, preparing to use the long sword of light. In an instant, she advanced toward Rigor with impressive speed. However, Rigor, with a simple gesture, raising his hand slightly, transformed the ground in front of Nina into a muddy field. Her momentum was immediately cut off, her step sinking into the slippery mud. Before she could resume her charge, a wall of earth rose before her, followed by another and another. Thorns began to grow from the ground, threatening to embed themselves anywhere on her body. Nina had to dodge and retreat quickly to avoid the sudden dangers. The magical onslaught did not cease. Gusts and wind bullets, cutting stones, and beams of flame swept across the field, forcing Nina to remain in constant motion, evading the magic and trying to find a safe angle to execute her technique. Her eyes desperately searched for a gap. It was then that she saw Rigor gathering an absurd amount of mana. A huge ball of fire was forming before him, its orange-scarlet glow lighting up the clearing as if it were a second sun. Nina stopped running, gasping, sweat streaming down her face. I give up, she exclaimed, raising her arms. The fireball dissipated slowly until it completely vanished. Rigor relaxed his stance. Nina returned to the group, still breathing heavily, as if she had just escaped death. Even with that short fight, I was fighting for my life, she thought, panting. But she didn't seem convinced. Still unsatisfied, she muttered. If I had known about that mud field from the start, it wouldn't have ended like this. Eris crossed her arms and replied with a sarcastic smile. You really didn't think you'd win, did you? A vein appeared on Nina's forehead, indicating her irritation. Gino. Defeat him. Be careful with the mud field at the beginning and it will work. Rigor just smiled calmly. Gino, nervous, walked to the center of the arena. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart, and then focused entirely on Rigor, who maintained that enigmatic smile. With a sudden burst of movement, Gino advanced, executing a perfect long sword of light. However, before he could even fully leave his spot, a thick fog covered the battlefield, obscuring his vision. Confused by losing his sight, he instinctively halted his attack. In the next moment, a blue flash cut through the fog. A lightning bolt struck Gino precisely, hurling him far to the ground with a dry thud. The fog disappeared when Rigor used a gust of wind, revealing the fallen and dazed boy. Magic is really convenient, murmured Isolde, with a mix of frustration and admiration. Rigor approached, healed Gino with a simple spell, and helped him up. The boy still seemed a bit in shock, his eyes wide, trying to understand where he was. With these tactics, can't you already defeat the sword god? He asked, still stunned. Rigor laughed at the idea. That's impossible. His sword would be faster than any magic I could try to cast. Perhaps, if I hit him from very far away, I would have a chance. But I doubt he would just stand there watching. He looked at the group, explaining. I can only defeat you because my casting speed is very high, you hardly know anything about magic, and besides, I can predict what you're going to do. We started at 15 meters, but I would need more distance the faster the opponent is. Rigor raised one of his hands, conjured a spark, and concluded. But since I can mix magic and close combat in various ways, there's no need to limit myself to just one of these two. Then he looked at Isolde. Everyone in the group followed her with their eyes. The girl raised her hands in surrender. No. I'm already convinced. We don't need to fight. Eris let out a malicious laugh. What? Didn't they teach you to cut lightning at your school? That phrase sparked the flame. Isolde frowned, starting a discussion with Eris and Aisha. Nina soon got involved as well, defending Isolde. The scene turned into a heated debate among the four about magic and fencing, but, to any observant onlooker, it demonstrated the closeness and friendship among them. Rigor watched everything with a slight smile on his lips. In silence, he looked at Gino by his side, and thoughts began to form. While he enjoyed that atmosphere of peace, his mind took him to a darker place. If Idar were alive. His eyes turned to Isolde. He'd probably be with her now. How would he deal with Gino? They'd probably be friends. Idar wasn't much of a talker either. Gradually, fury began to boil within him again. A name sliced through his mind like a blade. Orsted. Eris seemed to feel something. Her eyes turned to Rigor. He noticed her gaze and quickly suppressed his fury. Then, he turned to Gino and said, "Gino, come with me." And he walked away without looking back. His thoughts still raged, but now he thought of Eris. This girl's senses are very sharp. He thought. Eris watched Rigor's departure for a few seconds. But, seeing that he said nothing more, she returned to the conversation, thinking it had been her imagination. Rigor and Gino walked to another part of the clearing and Rigor continued teaching Gino the fundamentals of the beast god style, and while he executed a movement, Rigor asked, "Gino, do you like Nina?" Gino stopped training and looked at Rigor, answering seriously, with a challenging look. "I do." Rigor thought, "Oh. This kid is challenging me. Wait, could it be?" Then he said, do you think that I want Nina for myself?" Gino was surprised. "You don't." Rigor laughed and said, "I confess that she is a beautiful young lady, but I have no interest in taking her as my wife." Gino relaxed, "Phew." Rigor continued, "But she seems to have an interest in me." Gino became nervous. Nina really always looked at Rigor with a look of admiration. Even when they were training together, Rigor was a frequent topic in conversations. Rigor continued speaking. "You know why?" Gino became confused and hesitantly said, "Because you're handsome." Rigor choked and replied, "No, man." "What do you mean?" He thought for an instant and then said, "I mean, maybe that contributed a bit, but there are other handsome guys. What sets me apart is that I'm strong." Gino thought about it. The more he reflected on Nina's interactions with Rigor, the more he believed that it was probably true. Rigor continued, "I know that you and Nina have always been close, since forever, and therefore I have no intention of stealing her from you. For now, everything she feels for me is admiration. But a woman's emotions are unpredictable. If you don't want to lose her, you need to become stronger." He let Gino absorb his words before continuing. "You have the talent for it. It just depends on whether you really want to do it. You hear what the sword god always says about fencing, right? You must wield your sword for yourself and for your goals." Gino reflected on Rigor's words. He stayed silent for a while, thinking, and then said, "I understand." Rigor nodded, and then continued training Gino in the fundamentals of the beast god style, while the boy quickly absorbed the knowledge.